So you like my meme for Helio?
Yeah, that's good, man.
I love it.
Bot gave me a laugh. That's pretty funny right there. It must be Helio.
I miss Helio, to be honest. I haven't heard him in a while.
I've seen him in here. The two times he was in here, I couldn't talk to him. He was in here talking to Flatsy and Bong like early in the morning, my time. So probably like 4:30 Eastern Standard Time to about 6 o'clock.
He doesn't do the late night stuff anymore, but I hope all is well. I'm guessing things. Hopefully, he's still got the same job. I know he left that one job and then ran into some struggles and then got another job. And I hope he's doing all right.
I hope he has no job. I hope he like hit the lottery and is independently wealthy.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, he'd be on a yacht cruising somewhere. That would be ideal. I guess I just missed him because I haven't been in a lot recently because I've been busy. And then the few times he's probably been in here, I just haven't been. So that makes sense.
I miss him telling a Glover their idea is retarded.
Yeah.
You think you're falling backwards when you see a sunset? That's retarded.
You could hear the laugh in his voice that just brings joy to your heart.
He's got a deep laugh. He enjoys it. My bad. Sorry to kill the room. I can go find somebody else in Cogdis if you want.
Kill
Oh
the
yeah, go
room.
fishing, man. What do you use for bait?
Uh, I don't know, man.
Telling them they'll never go to space kind of triggers them. I use that for bait sometimes.
That's a good one.
Like you're never going to space, man. That's like telling somebody they're going to hell. That's what, to a globe to a hardcore glober. It's like saying you're going to hell, dude. No matter what you do, that you're irretrievably damaged and condemned. When you say you're not going to space, because that's their afterlife. That's the only thing that's driving a lot of these people. It's their only hope. I mean,
Yeah,
what
I
else do
saw.
they got to look forward to? Think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I saw this hilarious video with Tracy yesterday or something where it's about a biohacker or something. He's like, I'm not gonna just live to 180. I'm gonna live until I'm 3,000, and I'm gonna die on another planet because technology's making such advances. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and then the guy looks like he's about to turn 40, a little bit over that maybe, but he's actually just 30 something.
I gotta stop drinking, buddy, if you want to live long.
Yeah. It's just like a trend. People jumping on whatever they think is going to help them, and then later on you're going to discover half of the things weren't actually good for you.
You know, it's like existentially, you have to face your mortality, and then like, how do you face it? They reject God, they reject the Creator, they reject all that stuff, right? They reject all the what they consider woo, right?
Yeah.
So they're just atheist materialists. So what do they have? How do they face their mortality? Oh, they just conjure up some other story in their mind that they're going to. turn into a freaking machine, and they're gonna upload their brain, or they're gonna figure out some, we're gonna defeat aging by manipulating medicine, and like, bro, man,
Yeah, the worst part
doctors
is
have a
they're
shorter life expectancy than regular people, man. They're not the one. They're not the ones that are gonna solve the problem.
yeah. You're always too interesting. I always forget what I'm gonna say when you talk.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good.
For you.
How dare you be interesting?
Well, it's just that materialist viewpoint. They think that the solution has to be in materialism.
I
Has
don't
to
know what else.
be something they can conjure up.
Yeah. What I was gonna say earlier was they don't believe in God. They're atheists and all that. But then they say, "Well, we're gonna become gods."
Oh, and I remember what I was going to say, which is the materialism and all that shit and rejecting God was brainwashed into people from the media. If you look at all the movies, the disaster movies, the comedies, the romances, whatever you want to look at, there was a whole period of time where they always painted the religious people in a certain way and how ridiculous it was, and they were just being supernatural. And the scientist is always the one who actually knows what's going on. He understands things they don't, and he's the one who saves the day. And all this different shit to try to undermine religion and to try to elevate and say, look, our priests are so much better. They're always right.
Yeah, that's why I love turning it back on them when they just have beliefs and like it is a religion for them. They just don't realize, and because they have such a deep disdain for religion, it hits extra hard.
Yeah. Now you may forget what I was gonna say.
Karma.
You always say it all. I was gonna say you say it all the time, Indio, that it takes more faith to not believe in God than to believe in God.
Yeah.
It does, man. Dude, I mean, you have to put your faith in inorganic matter. Oh, and now I remember. So these people that think they're going to become their own gods, now say they actually did become their own gods and they created some living beings, and those living beings decided that they weren't going to believe that he existed. Would he feel bad if he just destroyed all of them? Of course not, dude. He wouldn't feel bad for a second. Like, fuck, dude, that's a messed up batch. Okay, kill it.
That's pretty much how scientists act today. They're like, just inject this animal with all these chemicals, see how fast it dies. And there's no compassion there.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you were like had the ability of God and you could create a universe with living beings from your own power through some method, who cares what the method is? That's not important.
Oh, you don't
But
want me to be God.
you created sentient beings, and those sentient beings decided you don't exist.
And that's why
You
we
don't
don't
want me
have
to
those
be God.
abilities because they're not worthy of it.
You don't want me to be God.
Exactly.
Like all the shit going on, like you're gone, you're gone, you're gone.
I mean, if I was a guy and thought that, be like, what are these? This must be a defective batch because, like, where do they think they came from? Nothing. That's what I would think. Like, this batch is defective, man. Put this in the trash can.
Start over again.
You know, if you did it once, you can do it again.
Yeah.
I just want to know if there's a Jesus in space. Do aliens get a savior and a messiah too? Like for the people that believe in the heliocentric nonsense, right? And are religious and are Christians, do they believe that there's a space Jesus?
Some do, yes. It's New Age has a space Jesus on a spaceship that's going to come save everybody. I actually talked to some of those people, and they told me that my real body is on a cloaked spaceship around the Earth.
Dude, that's batshit crazy. So you're just a projection of your true self?
Yeah, they say that, yeah, your soul is from this other body and is in some kind of a machine and then possessing a human here. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, and many of them claim to be talking to Space Jesus as well. It's pretty crazy. Like, to me, that's just very. It's like there's a paper thin veil between that and Satanism. If anything, it just completely confirms the Bible or the prophecies in the Bible, or how there's going to be this false Messiah. They're just creating it and self-fulfilling the prophecies of the Bible. It's crazy.
Did you ever hear the audio that I clipped? I clipped it out of Apollo Detectives, but it was a person that was going over the Jack Parsons backstory. It's even worse than I originally knew, man. I could play it if anybody wants to hear it. It's about 4 minutes, I think.
I need to put a video in the comments. Can you give me the moderation to do so?
Hell no. You can DM it. DM
Right,
it to
I'll
me.
DM it to you and you can put it in the comments.
Yeah, sorry, dude. You just got here. We don't trust you like that yet.
Hey, Indio, I know we just met, but can I have the keys to
We
the
did.
Ferrari?
Um.
Sent it, bro.
Yeah, why not, man? I got a couple more.
I sent you, bro, the video. Carl Froch, a famous British boxer, the interview with Birmingham kids about the flat earth. People I know because obviously I used to live in Birmingham. So yeah.
Hey, hey, Pios, can I give you a video of a Polish cosmonaut, basically the equivalent of a astronaut, admitting that the Earth is flat?
Why do we care about what Carl Frosch thinks? Who is this guy? Especially a professional athlete. What does he do? What sport does he play? He's a professional ping pong player. Play this right quick. This is cuckoo for coconut. This is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, man.
A propulsion laboratory, right? And what makes Jack Parsons very interesting is there's a few layers there. Number one, Jack Parsons had no formal education. He had nothing beyond grade 12 or high school. He had no university level education. And with that, he managed to develop theories that, as I just mentioned earlier, are still in use to this day by NASA. He literally one day at about 18 or 19 years old, he read a paper back then, and I think it was 1930, 31. He read an article in the newspaper about rocket science, which was unheard of at that time. Rocket science was for Hollywood. It was out of the domain of the military. They weren't interested in it at that time. It was, it was a cartoon. It was entertainment. But he read an article that was actually published by a professor at the California Institute of Technology, Caltech. He literally walked in just one day, this 19, 20-year-old walked into Caltech, searched down the professor, and told the professor he was really intrigued with his work. And the professor, of course, was busy with other work, but he was really intrigued with Jack Parsons at that time and his knowledge. And long story short, he sent them on to somebody else. And now, another long story short, Jack Parsons not only became a frequent visitor or guest, shall I say, at Caltech, he became a faculty member. And that's without any higher education. He was given his own lab to do his own experiments. And of course, the experiments got limited explosions. So they had to move that offsite, and they funded his whole research in a desert and funded his lab there and gave him an entourage. And this is a man who basically walked in off the street, literally, right? Literally. And within a few years, he's not only a member of the faculty of Caltech, he has negotiations going on with the U.S. military to develop propulsion systems for their weapons because World War II is coming up, right? But here's the other thing that I think makes it even more intriguing. This is why we never hear about him a lot. They have a dedication to him once a year. You know, they have a ceremony for him once a year at JPL. And it's always low key. It's never in the forefront. It's never out in the open. And NASA really shies away when it comes to talking about Jack Parsons.
Yes.
Because Jack Parsons has another interesting background. Jack Parsons was a Satanist, and he was a devout follower of Aleister Crowley. And Aleister Crowley, for many of you out there will know, Aleister Crowley was very prominent in the political and entertainment scene back in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 50s in Britain. And he had a lot of followers. To give you some idea of the importance of Aleister Crowley is on the cover of the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band by the Beatles. And he's also, I believe, that the guitarist for Led Zeppelin, I think he owns one of the houses or one of the mansions that Aleister Crowley. Yeah. So very interesting. This is how I portrayed him in the book. He's a rocket scientist by day and an occultist by night. And that eventually led to his two worlds colliding, and it came to his demise. But there's some other interesting aspects to Jack Parsons that people don't know about. And it turns out that Jack Parsons had a close connection to Wernher von Braun. And this was in the 1930s, before World War II. And I want to emphasize that point, before World War II. So now you have a scientist connected to Caltech and also to the FBI, because the FBI had run security checks on him because he's now involved in military weaponry. So he was involved in that. And then we find out that he's an occultist. There's lots of letters written between him and Aleister Crowley. They never physically met, but they had a close correspondence. But he did meet Ron L. Hubbard, who went on to create the Church of Scientology. And we all know about the Church of Scientology and its influence with actors like Tom Hanks and Tom Cruise, and its influence in Hollywood and in politics. So that's the other side of Jack Parsons. And this explains in part why NASA is very shy about putting him out in front, when if it wasn't for Jack Parsons, you wouldn't have a space shuttle program.
Now, anyone that thinks that backstory is not just batshit crazy is, I don't know what to tell you, man. So, like, how many red flags do you need?
Yeah, it sounds like Clark Crocodile.
How do you walk in off the street with a high school diploma and end up teaching at the university in 3 years? Teaching kids that are like what, your age? Like, what the hell, dude? It sounded like he was a prodigy, right? So there are prodigies that have taught, like at Harvard and stuff. I think the highest recorded IQ person, no one can like actually understand anything that he wrote. He taught at Harvard at like 16 years old. He was giving lectures, but he was like a mathematical genius. He could prove it. Whereas this guy was just like some random dude off the street. Hey, give me a job or whatever. Or I think rockets are cool. Yeah, I do too. Want a job here? Then the Wernher von Braun, right? So he's like chilling with the Nazis before the Nazis.
Yep.
And the Nazis had their crazy, like, they had some occult stuff going on too, right? They had,
Yeah.
and now that actually is connected to Crowley now that I think about it. the Madame Blavatsky shit, right?
Yep.
You know what I'm
Yep.
talking about, right,
this-
Grace? Yeah.
yeah, and the Society of Thule or something. I forget what it's actually called.
Yes, dude.
It was
The
Thule.
Dilemma
Yeah.
Society, right? There was a connection there
Yeah.
between those.
Lima? Lima or Odo?
Yeah, and a lot of that stuff originated because some, German mountaineers went to Tibet or something and found some secret text. And there's a whole another backstory there, man. A whole
Yeah.
occult backstory that starts like in the late 1800s.
Yeah, before the war and all that, the Germans were sending Nazis all over the world to try to collect occult knowledge.
Like I said, guys, I was listening all this time to the other guy. I was just quiet myself. I was listening to Klinja about everything he was saying. I saw you guys were just going in circles. You weren't getting anywhere.
Hey,
Yeah,
Fiat.
we know that.
Hey,
And I
Fiat.
said, like, yes,
What if I told you that all of people who created the Globe story, they literally created it over a few decades. All the people that were involved in it were all satanic cult, human
Satanic
sacrifice.
Jews.
sex
Satanic
cults.
Jews. Because all of the porn
Why
is owned by
why does
by
Jew
Jews.
have to do anything?
Because you're saying satanic, and there's only one answer left. It's satanic Jews. I'm not even a religious
Well,
person.
all Satan means is the inversion of things.
Yeah, not all Jews are satanic. The Globe mostly came from the Jesuits, actually.
Yeah.
There can be Satanists within every denomination.
Correct.
Even Jew is a flaky term, man. What the hell is a Jew? Is it someone that practices
Yeah.
Judaism? Is it somebody born in the Middle East? Is it one of these Khazarian dudes? Right? Is it a Zionist? Like, what's a Jew? Like, we can't even figure that out. So, I don't know how it's like Satanist Jews.
Not who it was,
Who the
but
hell are
this
they?
man actually owns all of the porn, and he's actually a Jew online. He owns all of
No,
the
is he? Does he practice though? Is he a practicing
No,
Jew?
but he's a satanic
Okay,
Jew.
then he's not. Then he's not a Jew.
He's a
I
satanic.
notice you're not answering my question. If I convert to Hinduism, am I still a Jew?
No, you're not a Jew.
Okay, then we solved it, right? If they're not practicing from the
They're
Torah,
atheistic
then
Jews.
they're not Jews, dude. They're something else.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Jew is not a
Yeah.
race, dude. It's not a race. Sorry.
It's a religion.
Yeah, so it's not a satanic Jew, it's just a Satanist.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Now they could be practicing the Kabbalah, so their roots of their Satanism is in Sephardic Jew occultism, but that's just their roots, right? Maybe that's the methods they use to worship Satan, but they're no longer Jews once they start doing that.
Yeah. I was trying to ask before as well regarding the water. Like regarding the water and the planet itself, I mean the earth. Like the water body, where's the water gonna go? Because the water it can slide off the planet onto the eastern
Yeah.
western coast
Fiat.
of
Fiat.
Yeah.
Fiat. Nobody thinks
No way.
that you're here, man. Like, let me explain something to you, Fiat. All right, I'm just gonna put it in a concept, and you can do whatever you want with it. You can hate it.
like
Inspire
Clint just
on the
said.
dark
Like
disc.
Clint just said, but he never went.
Listen,
He
listen.
didn't understand.
Listen. There is no edge to fall off of. You live in a container. You are contained.
What kind of container?
A better example is that you live in a terrarium, and that's it.
No, there's no ice on the left and the right because there's only ice on the north and south. So where's the
No,
ice?
there's ice wherever you go south. If you keep going south, there's ice. No matter where you're
Yeah, but not
leaving
left and
from.
right, not east and west.
No, we're
So-
not on a square map. We're not on a square tablet of Earth We're not on a pizza spinning in space Earth. None of those. We're solid and contained and stationary. Take out solid
Yeah,
parts.
but
The Earth
why
is.
would there be ice? Why would there be ice in the
Why
middle?
would there be? Why would there be ice? Because there's less sunlight on those areas.
Not on the most western side of the planet.
Yeah,
In the
but we're
middle
not on a
side.
planet. So listen, you have that idea in your head still that we're on a planet. So you have to take that idea out of your head because it doesn't match with reality. So where we are is a solid contained system. I'm sorry, I keep saying solid. We're in a contained system.
I don't think you
There's
understand what
no
you're on about.
edges. Listen, there's no edges to fall
You
off
don't
of because
understand yourself.
we're in a
I
container.
I've
No,
actually been
what
to
is
the
it?
university.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's define east so we all know what we're talking about. What's east to you? What does east mean?
If I start in the middle of if I start in Central Africa and I keep on going east, I'm gonna
Yeah,
end
what
up
does
back
that
in
mean
the
though? You can't define it with the
Are,
same word.
are you imagining, Fiat? Are you imagining the Mercator map when you think of the flat Earth?
I'm not imagining, I'm telling you the truth.
Well, stop
Generally, what way does a
imagining.
compass point? Generally, what way does a compass point? Fiat.
I don't know. I was trying to use something. I was trying.
You don't know which way a compass points? Really?
The compass
A
points
compass?
north.
Jesus Christ Almighty! Dude. You don't know which way a compass points. You might want to go away for about 10 years and then come back.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Would you agree that a compass points north?
No,
Oh my God. Well,
Do you
you
know
need
what a
to go do
compass
some
is?
research then.
Do you know what a compass is?
yeah,
What do they use for?
directions.
Yes. Okay.
From what?
I don't know.
The north. To tell you your relationship to north. That's right.
Rolling now. The
But it
north,
has
and
to
then
be
90 degrees from that's east, right? And then you just follow that compass heading, and you want to know what's going to happen? You're going to go in a giant circle and end up back at the same place.
Wow.
But to
Just
you,
going
right?
around
You're
north.
just like, I went in one direction. I went east the whole time. I was going in the same direction. Even on the globe, it's not the same direction. It's just where the curve is, right? You think you're curving down and around.
East and west around north. South is the opposite direction of north.
Have you seen it? Have you watched the video I told you about in the comments about
Yeah,
the
who is
guy
that guy? Yeah. Who is
Carl?
he?
No, what's his name? Yeah.
Yeah,
Carl
who is he,
Froch.
man?
He's a British boxer.
Oh, he's a boxer.
British boxer, famous
Who's
guy.
taking him out and close
Everybody
to the
in the
head?
UK knows.
Is
Nah,
he a flat earther or is he a globe earther?
yeah, he's a flat earther.
So why is that
Keep
important in this
debating.
video?
I'm saying that, like, I'm just saying anybody can become flat earther. It doesn't matter. It's just a theory. If he can become one, if he has a low, obviously, I'm not going to judge him, but generally speaking, I can tell that he's not very well educated. He's just probably heard a few things here and there. You can tell he's just a boxer guy. He's not really intertwined on the intellectual aspect of things.
Yeah, you don't sound very well educated, if I may add it.
That's your
Yes.
personal opinion. I can say the same about
And
you.
you just gave us your personal opinion about this guy. Now, so remember I was talking about adduction. So you think, obviously, if you think education or intellectualism is important, then you think constructions of the mind take primacy over empiricism. Because this guy, you know what? He's flown in airplanes. He's been probably all over the world, right? And everywhere he goes, the earth is flat. But you're like, no, you're fucking dumb. You don't understand these complex concepts. Therefore, I don't have to take you seriously. The earth is a globe. I don't have to
I
take
think
your
he's from
experience
Birmingham.
seriously.
I think he's
Well,
from
I mean, that's
Birmingham.
really
No.
what you're
I know
saying.
he's
Your
going
argument
all.
boils down to that. Because he's stupid, right? We can just disregard what he says because he doesn't have knowledge of our concepts.
Even though he's flown all over the world.
He has some knowledge, right? He has the experience of his life. Do you think he misinterpreted that? Because he doesn't
I don't
have
know. I
an
was talking to a
education?
few kids from Birmingham college. I think the kids, no, not college, school, school in Birmingham.
Yeah, I
But they
guarantee
were,
they're not too
yeah.
fucking bright either.
Hmm?
I guarantee they're not too bright either.
No, they're actually, some people are actually bright, but generally speaking, I wouldn't say many people come out from Birmingham being bright-minded. There are a few bright-minded individuals, probably could be mainstream scientists, but generally speaking, I wouldn't say you get most of them in the UK from that area of the UK. I wouldn't say it's the dumbest area, but it's like Texas or something. You're not going to get the best scientists coming from Texas. But you still can get some smart minds.
Did you just really say that?
Yeah.
Did you just really say that?
Take it
That's
back.
like the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard, dude. Where's NASA's headquarters, bro?
I'm not talking about NASA. I'm talking about minds itself.
Yeah, like where are the mines at? They're in Texas, right?
No, those are the individuals who base their camp there.
Yeah, you don't think they come from Texas? You never heard of like what university's down there? Rice? Isn't Rice in Texas?
Oh, I'm not sure.
It is.
University of Texas.
I'm
It's in
talking about
Houston.
Southern Texas.
Yeah,
If you're talking about
Rice
North
University is
Dakota.
like the #1 material science university in the world.
Okay, New Jersey. Let's take New Jersey. You think smart minds are coming from New Jersey
You've obviously never been to fucking Jersey, bro.
or
You've never,
Mississippi?
dude, have you even seen Jersey Shore? Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, this kid's got to be trolling, man. There's no way.
He should have said Massachusetts, right?
No. Obviously,
No.
I said that,
Massachusetts
like,
don't have any smart people in there.
I wouldn't think America would be the best place to get your scientists from. You'd rather get your scientists from somewhere.
Not even Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
Maybe New York maybe has a few individuals I might like myself, like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What about the Massachusetts Institute of Technology?
Everything you're saying is dumb as fuck, bro. Everything you're saying, like everything.
Depends. I think if you
Way off base.
New
What about
Mexico,
Berkeley?
obviously, New Mexico personally, I think would have good people in it to get information from. My personal opinion.
How would you know this information? Is what I want to know.
Obviously,
Just
I've been
making it up
researching
on the
about
fly.
the states myself. I've been researching about the states. I'm quite familiar about it now.
Okay, which
Oh,
state
you're
has the
quite familiar
highest
with this.
average IQ?
Which state has the highest
I-
average IQ?
And then I want to know which states has the most college graduates at each level. Associates, bachelor's, master's, and PhD graduates that are native to that state. See, no one has this data. This is just, you're just making shit up, bro.
Right.
Yeah, that's the same thing as saying, like, where did people come from? Like, how do you get the individual in that fact?
Yeah, it's
It was
okay.
your
We know
argument.
Earth is flat. We
Well,
know
it's-
Earth is
it's a-
flat for sure. You don't know it. We don't have to know everything, but we know the Earth is flat. That's for sure.
But you didn't go Edinburgh.
So there is
Or
a
you
lot
go
of smart people that
yeah.
kids that end up graduating at high levels in Massachusetts. Do you know why that is?
Why?
Because Massachusetts has boarding schools for wealthy freaking people, right? Or people that have very smart children that they send their children to.
How
And then
about
when those
Cambridge?
children
How about Cambridge,
graduate these boarding schools, they end up in the local universities like Boston
Cambridge
College,
has better
Boston
people.
University,
Cambridge would have
MIT.
better IQs in the UK, personally. I'm not being
You
biased
already
here.
said that
as
the
well.
UK had really stupid people, man.
Stephen
been
Hawking had
pointed out with the
Oxford.
boxing.
Stephen Hawking's coming from Oxford, so I don't know what you're going to say about that one.
Stephen Hawking.
Huh?
Huh?
Really, Stephen Hawking. That's the best you can do, Stephen Hawking.
Yeah.
You know, Stephen Hawking's whole theory was proven wrong, right, by Roger Penrose. That didn't stop the press from keep sucking his paralyzed penis. Yeah, everything he wrote, he got famous for, Hawking radiation, all that crap. That shit was proven wrong.
Fiat, are you in UK?
Yeah.
Where? Birmingham?
No, Brixton. I moved now.
London?
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, I know all of the places: Coventry, Sheffield, Bradford,
I'm in
Manchester, Liverpool.
I'm-
Everywhere, basically, you get that name.
I'm in
I know.
Coventry.
Yeah. Places
Coventry
like,
is like a Coventry is like 100 meter above the sea level.
yeah,
But
Edinburgh,
the
maybe
sea-
Edinburgh
but-
or like Coventry might
Yeah,
have
but-
good people, smart people there. I would
But
think.
Coventry is like more than 100 miles from the sea.
Yeah.
But it's 100 meters from the sea level.
Yeah.
How is that possible on the sphere?
I wouldn't say London would be your best take on smart minds. Technology wise, it is. You might get a good tech guy, but I wouldn't go there for your average Scientology or biology guy. Obviously, I come from a place where I actually was gifted with knowledge.
What do you think
Going
about
to-
what do you think about surface
Surface of what?
of Earth, of water, of ocean, of the sea, of the lake?
I don't know. That's crust. That's the crust. It has nothing to do with the real planet.
I don't know. Every time in my life when I see the surface of the sea and the lake, I can say honestly how it looks like.
Yeah, the planet
And
itself.
Hey, what's the core of the Earth made out of? Yeah.
It's made out of molten lava and
How do you know
very-
that? How do you know that?
hotter than- We know, we tested it, the magnetic fields and all that.
Really? What's the deepest hole we've ever dug?
It's only a few miles, obviously, 7 miles, 6 miles.
7 miles, 6 miles. I'll give you that. 7.8 miles. So
Yeah.
if we've only dug 7.8 miles and the center is 3,959 miles, what do you think's going on with the other 7,000 or the other 3,950 miles?
It's too hot to go to down right now.
Oh, it's hot. Is that why they were running into like a substance harder than diamond when they were digging?
Yeah.
do you know what you
Unless
just
the
said?
government-
You said this. If you peel the apple, if you peel the apple, you know what is inside the center.
Unless you're saying the government's lying and they don't want us, they don't want to go too down and prove something.
We're down, man. We have the whole 9 miles. We're down.
So how do you know what's 3,959 miles down if you've only dug 7.8 miles?
I don't know. I wasn't there at that time when they were digging it myself.
Yeah, worst part is when they dug it, they assumed certain things would happen based on their belief in the globe and the core, but their predictions didn't turn out correctly. They didn't find the heat they expected. They just kept digging down, and eventually, the borehead just stopped. And no matter what they tried, they couldn't get it to go deeper down. The head didn't melt, so what's the problem?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, we don't know either. They lowered the microphone down into that hole and claimed to hear some crazy things and then stopped.
Yeah. Like I said, fam, I don't know.
If you know things, or if you say you know things and you don't
Nobody
know,
knows, innit?
just say you believe, bro. It's not that hard to just say, you know what, I don't know, but I really believe the story.
Yeah, but nobody knows, innit? Like, who knows? For sure. It's not on my agenda to lie.
Just admit it. Just say, hey, you know what, I believe the story. I don't want to
You
know.
know, it's
I
not
don't
my
need to know.
agenda to lie, but the best thing I can do is
But you said you know.
compare data and come
And,
to the
and
best
What
conclusion.
data? What data?
How-
What data have you
ask
compared? Hold on, Sasha. What data
Yeah.
have you compared, Thea?
The data I've been comparing with was
Go ahead and
being
show me the link of the data that you compared. Give me some documents
the
to
data
review.
did for it being a
Show me the data, please.
it was just common sense. It's most likely a
Oh,
globe
so you're
more than
lying out your ass. So you're lying out your ass. All right, go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah. How many holes we have for making verifiable that? Do we have 175 holes of 7.5 miles, 300,000 holes, or one hole? But when you make a hole somewhere in one point on the earth, maybe there is a hole, but if you make more holes, maybe we will realize what is going on. Maybe we
How do
can-
you say, like, how do you even bring yourself to say, I compared the data, and then you say, oh, it's common sense? Like, what are you comparing the data to in the first place, and what data? And then how is it then common sense? Because you haven't compared any data to any data. You got nothing to work off for you to make it common sense.
It must be there. That's
Must
his
be.
point. Yeah.
Must be.
Yeah.
It has to be for it to be a globe.
Yeah. The problem is you cannot find, but that doesn't matter. But it must be there somewhere.
Yeah. And that makes water curve as well.
Everything is written there, but you cannot find that. You have data written, man, in every educational system. It's saying 1.22, it's saying size, everything.
Is he still here?
I don't know.
I don't think he's here.
Oh, I think he left.
He's in chat.
Man.
He's in
How
chat
hard is it to
skanking
just say? How hard is it to just say I believe the story I was told, and I don't want to
Well,
believe anything else?
yeah, he did say I don't know, but then
Yeah, but you have
proceeded
to
to say
press
it's
him.
common sense. Yeah.
Like, my goodness, dude.
And what is common sense?
It's not that common, is it?
Exactly.
Hey guys, how many of you were on here when this Mike Oss fellow was on the other day? Or Mike
No, I
OS,
heard-
whatever you want to
I've
say.
met him a few
I
times.
listened back to it.
Yeah, he just a little quick side note. He was trying to play the victim And I told him, I said, look, if you're not willing to learn, then this may not be the right server for you. You may want to head over to Earth Awakenings where they will entertain people like you. So I sent him an invitation, and I did see this morning because I was just curious, and sure enough, he's we have the mutual server, and he was on there playing the victim over there, I guess. I didn't listen to it, but I just saw that he was in their voice chat. So I figure that's a good community service there for you all. Get him out of here and get him to somewhere else that'll let him play the victim. But anyway, Drace, I think I got some lyrics that should be coming your way in the next either several hours or maybe tomorrow.
Awesome.
Well, reserve to say awesome until you see them.
Well, they're gonna be awesome anyway because anything inspires me really. That's why I love the AI, because I can just make it spam out stuff that inspires me.
Yeah, cool.
Hey, I got an idea. I got an idea for a song. Anybody wants to do a parody song? Y'all remember that band Hoobastank?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all remember that song, The Reason? Y'all should
I'm
make
liking it. Let's hear it, brother.
whoever has a musical talent should do a Hoobastank, The Reason, and then do it from a Glober's perspective on how they interact with flat earthers.
I'm not a perfect person. Never mind. Not a perfect person. Didn't mean to do the things to you.
But I continue learning. There you go.
Do it, Flatsy, do it.
She can. She's got that talent.
Yes. I'm not a perfect person. Oh, that would make it right there.
I get to be more like, it'd be more like Downa. I'm not a perfect person. Didn't mean to do those things to you.
And the reason is you.
You're not a perfect Glober. I used to.
Yeah, I have a few parodies that I would like to be performed better. I'm not the greatest singer.
By the way, I jumped in just to say I love that song. Thanks for reminding me of it. I'd forgotten it.
That's one of my favorite songs too. The Reason.
I used to
It is a
listen
good
to
song.
it religiously as a teenager. I love it. So I was singing along, and Chris was like, "You should let them hear."
And the other one is a song called a song by Switchfoot called "Meant to Live." I loved that one too.
By what band? I couldn't hear that.
I
Is this
believe.
41?
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky.
Or you could do lightning crashes, but like rename it Cogdis.
I'm pretty sure the best song of all time would be Return of the Mac.
So, could you say the name of the second band you mentioned when you were talking about the Hoobastank? The reason?
Meant to Live. Oh, is that the one you're asking about? Sorry. I jumped in.
Yeah, I was wondering about the name of the band. I couldn't hear it.
Switchfoot.
Yeah, I thought it was that one. Okay. Then I might know which song you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, that one! It's We Were Meant to Live for So Much
So much
More.
more.
That one, right?
Yep, exactly. And we lost
Teenager.
ourselves
You got my teenager playlist on lock.
somewhere lost
Just
inside.
182 as well. All the small things and what was my favorite one called again?
In the End by Linkin Park. Come on now.
I think it was Miss You or something like that.
In the End by who?
Oh, no, she's saying Miss You. Hello there. The angel from my
Yeah.
nightmare.
The angel from my nightmare, the shadow
Yeah.
of the background of more, the unsuspecting victim of darkness in the alley. We could live like Jack and Sally if you want, and you can always find me. I love that one.
I feel like I'm junior high all over again.
Same, except our version of that.
Hey Drace, I'll help you rework the lyrics, and then we'll do it. We'll mix it into AI. But for the ladies who miss the school days with all the cute songs, here's the lyrics in the live stream. I don't want to play the song and get in trouble. I'm sure there's no harm in karaoke, right? That's what I'm saying, Guru. Flatsy, Karma, do you want to sing the reason?
I wouldn't mind, I guess.
Karma still has a bunch of songs that she hasn't finished because we're pretty busy, and that's kind of always
Yeah.
gets put into last place.
I do have like 2 or 3 parodies I've been meaning to record for like 3 years.
Yeah, the Journey parody is awesome, for instance.
Just a flat earth girl living in a Grover world. You took the midnight train going anywhere. I don't remember all the lyrics right now, but I have it written down somewhere.
That's awesome.
I also have a parody of I forget who made that song, "Marry That Girl" or whatever. But in mine, it's "Marry That Globe." I can't sing it well enough. I did try and record it, but I don't want to let anybody really hear it. It's on my YouTube though, but I'm not
Hey,
like I'm hiding it.
what about uh, I don't see nothing wrong with a horizontal line. No.
By the way, thank you for the nostalgia flashback of all these songs, because you also made me remember another song I love that I'm gonna download now.
You want me to go through my playlist and find you some old songs?
Yes, do it, please. I just rediscovered Anne Berlin, the Finn song, because sorry, he's playing music.
No, I was checking out my parodies. If it was worth listening to, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just you remind me of this because all of a sudden I remembered a line from a song that's supposed to be on my playlist after those two songs we were talking about. Because there's this one line that always stood out to me where it's like, "You made his faith disappear, more like a magician and less like a man of the cloth." And then he goes like, "We're not questioning God, just those he chose to carry on his cross." And I'm like, that could actually be a good one to change the lines of, but I do not have the voice for that one.
What about Savage Garden? You know, I Want You, and what's the other
Let,
one? Really
let's
Madly.
see. Yeah, deep.
Old.
Was it something madly deeply? Hey, what about this song? I'm gonna give you the lyrics. See if you can guess the song. See how well y'all know the songs of our childhood. Flat C.
'Cause it's you and me and all of the people, nothing to do. That one.
Yeah.
So who's doing the kid and play?
Kid and play. Hey, Sasha, you're hot, Mike.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but- Yep, that's correct, Guru. Lifehouse.
Have you guys heard the news?
Dave Hinkle.
Did you hear the latest news? Anybody?
No, what happened? The Earth's still flat?
No, it turns out that the Earth is not a spinning oblate paroid and literally nothing. Just thought I'd share that with you.
Oh, okay. All right. What is it?
I do not claim to know what the Earth is, sir.
I just tell people it's the floor. What?
I'm 100% on what it is not, and that's what they taught me in second grade and whatever.
Dave, are you a professor?
I am not a professor, Dave. No,
Okay.
that guy gives Dave's a bad name.
Jesus.
Good to see some people chatting on the old server. Is there any Globers in here right now?
We ran a couple of them off.
Y'all
They're
are scared.
both smiling real hard. Yeah.
I'm sure they had plenty of globe evidence, and y'all just don't want to hear it, right?
Actually, no, they wanted us to make claims for the flat Earth.
If you prove Santa Claus is fake, you have to give him a new Santa Claus. That's the rule.
Well, who brings me my presents? The Tooth Fairy?
Also, he probably saw Santa at the mall when he was a child, which means he has to be real because he remembers seeing him.
You know, I would like to hear a version of the song. Although it
Which one?
probably might not sound the same. Here, I'll put it in the chat. And I know Flassy can play it. I bet he can play it too.
Hey, Drace is on here in Karma, right? You guys ever heard the one that I wrote that Drace did? The Collective Soul song?
Yeah, I put that up
That one?
there.
Yeah, you wrote the lyrics to that one.
Yeah, he did a good job recording it too. It's like a 1 day turnaround. I sent it to you, and you had it on the air the next day. Remember
Yeah.
that?
I don't put enough work into the music to make it sound really good. And I'm not a great producer, so it's just raw voice recordings.
I mean, let's just be honest, we're complete noobs.
Sometimes that's even better, raw voice. I liked it anyway.
I'm not the most musically gifted, but a lot of people have great ideas for parodies, and I figured I just tried to make them until a better person comes along and makes it better.
Hey, you know what? This song right here could be redone with for Flat Earth.
Just about every song can be turned into Flat Earth.
Literally.
It could.
Yeah, me and Karma like doing that. Like, just change the lyrics around as we're having fun, and you just sing in the melody, or like change the lyrics along with the melody, like so it fits the melody.
Right. Keep the syllable count.
Yeah, roughly.
I'd forgotten, but we were also working on making a lyrics for the parody of Estelle and Kanye's American Boy song, which should also be interesting. We have so many in the works. I'm going through my files now.
Yeah, all of that kind of got sidelined when I lost my computer. I got stopped working, and then all of my music making programs were on that, and so I kind of lost it. I need to try to get it back somehow, but I'll work on it.
What AI do you use, Trace, for music? I mean, I'll make some too.
I
So,
use Suno AI. It's becoming very popular right now.
is there
There
an
are
app for it, or is
yeah,
it only on Android?
it's just a website. You type in suno.ai, and you'll have access to that website. There are a few different types of AI music generators. That is the best one. When they got to version 3 of the generation, it's better than all the other ones at the moment. They used to have it so you could test it for free, uh, but it's exploding in popularity, so they had to turn that off.
Right. Let's see how well this works.
You guys want to hear what I got so far? A little bit of piece of the American Boy parody. I kind of like the lyrics for the first part.
Go, go, go.
I think yeah. What is the truth? I'd like to know someday. Show me some citations and I'll look your way. I really want you to find some proof. Or how can I leave the globe? Hey, have ya heard about this thing called flat earth? I just met these logic-wielding guys who just my type. Like the way they're speaking, my interest is peaking. Don't like their paradigm shift, but I like the logic that I'm hearing. No, I ain't measured anything. I heard the horizon never curves or bends in any way. Let's see this laser test. Test is yours at rest. I'm liking this FE Discord. FE Discord. Basically.
Good song. Original is good, and I think this is gonna be a decent parody, especially if I can get her to like record all that.
That's the tricky bit.
Yeah.
Here's a funny little tidbit. Speaking of Iceland, I used to, I used to believe it or not, I used to think Iceland was northeast of Britain. And then I realized at some point where, like, because they're always showing Iceland as like a Scandinavian, is that right? Scandinavian owned island? Was it originally that?
Scandinavian owned? What is Scandinavia? Like, is that a country? No.
No.
That's like saying something's
Anyway.
owned by Europe.
Yeah.
Like all of Europe?
Right.
Then? Like, who says
Right.
it?
That's like saying China is owned by Asia.
I don't know why I ever thought that, but then I realized that you're actually northwest of Britain, correct? In between the UK and Greenland.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's Indio. Where I wonder where you went to. You ran away, right? When that guy was proven to have no knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know what to say at this moment. I don't know what to talk about.
I can fill air telling you guys about what other parodies I'm finding on my phone if you want.
It's better than silence.
Yeah, here we go.
Oops, I did it again. I broke a glober, got lost in the smack. Oh, baby, baby, he's just far too cocked this. He can't mess with this. He's got no evidence.
That's a good one.
I have so many small little things like this where I thought just funny ideas for parodies. Want to hear the Blackbird Beatles one?
Sure.
Or something like, I feed the baits till the dead of night. Take your blinded eyes and learn to see. All your life been oppressed, but think that you are free. Something like that. I don't remember the entire melody right now.
Oh, that's one of my favorite songs. Flat Earth debates in the middle of the night.
I'll put the text in the chat if you want.
Yeah, put it in the chat. I'll start singing it Flat Earth instead.
Okay, I posted it. I don't think I have the entire decent portion of it.
Been oppressed, but think that you're free. Nice. Globe Earth lie, Globe Earth lie. Don't question the lie till the day you die.
All their lives, they were just believing in globe lies.
We need to bring a topic to talk about. That's why I like the Globers, because they force me to talk about stuff. I don't like just monologuing and talking when I'm not answering something.
Someone's going to have to play the Glober. Okay, I guess I'll play the Glober. The Earth is too big to see the curve. Go ahead.
So you don't see any curve? How is it a globe?
No, I don't see any curve. I mean, I do see. No, I don't see any curve. It's too big.
So what do you see then? You see it appears flat to you then? If only the globe were smaller, you would see it curve, right?
I think so.
So from your perspective, it just looks flat.
Just looks flat, except when I'm at the beach. And I see ships going over the curve.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Okay, so now I'm at the beach and yeah. It's only too large when the flat earthers ask about it. So there you go.
Yep. Until you also start looking at the boats, and they're not disappearing at the right distances, and then it's all so big, but
Yep.
you can't see that it's big because the light is all bending around to make it look flat.
It's too big and yet not too big. So it's too big until you're at the beach, and then the ship disappears, and then you zoom in around a curve. Because
Yeah, that's refraction.
because zoom cameras zoom in around a physical curve edge. Don't they zoom in around along the curve edge? Yeah, that's pretty amazing technology they have now.
Yeah, that's what the Globers think. They think the more you zoom, the more you add refraction.
Yeah. Let's see, a little more curve. I'll need a little more curve for this observation. Got Superman vision. That's why we can almost see forever. That's why it can't be a flat Earth, because you can't see forever.
Yeah, and they know they can see forever because they look up in the sky and the stars are forever away.
I've been told, yeah. Yeah, well, smart people told me that they were far away, so I couldn't really tell, but yeah, I have to just believe them.
Hello.
Hello, Eclipse. Welcome.
Hi.
You're very, very low. Is there any way you can turn your mic up?
I can bring it closer. Is that better?
Not
A little
really.
bit.
Anyone else? A little bit? Okay.
Oh, do you have the equipment to turn my volume up on Discord?
We can, but individually, it will still be very low for the live stream.
Damn it. Okay, well, I'll turn my volume up. Dude, my microphone is on max. I don't know what to tell you.
Is it on max both within the settings on your computer and Discord? Because there are two different settings.
Let me go check. What? It used to be there, I think. Okay, now it's at 100. Are we good now?
Yeah, now you're loud and clear.
All right, hello.
Well, welcome to the server.
Yep.
So, which side of the debate are you on? Are you a Glober or a Flat Earther, or in between?
I'm in between. You know, I believe whatever the current vibe describes.
Well, that wouldn't be in between. That would be a globe.
What? No, it's a great thing. That way I don't have to tell anyone that I believe the Earth is flat, and I also don't have to be stupid and believe it's round.
That's a smart position to take. It's good to start on the fence, but
No, I'm not on the fence.
currently
Let me make this very clear to you. I'm not on the fence about this. However, based on the current vibe, I have no idea who thinks the Earth is flat and who thinks the Earth is round here. So I'm just waiting for a fucking input to occur.
And most of us know the Earth is flat based on measurements here.
Yeah, well, measurements are here or there. You know, there's solid evidence for both parties to believe. So it's really awkward trying to debate this.
I haven't seen any solid evidence for the globe, so if you could find us some solid evidence for the globe,
If
we
you
would
go on
appreciate
YouTube,
it.
if you go on YouTube and type in P900X camera, watch it zoom in on boats that are supposed to be over the curve, you will discover that the Earth may actually be flat. or unless there's some other explanation for how gravity works that warps particles and vision around the Earth. I don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't work. According to mainstream science, Earth's gravity is not strong enough to bend light.
Well, they'd be shocked at what gravity can do when it's allowed to do whatever it wants.
You're also invoking something, gravity, that has not been validated. We
I don't
have.
care.
Sorry, what? What did you say?
I said, what did you? I didn't. Why did you? What does invoke mean?
It means you're claiming gravity when gravity is a theory that hasn't been validated. Like, invoke means that you're
Well,
calling
whatever
something.
pulls us to the ground is a theory that hasn't been validated, bro. There's not a single theory on the planet that can explain why we get pulled to the ground.
Well,
if you can
pulls
show
to
me
the
a
ground.
theory, if you can
Pulls to
show
the-
me a proofread, peer-reviewed study that we have an explanation for the Earth being pulling us to the ground, I will believe whatever you say. But just debating whether or
Earth
not
pulling us
gravity's
to the
doing
ground. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you denying Einstein?
I'm being as nice as I can.
Well, in Einstein's special relativity, there's no Earth pulling anything to the ground.
I don't know, dude. Shit's fucked.
Yeah, it's really fucked when you think about what Einstein actually told everybody and everybody believes is that an object falling in a vacuum chamber is not moving, it is stationary, and the Earth is expanding in all directions to meet that object.
Interesting.
Yeah, and he claims that's because of bending and warping of space-time.
That's great.
I've always wondered, how do you warp a concept? Can you warp, for instance, bravery?
You can only
imagine
warp. So the only way you can warp a concept is by lying. That's how you warp a concept. You just straight up lie.
That sounds about right.
And nothing is pulled by Earth.
Huh?
Nothing is pulled by what is pulled by Earth.
It's okay, bro. It's all good.
No, I'm saying nothing is pulled by Earth. That's ridiculous to say.
Brother, what are you on? What are you talking about, bro? You are just yapping.
Can you tell me what is pulled to the Earth?
What?
What is pulling?
What?
Pulling.
What?
I don't think he understands your accent, Sasha.
Pulling, my God. My accent
Yeah, he's
pulling.
asking you what is pulling towards the Earth.
What?
Jesus Christ. Do you want in another language?
I don't think there's a language you can speak to me in, dude.
Did you say that gravity, Earth is pulling down?
All right, what?
I think he's trolling with you, Sasha.
Okay.
I'm not trolling.
Yeah, I saw. I did listen to a lady at the background laughing.
Did you say that it's gravity pulling down?
Bro, can we go back to who asked how do you warp a concept?
Can you prove your gravity?
Can you warp a concept?
No. Can you prove your gravity?
Brother, I'm a flat earther.
Oh.
You're not a flat earther. Can you prove gravity?
Why you a flat earther?
Dude, I just don't know how to talk.
No, why you a flat earther?
Okay.
Can we give him like a simple question? Like, can he explain the rainbow? Eclipse, can you explain the rainbow for us?
The rainbow is when light passes through prisms and the water molecules in the sky.
That's sort of the answer. The water molecules aren't going to create the arch that you see in the rainbow. The rainbow is a perfect circle, not a rainbow. There is a difference between a rainbow and the rainbow.
Oh, the rainbow. Can we get into what is this concept?
Well, I just wanted you to admit that you didn't understand the rainbow, because you seem to understand a rainbow, because you can create a rainbow, but the rainbow is incredibly important.
Well, then the rainbow sounds like a concept not meant for humans to understand. Then, and that's my primary goal is to understand all human concepts.
It doesn't sound like a concept that humans can understand.
Yeah, dude. If you're talking about the rainbow, I don't know what you're talking about because I'm just a simple human being.
Well, no, I know that, but I asked you if you understood the rainbow, and then you lied and you said that you do.
No, I just misunderstood what you said and thought you were asking me how rainbows are formed, and I told you how that is done, and then you came at me and told me that was wrong and that I don't understand the concept, and so I'm good on that concept. I don't need to know it. It doesn't.
Well, if you're going to claim that you understand the Earth, I would hope that you would understand the rainbow.
Mm,
You don't understand the rainbow?
can you explain it to me so I can finally understand this very human concept?
I can, but I wanted to see if you understood it, because you're the one making a lot of claims here.
Okay, well, let me just check Google.
Oh, well, Google's going to give the same answer that you gave.
That's really unfortunate then. I should only give information that we can access and acquire legally.
No one said that you cannot access that information.
Look, man, I don't want to know about the rainbow, man. I'm good.
Well, I can see that, but you don't need to lie.
Dude, what are you
You're literally walking on rainbows.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh. I still don't get it.
I know you don't. See, I'm trying to be your friend here. I just want you to admit when you don't know something. And if you do know something.
Well, I'm not gonna sit here and admit to you that I don't know anything because I know everything.
I never wanted you to admit that you don't know anything, sir. I just want you to admit.
Here's a concept you might not understand. How about the players on Overwatch who are actually dead and streaming the game right now, generating income? Do you understand that concept?
You need to humble yourself, sir. You don't
If you know everything, what's in my pocket?
Overwatch.
How about all the dead gamers who are on the game right
What's
now?
in my pocket? No, you said you know everything. What's in my pocket?
India 077, your pockets are not real.
Yeah. Why aren't they seem real? There's stuff in them.
Well, yeah, you have an inventory. Duh.
Oh, this is just a silly LARP, dude.
Yeah. I just wanted.
Boring, bro. You can do better than this. Come on, dude. You can do better than this.
I have a.
This is the best you got, man. You actually go on other Discords and try this one. This is just silly.
No. I go on other Discords and watch them get destroyed by me being there.
Just see, I
seriously doubt it.
The rainbow just dismantled you.
It did not.
It did. You can't admit. I just wanted you to humble yourself and admit when you don't know.
I will not be humbled by a demon. I will be humbled by the Lord God.
And who's that? Who's the Lord God?
Jesus Christ.
What makes you say? I mean, you're just diverging at this point. You diverge a lot.
Okay, we're a little bit off topic. Can we snap it back to flat Earth so the mods don't have to ban anybody?
So a prism splits the light, by the way. So when light shines through a prism, it's splitting the light. The prism splits the light like a knife splitting butter.
Want to hear something even cooler? If you take another prism, it'll recombine the rainbow into white light.
Mm-hmm. Indio's the master of this. Eclipse, you should show Indio some respect because you were talking about his.
I do respect India. You know I respect India. I have high regards for India.
You were You were being a little.
Who even are you?
I've been in the Discord for a while already.
You're a little
Oh, okay.
aggressive. You're just a tad aggressive for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
I've
So why
imagined
are you
you.
here, dude? Are you a flat earther, man? Like, what's up? Yeah, you've been here since 2022, lurking.
Okay, well, can we just cut to the chase and mute me then?
I don't want to talk about you though. I just want to know, like,
Yeah, but don't dodge the question here. Endio simply asked
But
you
you
if you're a
dodged
flat
my
earther.
question. We're off topic, and you dodged my question.
No,
So
you
why
just
am I
won't
not?
answer.
I'm just doing what you.
because we're going back to the topic. You complained that we were off topic, so now we're going with your complaint and we're going back to topic. So whatever happened in the past is in the past. We're moving on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so are you Gober on the fence, flat earther, fucking something else?
Yeah, I just I don't really get how people don't understand how it's not flat. Oh wait, no, I don't really get people understand that it is flat. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
I just have bugs in my brain that make me say weird shit.
Well, at least you're honest now. See, that's good. You're being honest. I like that.
No, I'm an honest guy, bro. I'm a really honest person. I have really good conversations with people. I have a lot of friends. But recently people have been telling me I'm dishonest online, and it's too consistent.
You said that you are a
Because you
flat.
lied. You lied
Hey.
3 times within 2
Well,
sentences.
even back in 2023, someone's talking about you asking, and this isn't even a person that's a normal person on the server. This is just like a random newbie. Is Eclipse trolling? So this isn't even like a member of the server. Someone that is not
No,
on the
my name
server.
is
Even on it.
Hadabadrip. I just changed my name on Discord.
Yeah, I know, but it just shows up in the search as Eclipse. Yeah, I know your name is Drop, whatever. Yeah, 'cause I can see it.
Exactly.
I'm looking in
Yeah.
the search function, man.
I
And
know.
there's random people asking you if you're trolling.
Well, I'm not.
Well, it's
And you
not
can
just
tell in
us
my
that
heart.
thinks
You can
it, though.
tell.
Well, all I'm saying is it's
Yeah, but
not
you
just
can read
us, like
you
the
can read
people
my
that are
heart. You can read
regulars.
my heart, and
It's
I'm
random
telling you the truth.
people.
I'm not trolling.
You said that
The
you are a
trolls are
flat
asking if
earther.
you're trolling.
Eclipse, you did said that you are a flat earth guy. Can you present three points why the earth is flat? Eclipse,
Hello.
are you there?
Hey,
You,
Miguel.
you said to me that you are a flat earth guy. Can you
Yeah.
present 3 points, strong points about how you how the
Oh
earth is flat?
man, why is everyone, dude? I can't take this pressure, man. This is really a lot of pressure. I just joined the call to listen.
How is it pressure, man?
I can just feel it weighing on me again. I can't explain it. I can just feel the weight.
Dude, man, if this is
I can just feel the
pressure,
weight on me.
if this is pressure, you need to see a psychiatrist.
It's okay.
Because
I have a psychiatrist.
no, you really do. Or is that too much pressure too?
What?
Define the pressure.
Is seeing a psychiatrist too much pressure? What isn't too?
Sometimes,
If this is pressure, man, I'd hate to see if anything bad actually did happen to you, or where there was actual pressure.
I just have an anxiety issue. I receive pressure from unknown forces, and I can't explain it.
Okay, so that covers it. Yes, you do need a psychiatrist.
And I do have a psychiatrist. I take Xanax every day.
It's not working.
Well, it helps a little bit. Usually, I'm having a full-blown panic attack where I think I'm dying.
Dude,
Ever think maybe the
no one's
Xanax is doing
attacking you,
that?
bro. No one's attacking you, though, bro. We're just trying to understand where you're coming from and what you understand.
What I understand is,
So you're immediately trying to just answer or respond in a way. It's just
Okay, then okay, then give us what would you call it? Give us a history lesson on you then.
and somewhere around the
What brought you to
1940s.
this topic? How did you reach your conclusions? Yada yada yada. What's like
Okay.
the first thing you saw? Was it like Eric Dubay? Was it Mark Sargent? Was it some meme on the internet? Was it the newspaper? Like,
There's a meme on the
how did you
internet.
find out about this topic? What was the meme? Was it the dinosaur meme?
It was something about the P900X camera. I can't locate the meme. I don't have it in my file base.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, you can just describe it to us.
So it was like when the Earth is round and then it zoomed in.
I don't think I've ever seen that. How long ago was that?
You'll see it. It's coming up.
You have a hard time answering questions directly, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have a hard time answering that question directly. So you're just like a walking contradiction, man. Half the shit you say go against the other half of the shit you say. That's why people think you're a troll, man. You're just all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
See, normally people act on principle, right? So they have principles and they can't like actually go against them because they're core principles. So when people start talking and start doing things, and then they're contradicting themselves all over the place, that makes no sense. So you have to think this person isn't being genuine.
I broke the channel. Darn it!
You're only really breaking yourself here.
Not
Everyone's
your
being
channel. I broke
mean
the
to you.
channel in my video game, dude. I had them. Had it going.
You should level up in real life and not just a video game.
I've leveled up in real life, Ryan. Very rich.
You don't.
I think you are just a liar.
Okay, well, do you have 2K in your bank account?
I like that.
2K is rich. Holy fuck, dude. That wouldn't even last me half a month.
Yeah, 2K Ethereum.
Yeah, sure you do.
Yeah, you just make a bot. Okay, so you want to know how I do it? I make a
No.
bot that. Okay,
No
well
one
then
asked
I'm not. Okay, well then. Okay, well then you're not rich and I am, and it's really easy to do. You just
Yeah.
swap
If
it.
it's just Ethereum, then you're not rich, dude.
Well, oh well.
You actually have to convert it into
Only
something of value. Ethereum has no intrinsic value.
Yeah, but people right now, everyone around the globe thinks it does. So
So it's a
that's
scam?
good to have. No. It's good to have. You want whatever currency people are pouring their soul into.
Around
And
the
right now,
globe.
it's
So does that
So,
mean? Hold up.
listen, Clebs, just so you understand, currency has no value.
Yes,
It
it does.
buys
It has
things.
the value. No.
It
Dude,
has no
okay, let
intrinsic
me set
value,
this
bro.
straight. Intrinsic is still value.
No, it doesn't have intrinsic value.
Okay, then what on planet Earth has value?
Raw
What
materials,
currency?
objects.
Raw materials have value. Objects. Okay, well, but
Yeah.
what is a soul? But we all have souls.
What? The fuck
What's
you
the
talking
value
about?
of a soul? I'm not talking about the value of things on Earth.
Speaking of the.
Can you
Speaking
buy
of
your soul with Ethereum? Like, what are you talking about, man?
Yes, well, people think they can. It's very sad.
Okay. You missed the point, or you deflected from the point, or something.
He's
Point
like.
is, you can have a 10 billion trillion zillion fucking Ethereum. It's only worth something if you can get something of value for it. And by something of value, I mean something of
I would love
substance.
I would love somebody's soul, dude. I'd love to own one.
Why not sell all your Ethereum for like gold bars?
Because gold in this day and age isn't useful. We need lithium.
What are you talking about? Not useful. All the
Lithium is
fucking
the future.
GPUs in the world have shitloads of gold in them.
Yeah, well, that was a shit currency, and now it's lithium because it can make cards.
No. It has an intrinsic value beyond currency, right? So if you want to make graphics cards that do AI and machine learning, right, you need gold to manufacture them.
Really?
Right. So that gives the gold value.
Wait, who's
there's
trading
lots
gold?
of gold in computer parts.
Wait,
Gold is still in the manufacturing process.
Wait, so
Like,
who's trading gold for a lot of money, and who's using gold who's trading gold around?
Well, there's a whole foreign commodities exchange.
I don't know anybody.
If you didn't know
trading
that
around.
gold is sold on there's actually gold frickin' futures. Like, what are you talking about? Gold is sold not only so people stack it as a currency, but so a country will stamp it with some monetary value, but it has an intrinsic value based upon its weight and fineness, right? And that is in the market as
but it was
stamped.
It was stamped with value, though.
Yeah, so that's a different value, right?
Okay.
So sometimes that stamped value is different than the actual intrinsic value. Meaning you can take
Right.
the gold, say it's a 99.9%
But
pure
what?
gold,
Okay, so
1 ounce
India.
coin, right? So it has the value of being that much 1 ounce, right? And you could sell that in the market maybe for more than the $20 that's stamped on it. Maybe you can sell it for the $2,000 because guess what? I can get a gold eagle with a $20 stamp on it, but it's not worth $20. It has a numismatic value, right? I could sell it to a gold collector, but also has the raw material value, as in I can melt it down and sell it on the open market as a freaking chunk of gold.
Yeah, but what if in the future nobody wants to buy gold anymore? What if in
I
the
mean,
future
yes,
gold is just a rock
there's a
that creates
possibility that
computers?
someone finds a big freaking lump of gold, trillion tons of gold, right? Then the price of gold as a commodity would disappear. But I don't think that that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, but I also thought that, like all the players in my video games would be human beings, but they're not.
I thought all the people on Discord would be human beings, but they're not.
I know, but they are though.
Yeah, but those non-human beings that you're playing on Discord, want to know what they need? They need a
What?
fucking GPU to run, and those things are made out of goddamn gold.
So
Not
what
pure
is
gold,
what is
not the entire thing.
can gold can gold the wavelength of gold affect how a person reacts?
What is that? What does that even mean?
The fluctuation of gold in the physical space,
So
can that
gold,
affect
the color of gold is based upon the particle size.
yeah,
Gold can even look black if they. I actually have I have an image where it shows gold a whole shitload of different colors. Depends on the particle size, like how big the particles are of gold. So if you have them like they're 40 nanometers of particles, they look black. If they're 80 meters, they look pink, right? If they're freaking, I'm talking about individual particles like grains of sand. So depending on how small they are, will give it the color.
okay.
So it doesn't have any like color. So you like wavelength, right? So wavelength of what? Wavelength of light depends on how big the particle is.
Well, the wavelength of the vibration speed of the gold particle, the vibration
Yeah,
wavelength.
it depends on the temperature.
Uh, that's weird. I never thought about that.
All matter vibrates at a temperature
Oh wait.
in a random way, right?
Okay.
That's the temperature.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So usually gold by itself, when you're looking at it in a room, it's like whatever. But can't the gold in the computer be constantly changing its value of its temperature and causing and triggering a different reaction from the other computers on the same wavelength?
Fucking, I don't know, man. All I know is if you've ever had 24 karat gold, which I have, um, it looks fake. It doesn't even look real. It looks like plastic because it's iridescent, right? So actually, you can see like colors of the rainbow in the reflection on the gold.
Oh, well, that sucks that you own 24 carats of gold that looks like plastic.
Well, I mean, I found it. Well, more accurately, my son found it. So he found a
Oh,
gold. He found a gold like bangle, and that's the messed up thing. So I'll tell you what happened. I was going to the grocery store. My son was like 11, and the guy working at the grocery store was pushing the carriages together, and he ran into it with the carriage. Right, it got stuck under the wheel, and he walked and he kicked it. It was a gold bangle, and he kicked it. And I didn't think anything of it. I didn't know what it was. I just thought it was something under the carriage, right? I'm just going to the store. That's all I'm
yeah.
focused on, going to the store. My 11-year-old picks it up, and I barely noticed. And then we're in the store, we're walking down one of the aisles. I see him messing with it. I'm like, give me that piece of shit, dude. Because I just thought it was like a fake plastic bracelet or something that came out of like a freaking gumball machine. Well, it wasn't. It was a 24 karat gold bracelet.
Yo, it would be a price. Whatever I asked in
I ended
Overwatch
up
now,
selling it
would
and
be a
buying him an
price.
Xbox.
Yeah, but sometimes information. I just want the value of the info. I just want information, bro. That's the most valuable thing.
Okay. Sometimes information you don't want to know.
I know most of that too. I just refuse to invoke it.
Anyway, I'm gonna unmute this dude. so we can get back
Okay.
to flat Earth.
Yeah,
Whoever
that'd be a
whatever
good
his
idea.
name is here.
That'd be a great idea.
His name is Maru or something. Meru. You're on mute, Meru. You want to say something?
Hello, I'm here.
Hello.
All right, so you're a globe earther.
I am, yeah.
Why?
Because that makes most sense.
Go ahead. How does it make sense? What sense are you using?
You sense they're moving.
Go ahead, sir.
I just said, do you sense they're moving?
Do I sense we are moving? Sorry.
The Earth.
What?
You sense the Earth is moving.
I mean, it makes more sense than not moving.
Thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Why? Do you feel yourself moving?
Not
well,
moving.
you can look at the stars in the sky, right?
No, look the ground. Let's prove the ground. If the Earth
Ground?
is a ball, then it
Sure.
must have curve. You have that proof of that curvature.
Yeah, but you will only see the curve over a long distance.
So Earth is not moving, and you have no proof of curvature. What do you want to prove? Something that you saw on television, or you learn at school? Did you verify the information was truth?
Like I just said, it would take a long distance to see any kind of curve.
Okay,
Like,
so how did they measure it the first time? How did they measure it the first time then?
How do they measure it?
How did they measure it? Yeah, they have, because they told us the numbers. They told us how big it is. So if it's very, very long distance, tell me, how did they measure it the first time? To get a reference to it.
I'm not sure off the top of my head, to be quite honest.
Okay, so you don't really know.
No.
Okay.
Now you're saying
But
it
I mean-
doesn't make sense.
So it's just a belief you have that the Earth is curved because you haven't measured it yourself and you don't know anyone else who has measured it. That's honest.
I mean, isn't it a belief you have that the Earth is not curved and
No,
there's no
because-
measurements?
No, because
sense.
there's tests. You can do an observation, a test for drop over distance. I've done this myself. There is no drop over any distance.
But
on Earth.
what about all the experiments from that prove that the Earth is curved?
Okay, which experiment?
There's a lot of them.
Okay, well, just
I'm
name one. Since there's a lot, just name one of them.
There's the pendulum one. And the what is it?
Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, Foucault's pendulum. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so walk us through, how does Foucault's pendulum prove that the Earth is a curved surface?
Because you set it up, and basically you can set it up anywhere in the globe. You just need to have everything set up right, and it will have a pendulum crossing over left to right, and over a certain amount of time it will rotate, which will rotate based on the curve of the Earth, the way it rotates.
How? That's what I'm trying to get to the point, though. How do they determine that the Earth is curved by a pendulum swinging or processing?
Right.
That would prove
So
Earth's motion, right? That wouldn't prove the Earth's curve, right, dude?
Exactly.
well, he said it's the pendulum moving. Is it the pendulum
Yeah,
moving, or is
yeah,
it the Earth?
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So which is moving, the pendulum or the Earth?
Well, the pendulum moves, which
Yeah. So
if
the
the
Earth stays still and the
if the
pendulum
Earth
moves, or the Earth moves and the pendulum stays
will,
still?
right, then so if the Earth was standing still, then the pendulum would just be moving back and forth, right? But if the Earth is curving and slightly turning, then you will see that the pendulum just
Appears to
turns
move, right?
slightly.
So
Yeah.
so appears to move, right? That's not actually moving. So the theory of how the pendulum operates is that the pendulum swings back and forth and the Earth spins underneath it. So the pendulum, the swinging ball part, is in a what's called an inertial reference frame. And the base, the thing it's connected to, is in the rotating reference frame. And it spins, but the pendulum keeps swinging back and forth in its reference frame, and the Earth spins underneath it. That's how it's
But
supposed to operate.
the reference
That's the
frame is
plane.
all the same because the reference frame
No, it's two
is
different reference frames.
the Earth.
If they were both in the same reference frame, they would both be in the rotating frame, and it wouldn't do anything. It would just be in the rotating
Yeah,
frame.
you wouldn't see a procession.
The
If
pendulum,
that
the
was
swinging
true,
pendulum has to maintain
then
its orientation in
sorry.
space. But yeah, so the swinging pendulum is supposed to swing in the same plane and maintain its orientation in space, right? Because of inertia. And then it's connected to like a swivel or something, right? And then like the body of it, right? So you got the weight, and then you got the string, and then the string is connected to a swivel. Let's say that's connected to like, the ceiling or something. Well, the ceiling is connected to the earth, right, through the building, and that's rotating, but the pendulum stays swinging in the same direction. In the building, you're in the building, right? So to you, it appears as if the pendulum's moving, but it's actually the earth that's moving, and the pendulum is just swinging in the same direction. That's the idea, right? So here's the problem. That don't actually happen. In the real world, that don't actually happen. So what they do is, what they do is, in the case of ones that they have at like museums and shopping malls and things like that, those are driven, right? So they're driven by an electric motor, and they have adjustment screws. So in their manual, you'll look up where your latitude is, right? 15 degrees times the sign of your latitude. So it tells you, oh, it's supposed to process this much. And then you adjust the motor until it does that. So it's actually not doing that freely.
Why
You're
would they
making it
do
do
that?
that because it's a parlor trick. They have to keep it moving, right?
Why?
Because if they just did it by hand, eventually it would stop swinging, right?
Why? What's the point? Why would they bother?
Because you get people all go, ooh, look, the Earth's rotating, and it fools everybody. I mean, why
Who
bother?
cares?
Everybody believes it.
Why would anyone care what the Earth's
You-
rotating? No.
Well, you just brought it up, so you care. It convinced
Flat
you the
Earth
Earth's a globe,
server.
right?
Like,
Did it
this is what
but
you're
it
talking
convinced,
about.
it convinced you the Earth's a globe, right? It's a
Yeah.
novelty. It's an attraction, right? Why
Yeah.
do they have a chicken in a fucking goddamn arcade machine that looks like it plays tic tac toe, but actually does nothing, right? And people stick quarters into it. Yeah, I've actually
Okay.
seen one of these down south. Yeah, it
Right.
was a chicken inside of a little frickin' thing, right? And you'd play it tic tac toe against the chicken. But what actually happened was they would bring up a seed for the like a piece of corn for the chicken, and the chicken would peck, and it would look like it's like pecking the X or pecking the O, right? But it was actually just eating the piece of corn.
Okay.
So you'd pick X, right, and then you'd pick a square and an X, and then it would peck at something, and then it would be the corresponding wherever the little program said to mark it, right? So it wasn't actually playing tic tac toe. It's a novelty, and that's what the Foucault's pendulum is. It's just a novelty.
Why? Hello?
What do you mean why?
Hello?
What do you mean why?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Hello?
Why? Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm getting a
Okay.
bit
What
of
do you
a
mean
breakup
why?
here.
Well, what do you mean why? Like why what? Like why did they some
Why
companies
would
set
they
up
do that?
Focus Bedroom up
What's
in
the
a
point?
mall? Because
Because
it's an attraction, dude. I just explained it. You set it up in a mall, and then people come to your mall and say, "Look at this cool thing."
What does that have to do with flat Earth?
It's your evidence for a globe, bro. Has nothing to do with flat Earth. This is your evidence.
You're the one with the cute story.
that's all the evidence you brought
What's
forth that supports the globe so far is Foucault's pendulum. Is that? Do you have anything else?
So I
Because
actually have more. Just to hammer this Foucault's pendulum. Okay,
Mhm.
so Amundsen Station is supposed to be on the South Pole, right? It's called Amundsen
Yep.
Station. It's supposed to be on the South Pole. They set up a 4-story Foucault's pendulum there. So it's long. It's a long ass pendulum. So the first time they ran it, they were like, "Oh, look, man, it's 15 degrees per hour," just like predicted. Then they realized that they were, because they were all from the northern hemisphere, that they were in the southern hemisphere. And they're supposed to spin the other way. You're like, "Fuck." Okay, let's do it again.
I
Right? So
don't think
hold on,
that's
let me
how it
finish,
works.
dude. So then they were like, no,
Sorry.
it went the wrong way. Yeah, because if you're in the North Pole versus the South Pole, they'll spin in different directions, right? Clockwise versus counterclockwise. Spun the wrong way. So they set it up again. Then it went at half the speed it was supposed to go at, or double the speed it was supposed to go at. So instead of a day being 24 hours long from their so-called Foucault pendulum, it's 12 hours long. So like, shit, man, let's try again. Then on the third try, they got, according to them, 15 degrees per hour. Then they said victory, and then they stopped doing it. So the whole thing, this Foucault's pendulum, and then there's another thing. There's something called an Elias effect. So if you have a Foucault's pendulum during a lunar or solar
Sorry,
eclipse,
the what effect?
it's called the Elias effect. ALLIAS effect.
Okay. What
So,
is that?
well, I'm gonna explain it to you. They
Please.
noticed that if you have a Foucault's pendulum set up, and there's a lunar or solar eclipse, the pendulum will stop processing at that rate. Sometimes it'll go faster, sometimes it'll start going backwards, sometimes it just slows down. And these are ones that are already set up, so they're already set up and running. And then there's an eclipse of the moon or the sun, and then the Foucault's pendulum starts acting differently. Now nobody knows why this happens or why it should happen. There's no theory about why. Well, the one here, dark flow from the galactic center. The Earth is going through dark matter, some retarded thing like that. So anyway, the point is the Foucault's pendulum is not a reliable device. Okay, and it doesn't prove anything because it gives all sorts of anomalous results that nobody can explain.
In
Right?
other
This is
words,
not. Yeah, go ahead, Sheep.
I was going to say, in other words, it's just a cheap parlor trick.
Yeah, it convinces people that things like the Earth's a spinning ball, and it works very well for that purpose, apparently. So, said there's lots of evidence. So that was one of your pieces of evidence, but that would be evidence of spin. Sonny asked you for like evidence that the Earth is a ball curving and shit.
What is
Remember,
a parlor
Sonny was
trick?
a parlor trick. Shit, dude. So back in the old days, back in the 20s and 30s, they had like drinking parlors or something like that. I don't know what you would call it, lounges. It actually might go back further than that. It might go back into like the late 1800s. So, like to entertain people, they would do things, right? So this is before televisions and shit like that. So you'd get somebody to do like parlor tricks. I mean, I don't know how to describe it. Like the bartender would do like card tricks and like little stupid gimmicks, right? to like entertain
I
people.
find it very interesting that you're throwing around the phrase parlor tricks when you're not really sure what it means.
Okay, I'm going to read it to you. A usually simple trick or demonstration that is used especially to entertain or amuse guests,
Yeah, I mean, you had
such as
to
piercing a
Google it
balloon
and
without
read it to
popping it,
me because you
yanking a
didn't really.
tablecloth out from under bottles and plates, right?
And you used it as. Sorry, go ahead.
I love it. You're sitting there giving us the third degree on you don't know everything, obviously. And I guarantee you we could go down the list of things you don't know, and you're like, well, I'm not a scientist, I'm not smart, so but somebody figured it out. Like, come on.
Yeah,
Well, of course,
and I knew enough about it because I just looked it up. It was first used as a word in 1866. So that's a pretty good guess.
yeah, no one knows everything. Like, no one's gonna know everything. Like,
Well, I know everything. I just can't remember it all once.
India's got quite a
Anyway,
dust
do you have any other globe evidence? Well, let's go with this. Okay, let's go with this. This is
go
even
on,
better.
go
When
on.
they first told you the Earth was a globe, when you first learned about it, you were probably like 4 or 5 years old, right? And
Yeah,
you went to your
go
first
ahead.
school. And they had a globe in the corner of the classroom, and you just got to school. You've never been to school before. And they told you live on one of those balls over there. What evidence did they give you to support that?
And what evidence did they give me as a small child?
Yeah, they just told you a story, right?
I mean that would be the same for everything. Like that you learn at like 4 or 5 years old, right?
Yeah,
Like
but
it.
you took it because it was an authoritative person,
Yeah,
person of authority.
and then when you get to would you call it in America high school?
So you
And
already had the seed.
sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying you already had the seed planted in your head by the time you started
The
to actually
seed,
logically
the
think
seed.
for yourself.
Okay. What? Yeah, the seed planted into your head that dinosaurs existed, or
Yeah, what
the
evidence
seed.
is there of that?
The seed planted into your head that there was a Roman Empire like years ago, like
Story.
this. Oh, okay. Those are stories. So, the seed that
You're getting off into the weeds.
there are atoms. The atoms
You're
create
getting off into the
everything
weeds.
we know.
So because the Earth is flat, everything is a lie.
Is that what you think?
No.
Okay, that's good.
But do you agree that there are things that we can know and there's things that we can't know?
Of course, yeah.
So that's a good starting point. Would you agree that if you don't know something, but you agree with the story, then you believe it? You don't know it?
Sorry, say that again. If we agree with something,
Would you
sorry, say that
agree?
again.
Would you agree that knowledge is not the same as belief?
Yeah, knowledge is not the same as belief. No, yeah,
Right. Now,
I agree with that.
knowledge would be something that you have independently verified yourself and had an experience with it, correct?
Yeah. Although something I've realized recently is that belief is also something that you have no control over.
Why not? You can choose to believe whatever you want to
Because
believe.
you cannot choose to believe.
Yes, you
Either
can.
you
You can
when you
believe whatever you want to believe.
you can't choose to believe.
Knowledge is different than belief.
Please let me go. With belief, either you hear something and you are convinced, or you are not convinced. That's it.
You can choose what you want to believe.
You can't choose what you are convinced to believe.
What? Do
You
hear what
hear
you're
something
hear,
and
you
you
hear
are
what you're saying?
convinced. You are
Do you hear what you're
convinced,
saying?
or you are not convinced.
I just said you can choose to believe whatever you want to believe. You said you cannot choose what you are convinced to believe.
Yeah, that's our point. If you're convinced to believe this thing, or you are not convinced and you do not believe it. Does that make
So you
sense?
have a choice.
No, because you're either convinced or you're not convinced.
But it's a belief.
Yeah, that's my whole point.
Like if I told you unicorns were pulling the sun across the sky, you
Yeah,
would have a
then
choice to believe
exactly.
that or
Either
not.
I'm convinced and I believe that, or I am not convinced and I don't
Right.
believe that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a choice to believe it or not.
That's not a choice.
Yes, it is. You just chose
No, you're
to,
not.
to be convinced or not be
If you
convinced.
believe it or you don't believe it.
Yeah, that was a choice.
You have people in your chat right now, right? Can you look at your chat? Like,
Yeah, what about it?
does your chat agree with me, like, or disagree with me? Like,
You scroll up just a little bit where it says the dictionary for belief.
yeah, belief is you either believe in this thing or you don't. Like, you don't have a choice. Like,
What are you talking about? You just said you believe it or you don't believe it. That is a choice.
it's not a choice. How do you have a choice in believing?
If I don't want to
To
believe
believe.
something, did I choose not to believe it?
You don't choose to believe.
Sure you do.
You're either convinced or you are not convinced.
But it's still belief. It's not knowledge. It's you don't have evidence. It's just belief. You're taking the story at face value and you're convincing yourself or you're not convinced of the story.
Hello?
Can you
Yeah,
hear
we
me?
hear you.
Hello?
We
I hear you.
hear you. He can't hear us.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hello?
Hello. I wonder if he's
Hello?
trolling. You trolling, dude?
Hello?
We hear you,
Is that
bro.
making any sense?
You made sense to me.
Holy fuck.
He's not at that level of inquiry.
These people are dead.
Maru. No, he's just young. They don't teach them this shit, sheepdog.
Maru is young?
Sheeple.
Hello?
Yeah, dude. They don't teach them how to think in school at all, man. They don't know how to This is how they process information in school nowadays. Memorize
Oh, if it's
this.
not told to them, yeah. If it's not told to them, they don't know.
That's it, dude. It's just memorize this. That's it. That's the level of thought. There's no analysis.
We hear you, Maru. If you can hear us.
This would be a great time to talk shit about it since you can't hear us.
Oh man, who else do we got? We're waiting on Maru. I'm on a roll today, dude. I appreciate you guys being patient with me.
Oh, dude, you're warming up for Flat Earth Fridays, man.
You know what? Honestly, that's where I got my reps in at, dude. Like it's hard to get your reps in here? Because sometimes it's like real funny. But Flat Earth Fridays, they got it all out.
Yeah, I mean, I like Flat Earth Fridays because you can like say what you want, but I don't really have a problem with that here. You know, people give me a lot of leeway, and I appreciate that. I can get verbose. Um, but the thing about Flat Earth Fridays is that it's the other people, right? It's the Globers that are really fucking dense and obstinate. They're really thick over there. They are, dude. You have to admit, they're thick. They're thicker than this guy.
That's not a choice.
Yeah, I know.
But I chose.
But I
You
mean,
either
there's more
convince me or
ego
not
over there.
There's no choice.
Yeah, but there's more ego over there, right? Because when they come in, right? Like he's just some random dude on Discord. He can quit this server and we'll never see him again. Over there on Flat Earth Fridays, they do some dumb shit, right? Everybody's gonna be in their timeline doing stuff, right? They're not gonna be able to escape. They just can't like quit X, right? That's what they gotta do. They gotta quit X. Like you see what I'm saying? It's a different it's a little bit of different vibe, man. They got more chits in, right? Yeah, they got more chits in the game, man. They got fucking more skin in the game for what they say.
Monetization that's there. Everything, dude. Have you run into Sideman Dan yet? He's over there.
Nah, man. Oh yeah. I've seen. Yeah, I mean, YouTube feeds or X feeds me his crap all the time. I told did you see my like? He said he has his Flat Earth Fridays thing. I put every time he posts something like this for Flat Earth Fridays, an example of whatever. You know what I post? I like come to the real Flat Earth Fridays.
Yeah, no, I'm willing to bet he's biting on that. He took the S off so that way he could have his own thing. I guarantee you, he caught on to that. And he was like, "Oh, I gotta steal it."
Yo, and it's so funny. So like, some Flat Earther will have a video, and they'll say something, and he'll be like, "Nah, Wikipedia." He won't say Wikipedia says, but that's exactly what he's reading from, right? He just reads off of Wikipedia. No, this dude is wrong because Wikipedia. And he just spits spits the narrative back out like, bro, we know the story, man. It's like that's what he's there for, is like reinforce the story. It's like this Flat Earther says the sun is local. We know the sun is 93 million miles away and the planets orbit it and blah 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 blah.
Oh, but I like Twitter though, man. Like people always. I used to hate Twitter, right? I didn't even want to be on Twitter. And then when I finally joined Twitter, because I was trying to I don't know, find the truth or whatever. And that's where Trump was at the time. And that's when I got in there, I was like, my eyes opened up real big, dude. I was like, oh my God, nobody shuts up here. Nobody knows how to shut up. Everybody, they say something and then they immediately have to respond to the next thing.
Dude, yeah, dude, that's the most annoying part about Twitter. Is that like, dude, sorry, dude, I have to say this. This is some gay shit where people are like, if you don't answer them in 5 minutes, that you ran away. That's some gay shit. Sorry. Like, am I gonna sit here on Twitter all day so you don't fucking post that I ran away? Like, no, dude.
Yo, don't even let that get to you, dude. That's like.
No, I don't. No, I don't, dude. So what I do is I give myself a lot of time. This is how I've been doing it for a while. My experience now on Twitter, before I was shadow banned before Musk had it. I know 100% I was shadow banned because the amount of like engagement and interactions I have now are way more than it was.
Too.
Well, no, I was just like a lot of flat earthers before Musk took over were shadow banned. Right? They just I don't know what they did, man. They hit our shit. or something. My interactions on X now is totally different. But so now I just allot amount of time. I'm gonna be on X for this long, and then no matter what, when that time limit's up, I get off, and then I'll be like, okay, I'll go back in 2 hours, and I'll go down my notifications and go through every single frickin' one, bro,
God damn,
and
you're nice,
answer
bro.
every single one.
You're nice. I can't do
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I know, but like, listen, I don't like letting shit go unanswered. Like these guys, man, they're just clowns. But
Oh,
the thing is, their responses are so. There's never anything of substance ever. They just talk about you, talk about flat earthers are dumb, talk about everybody knows this.
yep.
Like today, you're talking about the angles of the forest. I'm like, okay, your little graph here. Why are all the distances the same? Well, because that's how it is. Okay, give me the measurements. Everyone knows that. They're like, that's their argument. 1 degree per latitude. They didn't even say the 60 miles part. They just said each angle is equidistant. How do you know that? Because everyone knows that.
You know what though? Um, like so just to fuck with the algorithm, I'll like shit that they'll say against me. Like they'll talk shit to me, and I'll just like it, and or I'll even
Oh
retweet it.
shit, dude! I should do that.
Seriously, like what the fuck are they gonna do, dude? And in all honesty, by sharing that complete genre of conversation, um, X looks at it as you're like being engaging in all aspects of conversation, and then they love you for it, bro. And they're like,
They
"Oh, you're
probably
just
see that
grifting."
as like a pot. Yeah, like listen, they probably see, at least the algorithm sees that as like a positive interaction,
Right.
right? So if you have an interaction between two people and like they're not liking each other's stuff versus like they're both liking each other's stuff, that like the algorithm would probably see one way as like a positive interaction between two people versus the other one as a negative interaction.
Maybe. I mean, I'm just like,
Well, think
I'm
about it,
honestly,
dude. If they like yours and you like theirs, right? That's probably a positive interaction.
sure.
But if neither one of you two are liking each other's posts, it's probably a negative interaction.
Do you watch WWE at all or
Oh, I
wrestling or
used
anything
to.
like that?
Not anymore. I used to. Yeah.
You
I
know
used
who
to
the
way into
wrestler
that shit.
Edge is?
The Edge, yeah.
Edge. Yeah. So every time somebody asks me to show them the Edge, that's what I show them. I usually get a good response out of that.
You got to get to one where it's like, I think it's the Edge. It's like a clip. He's like, how about this? I have an idea. How about, no. That one, you ever seen that clip?
Yeah. But yeah,
That's
man.
funny, man.
Like, in all honesty, they're like, "Oh, you're just grifting. You're blue check. You're trying to you know what? Fuck it. Capitalism. I don't care anymore. I'm half of my
You're a
haters, and I
grifter.
just let them fucking
Yeah,
talk on my
dude.
timeline for the extra engagement. Fuck
I
it.
don't get
They
that
can pay
grifter
my bills.
shit,
I don't
dude.
care. I don't either.
Like, I don't get it. Like, dude, like, who's making money, bro? Like, where's my check? If I'm a grifter, where's my check, man?
Well, their immediate response when you say that is, well, then you're a stupid flat earther. And it's like, oh god, dude, I'm not gonna sit here and do that with you anymore. And if everybody thinks I'm grifting, fuck it. You know what? I don't care anymore.
This shit costs me money, dude. Like, you fucking start talking, I'm making money off this shit. I'm paying money.
No, I pay $11 a month just to go to the top of the like. So when you have a blue check mark, when you're in the responses, you go to the top of the feed. So like when someone tweets out
Oh,
something,
word?
then they'll have like 200 like replies underneath. You go to the top because you got a blue check mark. So you get read first before somebody else later on down the thing. So yeah, dude,
Yeah, man.
I pay $11 a
Can
month just to get the truth out.
Can you monetize that shit? Can you monetize X?
Huh? Yep. If you have to get, I think you have to get 5,000 followers. You have to get something else, and then you have to have 5 million engagement in a 90-day period. And that's the hard part, getting the 5 million engagement in a 90-day period. Because I'm
What does
at
5 million engagement
$8,000
mean?
likes, views, tweets, replies, all that shit. I'm up to 3.8 million in a 3-month.
Yo, sheepdog.
What's up?
How long did it take you to get verified after you subscribed? Because for me, it's taking me a while. I don't know.
It can take up to a week, something like that.
Yeah.
So, like, you talking about like
What do
you
they
get a blue check
what do they verify? Hold on, Sheep. What do they verify exactly?
They give you
I
the
have
blue
no
blue
fucking
check mark.
clue.
The blue check mark.
Yeah, the blue check mark. Yeah, they'll. I don't know, man. They look at the picture. They look at your information. They say they're going over it diligently or whatever. But it's stupid because when you change your profile picture, like for 3 or 4 days, you don't have a blue check mark. But you're still verified. Even though you don't have a blue check mark, you're still verified. You paid your due. Like you're still going to go to the top of the algorithm. You just don't get to display your blue check mark right away.
Right.
That's all. It could take up to a week.
I appreciate that, bro.
But don't overthink it, man. Like once the minute you pay, the minute your name goes to the top of the algorithm.
So is there a difference between a blue check mark and premium, or is that the same thing?
It's the same thing. But there's different levels of premium. I think the lowest you can pay is like $2.99. That just gives you the blue check mark. But like, so the more you pay, the more the stuff you can upload. So like, I pay $11.99 a month, which it would be $8.99 a month, but I don't want to pay annually, right? I'm not going to give them $150 up front or whatever the total is. So what I do is I pay the $11.99 a month, but so I can upload up to 2-hour videos.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think up to like 500 gigabytes.
Well, how accessible are they to like other people, right? Like say, because I got a bunch of videos on my YouTube. Say I wanted to upload all of them to X. How do I make it so people can find them? Basically, list them like a YouTube channel, or are they just gonna be like lost in post?
So here's what I would do, right? You know, if you go to my profile page, how it has like my tweets, my replies, and then my media, and then it has like a highlight. So anything that I
media,
put out,
right?
it'll be under media, but anything I put. So if you hit those little 3 dots next to the tweet, where it says like pin to your profile and all that other stuff, if you're subscribed, you'll have the option of adding it to your highlights. And so anything that I put out that's substantial, I just put it under my highlights. So when people come and visit my page, they see my highlights, they can actually scroll through like the best of Sheepdog Legend. And so that's what I would suggest you to do is to like, you could do this. What I would really do for you, if you want to upload your videos, take your videos, and then when you go to tweet them out, put like a keyword in there or a key phrase or something like that on the tweet, so that way it's easily searchable on your webpage. Because you know how it is when you like want to like fuck with these Globers back. You don't want to keep reposting the same video over and over again. But if you have a key phrase, when you go to your profile and you hit the search icon, you type in your key phrase and it'll search that key phrase on your timeline, and then you can find your tweet faster that way. So I would what I would do is I'd make a thread, right? Like I would put out a tweet and then put your video in it, right? Your phrase, and then I would add another tweet to it. I would just keep adding tweets to it, and then I would add that tweet to your highlight. So that way, and you could call it a thread of evidence, right?
Yeah.
And then basically just anybody who wanted to look at it could literally just go in there on that tweet, and when they scroll down, they'll see the next tweet and the next tweet and the next tweet and the next tweet, and it just keeps scrolling down. If you look at my pinned tweet, that's an example of a thread. You can literally string tweets together.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I would pin like a tweet of tweets, basically.
Yep. And
Yeah,
people will
yeah,
do
just
that too. What they'll do is they'll like uh hit the share button, like they're gonna feed the link for the tweet, and then they'll go underneath their pin tweet, click on add tweet, and then control V to paste the link into the tweet and then retweet that out. There's all kinds of things you can do. You just gotta like, it's a bunch of copy and paste, man. That's all it really is. It's a bunch of copy and
yeah.
paste.
I can figure it out. Yeah, it's I can figure this shit out.
And you could do the same thing with your YouTube. And believe it or not, there's a Twitter Pro or something like that. Like you're always on desktop, so you would be able to figure it out pretty quick. There's a Twitter Pro where you can basically hyperlink your videos on YouTube to auto stream in the tweet instead of, you know what I'm talking about? Like
Yeah. Is that like a commercial? So they have like Twitter Business. Is that part of that?
yeah, that's what it is. You can do it with Rumble and you can do it with YouTube. I don't know if you can do it with anything else though. And I think that's free.
Well, I guess if I did that, then they'd call me a grifter. I'd have to be like, yeah, maybe. You could be right. It's up to you to find out.
Bro, I don't even care anymore, man. Like, why are you mad because I make money?
Yeah, just call him a communist.
Yeah. Did you see what I put out about the Harrison post? The tweet, the Infowars tweet, it was like 46,000 votes, and Glover's won like 58-42 or something like that. And I said, this is probably a pretty accurate representation of the world. And they're like, oh,
Yeah.
it's a bunch of tinfoil. Like somebody responded, oh, it's a bunch of tinfoil hat people. I'm like, well, liberals don't count. They just take whatever they're told to do anyway.
Ha! There's just like this crazy common denominator among all the like anti-flat earthers. Like, yo, dude, man, I'm glad I found this channel again, dude. Southern Israelite, dude. He be dropping some truth bombs. Now, I listen. I always have to say this when I talk about him. I don't agree with everything he says. Some of the shit he says is crazy accurate. He was like going through like all the people that have come up with the heliocentric model. And basically, like, these people were all like, they all came from wealthy families. They were reproductive failures and social outcasts. All of them. Like, all of them, right? All the people of Western philosophy, if you look at them, Pythagoras, Plato, fucking Newton, Copernicus, freaking John Locke, like, all of them. Every single one of them were a bunch of fucking incels, bro. Bro, they were incels. All of them. Social outcast incels decided Western philosophy for the rest of us. Meaning they have no children, right? What the hell do they care if the world burns, right? They're a one and done.
I wonder if they were units.
Dude, when I heard him say that, I'm like, oh my God, he's right, dude. All of Western philosophy, going back to fucking Plato, was made by a fucking bunch of goddamn social degenerate incels. And we're all living our lives by having arguments about it.
Oh no. That's funny.
Dude, he dropped some truth bombs. I can't even say on this stream like some of the stuff he was talking about. Like the basic Western philosophy, like one of the bases is we can and should know everything. That everything is open to inquiry. Right? So this is I'm sure you're aware of this. There's actually a name for it in Latin.
Sense.
Yeah, everything's open to inquiry. It's for scientific inquiry, right? Everything. No matter what it is. Nothing's off limits. Then he brings up the Kenzie experiments. You know what that is?
No, what's that?
So Kenzie wrote all these books upon human sex, sexual practices. Some of the stuff they did, gotta fucking mute one of these streams. I gotta mute YouTube. So, or deafen YouTube. I don't know why I muted it. I gotta deafen it. Indefinite. Go ahead.
I was just saying the 99%ers too. They're like, you know, 99% sure that it's a globe. You should be 100% sure. Like, what? Think somebody's lying to you? Like, I'm gonna start throwing that at them.
Well, I mean, why are you trying to convince other people of it if you're not 100% sure? So, like, when you try to convince me with your 99.9% sure globe, how sure are you trying to make me? 75% sure? 99.9% sure? Do I have to be at least as sure as you are? Or do I got to be 100% sure? And you could be 99.9% sure, and I have to be 100% sure because you convinced me from your 99.9% view that it's 100% true. I mean, what is your goal here? Like, what are we trying to do? See, it just breaks down and starts not to make sense. What if I say, oh, your 99% sure globe argumentation convinced me 25% it's a globe and 75% flat Earth? Is that good enough for you? Or do I have to go all the way? Do I have to go all the way up to 99.9% sure if you stop calling me a flat tard? You see what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying, though, right? It's like once you like open that can of worms, dude, of like you're not 100% sure, then why are you even trying to convince me?
Yeah, no, I'm 100% on board with that. And when they say,
Are you not 99.9% sure on board?
and they'll say, "Oh, are you 100% sure that the Earth is flat?" My only response is going to be no. And they're going to say, "Well, then you don't think the Earth is flat?" Like, that's not what I said. I don't know. Like, from what I see, there is no measurable curvature. Like when I can see a mountain range 52 miles away over a flat ass West Texas. Seen my picture, right? Have you seen that picture I put out?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Couldn't
Oh
fucking
yeah.
believe it, bro. It was beautiful. I was like, oh my god. And I would stand up there with the guys that I was working with. I'm like, dude, you know how far away that mountain is? How far is it? 52 miles away, bro. I was like, that Earth looks flat, don't it? And I'm like, oh fuck. And then like I would just walk
Morvis
away.
got some pictures too in Texas. Yeah, Morvis got some long distance shot out there too.
And that was with the
I can't remember
iPhone,
exactly
bro.
what he got.
I took that with the iPhone.
Yeah, dude, you don't need you don't need a P900, man. Like I don't know why people think that you need a P900. You really don't. As long as that you can keep it steady, right, and still, whatever, resting on something. It'll take a good enough picture, man, and it's high enough resolution where you can actually, if you blow it up, you can see stuff in it, no problem. If someone asked me, am I 100% sure the Earth is flat? I would say all empirical evidence demonstrates that the Earth is flat, though I can imagine it being other things. That's what I would say.
Right.
Because that's the only place I can go, right? I can't go to any empirical evidence, actual experience of anything else. So why wouldn't I be 100%?
And the thing is like, once you falsify the 3959, it's the whole story is wrong. No matter how you try to work around it. Like the distance to the sun is wrong, the size of the sun is wrong, what the sun is doing is wrong, what the Earth is doing is wrong. I mean, just to hypothetically speak, right? Go off in the weeds and say, oh well, it could be like 100. The Earth could be 100 times bigger, and we just live on a pond inside in one little section of the Earth, and that's why it looks so flat. Cool, bro. The story you were told about the sun and the moon are wrong, and so are the planets. You don't know anything anymore. Just change the entire story.
So like the dumb thing they say, like why are those windmills? Why can't I see the whole thing? Or the Blackpool Tower or whatever, right? And you're like, well, the horizon's in the wrong place.
Yep.
They're like, it doesn't matter. Refraction. I'm like, listen, It goes like if the horizon is the right place, isn't in the right place. When you do the curve calculation, the first thing formula you have to calculate is the horizon distance. You can't get dropped, dip, obscured, anything until you calculate that first, right? Because all those values are based upon where's the horizon. Now, if the horizon's wrong, all those other values are going to be wrong. So you can't just go, it doesn't matter about the horizon. The horizon is going to be the most important thing. Without it, you have nothing. You don't even have any calculations beyond that. So it has to match. And once that matches, then we can talk about other stuff. But that has to match. And this stuff drives them into a tizzy because they know they want to throw the horizon under the bus all the time. Well, then if you don't have a horizon, if you don't have a geometric horizon, then you don't have geometry at all.
Bro, that is like literally the hardest thing for them to understand.
Oh, they understand it, man. They understand. They just don't like
You
the
think they
implications.
do? Oh man, like yeah, like it's the most like you want to put someone in the cog dis, say that exactly. And then, but you know what's funny is they'll say, oh, you know, yeah, you're right. There is a geometric horizon. I'm like, how far away is it? And then they start reaching, 12 miles, 10 miles.
Bro, I should start asking them that. I should start saying that, especially who is the dude? Crypto something, Crypto Roaster or something. I don't remember his name. So he's
Crypto stupid.
I don't know. He took pictures of fucking the windmills, and he said he tried to contact John D, and John D ignored him. And he showed it, and then what did he say? He said he ran from him. Remember that dude?
I think so. But
he said John D
have a
didn't
video
answer his email, and that means he ran from him when he never answered any email in the first place.
Oh yeah, probably went straight to a junk mail, dude.
He probably realized he probably saw other like the email he received. He didn't show that, right? So like he probably sent a freaking Globe Troll email, and he was like, "Fuck this guy."
The egos these people have, though, man. They like literally think that everybody's supposed to respond to them all the time.
Yo, the next time someone posts something like that, right? When they're like, "Look, it's obstructed," dude. I'm paying everyone. Look, man, a Glober took a picture of the geometric horizon. Come see. I mean, like, finally a picture of the geometric horizon, man. We've been looking for that for so long. Because they disavow there's a geometric horizon, right? It's some geometric horizon. What's blocking these oil rigs? Or these windmills? Apparently, according to you, the geometric horizon. I mean, like, what else would it be?
I know. I think I might do that. I agree with you. I think it's time to kind of like play into their egos a little bit, and then just see what kind of fantastical story they can make up.
Yeah, man. What
the
kind
other
of camera
beautiful
takes
thing about
pictures of the
Twitter.
geometric? Like, what kind of camera is that? And just like go all into it, and like go all into the details. I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna get that exact same setup so I can finally take a picture of the geometric horizon. Just troll the shit out of them, man.
I do have an alt account. I probably should try to do something on there just to fuck with them.
Yeah, it all this stuff is funny, man. It's like blood sport, you know.
So I guess big shout out to Dave McKeegan for being the most anti-flat earther out there. Because I've noticed that a lot of people, when they come in, they say they have evidence, they immediately jump to the. You have surpassed McToon, Dave. It shouldn't be McToon.com. It should be McKeegan.com.
Dummy, dude. Dude, I haven't watched any of his videos, right? And like, I think like maybe I can't make it all the way through because he says so many wrong things. I just can't make it. So he says, so he's like, this video starts off. It starts off. So the curvature of the Earth is approximately 8 inches per mile squared, and according to that formula, these mountains should be blocked by the horizon X amount of fucking feet. Bro, 8 inches per mile squared is not how much something is blocked by the horizon, right? It's just the drop from, the level of your feet or eye level or whatever. The drop is the same no matter what your elevation is. It's just that straight vertical drop from that eye level, right? How far down it goes from eye level to surface. That's all it is. Doesn't tell you how much is blocked. Doesn't tell you where the horizon is. Doesn't tell you any of those things. When I start a video and in the first 30 seconds he says something dumb like that, it's really hard to keep going. It just is, man. It's like, why am I going to keep going when he makes such a fundamental error? And listen to him give me math and formulas when he don't even understand the basic 8 inches per mile squared. I don't even want to hear it. Just don't want to hear it. And people keep posting his stuff, dude. Like, this dude's an idiot. And the fact that you can't tell he's an idiot makes you an even bigger idiot.
Everybody just thinks it's a joke, man. They don't have any reason to look into it. Yeah, dude, literally the looking into flat Earth, like right, the very first time I looked into flat Earth, there was a huge red flag that I couldn't find any flat Earth content. And so the first thing that popped in my head was, oh my God, you know what? Because like I knew if it was being suppressed, the government, there's got to be some kind of truth to it, right? So the first thing that popped in my mind, I was like, could this be true? And I thought about it. I'm like, if there was one lie that like evil people in this world could keep going forever and ever and ever, and you'd never be able to verify a big enough lie, it would be a lie about the size of the world. Because, like, yeah, from all outward appearances, it's like, oh, the Earth is too big to see curvature. That's all we were ever told, right? And it's a big world, and it's 2,000 miles from Los Angeles to New York, 2,400 miles or whatever. And it's like, those are some like massive numbers, and they scare you at first. Oh, I don't want to do all the math. There's a lot of functions involved, and blah 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 blah. But if there was a lie where they could deceive you and make you too lazy to go out and look for the truth, the shape of the Earth would definitely be that one. And they'll always have a foot in the door. They'll always have a foot in to your brain to plant more lies. As soon as I became a flat earther and I realized the Earth was flat, I knew it was flat before I became a flat earther. In my heart, I knew it was flat. Like, it just, everything I had ever thought about the Earth, I knew this place was special for a reason, for some reason, whatever that reason was. And once I actually became a flat earther, man, my brain was unlocked. I was impervious to propaganda at that point. Like, it only got stronger and stronger. Did I fall for some propaganda along the way? Sure. But like, now I look at everything, dude, and I see the world for what it is. It's not that hard of a world. The hardest part about living in this world is paying the taxes. That's literally the hardest part. They take your money and they fucking send it somewhere else instead of taking care of it. Sorry, that was my rant. Oh, let's see who's in here.
No, man, that's cool, man. Keep going. I was the same way, man. When I first heard about it, I was like, this is what it is. This is the great deception, man, that everyone knows about. But, like, dude, I hate Matrix references because they're so cliche at this point. But it's like that, right? Everybody knows something's wrong, but they don't know what it is.
Yep. That was the same way with me. I knew there was something off about what I've been told, but I just couldn't put my finger on it, you know? And then till you have somebody question your reality and go like, well, look at those numbers, you know, and then 200 proofs, Earth was a globe. Once I sat down and legitimately listened to that one time, I was ready to go out into the world and check on it. Once I did that, it took only about 2 or 3 weeks. And I was like, I'm done. You know what? This place is absolutely flat.
Yep.
Horizontal.
And you know what's funny? I get that all the time. Oh, you just follow a guy who does yoga and wears dresses and is weird. And it's like, dude, I even tell him straight up, like, I don't even know who Eric Dubay is. I saw one video one time. I saw 200 proofs, but that wasn't even what made me a flat earther. Someone finally brought it to my attention, and I was like, oh, wow, 200 proofs. I got 35 minutes into the video. I'm like, this is too fucking long. And now, have I sat through 200 proofs before? Yeah, I've sat through 200 proofs before. It's a great narration, but that is definitely not the first video I show people when it comes to trying to show them the truth about reality.
Right. Well, that definitely changes as the time goes by, right? The way we approach it and the way we hear things.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
you know who founded Earth Brothers are? FEB.
Yeah, I think I have. I think I'd subscribe to them on YouTube. Pretty sure.
They have a video called How to Become a Flat Earther. It's 17 minutes long, and about the first 3 minutes, it's like, first you laugh, and then it shows a bunch of people laughing. Then you laugh some more because it's really stupid. And you just keep laughing. And then eventually you start looking into things like, and then it shows the moon landing. Then it shows all these other issues that are going on in the world. And it just made sense. It made sense. Like, I don't need a 2-hour video to explain why the Earth is flat. But it's like, I would definitely say this. Once you start opening your mind to like the possibility, that's when you get hit with 200 proofs, because there are a lot of logical consistencies in there that help you to get past the mental bias that you've lived your whole life with.
Right. Yeah, and there's some things on 200 proofs. There's also some things on it that are like debatable or not really questionable substantively, but questionable in the way that you really can't check it yourself. You know what I mean? But there are other ones that are undeniable truths, and those are the ones I couldn't deny. Some really weird, strange things that you start thinking about things along these lines. But anyway, what happened to me was I was 58 years old and I discovered flat Earth and knew it was for real. 58 years old, and NASA was created in 1958. That just leads me more into like want to dig even more. I'm like, what? That's bizarre. That I happen to find it on that same date.
Yeah, man, it's just, I don't know. Anybody out there that's listening, don't take our word for it. Start with fresh eyes, right? Like, be a skeptical motherfucker. And you already know your government lies to you, and you got NASA.gov. So just start over, man. Like, for all those that, well, what about all of history? Well, history was written by the winners, right? And who are the winners? People that run our governments now. So they if you trust your government, they're the ones putting the stories in the history books. There's other stories out there. They're just not putting those stories in the history books.
Yeah, it makes me always wonder how far along because I think they would have had to know that we would figure this out eventually, to this level at least. So it makes me wonder, like, what did they know when, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, what were their other plans that they had in place for when this day happened?
You know what's crazy? Everybody gets hung up on the why would they lie, but once you realize the Earth is flat, it's like, oh my God, what are they going to lie about next? That's the real part. It's
Yeah.
not why
And
did
you
they
start
lie.
then you start looking into like what didn't they lie about? Let me see. I
Well, the real question is this: is why wouldn't they lie? That's my rebuttal from now on. Is
That's
just
true.
why wouldn't they lie? Like everyone's like, everybody and their best friend is just like, oh my lord, why would they why would they lie to us? It's like, homie, why wouldn't they? Can you give me
Why
a
would
reason
they
why they
lie?
would?
Because it's dishonorable. It's dishonorable. That's why you don't lie. But
Yeah.
So
I know
listen,
what you mean.
if you put this in the blank though, so why wouldn't they lie? Because they have millions upon millions of people that are believing everything they have to say about anything,
Right.
all the way up to the ludicrous. They can make you believe anything. So if they can control all your belief systems from cradle to death, then a cradle to grave, then yeah, what they have no compunction to not lie. Like there would be every reason because they got a bunch of people following along, and then you can just use that person. Let's say they're new in the server. Use that person as an example. You're here, and you believe it.
Precisely, yeah. And the thing is that the burden of proof is on the heliocentric model. So it's up to the person to convince me, because the claim is on them. They're the one making bold claims. They have to explain to me. And the irony is that they ask me to explain to them what my proposition is. But no, I want to know, I want to be convinced why. I want to know why. I want to understand your claim to no end. I want to understand why somebody wouldn't lie to me. Is it because they love me and they want me to do well in life? Or is it because they want to control me and make my life an enslavement of hell?
Hey, Lo-Fi, Sunny,
Hey,
I got a question for y'all.
yes.
Yeah.
It's a stumper. Can
Yeah.
you name one time in the entire history of humanity where the government told the truth? Just once.
Yeah, if you cross the street against a light, you could get hit by a car.
Did the government tell you that?
No, the government didn't. Actually,
No,
I think
their light, they put up a light at every corner that says so.
The government said
at best they
you
deceive
need
you.
to sign up for the draft. That wasn't a lie. I don't know.
Well, no, you don't need to. Like that's the thing. Like the government works in a way where you are the one that says yes without even realizing it. You need to get this thing injected. You need to follow this rule or else. And perhaps it could be true in a sprinkle of a sense, but it's not true in the grandiose. It's the
Tell you one
government.
thing you really need to do, Lo-Fi. Pick up your freaking coffee.
Oh, that is true, and I'm gonna do that on the weekend because I'm working full time and it's killing my soul.
Well, I hope you got some
It's gonna
sleep.
kill you. Stop being a sissy.
I know, it sucks. It's like the schedule of waking up at 4 in the morning every day is not as easy as I thought it was. It was easy when
You'll
I
be
had
fine.
like a part-time
You'll be
job.
fine.
Yeah, you're right. I'm getting through this.
Work doesn't kill anybody. It's good for you.
Yeah,
Well,
but I hope you got some sleep though.
a little bit, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, but you need sleep. Oh my gosh, this
on my
kid.
first day, I know when I'm half awake, it's actually kind of funny when I start rambling about stuff. But like, I fell asleep standing up. I've never done that in my entire life, ever. Like, I genuinely fell asleep. And then the girl that was training me, she was a true friend. She woke me up and did not get me fired or in trouble. I felt so embarrassed. I apologized to her. And she even then she was still trying to make me feel better. She's like, no, this has happened before. I'm like, what? People
Yeah,
Wait,
are
what do you do? What do you
the
do?
only
You're not working at like a freaking a paper cutting machine or something freaking horrible that you're just gonna like
No, I
have a
work with
horrible
lasers.
accident.
No, I work with
Well, dude, you
lasers.
can lean into one and freaking like burn the crap out of your hand, dude. Holy crap!
Yeah, I know. It's not.
Wait,
It's
do you
really
harden? Are you hardening freaking metals?
no.
That's not
I'm
what you
just
do, is it?
I'm an embroiderer for firefighter uniforms. So I'm the guy that's shooting
Uh,
lasers and implementing the lettering and all the words onto the suits. And it's a lot of precision and tracing and
oh my
timing.
gosh, how funny it'd be if you freaking got 3rd-degree burns, freaking printing firefighter.
That would be so ironic.
Dumbass.
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, they're gonna
How'd you
come
get
and
burned?
put them out. Right. If they come and put out the fire, are they gonna put out their uniforms first, or are they gonna save you?
Save me.
So, like you just said, it's high precision laser embroidering.
Yes.
Do you have to account for refraction?
I don't know. I'm not sure. We have to. So
Dude,
You
how's
just
that
know,
work?
man.
How's
What do you
that
mean you
work on
don't know? You
I
just
don't know.
know.
How's that work with
I
Earth
don't
curve,
know.
dude? How's that work on a flat Earth?
What?
Yeah, how do they account for the refraction for when you're far away from the uniform? You would see distorted letters if they didn't account for the refraction.
I know.
Yeah, what
I'm
What's
you
the
ever
what's the
embroider a
refractive index?
mirage lettering?
no.
What's the refractive index between the laser and the shirt?
It's really close. That's all I know. We have to line up the point and the. I see what you're sort of saying, though. Yeah,
Does
I
it get
think.
hot?
Yes, it
Does
gets. Well, we have to also iron the letters down so they don't go flying when we shoot the laser and thread them. But it's
No,
a
I just
cool
want to
job.
know if it gets hot, because when things get hot, right? When there's a
why the
temperature gradient, then you're going to get refraction, right? So
Oh,
Why
that's
does
shouldn't it have to
somebody
operate
need
at a certain temperature?
lasers to freaking put stuff on shirts? I don't know why
That's
you
pretty
need
cool.
lasers to let it.
Well, the laser.
So
Okay, so the laser is meant to put the template on, so we can make sure that the letters are lining up exactly right. And so what the laser does is we line it up. Somebody pre-coded it before you, and then you just have to line it up, and then what is it? You have to turn the dial until it gets to the center point, and then you hit the start button, and then the machine does it for you. It goes.
Hey, lo-fi,
Yeah, what's up?
lo-fi. Do you adjust for your azimuthal direction and your latitude?
No, I don't think so.
So this thing has a regular embroidery machine attached to it, like part of it, the main part of the machine is an embroidering, a literal thread and needle embroidering.
Yes, yes. So it's all
Okay,
combined
that's
into
very
one
interesting.
machine. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
really
very
cool.
interesting.
I
Yeah.
wanted to take video and pictures because I'm really proud of the job. It's really neat, but you're not allowed to bring in any videos or anything like that. And so um it's so what is it? So you get you get the what is it called? The material, and the material's already what is it called? Marked. And so I have to line up the mark just right. And so you got this dial thing that you have to be very precise with it. But it's not terrible. It doesn't take you forever, but you just have to make sure it's precise. And then when it's precise, you hit the start button, and then whoever coded it before you is a G. I don't understand how that works, but you hit start, and then it starts making the template out of thread, and then I take a sticker or some sort of material for the lettering. I don't know what the lettering is made out of, but I think it's a sticker kind of thing. And you put the sticker on the template, and then you what is it? What's the D1 default? You have to go back to the default position and then go over the template again. And that's when it goes. And then after that, well, before you do that, you have to iron it. But then after you iron it, you have to do that. And then when that's done, that's pretty much it. You just have to make sure it's all lined up perfectly. Because if there's any thread that's not supposed to be where it's at, you have to start all over, which is such a bastard. And then you do that, and then we have to make hundreds of these, and it's exhausting. But you can. I'm trying to get to a point where I can listen to music and podcasts because the people I work with sometimes have headphones in and stuff. So, but it's really neat. It's really cool. It's just very exhausting and repetitive. And when you mess up, you have to do the whole damn thing over again, pretty much. But then there's this thing called a vision machine, where like it does it for you really fast. And we only have one of those though, because that thing is really expensive. But it's a lot of pay attention and be precise about things. And I don't think the laser can burn you. I haven't tested it yet. But I think it's infrared, so I don't think it can hurt you. But I definitely wouldn't recommend looking at the laser.
That means it will hurt you. Infrared is heat, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I haven't tested it. I mean, a part of me wants to be stupid, but
Try and light a cigarette with it.
maybe I'll put a piece of paper under it to see if it burns. But like my trainer has been very patient with me. I secretly vaped in the middle of the plant, and she told me not to do that because that's really stupid. And I said I understand. I apologized. I fell asleep standing up. I'm so grateful for this job that like I'm showing up early every day now. Like I really am trying to keep this position. I told her though I apologize for not taking it seriously. Like I told her I have like this fuck it mentality.
I'm so grateful I show up with freaking 1 hour of sleep. Come on, dude. Start sleeping.
I know. I'm just so jacked up on like flat Earth, the rainbow, life, saving money for a Volvo. Like I'm just so ready for independence. I got accepted to this apartment, but it's far away from the job. So like what I think I'm gonna do is accept the apartment and then drive back here and not like actually live at the apartment, just own the apartment in a sense. And then because like I can get the apartment if I apply it's like a income based apartment, and so I used my Spotify payments for it. So like my Spotify payments don't pay rent at all. It just pays like groceries and stuff. But they accept it. So it's like not low income, but it's based income. So no matter what you make, as long as you make something consistently, they'll accept it. And I found a life hack where if you make residual income online, no matter what it is, you can apply for income based apartment. And that was the best that I can do. I know that sounds irresponsible because you shouldn't have to, but I fucked up my life so much that
Fuck that shit, dude.
I know. That's
Take what you
I
can
know.
get, dude. Listen, dude. Don't look at yourself that way. That's fucking defeatist attitude. Who
Right.
cares what everybody fucking else is doing? You
True.
do you.
Yeah, and
Keep
I
your
can help
morals.
you
Keep
too.
your. Don't be a degenerate, dude, and everything else will be just fine.
Amen to that. That's true. Because I thought about it, if I own that apartment, if somebody needed a place to stay, I can provide that. Because so many people have done that for me. Like endless amount of people have had my back, and so if I had that, I've waited 2 years. You know how like if you apply for an apartment in this country, sometimes it can take up to 5 years to get accepted. It's ridiculous nowadays, and so.
Yeah.
I remember I expedited the form at Staples, and they gave me the apartment 2 years later. I called the property manager like every other month. She's like, I know why you're calling. You're on list 25. You're on list 10. You're the second one on the list now. And then now I'm officially. I think blessings will happen. I mean, my life has gotten really
So
good.
that's a low income apartment, but it's not like state like
No. So it's not low
welfare.
income. It's based off income. So I mean,
Subsidized.
in a way, yeah. So it's not like Section 8 or something, but it is on that level where you can look at it that way because people are like you could
That's
work at
cool.
McDonald's.
It's all
Yeah.
good.
So they
Yeah.
take 30% of whatever you make. So you as
Yeah,
long as
that's
you
like
make
Section
something.
8. That's
Yeah.
exactly how Section 8 is. With Section
Yeah.
8, you can just go anywhere. Well, I mean, there's two different types of vouchers. There's travel vouchers
Yeah,
where you can
what you
go
make on
anywhere.
paper.
But you
and the
have to have, well, the difference
dealers
is
living in Section 8 made in freaking like 5 G's a month.
yeah, exactly. Well, you have to have a job for based income. Like so that's why like a
Who
lot of
runs the program? Is it government, nonprofit?
I think I hate to say this, but I think it is a government government funded. It's HUB. It's like I forget what HUB
HUD,
stands for. I think it's
Housing and Urban Development.
yeah. And so like I wouldn't. It's not like I'm applying for it and I'm not working. Like I have 2 jobs, but it's just like it's. I know it's just gonna be me, and so it scares me being on the streets. So it's
Is
like
it
the only.
projects?
I don't know. It's not projects. It's actually really cozy. Like it's like there's old
Is
people
it
that work.
townhouses? Is it
I
like
think it's like a
so
townhouse. It's like a townhouse
yeah.
kind of vibe. Yeah. Well, you know this stuff for reals. Yeah.
Yeah,
This is
dude.
yeah.
Listen, man. I was
Oh,
born on the wrong side of the tracks, brother.
yeah. Well, I think it's for the best because it humbles you a lot. Like I don't think people realize
You shouldn't be humbled by it, but the thing is that those type of environments, there's a lot of fuckery that goes on.
that's true. That's
Because
why. That's
so just
true.
like mind your business. Like if
Yeah.
you're working, you're gonna probably not going to be one of the only people that are actually working because you can make income without working. You know what I mean? So you're
That's
going to get
true.
people that are on Social Security, welfare, right? And then there's like there'll be some fucking Chatter Tyrone living with some fat chick in one of the
Yeah.
apartments, stealing
Yeah.
drugs out of them, driving a
Yeah.
fucking Mercedes, pulling up to their fucking subsidized house in a goddamn Mercedes with like thousands of dollars, fucking gold chains. Seen this shit hundreds of times, man.
It's true. What Indio is saying is true. You see like BMWs, but then you see like shitty box cars, and then you see really nice cars, and it's like a really weird environment where it's like a mix of wealthy, if you will, and then incredibly low income poor. So like you got like hood, and you got a little bit of class, and it's just such a weird environment. It's like I don't even know how to feel about it. It kind of feels like Boys in the Hood with like Beverly Hills sprinkled over it. It's
Yeah, I
so
usually don't turn till shit till like 2 in the morning. Just don't go outside at like 2:30.
yeah, fuck that anyway. Yes. Yeah, I'm not that's an easy one to follow. I'm probably going to be sleeping anyway. But yeah, so that's the struggle. I mean, there's always a way. You just got to either find one or create one. It's I used to be kind of upset that it was difficult, but it's difficult for everybody from what I've experienced. Like even people that are making half a million, they're spending nearly half a million. So they're just as on the same level of shopping at the grocery store as we all are. But that's the thing. If you're making a lot of money, if I had a lot, I would just live the same way, but with more security. It's just
Yeah, a
every
lot of
million.
people say that until they got money. Then, like, what I find is that
Yeah.
whatever amount of money people get, most people, they spend it
Mm-hmm.
until they're broke.
It's true,
If they make
it's true.
$1,000 a week, they'll spend $1,000 a week. If they make fucking $5,000 a week, they'll spend $5,000 a week. Like they
It's
just
true.
spend it until they're broke.
It's so difficult not to. I used to think I wasn't going to do that, but I made like 2-3 thousand a month, and that when I was stacking bread, I was just like, ugh, I really just want to upgrade my car. I really just want to get new clothes, and I did it. I did it, and then I was broke, and then I couldn't afford the apartment anymore, and then I ended up calling a friend. It's like it happens so quick. It's just you. It's so. It's not even hard to be humble. I was just being blatantly stupid. Like I everything I've ever wanted to do though, I kind of did. Like it's just when I had all the money in the world, all I
You
wanted to
just
do
didn't
was
do it
just
for long.
yeah, yeah. It was like a shooting star. I just burned out pretty quick, but it was fun. And when what I learned is that we don't really want pleasure in life. We just want peace. It's just peace is the pleasure. And it's the greatest feeling in the world to be at peace. You can have $1 million and be worried about a million things, and then it's not even fun. Like every millionaire I've ever met, every single millionaire that I've met and talked to, they all have drinking and drug problem. Every single one of them had a drinking problem and or a drug problem. And I'm just like, I don't understand what was the problem. Like, how could you be sad if you have $1 million? A
Okay,
million?
because the reason they wanted the $1 million is because inside they feel like shit in the first place. Right.
Yeah, I think that's
So they
true.
think the money's gonna make me better. Then they get
Yeah,
the money and it don't
yeah.
make anything better. They're still the same person that they
It,
were.
it's
So now
true.
they're like, shit, what's next? Okay, I'll be a freaking sexual degenerate. I'll go around and I'll screw a bunch of whores. That don't work. And they're like, well, maybe I'll do drugs and screw horse. That don't work. Maybe I'll drink and screw horse. That don't work, right? Because the problem is inside. It's not on the outside. There's no external fix.
That is so
Period.
true. Period. Yeah, amen to that. That's a fact. It's nothing will make you happy until you're happy with yourself inside within yourself. I could give you a Gucci bag, I could give you the nicest shirts, whatever it is. But
And
if
then
you're
a
not
lot of people are broken, man. So I know this lady. I shouldn't call her a lady. She's my age. Maybe she's a couple years younger. She's a daughter of a friend of mine,
yeah.
and but she's my age. He's older. He's like freaking Vietnam era age. But we're good friends. Anyway, the point is, so what she does for a living, one of the things she does is she deals with people that have trauma, right? So I don't know if
Yeah.
you're aware of what's the guy's name? Not Gad said the other guy. I can't remember his name. So this is a big thing, like people to deal with, like people trauma, and I don't just mean childhood trauma that people haven't dealt with their whole lives. And she deals with people that are extremely wealthy,
Yes.
millionaires, billionaires, and she basically counsels them and like does. It's not like so it's a different type of therapy. It isn't like psychological therapy. It's like therapy just to deal with type trauma, and she uses like the MAPS protocol. I don't know if you're aware of what that is.
That is familiar. I've heard of that. I
She's
don't know what
using
you're
like different type of psychedelic drugs to help people deal with trauma,
Oh, wowzers. Like marijuana and stuff?
MDMA or no, like MDMA,
Oh, wow, that's even heavy.
ecstasy. So they've actually test trialed this in a bunch of places, and it's actually approved for some trials in the United States, mostly in other countries. For people with like soldiers with PTSD. So because so one of the things MDMA does to you is that it makes you not afraid. So it depresses your fear, your
Yes.
ability to have fearful thought, like the feeling of fear, not like having thoughts that you would be afraid of, but the feeling of fear, the anxiety and the panic and sweats and all the stuff that goes with it. So you can so you can actually talk about traumas that you had, which normally would be extremely emotional for you to deal with, but because of the MDMA, you don't have the same emotional response, right? So you keep going through this, right? So now when you're off the MDMA and you think about these things, now you don't have this autonomic response to the memory, right?
It's like a
You don't
different
have the
perspective, would you say?
Yes, well, it's like retraining you, right? So
Yeah.
you have autonomic responses, right? So I'm getting like crazy deep into this, right?
No,
So
this is good
yeah,
stuff,
I'm
though.
sure
It's really good.
you've had a girlfriend before, right?
Yeah.
And like you'll get in a fight, and like the fight kind of goes the same way every time. You say something that triggers her in a way that triggers her, and she says it in a way that triggers you, right? And like the way she says it is what triggers you, or what she says. But it's like you have an automatic response, and even though you know it's going to happen, it's like you can't stop yourself, right? So it's this Pavlov's dog thing where like they trained a dog, like every time they fed the dog, they'd ring a bell. So eventually, they could just ring the bell, and the dog would start salivating based upon the bell ringing, right? So it's an autonomic response. So what happens in PTSD, if you have a memory of like some horrifying event in combat, just thinking about it triggers anxiety and fear and cold sweats and heart palpitations and like all the stuff that goes with anxiety. So you've trained yourself over time to have this autonomic response, right? So you have them think about these things under the influence of MDMA so that they can't have this response. And you retrain their brain so that when they think about these things, they don't have this automatic response of anxiety. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
You're
I
training
really
it
do.
away.
I'm not
You're
even saying that
reconditioning
either.
their mind. You're
Yes.
reconditioning their mind. So
It's true.
this is what she does. But she said that like people with a lot of money, a lot of them, this is how she described it to me. They grew up in very wealthy households, most of the people. But their parents were pieces of shit, basically. their parents basically pushed them off on the nanny, or they sent them. All they did their whole life is piano lessons and horse
It was
riding lessons, and
neglect. It
polo
was
lessons
neglect.
and chess
Yeah.
lessons. Right? They never actually like raised their kid. Right? And
Right. It
all
was
these other
neglectful.
people raise their kid because they're always bringing their kid to events, right? And having tutors and all this other crap, right? So they've always felt that they weren't good enough for their parents the way they were, that their parents were always trying to fix them by sending them to all these things, right? So they carry this, right?
Wow.
So they
That's
spend their
really deep.
whole life trying to prove themselves to their parents. And then they make
Yeah.
it, right? And then they make it, and their parents still treat them the same way. And they're like, what the fuck, man? Why wasn't even that not good enough? I'm a fucking billionaire. Like, even that wasn't good enough. So
It's an endless ladder.
so
Endless.
they end up in counterproductive behaviors like drug abuse, drug addiction, sexual deviancy, all these things. And she basically, gives them therapy so that they deal with the trauma and move on from it.
Yeah, and essentially
But
just acceptance and reaction, to sum it up in 2 words, really.
well, really, it's really acceptance and really like, I don't know. I don't want to speak on it because I don't know that much. All I know is what she's told me because I've asked her about like what she does and things like
No, you're
that.
dropping bars, dude. It's true. This is really good. This is really good information for everybody because everybody has some sort of trauma, and
I'm not the expert, so
you can
I'm just
see
saying.
you can see how people react to trauma, whether it's a simple drink every night or
Well,
it's watch.
it creates responses, right? So like
Yeah.
trauma, like say you watched your parents fight, right? And like a certain thing would start their fight. You're going to internalize that, and you're probably going to bring that into your relationships. So something I found is that there's damaged people in the world. This is just from my personal experience, not what she said, just mine. There's damaged people in the world in that they think things being fucked up is normal, and they don't feel comfortable unless everything's all fucked up. Okay. What I mean is their life's in chaos. They're fighting with their girlfriend, their boyfriend. There's a bunch of drama. That feels normal and safe to them because that's what they've always known. If everything's calm, peaceful, there's no problems, that gives them anxiety, not trouble. Trouble is fine. They're used to trouble. It's the peace that's not fine because they don't know what to expect because they don't have the experience of being in a peaceful situation. So what they do is they self-destruct their lives, right? They call it self-sabotage. They insert what they feel is normal into their lives. So if they feel that having a life in chaos is into their lives, if they have a non-chaotic life, they'll turn their life chaotic to feel normal again. And they don't even know that it's not a conscious decision; it's subconscious. It's these automatic responses that people have based upon like how they were raised and the things that happened to them, while they were forming like their personality. It becomes part of their personality, but they don't even know they're doing it. Now there are some
Wow.
people that really are doing it on purpose because they're just fucking evil. But
Yeah.
most people just can't like help themselves. They can't get out of their own way.
They don't realize that they're being this way. Like, what if someone's just a constant asshole, or they're being gaslighting everybody?
They
Like,
do, but it's like they can't stop themselves. It's almost like a drug addict, right?
Yeah, it's
Almost.
also
Go ahead.
they tend to rationalize away the implication that they're bad, or rationalize, oh well, I'm good because of this, and so
right.
even though they might be conscious of it for a moment, they will intentionally forget it with the rationalization, and they'll just remember the rationalization.
Drace, is that like a form of denial, do you think?
Yeah,
Like,
they get
Yeah.
selective memory, right? So like there'll be like a whole series of events that lead to some chaotic thing. But they'll cherry pick parts of the events that justify their behavior, and all the fuck shit they did, right, that is unjustified. They'll just ignore it. It won't even be in their memory anymore because they literally just block it out. They don't even see it.
yeah, I mean, like for me, even if I do stupid things, like I'll admit that it's stupid. I just didn't care at the time.
Dude,
But
I've done some really dumb shit, knew I was doing dumb shit while I was doing it, and just like could not stop myself, man. Like literally,
yeah,
just could not stop myself from doing it while I'm doing it, knowing, dude, this is gonna fucking bite you right in the ass, and just keep doing it anyway. Like
right.
it's a
Wow.
really, I haven't done it I haven't done it in a long time, but
Hmm.
when I was younger, it took me a long time to realize like you literally go like in. It's hard to say. You like go into like this denial, or like you like,
Yes,
or
yes,
you
it
go
is.
like into this idea of just like fuck it, just like I'm
Yes, it's a
doing
fuck
this.
it
Like
It's a
Well,
fuck it mentality.
it's like
Yes,
insanity, right? Like, what's the
yeah,
definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different
right,
results. So you
right.
just kind of go through the motion of it. You're like, oh, it'll be different this time. It'll be different. And
Yes,
then
exactly. And and having that fuck it mentality is good in small doses, but not
Yeah,
all the time, because like
yeah.
it can destroy you.
Of course, they're gonna think it's gonna be different this time because last time it was everybody else's fault. That's what's gonna happen next time as
Whoa.
well.
that's so funny, man.
Whoa, yo, yeah. It's a lack of responsibility when I think about it. And it is like falling asleep at work and me smoking at work. Like it's really fucking stupid. I'm not in denial about that. But it took like another woman to sit down with me at the cafeteria and she was just like, listen, if you don't, she's like, I can tell you need to hear this. If you don't take this job seriously, you will end up on the streets. I'm like, whoa, okay. Okay.
Look,
She's like,
Lo-Fi, you got to think of
yeah.
this. You got to think of this. You got to look at it from the owner of the business's point of view. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what if you sit there and vape? Well, everybody should be able to vape, right?
Right. Well, I do it
Everybody's just
secretly, but
fucking
yeah.
sitting around vaping, and then vapes are getting stuck in the machine, and vapes are underneath the fucking woodwork. Like, so now there's vapes everywhere, right? So you can't have
Right.
vapes running around.
I
Well,
know, and I
same
understand.
with the
I feel
sleeping,
bad.
right? You fall asleep, then someone else gets to fall asleep, then everybody's sleeping, and he's paying people to sleep. And he doesn't have a mattress company, so that doesn't really help him that everybody's sleeping,
Yeah.
right? You have to
Yeah.
look at it from the
Once you
viewpoint of the owner. Is your
once you get my
behavior?
coffee, you won't be falling asleep anymore.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
sure.
Buy paraplegics coffee. Dude, you'll be up all night.
Well, on Saturday, I'm gonna get to the post office and pick up the package because he sent it to my PO box, and so I'm ready to get that. And it's been
And you can go to work in your new freaking paraplegic flat earth shirt.
I can wear that too. Yeah, the cool thing about working in a plant is that like you can wear whatever you really want in a sense as long as you have shoes on that are closed. Like no sandals, obviously.
No flip flops.
None. Yeah. No flippy floppies. But yeah, we gotta take life
That
seriously
would be funny.
sometimes. Yeah. This is real shit because we're here for a reason, right? Because like we took a form of responsibility understanding flat earth. It's not like a lifestyle or trying to be cool. I'm receiving information and I'm living my life a certain way and it's not feeling right. Like it's just suffering is what led me to it because it's like if we have all of these billion-dollar organizations and rockets going to space and all this stuff, surely we would have a better society. I'm just thinking to myself, why am I suffering at this level if we have so much technology and advancements? Why am I suffering in a $2,000 luxury apartment? I'm not saying that to be complaining. I'm just like, how do I have such a poisonous mindset in such a first world? And and that's the thing. When you ask questions, then it just
Yo,
starts making sense. It just starts
listen,
making sense.
bro. They've been doing construction in my area, building buildings for about 6 years now,
Mm.
and I'm just like, it took them 4 years to resurface this fucking bridge, man. How the hell are they flying in outer space? Like, it makes no sense to me. They can't even
Exactly.
resurface this goddamn road.
Exactly. Wait, though, like, and freaking potholes everywhere. Like, as if we could go to Mars. We have potholes everywhere. Everywhere. I don't think I've ever had. It's rarely do you have a smooth road ever. It's always some bullshit happening. It's so true. It's so true.
Well,
So
they
all you
built
gotta
these.
do is watch the video of Buzz or maybe it was Neil Armstrong when he's flying like that LEM, like just the feet. It's just like the feet to the LEM. It's like a mock up for them to practice, and he's like, you see him like trying to like kind of control it, but every time he punches out with the little parachute, and then the thing comes crashing down, and like I don't know, they show that thing crashing like at least a dozen times. I don't think they ever landed it. They never landed it right.
No,
So
they never landed it even one time.
right. So whoever's in charge, like, all right, man, what's your guys success ratio? Like, well, we crashed it 24 out of 24 times. He's like, well, that's good enough for me. Let's go to the moon.
You don't want to
Yeah.
know what a Glober response to that was? Because I brought it up to him. He
Yeah.
said that on Apollo 10, they landed a lander, and that's when they did it. So that was the one without people in it. That was the test of the lander on Apollo 10. So all the ones failed, and then they went to the moon, and then they landed it without anybody in it, and then they went back and landed it with people in it the next time. That's what he said, and that was supposed to be plausible, I guess, to him.
Dude, it's so dumb to even believe. Like, dude,
I know, it's so-
no mission would go by that. Like, I don't know. Let's say you're practicing some mission for like a SEAL team. Like, okay, you guys failed at pulling it off. Like every time. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and authorize the mission now. Like, no way, man. You'd have to freaking get it right so many times. Like, you wouldn't do it with F-15s.
It is insane how it's all a lie. Like on my TikToks, I something came across my feed about if the rainbow is not going to space, neither are the rockets, and that stuck with me. That's what that picture actually is what made me feel like I did a line of coke, because it's like, wait, what? If the rainbow's not going to space, neither are the rockets. I'm just like, that is such a key. And I know I've been kind of talking about it so much, but the rainbow is a huge factor into something significant. And I know like deep down, I think people can understand where I'm coming from at the end of it, like what the model I think is in my head, but like I'd like people to explain it, just like how you can't have gas pressure on Earth without a container. How do they explain that? I don't know. How you can't say atmosphere or gravity. That's not a physicality. That's not a barrier. That makes no sense. And so it's really we're getting closer to the truth every day. It's just really odd and insane. It truly is a lie. Like there's so many lies that were given to us, and it's just a Jenga tower. You got to take out that piece and let it fall and rebuild the foundation. And that's what sucks. Is like if you're like 30 years old and you just found out that space never existed, well, then that's like your whole life you thought it did. It's like your whole life you just kind of have to let go of. It's the space movies, the space toys, the idea of astronauts, and all of this stuff is just a fallacy. It's a fantasy, actually. It's no different than a Pixar film. And so, it's a childish reaction when you mention it to people because they don't want to let go of that. Two things. They don't want to let go of the fantasy, and they don't want to admit that they were lied to, that they were deceived. So, like, it's just an ego-driven belief. And so, yeah, it's just... It's just a good thing to humble oneself and just realize that the government does lie. It's not a scary fact. It's just an honest one. Every man lies, so what difference does it make? It's not really that big of a deal either when you learn about it. It's like, okay, we didn't land on the moon. Big deal. We never the planet, all these planets don't exist. Big deal. Big deal. What I really think it is that they're afraid of taking responsibility for the lies that they are believing.
I think you're overthinking what other people think, man. I just think a lot of people just don't think. They're just reacting.
That's wild. They're not even thinking.
Just really, I think people think very, very short term.
Like goldfish?
I think it also depends just on how you're raised, because if you're not raised to think in a certain way, you won't. There's plenty of cases where you can see how people are affecting others without having any idea that they're doing so. One of the best examples of this, for instance, with self-talk, how you think about yourself, how you talk to yourself about yourself, which is a lot of times very unconscious. It's oftentimes picked up by from the parents. You have kids that see how the parents talk and think about themselves, and they copy that same thing and they do the same thing to themselves. We have a great example of this from work where A woman who's in my field who goes between different schools to help kids with social skills went to deal with an entire class of teenage girls that refused to go swimming. The entire class would refuse to go. And when she goes in and talks to the girls, turns out the entire thing, the whole body issue and everybody being like too insecure to actually go swimming, came from the fact that their mothers never said they were ugly or fat or anything, but they would talk about themselves in a negative way, and the girls would copy that self-talk and talk about themselves in a similar way. A mom would not say, "Oh, you're so fat," or "You need to lose weight," but she would talk about herself in the same way. And so the child would look at them and compare themselves to the mother and think, "Oh, I'm too fat, I'm ugly, I'm not good enough." And every single one of those girls refused to go swimming because their mothers had bad self-talk, which they had learned from them.
So you can tell your child it's beautiful
So
all
it does
day, but if
stem
you
from
keep
the
telling your
parent.
child that you are ugly and all this stuff, then the child will be like, "But you're beautiful to me. I guess I'm ugly as well."
They learn there that they should tell others that they're beautiful, but they themselves are not.
Yeah.
Whoa, that is so profound.
You know, you made me think about Andrew Tate, right? So Andrew Tate talks about his father, right? Sorry, dude. His father's a fucking loser. But his father talked about himself as he was the greatest motherfucker alive. And now that's what Andrew Tate does. So yeah, I think you're right.
I've seen so many cases of this. Another thing is you got to be really careful about how you word things when you speak to the child. For instance, we had a girl who would have rage fits, extreme rage fits. And you know why? It's because when she got mad and did something, their parents said to them, "Oh, it's you just couldn't control your anger." So she believed she could not control her anger, so she didn't even try. What got her to actually stop this is A, they got her to a therapist once they realized what the problem was. B, I also reinforced this by going, if you can't control your anger, who can? The child never even thought about that, because why would they be asking themselves these questions when they're learning based on the authority around them? Because as a young child, it's ingrained in you that you learn from the people around you because you don't know anything and they know everything.
Yeah, and they project. They actually give you a self-image. This is why I never liked stereotyping, because I've known this from a pretty young age. So like the bad kids in school, typically they're bad because people treat them like they're supposed to do bad things. It was really like there's an expectation that they're bad. So the way everybody treats them is completely different in the first place. Like,
It's a
dude,
self-fulfilling prophecy.
yeah, yes, exactly.
Kind of like BPD.
You know,
Do
this is
something
actually
bad,
one
and
of
everybody starts going, "What's wrong with them? What's wrong with them? Is something wrong with Johnny? Is Johnny okay? Is something wrong with Johnny?" And Johnny just goes, "Well, maybe what's something wrong with me? Like maybe there isn't." And then everybody thinks there's something wrong with me, so you might as well do what they say, and I'm gonna make sure there's something wrong with me.
especially if it comes from an authority figure, because as soon as an authority figure points you out, that means all your peers think that you are a target that is okay to attack. This is
Yeah.
something you need to be very careful about. But one of the things you said reminded me of this really cute thing I read once, where they're talking about the cliche self-fulfilling prophecy, like when they hand the king the prophecy that says, "Your son will kill you one day." And instead of going with the cliche of being like the father trying to do everything to prevent it and making it happen regardless, they went with where the king goes, "Well, this is my son, and I will change nothing about how I treat him. He treated him with love, he raised him as his son, and did nothing different." Years later, when he is old and withered and in pain, dying, his son Mercy kills him so he doesn't have to feel pain since he's going anyway, and fulfills the prophecy. And one of the things I kind of liked about the way they did this is either way, he would have ended up killing him. The only thing that changed is because the father treated him well, it was a kind gesture. If he had treated him ill, he would have murdered him with hatred in his heart.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Love or hatred, that was the
intent.
difference.
Yeah, it changes intent, right? Basically.
Yeah. It also had a really nice little thing alongside it where, because it was supposed to be along with the prophecy, something along the lines where he kills him, and it was something to do with evil or something like that. But I just remember really well when they had the people going like asking the prince or king or something, where it's like, what weren't you supposed to like eradicate evil or blah 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 blah, and they were like basically showed how you could the true way to stop evil or bad things is not to use violence and attack it, but to improve things and make it so it doesn't have to exist and there's no space for it. I don't remember exactly. I should find it again.
This
Yeah, man, that's a
conversation's
cool story.
amazing. I like this
I was
I was
gonna
stuff.
thinking
say,
the same thing.
I like it.
I was gonna
It
say real quick. So recently, I saw a video where some girl was being interviewed by a guy, and the guy said something. And she goes, "I've got BPD," and he goes, "What is that?" She goes, "Yeah, exactly," and she walks away. So,
I think I
like
saw that. Was
this,
it like a short? It was like a short video.
yeah,
Yeah, I think I've seen that
yeah.
too. I can't even tell what
And,
the hell the purpose was that for, but
well,
Hold on.
if you
That
look
makes
at
no
what
sense, man.
you gotta look
it was
at
like I
what
think it was like a red pill
BPD
video or
is.
something.
All BPD is, if you look at BPD, right, here's what BPD is. It's antisocial behavior, compulsive behavior, hostility, impulsivity. So, like, basically what it is the person was given an excuse to be basically a bitch.
Well, a lot of these psychiatric illnesses are overdiagnosed. The people that they say have them don't actually have them. So BPD is
Yeah, no, she just never,
borderline personality disorder. Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, and basically what it was is all that could have been corrected had she gotten a spanking when she deviated from the norm.
Well, that behavior, like one of the main traits of borderline personality disorder, is fear of being abandoned. So, like, why would she walk away?
Yeah,
Shouldn't she be mad if he
they
walked away?
test people.
She made the choice.
It's like testing people's limits to see if they would leave you or not. So they treat people
Yes,
poorly.
exactly.
Yeah, it's kind of what's kind of fucked up is I think I've had that mindset before growing up where I'm just like I want to see how much this person cares about me no matter what, and that's not
It's
really
actually
fair.
a weird. It's actually like a weird back and forth. Where they drive the person away. That's why it's so hard to deal with because it's very like it's contradictory behavior. So at some points they'll try to drive you away to see if you go like because they're having anxiety about you leaving. So they think that they can control the terms of you leaving. That they're the
Right,
ones that actually in control.
right,
And then on the flip side, they have anxiety about you leaving, and they do like psychotic behavior to keep you to make you stay, right?
right.
But some of that behavior is antisocial behavior, like threats, violence, blackmail, key in your car, popping out your tires, like stalking you, like doing all sorts of weird shit. That
Shitting on your side of the
And
bed.
even Indio, even doing nice things where like I've met people that would do really kind things and then they would scream
she's a
like
keeper, sheepdog. She sits on your side of the bed. She's a keeper.
Hey, do y'all remember the Johnny Depp trial?
Yeah.
That's what Amber Heard
Yeah, I know what
did.
you're
That's
talking
what
about,
she
man.
did.
Yeah, man. She shits on your side
That
of the
was
bed. She's a
hilarious.
keeper, man.
Oh, gee.
That's how you know she really loves you, man.
All this is a great opportunity to let everyone know it's okay to reparent yourself. The benefit of reparenting, because we all come from all different places and like different social stratum. Like so, there's different kinds of trauma in different areas. So like we can have all of these different aspects of ourselves playing out in our lives. And if you're alive long enough, you get a chance to reparent yourself if you didn't have enough of an opportunity, or like, let's say you didn't have good examples in your life to be role models, then you end up having to do these things yourself, which isn't a bad endeavor, and it only can achieve good out of it, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's also there's nothing wrong with finding role models while you're still grown up. If you didn't have any healthy role models when you're young, then it's great to find them when you're older. And I totally agree with the reparenting yourself. Like for instance, when I started working with kids and all that different stuff, this decade of working with children, has actually helped me discover a lot of the things that I had traumas when I was younger and fix them.
Interesting.
And that's also because there's this quote that I really love. I don't remember it fully, but it really hit me because it was one of those things where they were talking about you become the thing that you needed. What you did not receive as a
That's right.
child, you often
That's
become
right.
for others. If you
That's
were
right.
not properly cared for, you become the caregiver. If you were not protected, you become the protector. And one of the tricky things about that, when you're doing that for everybody else, is you also need to stop and realize I deserve this as well, and I should treat myself with the same grace and mercy that I extend to others.
Pretty much.
So true.
You know, for me, I try to be the role model I wish I had.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that.
You know, they say real leaders lead by example. So, and then real leaders also know when to follow.
That's good.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that a lot.
You know, something else I always say, I've got a few good quotes in my bag. Happiness is a choice.
It truly is.
That's true. Yeah. It's wow. How brilliant. How
And
simple
then
that.
another one of my favorites. I had to dig myself out of a dark hole myself. So I along the way, I was blessed with these notions in my mind as I was like learning how to be a better person myself. And another one was like you don't have to be better than anybody else. The only person you have to be better than is the person you were yesterday. So every
Yeah.
day you should try to make today better than yesterday. And if today turns out to be the worst day of your life, well, just make it to the end of the day, go to sleep, wake up, have some breakfast, and then try to make today better than yesterday.
Yes, yes. Even if it's 1% better, that's still better. And then at the very least, if you're 1% better every single day for 100 days, just a little over 3 months, you're 100% better. 100%.
Yeah, that's how it works. You just got to take it one step at a time.
Yes. If you have to do 10 reps, just get one more in every time. Just do that extra one. And then it's just the mindset of just being a little bit better. Just a smite. And that smite adds up like quarters in a jar, dollars in a billfold. It all adds up so ever so slightly.
Well, I got my own saying. Understanding is overrated.
That's actually incredibly profound too.
Well, it really is, man, because a lot of people, they paralyze themselves with paralysis from analysis. They try to understand something before they act. And sometimes you just need to start doing it and not worrying about whether you understand what you're doing or how you're doing it or like why you're doing it. Intuition
Yes.
intuition does go a long way. I think people should trust it. And I'm not going to get into like the religious aspect, but I
Right.
think
Amen.
there
Though.
is I think there is divine guidance and things like that
Absolutely.
that the river is flowing the way you're supposed to go, and all you can like most of the time we're just fighting the flow of the river that's going to bring us to where we need to be. We're just like
Yeah.
splashing around, making a mess, right? Instead of just doing like taking the intuition and like I don't know what you call it. I'm not saying it's perfect, of course, because nothing's perfect, but people don't. I think you need to use both faculties, right? The faculty of understanding and the faculty of intuition. They both need to be used, and the hard part is figuring out when to use one versus the other. That's the real challenge.
Faculty and intuition. Yes. Having courage, really. Like, have the courage to be disliked. Have the courage to be wrong. And that will lead you to
It's
finding
not even about having the courage to be disliked. Have the courage to like yourself over
that's
everything else.
having courage to like yourself. That's really deep too. Yeah, a lot of people, so low key, a lot of people do kind of hate themselves. It's kind of insane to witness. It's like if you say if like every time I've ever said that out loud, like people will laugh because why do people laugh? Because sometimes it's funny because it's true. Like humor is oddly kind of true. It's like people
No,
laugh
it's
because
weird.
Also, some people laugh just because of joy, awkwardness, embarrassment, a bunch of different other things. So
that's
one
true
shouldn't be
too.
quick to judge.
Yeah, that's true too.
Um, several, a little over a decade ago, I had a series of bad dreams, but I conquered my fear in those dreams. And then the final dream that I had, after that, I stopped having dreams for like roughly around a decade. Like it was like 9 or 10 years that I'd go to sleep and I'd wake up. And it was really, really weird. I thought something was wrong, maybe. But I was always like left with, me conquering my fears in my last 2, 3, 4 dreams. And just recently I started having dreams again. But it's weird because like I meet people in my dreams. And then as weird as it sounds, like when things start to go wrong, I'm no longer afraid. I'm already conquering the dream and I'm not overwhelmed or anything like that. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I stopped talking down to myself. Like every time a negative thought comes into my head, believe it or not, it's weird. It's almost like a Tourette's issue,
It's like an
where
instant firing
like
in
I'll
your
be
brain.
walking and I'll have a bad thought. Well, I'll have a bad thought and I'll be like, "Fuck you." And
Yeah,
I'll
like
say it out loud.
shoot that thing down, shoot that plane down.
Like
Exactly.
it's instantly gone and out of my head.
Yeah.
And so like I've learned to just compliment myself and give myself praise and be proud of the things that I do, not in a like overarching way, like just reflecting back like, oh wow, look at how much I've done. Look at where I've come from. Look at the path that I took and how far I went. So
Dude, and
things like that.
it sounds
Yeah, we
cheesy,
hear
but
you saying.
oh, sorry. I love what you're saying because it reminded me of Mel Robbins. She's like a psychologist, and she mentioned that if you look yourself in the mirror and high five yourself, it sounds so silly, but it actually is like a form of self congratulations, or it's like you're congratulating yourself. You're being proud of yourself, and I've actually done this before, and it helps. Like just it sounds so silly, I know, but it's so simple and powerful. Just
Hey, Indio, check your DMs.
it's like patting yourself on the back, but high fiving yourself instead.
Yeah, I think regardless of what form it takes, what's important is you need to treat yourself like someone you love. Especially because people have different love languages, so different things may work for different people. But if you always treat yourself like someone you love, you're always going to feel good.
Yes, that's true. It's like yes, exactly. How you're treating yourself. Would you treat your friend this way? Would you treat someone you care about this way? Probably not. So why do we
Well,
justify it within ourselves?
Yeah,
I've learned
especially
to
when
be
it comes
more
to
romantic.
sorry, I just want to say, when it comes to self-talk, never talk to yourself in a way that you wouldn't say to the person you love the most. If you would never say this to the person you love, you should not be saying it to yourself. It's a good rule of thumb.
It's so true. Why do we
Um,
do that to ourselves though? Why do we treat ourselves so poorly sometimes? Like, but we
because
won't.
because we have a character inside of us. It's called a hypercritic. We have a
Yes.
judgmental part of us. It's like another character, the hyper judgmental character we have inside of us. We all have those things. They're like a juxtaposition of the good things. Like let's say the positive critical judger or whatever versus the negative judger. So we have one that's good for us, one that's bad. We have these, I don't know, I guess you'd have to say black and white kind of characters inside of us.
I think it also depends on how you train yourself. Like I was talking about earlier, how you learn to speak about yourself and how you learn to speak to yourself. Because the more you are in control of your own thoughts, the more you can control what kind of things you think. Just like he was talking about earlier about when you hear a bad thought you don't like and you just tell it to shut up or fuck off. It's kind of the same thing because there you're regulating your own thoughts and you're making sure to moderate them. And if you do that constantly, those thoughts will eventually either completely disappear almost, or they'll just become so rare that it's like you don't even really how do you say? Won't really take it seriously.
Right. It's like if you're
it's
gonna
like
take
an
it.
average.
But I
It's like
also
an
think,
average of a. I didn't
yeah,
say real
sorry.
quick. It's like an average. It's like an average of a couple times a day. Because I it doesn't happen very often. Like I'll go several days without bad thoughts. Then I have some days where I'm just having bad thoughts aren't going my way or whatever. But I don't allow those bad thoughts to dictate what's going on. Like it's immediately get the fuck out of my mind reaction, and I don't allow them to sit in there because like I would never let anybody else treat me that way. So why should I treat myself that way?
Right.
And
Wowzers. Yes.
once I learned how to love myself, I became a better person when it came to affection with my children, with my partner, and just the people around me, like the people I care about. I'm more attuned to being the person that they deserve to have in their life, that I can put forward. I pray this to God whenever I pray. I haven't prayed in a while. I do try to pray often though, but it's basically God. Don't make me the person I want to be. Don't make me the person I need to be. Make me the person I'm supposed to
Yes. Amen. Also, if you take anything in life, take care of yourself. Like if you're gonna take anything, take care of yourself and take responsibility. Of course, those are two good things to take in life. If you're gonna steal or take anything, take responsibility and take care of yourself.
I would like to add to that because I think that the way that you treat
Yeah,
yourself.
my name is Dylan Gabriel Freethy, and I take full responsibility.
Hey, Flatsy was talking. Sorry.
Yeah, the way that you treat others will reflect the way that you treat yourself. So always treat others very well, so that you treat yourself very well. Because you're going to feel good if you treat others well. There's not going to be any battles in your life that haven't been overcome. Or so I would say the first step would to be treat others just as well as you want to treat yourself.
Yeah, I would say that would how we treat ourselves is it's directly reflected, just like you said, in the way we treat others. So we have to like treat ourselves highly and think of ourselves well, and then we will most likely, if we're thinking well about ourselves, we'll think highly of others. But yeah, we should give others more leeway. Exactly.
I also just want to say that it takes good self-discipline to be able to do this with your own thoughts. And a lot of people aren't taught self-discipline nowadays, which is one of the reasons why it's such a mess. I think one of the other reasons as well is because of how they messed with the thinking and the mentality of people through all the entertainment and TV programming and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have really bad role models everywhere, and
Guys,
and they're glorified.
when you're watching TV programs, we're even talking about documentaries, because documentaries, what do? They make lies, guys. They make lies. They're making the movie, they're making the nature look more amazing. They're editing the scene. They're making the lion, let's say a lion documentary. They're getting the right scene. They're making it look more special. But realistically, what is it? It's just a lion on the plain of Africa, just walking
I have a
around.
really good example of that. There was a nature documentary made by an Icelandic guy about a mouse, and the mouse, and the whole documentary was about this one mouse and its adventures. But later it came out there was like 16 mice.
True.
It's just lies and put together with a narrative to sell people a story.
The world is actually quite shit. It's not as good as we think it is. We think nature is so amazing, guys, but realistically, it's amazing. But it's not as amazing as the documentaries put it out to be. It's not as so.
It's more amazing.
No, it's not. It's actually
It's
less.
more amazing
It's
than
It's just a random.
Whatever the documentaries are putting out that are telling you nature sucks, I don't know what the fuck you've been watching, dude. I've never seen one.
No, I was
I've
saying
never seen
documentaries
one
make
that-
nature look too good to be true.
Freaking Westerners, man.
You just said they make them seem like it sucks. Literally.
Look, go live in Africa. Tell me all about how great nature is.
David Attenborough. He makes
Bro,
the main.
is that like a rewind? Like, what did you just do to your brain? What are you gonna try to convince me that you just said nature isn't as whatever, bro? I'm not
Look, go to Africa and tell me how great nature is.
It's boring.
Yeah. Go
It's not
to
boring.
Australia into the bush and tell me how great it is.
It's nothing even there, man.
Nature's great when you can go back to your house.
Yeah, nature is
I'm in
beautiful,
my
but it's
house,
also
8131
terrifying.
Bloomington
It's
Avenue
shit.
South
It's
in
boring.
Minnesota.
Which again reminds me of
Bloomington
the 307.
55425.
It's
Yeah,
shit, man.
the deadliest animal in North America that kills the most people. Do you know what it is? Do you
Who
have
gives
any
a shit?
idea?
Who gives a shit, bro?
It's a fucking deer. Okay,
Who
a
gives a
deer.
fuck though?
You know what most people die in Africa from? A
Your mom.
hippopotamus.
Oh,
Fucking
It's your
hippopotamus,
mom. It's
dude.
your mom. It's your
They
mom.
run it. They run it like 40 miles an hour, man.
Yeah,
It's your
they're
mom
scary,
again.
man. I've seen a hippo chase after a boat at full speed, and it's like jumping out of the water. It's like it wants to eat them. Yeah, it was pretty bad. The people were like, "Oh, go, 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 go!" trying to get away.
Who gives a shit, anyways? Shit's
I
going to get
remember
back.
seeing a nature documentary where the African he got bit by a hippo. The hippo's fangs are like 10 inches, 12 inches long. It had gone through like the thickest part of his leg,
Who
busted through his
cares?
femur.
No
Yeah,
one
he ended up
cares.
living, but I'm
No one
just
cares,
saying
though.
that. Why does no one care?
Yo,
I said I don't
excuse
care.
me, there is no fear in my heart for
Why do I
anything to
care if you
possibly
care?
change in my mind. Because you
I
love
don't
me
care.
much and you want me to have you, but you can't have me.
As long as nothing touches me, I'm fine. I don't care who's suffering. Kids, kids, adults, anybody.
Why are you derailing the conversation?
Being honest,
Why
no,
you?
I'm selfish.
Why you? Yeah, no one cares about your sociopathic tendencies.
I only care about my selfish
That's what I
self.
was gonna say.
Shut up, anyways, bitch.
Oh, okay then. You don't care if you're banned.
I'm pretty sure he's
That was good,
violating
sir.
something.
I wanted his answer because I was gonna ban him no matter what he said.
I can unmute him if you want. You want me to unmute him? See if he gets the ban.
No, I would just talk shit about him while he's
I'm trying
muted.
to save him.
It's just he
I'm just
he
trying to
just wants
save
to
him.
bait you. He wants to bait so bad. Like it's just after working so much, it makes me realize that like energy is so precious, and like people are vampires sometimes, and like people like that attitude, like because like the reaction is like, well, at least my reaction is to just kind of give him a little bit of what he's dishing out, but then you're giving him something still, and then
Man, see, you're like I understand where you're coming from completely, but you know what?
it
Even the
does feel good
vampire,
though.
if you got more blood than the vampire can eat,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, that's savage. I like that.
I got way more than he can eat, man. I'll stuff him full. He'll try and suck my energy. He'll suck so much energy he won't be able to take
Brother,
it.
send another
I
pic.
like that.
Send
That's
any
actually
picture you want while
excellent.
running that code.
Yeah, he'll
Send me
suck so
any
much
picture you
energy
want.
he'll explode.
Send me that pic, dude. Whatever code
But
ran that, I want to see the .jpeg.
but you got to understand this also too,
Go take a
Lo-Fi.
shower,
Like he'll
man. Cool
literally
off.
he'll waste all of your time and then leave satisfied,
Exactly.
knowing he wasted your
Exactly.
time.
They want it's like a taker's mentality. It's like they want to take your energy, your mindset, your emotional status, like everything. And then
Bitcoin.
it's not an exchange. It's not even it's not an exchange, even a battle really. It's just they see something in you and they just want to just take it. They just want to put it in a bag and put it up their ass and run away with it. It's just insane.
I just don't think that
Hey,
they can handle what they're trying to take, man.
That's I
You
like
can't.
that, dude, bro.
You know,
I
there's a
don't. I
saying.
like
There's
that.
a saying they can't. There's a saying you cannot unring a bell, right? Meaning once
Yo,
you've heard it, you heard it. Like some dude asked, like, think the FBI's in here? Like, I hope they are. I'll blast smack them too, man. Like, you listen
amen.
to me, NSA, you're gonna get blast smacked because of my phone calls. Like, dude, like he's gonna
I
hear
love
it.
that.
Like he
I
can
love
sit
that.
there and try and troll, but he's gonna hear everything we say,
yep.
and he ain't gonna be able to unhear it.
That's what.
Nope.
Yo, that is savage. I love that. That's amazing. I take back what I
Hey,
said. Partially.
while
Partially.
you're in here, while you're in here, Indio, did you see the DM I sent you?
Oh no, man! I never check DMs when I'm in voice.
Yeah.
God.
I can't send it in the live stream. So.
Yo, that's so funny, man.
Sorry, y'all. Inside joke.
Yo, that's hilarious, man.
I just wanted to add that when you're dealing with childish trolls that are looking for a reaction, same thing that works with the kids works on them. If you keep rationally, keep to your point, and just express mild disappointment in them when they start acting like idiots, you just completely unfazed and unimpressed. Eventually, they kind of just give up because they're not getting anything from you. And at that point, they start trying different tactics. This can actually be pretty interesting.
Exactly. Yeah, I usually won't feed the trolls because that's what they want. They want you to feed them, and I don't want to do that.
It's true, and you can even it's like a biblical thing too, where it's like the devil will flee if you don't give it attention, and so it's exactly right. They just want you so bad. They just want you at all cost, and if you don't give them even a sprinkle of on their piece of shit ice cream cone, then they will flee onto the next victim. It's like a mosquito, really. It's like they're
Some of
just
them
buzzing
freak out
around.
though, because when you don't give them what they expect, and you're irrational and you're chill, and you just start speaking with him with pity, all of a sudden they start getting mad.
Yeah.
They start acting like, "How dare you not? How dare you pity me?" and getting a huff. It's kind of the same thing that I learned when I was working on the register as a teenager. When you get a obnoxious, rude person, the
Karen.
nicer, more polite you are, the sooner they change their attitude because shame.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I was a server for a long time at a restaurant, and I had those customers that would come in, and everything was always wrong, but as long as I stayed cheerful and happy and sweet, what can they do? They can't really do anything.
pistols out.
Yeah, you disarm them.
Although you guys would have probably liked the way that I handled Scott Mackey the other night. I pulled a QE, like when QE's tired and he's dealing with somebody, when you could tell that he's tired, he's not really like fired up. I pulled one of those on Scott Mackey. I was like, everything that he answered was a non-answer, so I would repeat back like what he would say. I was like, "That's a non-answer. Please answer. Who has ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth, Scott?" and he would say something that wasn't a measurement, and then I'd repeat it back, and then I don't know. It was so funny.
Yeah, calm and holding them to the point. Sounds good. That's a great way to do
Holding
it.
them accountable, yes. It's so true. That song that I think Drace is who posted it, the 3 Point song. Like that is such a brilliant, incredible song because it's true and it's catchy. But also, like I learned myself that the Glober will say Eratosthenes measured the curvature, but that's not true. At best, at the very best, they can say that that he observed the curvature somehow, but that's
No.
not a measurement. It's not a measurement.
At best, they can say he measured shadow and assumed curvature.
Right. Exactly. And it's crazy. I'm testing this in real time on YouTube, and people don't have any answers. Well, other than Eratosthenes, and I'm just like, "What's the measurement, my brother? What is it?" And then they're just like, "You." I don't even. I think it either shuts them down or they just diverge to a different question, or they insult me. One of the three, or all above.
It's because they can't possibly have an answer. Nobody's actually taught any proofs for the globe. We're simply taught to believe in it.
Yeah, I'm more like Indio in that, like, if they want to try to drain me, I'm more than happy to comply. I'll sit there and
You outlast anyone.
I outlast them so hard, I'll write them a whole book detailing
Challenge
every
accepted.
single issue with what they told me, analyzing all of their issues, and flipping right back in their face all of their insults with substantiation based on what they said. It's so funny. I love doing
Can
that.
confirm that.
They never
I've
last.
seen you do that.
You don't
No,
know how
dude, they don't
many of
have the
these
energy, man.
had to give up. Like, I can see what Drace is doing 90% of the time because if I'm in here, he has this giant ass TV where all his shit is. I have seen him tear these numpties a new one so many times. Like sometimes he'll be in the live stream and some idiot like rolling his boulder or somebody is in his DMs and he's just like trashing them left and right, and then in between he'll come to you on the live stream, say something that because he's listening in, and then he's back to when the guy finally responds. It's hilarious.
Drace would never write a novel in chat. No way.
Look, these guys have no staying power, man. Like they just don't. Like they're coming in for the easy win, man. No, it ain't gonna be easy. I understand like whatever someone wants to do, like that's their methodology. I just have mine, dude. Like you better better strap in, man, because we're in this for the long haul. This ain't gonna be a drive-by shooting.
That's the beautiful thing about the server too. Is it's like if I tapped out right now, went to bed, I got all of y'all right there on deck. Never ending.
We got your back, man.
It's true.
And likewise, it's the same way the other way around.
Got your back,
How many
front,
times?
sides, up, down, because we believe in up and down. So yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Globers only have in and out.
Their balls deep.
I'm
I
gonna
just like,
start correcting
how
them
can they have an
when
in
they.
and out if they don't have an in and they don't have an out?
I'm gonna start asking them when they say drop something. See, why did things fall down? I can ask them like, no, to you it falls in. It doesn't fall down. You don't have down. I don't know why Globers can't see that. Like how many contradictions are in their worldview, man. Like everything
They
is
don't
just
want
a
to.
contradiction.
Hey, so if you drop the soap in prison, it's therefore gravity.
Yeah, that's right. You lost your virginity because of gravity.
Oh my. Right. I kind of want that guy to come back now. I want to unmute him. I want to see him either get sent to Cogdis or.
Okay, low key, I kind of like battles sometimes too. I don't know. Maybe it's just how I'm feeling tonight.
Damn, ladder.
Yeah, well, I mean, how else are we going to arrive at the truth, right? We're not going to arrive at the truth by everybody just like being in an echo chamber and just repeating the same thing, right? We're going to arrive at the truth by contest of ideas. We're going to smash our ideas against each other, and hopefully the one that's correct prevails.
Well, we all even disagree on a lot of like hypotheticals. You know what I mean? Like we all have like what we feel might be going on and everything like that. But like when it comes to physical knowledge, like it's a community understanding. It's like, okay, yeah, the Earth appears flat. Earth appears to not be moving.
Yeah, empiricism. So, you know, a lot of these guys, like, I don't understand it. They'll deny empiricism until your eyeball looks through an instrument that magnifies your empirical knowledge. Like, it's crazy to me. You can't trust your eyes unless you use a telescope. Then you can trust your eyes.
Well, they've
That's
been
what
gaslit their entire lives to not believe in their own senses. And they're so used to not believing in their own senses and that the belief trumps it, that they're simply acting like fanatics and zealots.
Well,
The people who aren't like zealots are the ones that actually listen after a while.
it's actually, don't believe your eyes, use a telescope, and then if the telescope shows you something that you don't want, then don't believe the telescope.
Believe me, don't trust your own lying eyes.
That's
The
what
telescope
Ozzy was
must
trying to
be
get me
lying
on.
to us. The light is fooling us.
That's what Ozzy was trying to get me on was like, oh, so you believe in empiricism? What's wrong with it?
I gotta say, the perfect example of exactly what we're talking about would be Pagus and the sex robot, which is a classic.
That's a gift that keeps on giving, man. That's never gonna. That's so great, man.
It never gets old. Like they put a techno beat on it, and it became one of my favorite songs for like a year. Ooh, I use this guy as an example of how retarded people can be when I'm talking to people sometimes.
I think most people that listen to that wouldn't think he's actually being serious, but he was. He was being absolutely serious.
He was that serious. He was so desperate. When what was it, the light or chocolate? Oh yeah, with chocolate. When chocolate said like what? You tripped and she fell. He's like, yes, yes, exactly. That's what happened. I fucking lost it. I laughed so hard I had tears in my eyes.
Yeah, that was just so epic. Like, when they presented the analogy to him, it basically made him accept that flat Earth is the most logical, reasonable position until I typed that out into the text, and he was like, "Oh shit, no, I gotta backpedal somehow," and then went into the falling. He jumped on that when Chocolate was laughing at him. But what I think was the most telling is the end, when Crypto gets him to basically invoke Descartes' demon.
Yeah.
Or how all of his perception could be controlled by some all-powerful demon, and therefore he cannot know anything. To me, that's just insanity.
And all to keep the globe worldview. Like why? Like why is it that important, really? Especially when your worldview is that you can't know anything and that nothing is actually important. Why is it that important to keep that worldview? Like, there's so many contradictions in their thinking and logic. It's boundless almost.
Yeah, I just don't understand how a person like that can go through life. Like, you don't trust your eyes, you don't trust anything you see. How can you walk outside or drive or anything? Like, you could be driving over people, the road could not be there. Like, he's insane.
Also, he cannot be literally happy because his whole life would just be anxiety and panic and uncertainty. I kind of feel bad for him now that we're talking about it and analyzing it.
Well, it's almost like it's like compartmentalization, really, right? So it's not a it's not a contradiction if it's like if you make a little compartment, right, and you make some sort of truth statement in this compartment, but it doesn't actually go out. So it doesn't have to be any universal or systemic, like systemically homogeneous logic that goes across all your ideas. Each idea is treated individually and logical within its own box. And even if, and then like if you have a contradiction, you just put the contradiction in another box where it makes sense in that box.
Yeah, I call those contradiction contingencies, because if all the light is bent and all the light isn't bent, like the Globers say, then regardless of what you have, you can always use one or the other.
But it doesn't stop at the bent light, right? It stops at geometry. It's either geometry or it's not geometry.
Geometry can't.
I don't think it stops ever. It's everywhere.
Can't solve bent light. If you're on geometry, you're not solving bent light. I would not execute that kind of the question.
Well, to them, so their arguments will go from the sun, geometry of the Earth and the sun proved the Earth's the globe. And then we're like, okay, well, that geometry doesn't work. Well...
Yeah, geometry does not prove Earth is a globe. You need at least calculus.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying at all, man. Try to follow along. So they have two, like, okay, so in the gold model, they'll say things like the angle to the sun, or the angle to the sun travels at 15 degrees per hour through the sky, and then it sets and it gets cut off by the horizon, and then it's gone. But the gold model also says that there's refraction in the air. It's more when you get towards the horizon, and then the horizon itself, that's not geometric, that's optical. But then when you see the sunset and it's cut off by the horizon's optical and the sun's already gone over the horizon and it's being refracted around the curve of the Earth. So they have two simultaneous claims, right? So they have both of them. They have everything's optical, everything's geometric, right? It's geometric when they try to falsify the flat Earth, but if you try to falsify their model or their concept, it's optical again, right? So they just flip flop back and forth between these two ideas. Whereas our position is the geometry, there is no geometry. It's all optical all the time because all our observations have to do with seeing, right? So if our observations about determination of figure of the Earth is seeing, then it's all optical all the time, right? Especially in the further away it is, whatever it is you're looking at, the more optical it is. So I had Scott Mackey ask me, what's the flat Earth calculation for the horizon? Like, dude, we don't have a calculation for the horizon because the horizon's not physical. It can't be calculated. And then
It literally
I had
changes every
to
day.
point out to him he can't calculate it either because his calculation, as soon as he does it, he'll have to say, well, that's actually, here's my calculation for the horizon, but that's not actually where the horizon is. It's somewhere else based upon
It took me
whatever the weather
2.5
was that
years.
day. So they play, the point is they play pretend. They pretend they have geometry. But then on closer examination, they don't actually have geometry. Plumb lines, then you got the curved plumb lines. Then you have all, you can just keep going with this, right? So everything's curved, right? So the plumb lines are curved, fucking lines of sight are curved in surveying. Looking at everything, it's got all curved paths of light, right? So they actually have no geometry. And because the thing is, what that curve actually is in any particular observation, you can't quantify, right? At all. Can't make a prediction, can't give a model, can't predict the weather using curved lines of sight, curved plumb lines, curved any of this stuff. So they don't have any geometry. They just pretend they do.
It took me 2.5 years to understand what I was looking at when I looked out to the horizon and why I was seeing the optical effect the way. That's how
indoctrinated you were.
Indoctrinated or even intricate the explanation is. Because there's a lot of nuances in the explanation, but they're specific for your vision. It's literally based on how your eyeballs fucking work. There's no other explanation for it.
So when I first came across flat Earth and they were like, there can't be a horizon on the flat Earth, I knew instantly that was bullcrap. Because I've been messing around with computers and computer monitors and televisions and all this type of technology for a long time. And if you buy any of this stuff, right, on the spec sheet, it'll say field of view. And the field of view is the angle at which you're looking at the TV, but you can't read the letters no more. So every flat screen TV, they have a field of view. If the angle is too shallow, can't read the letters. Right? So same thing on a flat Earth. The field of view is if your angle is too shallow, can't see the surface. So it's nothing for me to go from one to the other. I understood it instantly. And I spent the first, couple of years fucking arguing with Globers, how a horizon is possible on a flat Earth. It's just your angle resolution. You get a very low viewing angle, you can't see that surface, man. Everybody should know this, right? You look at a table, right, and you just lower yourself to the surface of the table. Eventually, you won't be able to see the surface of the table, right? And you don't have to be underneath it if you're just parallel to the table. So, okay, parallel to the table, can't see the surface. Okay, what angle, looking at this table, will I start to see the surface? That's easy to figure out. What's the smallest angle the human eye can resolve? 0.02 degrees. So that's the angle of view to the table where you'll start seeing the table again. Can't see it if it's smaller than that. So you have to be bigger than that. This isn't like, and like literally, for spent years arguing this with Globers, trying to make them understand this simple concept. And this is why I think they're, like I always say, they're spatially challenged. Like they never put, like, it's like they never looked at the world, like around them. Like they've been going around like blind people.
Yeah, just like with the article that said some people don't have internal dialogue, I've also read articles that some people can't visualize. They just can't imagine things. So perhaps we're dealing with some of those.
Yeah, maybe it's like spatial visualization or something. And it probably, I bet you would correlate to people that have played sports or done some type of physical activity, like where you have to be able to estimate distances. Even like shooting a bow, throwing a ball, right? You need spatial awareness to do any of these tasks. And if you don't have spatial awareness, pretty much, you're probably never going to do them because you're going to suck so bad. You're just not going to do it.
Try it once and give up.
Yeah, basically just try a bunch of times and be like, man, I really suck at this. I don't want to do this. I'll just do something else. It's like self-selection, right? People go, why does all swimmers, why are their body shaped like that? It's not, it's because that particular body shape is good for swimming. So people that try swimming, right, it's swimming as for competition, they're like, oh shit, I'm good at this. Well, yeah, it's because their body's type, like Phelps, right? Michael Phelps, his particular body type, his body shape. If he was going to be like a professional football player, he'd suck, dude, because he doesn't have the body shape, right? There's certain just morphology of human body that is good for particular tasks. Baseball player, same thing. Like, yeah. Shortstop, same thing. Play in the outfield, that's another body type. Play first base, that's another body type. Home run hitter, that's another body type. Like, so there's all different body types. And the people, they all have the same body type because that body type makes it easy to do that particular task. Now, of course, other body types could do the task, but it's not going to be as easy for them. It's not going to be natural.
Well, I totally agree that you do have the base of, you either have a good base for it or you don't. There's also some cases where the activity itself helps shape you into that body. So it's both.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, you could be like super fat or something, right? And then you start like doing long distance running, you find out underneath all that fat, you got the right body type for long distance running.
Oh, it's also like, for instance, if you practice gymnastics from a young age, it's very common for gymnastics girls to have a more childlike body and not mature as womanly, shall we say? Because they're doing certain activities at a certain age. And if you're always doing a certain sport, the muscles you need for that sport are going to get the most exercise. So certain sports are also going to create certain body types. But you see that the ideal form is when you have the base natural talent for it added with the needed practice and dedication to get that form.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's completely body type, but if you look at like a general or like an average, so you don't see any 6'8" gymnasts, right? There ain't no female gymnasts that are like 6'6", 6'7", 5'11".
Like I say, just like they don't get tits, they often also don't grow as tall. I've known some girls.
They have narrow waists too. Have you noticed that their hips are very narrow?
Yeah, that's part of it. That's what I'm talking about with the not so womanly figure. I had a cousin or something that used to do gymnastics when she was young, and she quit because she felt that she wasn't becoming womanly enough, and she was staying boyish because of the gymnastics, and it actually
could have been
stopped.
Yeah, so it could have been that because I know because the training is, if women go through, this happens to men too. As far as if you overtrain, their period will stop.
Yeah, if you it's also if you overtrain when you're young and your body is trying to grow, you can disrupt that process.
Yeah, it happens in men too. So if you overtrade as a male, you'll end up with low testosterone. Basically, you're messing up your endocrine system by stressing your body too much. Your body's just going into like survival mode.
This is why we have a saying in Icelandic that says "Allt er gott í hófi," which means everything is good in moderation.
Yeah, certainly.
Or it can also mean show moderation in all things, depending on how you read it.
Yeah, too much masturbation will make you go blind.
Gives you hairy palms. Gives you
That's
hairy
what I was
palms,
gonna
too. Was it hairy palms? Hi, I'm Hairy Palms.
Believe it or not, that's actually a true, somewhat true tale. There is a condition where people get dim vision from orgasming.
Oh, I thought it was just like bad aim, like jizzing your eyes out.
Same thing with don't go outside with wet hair, you'll get sick. There's a certain part of the population that
That's
would happen
legit,
to.
because if you cool your head down too fast, the scalp and all that can affect you pretty heavily.
Yeah, you can get sick, but there's also I've seen a trend of northern women freezing their hair.
Oh, you're freezing hair. There's also a competition in some countries where you go into a ice cold thing like water and you shape your hair and freeze it, and it's almost like a hair sculpture ice competition.
That's pretty funny, man. I'd like to see that, man. That would be great.
I'll find the clip on YouTube. Well, give me 1 second.
I was late for school one day and didn't use the towel on my head, and my hair froze by the time I got to school.
Oh, that was a
there.
regular occurrence, man. In the Northeast, man, that's just like a regular occurrence. You run into the bus, you freaking didn't have time to dry your hair completely. You got icicles going on.
Yeah, that's not normal around here, partner.
Yeah, you're in Texas, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I said one time.
Yeah, so I went to Texas one time, and I must have brought the cold weather with me because it was below freezing for the 3 days I was there. Now it's in Dallas.
Yeah, that's pretty rare. We usually don't get a 3-day freeze, but like once a year, and it's pretty rare because usually it'll go down, and during the day it'll heat back up. So for 3 solid days below freezing, pretty rare.
Oh, that's nuts, man. Man, they're really bored in Canada.
Yeah.
Still better than butter sculpting competitions. I mean, there's weirder shit out there.
They have a sandcastle competition here. It's pretty cool, but it's kind of cheating because they bring in like custom sand that's good for sculpting and shit. They just don't use like beach sand. Then they wet it and spray it. For all I know, they're using freaking cement.
Earlier
Well,
you talked.
I have sandcastle building competitions almost every summer because I work with kids. We don't have fancy sand though.
Yeah, I
But it
mean,
is
they
fun,
literally
actually.
import the sand.
They
They bring the
lie.
sand with them.
So did we actually, as a nation, because we only have one white beach and it's all imported sand because it's not like we actually have any white beaches. We have black beaches. So we have one artificially made beach, and that's where we go. So technically, we are using fancy imported sand. Wow.
Yeah. So you have black sand beaches, or are they just like black rock?
We do technically have black sand beaches here and there, but they're not very cozy.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
black sand.
Are they like? Because like some of the black sand beaches are like really coarse grains of sand, right? So it's like that. Depending on the size of the grains, some grains are like some sand is like really like
I know what you mean.
it's not cool to walk on, dude. It hurts. It doesn't feel good.
It completely depends on where the beach is.
Yeah,
'cause
we got, I think both types. I think most of the black sand comes from basalt from the volcanoes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Which is basically broken glass almost.
Yeah, but the ocean kind of helps with grinding it up. So some of the beaches are not that bad. I've walked barefoot on some of the black beaches. They're not that bad.
What's
And
the
they're
hottest
pretty
it's ever
sometimes.
gotten there? What's like the record temperature in
What?
Iceland? Has it ever gotten like
Never.
100 degrees?
Every time you guys
Fahrenheit
say,
is what you're asking, right?
Yeah, Fahrenheit. I don't know.
I
what that
can't.
is.
I don't know how to convert it. Just
Like 37 Celsius.
I know it's gotten up to 30 something.
According to an article I found from a website that should be pretty good at this, apparently, 24th of September 1940, we apparently might have had 36 degrees Celsius. Ho ho ho! But it's not acknowledged as a record. So the highest official record that they have on this website is what? I'll have to look for that now.
What's the water temperature? Typically,
Cold.
Cold? So why are you talking about
Yeah.
beaches if nobody's swimming in the water?
They still swim in the water, and we have
Oh,
heated
really?
pools.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we still swim in the water during the summer. It's just very cold, but it's doable. Part of the reason why it's extra good where they imported that beach and all that is because they created like an inlet, and it's very shallow, so it gets heated up by the sun.
Yeah, that's a good
Also,
idea.
there's a hot tub at the edge of the water. So where the beach actually meets the sea, there's a hot tub, and you can get into the hot tub, but you have to wade a little bit through the sea to get to it, just like up to your ankles, maybe.
Yeah, don't you guys have a bunch of geothermal stuff?
Yeah.
Y'all should run those pipes, like make a little like alcove beach and like run some pipes underneath the water and like heat it up. Basically engineer it so that the water doesn't really flow or connect, like doesn't dissipate into the ocean as much, or at least at a slower rate, and like just heat
Yeah,
up
that
the
could
water right
that
there.
could work. We do have a bunch of geothermal hot tubs all over the place, which are naturally heated through geothermals.
God, that must be awesome.
We also have extensive public pools that I realized that you guys apparently don't have the same type, because we have these heated pools that are all over the place, super cheap, easy to access. I get in for free. And they have hot tubs, they have saunas, they have cold tubs, they have slides, they have all kinds of shit. And what, in the city, I think we have like 8 or more? I don't know.
Holy moly, man! You guys like swimming there?
Well, we can't go like you guys out to the beach and just go into the ocean all the time. So
Oh
Also,
man,
hot
like
tubbing
the beach
in the
here.
snow in winter? Are you kidding me? It's so cozy.
I don't like cold waters, so the beaches here are only swimmable for like a couple months, and our beaches suck. Like where I live, at least. I mean, I can go up north to like New Hampshire, which is like Hampton Beach, where they import the sand, so it's nice sand, and they got like amusement park and all that crap. But the water isn't that great to swim in. I think it's too cold. You kind of got to go south from here. So people go to like the Cape Cod, which is actually the water's like, I'd say like 2 degrees. Really, it's like the threshold is probably like 67 degrees. So it only will be like 67 here for like 2 weeks, and like where I live. But if you go to Cape Cod, it'll be like between 67 and 70 for like 3 months. So that's why everybody vacations there, because it's like in Massachusetts Bay and it's kind of cut off from the sea. You know what I mean? And it's a little bit more south.
That was my
more water.
that was my like first disappointment, like just moving to the United States. I moved here, San Francisco Bay Area, and we went to beach, and I was like over there, man. I was like expecting like Mediterranean, like ocean, and you know what I mean, sea and warm and everything. Fucking got over there, it was like freezing cold. Ocean is cold all the time.
Freezing cold. That's freezing cold up there in Northern California. Yeah.
You know that it's
yeah,
colder in the
crazy, like-
summer in San Francisco than the winter, right?
That's because of the Earth tilt.
Yes, obviously.
yeah.
No, it's tilted backwards in San Francisco. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Which would explain a lot about their proclivities up there. Everything's backwards.
Yeah, that's why we have so many gay people over here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, it's all backwards. Like up there, you like the
Yeah.
same sex, not the opposite sex. So it's all ass back.
Yeah. Yeah, Bay Area is too gay.
That's a queer state of affairs.
Going to be gay.
I'd say the best beaches on the East Coast are Virginia Beach until you get to like Florida or something. Even though I've never been there, people have talked about it, seen pictures and stuff. It's a gigantic beach. Probably nothing compared to California beaches.
Yeah, we have beaches here big enough that like probably some small states might fit into the beach itself.
Probably.
Just about.
Y'all
At
got
least-
waves too. We don't have waves.
If not a whole city's like the square footage of some of the beaches, probably a whole city could fit inside of it.
But we have that Lake Tahoe. And we have a couple, a whole bunch of lakes and rivers over here. So, but Lake Tahoe is like one really, really awesome. Like summer is like really, really pretty over there. Nice water.
Yeah, there's also those surfing competitions on the Atlantic coast, Sonny.
Yeah, it's Mavericks or something like that.
Not here, man. Our waves, average wave height is probably freaking, at high tide, is probably 6 feet. Even after a storm, like 12-foot waves are like huge. But to go back to pools, we used to have a lot of public pools, but I don't know. I don't know if the lawyers got crazy and they sued them out of existence. But there used to be public pools everywhere, and now they're nowhere.
Yeah, there used to be a public pool a few towns over, and they shut it down because one kid drowned. And it's like, wow, like you're gonna shut down like interstates because somebody dies on the interstate? So it's really sad.
Well,
My,
I'm a fish. I'm like pure fish.
yeah, my cousin Tracy died when I was 5 years old. We were only like a month apart, different in age, and he died in a public pool. The lifeguard was fucking trying to like hit on some chick while my cousin was at the bottom of the pool. And my aunt got like a giant fucking sum of money to shut her up.
Yeah, some little girl dropped my brother in the pool when he was a baby, and I went, swam down and picked him, pulled him up. Saved his life. He was an infant.
Oh man.
Good job.
Wow, did he sink or did they float?
Yeah, he sank to the bottom, and I remember swimming down and seeing bubbles coming out of his mouth. He's laying at the bottom of the pool. I picked him up. I hardly remember anything but actually the seeing him with bubbles. And I questioned it for years because my mother was supposed to have been watching us while my dad was at work. Well, no one was watching that well. So, yeah, I ended up saving his life. And held him above water until the lifeguard got there.
Nothing against your mother, Sonny, but there's a lot of shitty parents out there, man.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I saw a dude walking with his kids, man, and like I don't know what he was thinking. I mean, and he looked old, maybe a little bit older than me, and he had maybe it was his grandchildren. He had like a 4-year-old and maybe a 5-year-old and maybe a 6 or 7-year-old. And his 5-year-old almost like ran right in front of a fucking car, dude. And like instead of like, and it's like a walkway, right? It's not. This isn't like on the sidewalk. There's actually a space between the walkway and there's like a grass, and then to even get to the road. Like, why are you letting your kid fucking walk on the outside? Like, there's so many things wrong with what he was doing, right? And like the thing about having a young kid, especially walking, you never let them get out of reach. You know what I mean? Where you can take like 2 steps and be at them.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
like if you're like 3 steps away and they take off, now you got to take 5 steps to get to them. You can't get to them fast enough. You have to be always like within 2 steps of catching them all the time. Like it's just how it is. You know what I mean? Because they just get a thought in their head and they just take off at like full speed in a direction. They have no awareness of anything around them. They don't know anything. And like he's walking in a bike path, right? And the bike path is about 5 feet from the road. In this road, they're doing all sorts of construction. There's trucks. There's people on the bike path, motorized bikes, 10 speeds, people jogging, people running. This dude is like, did you kidnap these kids, man? Because you don't know how to take care of kids, man. Like, what are you doing?
Well, I was like 2 or 3 years old, so like in 1985-ish. My parents put me on bumper cars, and they decided to have like a head-on collision, and I'm pretty sure it's the first time I broke my nose.
Oh, Jesus. Now, see, it's this thing, man, where people are overprotective. Like, where's the line of overprotective versus negligent? Like, do you think your parents were negligent, Hank, or
I just think they were just trying to have fun and didn't really study physics. So, negligent? No, not really. I think it was ignorant, you know? Now, baby at the bottom of the pool, that's negligent. Right? You don't have to know physics to know about that, right?
yeah, you can't breathe underwater? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was a, pretty painful injury, but did it cause like permanent damage? I don't know.
You'll never know now.
Yeah, how would I have been before? I do have this thing where I can't remember names, so where's that part of the brain at? The part of the brain that connects your mind to the memory of names.
I don't know. I have a problem with names too, but I think it's just because
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's just man thing.
I got another story for you. Concerning my brother, the same brother, we're 4 years apart, right? So I was like 10 years old and he was 4 or somewhere right around that. And
And
You cut out, Sonny.
And then
yeah, you're just about to tell the punchline, man. He's just keeping us in suspense. FBI got sunny again.
It's even been a long time since I've been in a hotel room that had windows that opened.
Yeah, our Icelandic soccer team almost won. Was it EM?
Yeah, I want to say they
Or
won,
one, or just we were getting to the finals, right?
We were the smallest nation to ever make it into the EM, and we were in 18th place or something like that. But because it was such a historic moment, so many people flew out. That's when it became famous. The Viking called where everybody going "Hurrah!" and clapped their hands. And that's because they had a whole support team of a huge group of people that went and followed them around for this. And one random guy who was just there started organizing all of it and just became a whole thing. And after they did so well, when they came home, they basically had there was basically held a parade for them, where when they showed up, I saw it on the news, where all of downtown was packed for the parade when the boys came home because everybody was celebrating them. It was insane.
Yeah, they came back as heroes.
Well, did you guys flip over cars and light stuff on fire?
No, we don't do that.
Ah,
It was a
come on,
beautiful thing, not an ugly thing. This isn't America.
come on, man. Your sports team don't really win unless there's a looting and you burn cars and flip stuff
That's-
over.
That's all those soccer
Ours was
teams
more
in
like.
Europe.
Do you remember when the astronauts came back from the moon landing and they were paraded around everywhere? That's basically what it was.
Oh,
Wait a minute. The astronauts
That's
technically weren't paraded around for a while because they had to be quarantined, and that's that's what people like. That's why they look so sad during the press conference because
Yeah,
they weren't amped up because they had to be quarantined and they sat like
Yeah.
it was like
no,
2
I
weeks
thought they
after.
were sad because they didn't really want to go to the parade because parades are boring, and they were like, "No, I don't want to do that." You're like, "Too bad you signed up for this. You got to go to the parade."
You've already been lying.
Yeah.
You've been lying your whole life, dude. Like, what the hell's the big deal? You're just gonna lie for the cameras again.
They're like, oh my god, who wants to go there anyway?
That's grody.
To the max.
Also, I'm like 90% sure that the only way you could get a riot in Iceland is if the immigrants did it. We don't do that kind of stuff.
Come on, you don't break your own shit when you're happy.
No.
Never. No, we have a very strong adhesive community spirit in Iceland because just like in many cold places, when like something happens, everybody just teams up and deals with it. I'm going to post a picture of when the volcano thing happened. One second.
I mean, you kind of have to team up because otherwise everyone will die.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do they have the game Don't Break the Ice in Iceland? That was a kid's game when I was a kid.
That was real life for them, bro.
How does the game work?
That's not a game. That's life or death, bro.
It's got little squares, and you got each person's got a hammer, and it's got this chair where the guy sits on. Well, that's a four square one, and then the rest are squares, and you put them in at the top, and you can bang out little cubes, and eventually the guy in the chair falls. You lose if you knock him. Knock the guy. Anybody who's my age knows Don't Break the Ice, man. It's
a board game, right?
No, it's like a strategy. Come on.
Where I'm from, once you hit 8 years old, if you ain't got a job, you ain't gonna make it.
Come on, Indio, back me up here. You know, Don't Break the Ice.
No, I heard of it. I can't remember what you had to do. How do you play?
You hit out these little blocks with your hand. Now I'm going to find a video now. Was this popular as Hungry Hippos?
Oh, that? Yeah, I remember that.
So icebreaker. is when we go in a circle and we all ask questions about each other to kind of get to know each other. So I'll go first. Is anybody? So who wants to go first?
No.
Do
Anyway, I got a question for Karma. Karma, is that ashes or is that like hardened lava?
Hardened lava. It was glowing red lava a few days before the first picture was taken.
How did they get rid of it?
Hard work, maybe.
Hard work. No shit, man. I want to know what they used. They use like bucket loaders.
It looks like they just used a freaking steamroller and steamrolled it flat.
Yeah, it looks like they just went over it. Like the lava's in the way, man. Just make the road over it.
Dump a bunch of sand and stuff on it and compress it down and then just make the road.
No, they did clear it. I remember seeing a bunch of big machinery and shit like that, but I don't remember what it's called, especially not in English. But like I do remember that the guy who owns the biggest excavator in Iceland, he was one of the volunteers that went out to build the defensive wall to try to save Grindavik, which did eventually get overflown, and the crack went straight through the wall, and there was lava on both sides, and houses were catching fire and shit. But there was this one video that I love where the boys who owns the excavators, the men who had been working on all this shit, were running out to save the excavators, and the lava was like super close, and some of the excavator windows were actually cracking from the heat, but they still went out there. That's the only one you got, so they went and saved it. And
they outran the lava to get the excavators.
Now, why did they dig a wall? Tried to build a wall instead of dig like a moat?
I think it's a little bit of both.
It's just safer because if you dig a moat down, you're just creating more vulnerabilities. The ground was swelling up and down crazily.
Okay, I get it. Yeah.
It wasn't even the first eruption. This was what, second or third, maybe fourth one?
Yeah. Each eruption went closer and closer to the town, so it was they pretty much expected it to come up somewhere near the town, but then the crack was just so long that it pierced through the barrier.
That's crazy, man. I mean, it's like freaky scary, but like I want to see it. I want to check it out, man. Like morbid curiosity. I've never seen the ground open up a big crack with freaking lava coming out of it, man.
Yeah, you'll never see a ground do it either. Legal.
Just move to Iceland.
It's not as scary as you would think.
Thinking about it,
because
because we are in a place where basically there's not a lot of pressure buildup.
You can exert as much power as you want. I get it. It's horrifying.
Hey, dude, control your mic, man. He was talking.
What?
It's just not gonna rush out in massive speeds. So, like with the first volcano, people were going really close to the volcano because they could approach it from one side, and all the fumes were settling in the valley away from them, so they could go almost all the way up to the cone. They would camp on a different hilltop, but then near the camp, the ground started opening up and everybody started panicking, but they just moved the camp. It wasn't that much of a problem.
It's not nearly as bad as getting like a huge tsunami or a tidal wave or some crazy shit like that.
Yeah.
'Cause that's fast.
Yeah, or a hurricane. Like, you guys have to deal with all these crazy hurricanes that just flow over everything. We can manage this.
Especially because our clubs are built of concrete instead of the weird shit that you guys make.
Don't you guys have endless like free power or like off of like steam powered stuff? Because you always got like lava around. You could just have a boiler. You could have a damn a spinning generator going all the time.
We use the geothermals to create all of the electricity in the country. We use the geothermals to heat up grow houses so we can grow vegetables that shouldn't be able to grow here.
Also, we have hot water in the tap and all that stuff, which has a bit of what is that called in English?
I'm not sure. But that's the best thing about the geothermals. You get basically free heated water.
So you don't have hot water heaters?
Yeah, we don't need that. We heat our houses with the hot water we get.
Crazy, man. That's crazy.
They're probably,
So
they're
like you
probably,
could take like an endless hot shower.
like
Yep.
hot tubs aren't even
Literally, yeah.
cool.
And
You,
also, by
I
the
work.
way,
I
this
worked
all
on
used to
steam
be dirt
boilers.
cheap until they sold it to their nephews and cousins. And like this used to be all government owned, and they keep adding taxes on it and stuff. But now, like, oh, now we're going to charge you not only for bringing the water to your house, but we're also going to charge for taking the water away from your house. We're going to add new taxes there. So they tax us to shit. But it used to be super cheap.
Yeah, when it was owned by the government, they ran it really poorly into the ground to justify buying it. But before they started doing that, everything was super cheap.
I saw a company that sold like iceberg water. Like they would take like the floating icebergs and like
I heard
grab
Saudi Arabia
them
does that.
and
Like
bring them
Brewster's,
in like on this boat, and then they would bottle it.
Brewster's Millions.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, what we do is we just take the tap water, we bottle it, and sell it to your country.
Just so like, yeah, dude, like that's just, dude, it's just like that Kopi Luwak coffee where they're like, oh yeah, the civet ate it and then crapped it out. I'm like, you know what's funnier than somebody like just drinking that crap? That I would never support it. But how much you want to bet? It's not even. It's just coffee. They just sell you coffee and they just tell you this big long story. You know. So it's
So in
even $300 a pound.
In America, this is how we do spring water. You rename the town Poland Springs, and you just sell tap water to everybody and say it's spring water.
Dude, they've got that new stuff that's literally sewer water, recycled, and they sell it like that. And they're like, "Hey, you're saving the freaking planet by drinking this ozonated
Oh, dude, I
freaking."
can one up that. Like, be like an astronaut, drink your own piss. Like, send us your piss, and we'll recycle it and send it back to you, and you can save the planet by drinking your own piss, just like the astronauts do.
Yeah, our tap water is a natural spring water. That's why we sell it everywhere. It's completely free of chlorine, calcium, and nitrates. It's very clean. I've tested it.
It's
You
in
got
fact
lake?
so clean and fresh
Yeah.
that when I was working in a grocery store that had a broken AC, when I bought a water bottle, I was only buying it for the plastic bottle because you pour out the water and put in tap because that's better.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Wow.
I'm not joking.
Somebody should run like a garden. You could run a garden hose across the freaking damn ocean, a really long one, and just like set it up. Can sell the crap out of Icelandic water.
I was thinking about selling the electricity. Like, how much electricity could you guys generate if you like tapped all the
You get a
geothermal?
shit ton of free like
Oh my god! Why aren't you guys doing Bitcoin?
Aluminum manufacturing thing.
Oh yeah.
And then they
Aren't you
started
mine?
that as an excuse to charge us more. And
Yeah.
the nation is such a fucking scam.
Yeah, foreign interests buy land here, create giant corporations to create aluminum, and then 95% of all of our electricity goes to them, which they pay almost nothing for, and then the rest of us have to pay for the rest. Before they moved here, it was all dirt cheap.
Well, wait a minute, Trace. Does anybody do their own thing? Like, I mean, like a turbines on. I mean, just to have a turbine, a turbine that runs off of steam, or just I mean, couldn't you make your own boiler and set up like your own crude setup, or is that against regulations?
Well, we don't need boilers.
No, make it listen. We're talking about steam-powered electric generation.
Yeah, for that you would basically dig a really deep hole and then just pump water into it. And there are places where the ground gets hotter and hotter and hotter. So if you just dig down there, you can dump the water in, it'll boil, steam rises up, and you run turbines off of that.
Are there any places where it's hot on the ground where you can just like sleep outside and not freeze to death?
Nah, the wind cooling is too much, basically.
so
It is
insane.
terribly small.
It's so cold there, but it's got so much thermal stuff going on.
Yes, the houses are super safe and super warm. So there's a lot of doorsiness. Except during the summer when everybody's like, yes, there's finally sun. Literally, it's to the point where we have a national holiday where I had vacation all of today because it's the official first day of summer.
Yeah, one of the funny things about Icelandic people, you'll see this if you go on holidays. If there's weird people
Basking in the sun.
basking in the sun all the time, yeah, that's us.
I mean, I've seen
I go to Iceland. I don't even need to know where you live. I just look for the people basking in the sun. That's it.
Yeah, when you go outside during the summer here, you see people on every balcony just like half naked, like feet up on the railings, hands out, trying to get some sun. It's so funny.
I used to watch this guy that married an Icelandic woman, and they would make videos about the culture clashes and what it's like having an Icelandic wife and what it's like being married to an American man, and the American tried to pronounce Icelandic or stuff or learn our alphabet song, which was hilarious. But one of the things is when he was talking about what it's like having an Icelandic wife. Number one, he mentioned how scared she was of all the bugs that you have in America because they're disgusting, and she like runs away like there's a dragon flying at her, which I totally understand. Second thing was how she like even if there's just a tiny bit of sun, you're in the car, you will roll up your sleeves, you'll get your legs out to catch any of the sun that you can, like a desperate plant that's dying. And that's just normal for us. Everybody does this.
We don't get enough vitamin D, and they have found that we were most of us deficient because of the lack of sun, and so they started supplementing that in different parts of our diet.
You know, I actually do the same thing here, man. I try. Yeah, like we don't get enough vitamin D here either. So like I try to like basically wear shorts into like in t-shirts into like October if I can get away with it, just to keep getting vitamin D because our winters are not as long as yours, obviously. But I mean, it doesn't take long to get a vitamin D deficiency just not getting out in the sun every day.
I've also heard that it's a problem for some foreigners that moved here, especially in the beginning, like when that wasn't very popular, where they would get I don't know what's it called in English. It basically means midday depression or something like that.
Yeah,
where you can get enough sun, so they just got depressed.
Yeah, it's vitamin D is highly correlated with depression and suicide and stuff.
It's proven to be especially with high melanin, like Afro Americans that live above like Georgia basically are like way sicker because they don't get as much sun.
There's a lack of serotonin.
Getting it there instead of their diet. Like if your body's used to getting a certain substance from a certain activity or a certain something, and now all of a sudden that's gone, you need to supplement it, or your body's going to be like, "What the fuck is happening?"
Oh, you think you guys are like superheroes over there? You can get away with like less sun. You think it's like kind of like, dare I say, evolve?
Well,
less sun.
Yeah, no, I think it's more like you can be better at processing some things, and you can see this with diet as well. Some cultures that are used to eating certain things get better at processing those things, and
Don't you
are
also eat a
worse
lot
at
of fish?
processing other things.
Yeah, don't you also eat a lot of fish there?
Yeah.
So fish has a lot of vitamin D and vitamin E in it. So you're getting it from that.
Fat. It's got good fat too. So
yeah,
omegas. and other things like that.
Yeah.
Also, we have a lot of lamb, so lamb is very popular as well here.
have you heard of people like doing the whole fish oil thing? Do you know that they were selling fermented fish oil for a while, and people were thinking it was good for them, but it was just you can't like somebody's like you can't rot like that's just rotten fish oil. That's rotten fish oil.
That's some of our traditional food.
People, wait a minute. I've heard of that. I've heard of
Which one?
some really hardcore
Yeah, the
Like what's
Eskimos have it as well. Yeah, fermented fish.
You're right. That's wild,
We
man. That's
can't say
crazy,
Eskimos anymore. That's racist or something.
dude. So you know what? You know
Sorry,
what?
I live
You know
on the
what?
wrong end of the earth.
You know what the Greenland shark. The
Yeah, it
Greenland
doesn't
shark
count over
is.
there.
Do you know what a Greenland shark is? It's called a Greenland shark.
I know what it is.
I've never
It's
heard
And
of
they're
it.
called Inuits.
So, yeah. So they have to. They live real in really cold water, and let I think the Eskimos would boil. They would boil the meat for like a week, because it's one of those sharks that you
It
like.
should be
It's
4
like
to 5 months, not just some weeks.
it urinates through the skin. That was just to prepare it. They would boil it for a week to prepare it for some other thing. I don't even know, but
You
yeah.
want to see Gordon Ramsay trying to eat this shit? It's hilarious. I'll find the clip.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Gordon Ramsay. I've seen them catch one. They're crazy looking fish, man. Wait, are you guys allowed to eat seal meat?
We're allowed, yes, but we don't. Mostly the farmers shoot them on the beaches.
You're freaking murdering poor freaking defenseless seals?
Yeah, seals and polar bears.
Well, if it's a
What?
farming offense, no.
Bears? What
I
the
used to have a
hell?
seal claw.
What are the seals doing where they have to shoot them? What are they?
I don't know. They don't always
Messing
get
up
shot.
stuff?
It's just sometimes when they're like on the farmer's land and the farmer doesn't want them there, he shoots them. It's not like all of them get shot. It's just it has happened quite a bit by some farmers. Same with the polar bears. Like they wash
Well,
up
they'd eat
on
the lamb,
shore.
wouldn't they?
The polar bears are a problem, so they shoot them. But because there's no laws or anything against shooting the seals, they just do it if they want to.
What do the polar bears do wrong?
Well, there are no bears here, so the polar bears can just do whatever the fuck they want. So we don't want more polar bears here.
It's also the farmers are usually just protecting their sheep or whatever.
Yeah, I don't want the sheep to get killed.
I could see that. Yeah, it'd be an easy meal. Polar bears are big, man.
Yeah, and when they
Gnarly.
get here, they're generally starved, so they're all very skinny.
That's the last thing you want is a starved polar bear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's global warming and that.
No, they've been coming for a long time, back when it was global cooling.
Dude, they're clearly superior. They're clearly superior because they're Caucasian, first of all, and they obviously are very good at getting to places far away. Because you don't see the black bears doing it. Clearly not as intelligent.
They can
being
swim
racist
for
against the bears.
miles. Yeah, those polar bears, they can swim for miles and miles.
Yeah, it starts generally with them floating towards us on some icicle, and then when the icicle starts melting, they end up like panicking and trying to swim towards the nearest land. It's relatively rare. It's not like we get 1,000 polar bears every year. It's like 1 or 2 maybe.
And to be fair, every time a polar bear gets shot, there's always a bunch of people in Iceland that get really mad and start shit talking the guy who shot him.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, that's what I'd do. I'd be that guy. I'd be like, save the bears. Why are you being mean?
Maybe you should put those people out with the polar bears. See what happens. Glad we don't have bears in Australia.
You have far worse things.
I don't know about that. these things here leave us alone.
Are most dangerous animals either a cow or a deer? So yeah, you're definitely got worse shit than us. Do you know how dangerous our most dangerous spider is? It might give you a mild headache. Ooh.
Yeah, I think that's why many Icelandic people don't like bugs everywhere else. We see on Discovery Channel and stuff like that, all these exotic bugs that could kill you, and all this snakes that could kill
And
you.
murders.
What?
They have so many much more murders than we do.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about the animals here and the insects. To us, that's not a problem. But when we see out in the world all these people dying from that, we're like, I'd rather not.
Okay, wait a minute. Have you guys eaten the fermented shark?
I have not because I think it's gross. Just like I don't eat sheep face. Like mom eats sheep face. There's some other
Well,
traditional
wait,
meals that
wait,
grandma
wait.
might like, but I hate touching.
Did you say sheep brains or sheep face?
Face.
Face. As in sheep head.
Yep.
Yeah, the cheeks.
You don't like sheep lips?
Man, everybody, dude, like the head is for some reason it's prized. At least the Eskimos, they love the moose. The moose head is apparently, it's like they want it more than the backstrap. I guess because it's got the tongue in it, but I mean,
The tongue is really good. My dad really likes the eyes, or liked the eyes.
Yeah, him and grandpa used to fight over who gets to eat the eye. Apparently, it
That's
kind of like
incredible.
pops in your mouth in a squishy, wet way.
Yeah, I could see that. The nose. I saw a show where the mom, the older Eskimo mom, she was like, she was like giving it to her daughter's about 20 or something. She's like, yeah, my mom loves the nose. She goes, but when I tried it, she goes, it just wasn't. She's, I'm never eating it again. But the mom's into the nose. I'm just like, the freaking nose, really? Like, it's wild, man. Like the parts that people end up liking. I was like, the nose doesn't look edible. Dark. Nah, you think that thing would be just like the strongest, rubbery moose nose?
Yeah, I tried the eye of a sheep. It was very gross. I never ate it again. When they would eat it, I would just have a little bit of the tongue.
Dude, Bear Grylls. I remember Bear Grylls, or man, was it Bear Grylls or was it? It was Bear Grylls. I remember him hanging the. They gave him a sheep's carcass. They didn't he didn't find one. They gave him a damn sheep's carcass, and he was like near. He might have been in Ireland, but it might have been Iceland. I don't know. But I remember him hanging a couple of sheep eyeballs in like the hot spring, and like cooking it.
Are you sure that was Bear Grylls or something? Wasn't that a different guy? 'Cause there was one survivalist guy who came to Iceland and was hated sincerely by the entire Icelandic nation. Because he showed up, did a bunch of stupid stuff like try to cook in a geyser, and then he did something that guaranteed that every single Icelandic person would hate him for. Because there's not an Icelandic person alive that hasn't been taught in kindergarten that you do not tear up the Icelandic moss. We have a lot of respect for a lot of our nature.
Oh, he did. He tore it up
We can take up to 80 years to grow. And this motherfucker
He slept
Jesus
under it.
Christ.
He slept under it.
Survivalist show dug up a ton of moss to make himself a moss bed for faking being out there for like 1 or 2 hours.
Oh
He
my
didn't think he had a small
gosh.
community that the people around wouldn't notice. He came back to the B&B and slept there. Everybody hated him.
Dude, I don't think it was Les Stroud. I bet you it was freaking Bear Grylls, because Bear Grylls he's all about getting like Les Stroud. He was cool. He would do all his own filming. He would set up a camera. He would walk all the way down into like a valley, like 25 minutes. Friggin' 3/4 of a mile, just to set up a camera, walk all the way back out to show him filming himself walking down into this like valley. He did all his own stuff. Bear Grylls had a whole camera crew. He's so stupid. He's in Africa and he's like, I gotta get some water. Dude, he wrings this freaking elephant turd out in his mouth, and it's clearly brown water. And then he's like surprised when he's up puking all night. Dude, it was the worst episode. It was so funny. I'm like, there he goes, wringing the freaking elephant turd in his mouth. Whatever, retard. Like, dude, you don't teach people. It's an awful thing to teach people. I'd like to know if it was Bear Grylls, because I swear I remember him.
Googling it right now. Because I swear to God, I'd seen Bear Grylls, whatever his name was, on TV before, and this was not the same guy. I don't think. He didn't look like him, but it's years ago, so let me look it up.
Yeah, the moss is really important for us because the moss is the thing that covers all of the old lava, and
what would be desert?
yeah, it would turn into a desert if we didn't basically have the moss to bind all that stuff down and eventually turn into soil.
Are you sure that's not nonsense they're telling? Does it make sense? If you did, do you think it would? Would it dry out? Is that plausible? If you dug up the moss, do you think it would change the whatever? You know what? I wonder if it was Dual Survivor. There was a show called Dual Survivor. I wouldn't be surprised if they visited there and did a show there. I watched a lot of those shows.
Yeah, we had parts of the country starting to turn into almost a desert-like landscape, but in order to counter that, they brought in an invasive species of plants that lupina, which basically just spread all over and helped bind the soil down and keep it from getting lost.
There's so many stories about that kind of a thing taking over certain areas, whether it's like, they brought this one animal to here, or I think it's a story about Australia too. Like they brought something to Australia. I don't know if it was a wild dog or something that really maybe the rabbits came on ships or something. I don't know. There's so many stories like that where they say, the
rabbits, cane toads, and rabbits.
Did they get brought to Australia?
Yeah.
Oh shit! All right, so I am remembering something correct. Yeah, and there's plant stories, like, oh, this was brought to America by the Pilgrims, or whatever, and then or just rats on board of ships, or Norwegian rats. That's another one where they like sound like, oh, the Norwegian rat. There's a story about a lady that was in Baltimore that was walking her dog, and she brought home this sick dog and kept it in her basement or something. She was trying to get it healthy again. Well, she didn't have very good sight, it was a Norwegian rat, and it ate her dog. I don't know if that's a true story, but I was just like, whoa. Like, I don't know. I guess maybe if the Norwegian rat was sick and it let you come up to it, I don't know how you could think it was a dog, though. I don't know. That's probably just a nonsense story.
Have you heard the story on how to get rid of a rat infestation?
I've seen a bunch of videos of people confusing bears with dogs. But that's mostly from America.
Oh my gosh! All right, tell us the rat thing. Is this a joke? I've seen a lot of videos with these new air rifles. Just those new air rifles with the clips where you just kind of they got some kind of a pump and they're just decimating rats like 75 an hour.
No, what you do
I'm
is
sorry.
you dig a deep pit and you throw rats into it, and eventually the rats will start eating each other and get a taste for rat meat. So then you release those rats to the rest of the population, and they'll consume themselves.
I heard about that, like making like super predator rats. After like so many generations, you breed them, and then you
That's
release them into the
creepy.
population, and they just like eat rats.
Oh, that can't be freaking. That can't be plausible. That can't be. There's no way that the other rats would. How would they put up with it?
It is actually possible. When I was a teenager, I got 3 little mice. I had them in a hamster ball, and then I forgot them and I put them in a trash can. And when I finally remembered them and came back, there was only 1 mouse left.
Right, and then you keep doing that, and then you put those mice, and the second generation you do it again, and you put those mice and release them into the wild.
It's basically a rodent version of a poison pot where you put a bunch of poisonous insects in there again and again until you get the most poisonous one to kill someone.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! I'm surprised. Wait. Why didn't Margaret Sanger freaking figure this out and start doing it with people?
Because they haven't. I'm just kidding. I'm sure there's probably been cases throughout time where you throw a bunch of people into blood match until one person survives, and then you throw more people at them until only one person survives. I mean, isn't that basically gladiator ring?
Oh, dude, the shark. That one. Some sharks. I don't know if you've seen the inside the wombs where it starts out with like thousands and thousands of little sharks, and in the womb they just start eating each other, and it's interesting to see the they do like pictures of the inside, and they have like samples, where they're like the bellies get so distended from they're all eating their brothers and sisters, and by the end of it can get down to like 3 of them. It usually gets down to less than like 6. So they just keep eating each other. It's so freaking weird. I mean, not all sharks do that, but it's I don't know how many breeds do it, but it's a couple.
I also think there's a bunch of bugs that cannibalize their own species. You can see there's a few places here and there in nature. Same with plants, almost.
Venus flytraps are always so cool as a kid. Like, I don't know, man. Cannibal plants.
Well, did you know that if a plant is an albino, it's therefore not, it has to be a vampiric one or a parasite on other plants, otherwise it couldn't survive? because they don't have the green coloring and all that stuff they need for photosynthesis. They end up just absorbing nutrients from other species nearby. Otherwise, they die after the first blooming. So if you ever find an albino plant in the wild that's lush, you know he's eating his friends.
I've seen the thing where they talked about an albino bear that they see him every once in a while, but they have to be really really badass because they're I don't know, I guess they're targeted because they're different. But I don't know. I was kind of thinking about that, like, how the hell is that going to change a bear's life because it's a white bear in a brown bear population? Like, I mean, it doesn't really have a lot of predators, so what would be I mean, it would obviously stick out, though. You know, it couldn't really hide very good in the forest. For one, I don't know what else.
I heard it was the opposite
Honestly, you should-
of plants, and in Africa, the people eat the albinos, so it's the opposite.
You should Google the albino giraffe. He's pretty cool.
I'd probably smoke weed with that guy.
Oh, dude, giraffe. You ever seen giraffes fight? That's freaking hard, gnarly.
Yeah,
They really do whip it, don't they?
they do. Although it's nothing compared to what was it, a honey badger or some shit like that. The guys that eat the cobras pass out and keep eating them.
Ricky Tikky Tabby. Who knows Ricky Tikky Tabby?
Ricky
Come on.
Tikki Tavi?
You better know Ricky Tikky Tabby. You better learn it, Karma. You need to teach it to the kids.
Yeah.
Just look it up. I just remember it from being a kid. Ricky Tikky Tabby. It was about oh gosh,
Mongoose and the cobra.
yeah, it was it weasels and a cobra? Or wasn't a bat? What was it? Oh, mongoose.
I don't know how to type it. Somebody type it in chat so I can Google it. Because I couldn't quite catch how you type that.
I'll find it and share it.
Never seen it before in my life.
We grew up with it. It's a pretty good cartoon.
It was a cartoon, but it's also a book. It's a book that's been redone a lot.
Yeah, I was reading the summary for it real quick.
So Rudyard Kipling apparently, geez, they've got so many different covers, but it's all looks like he He's the one who wrote it.
Well, we have the story of Bukotla. Have you ever heard of that?
It's one of my favorite stories. Dad made a extra ending for it. It's a story about a magical cow.
I'm gonna try to find Bukotla for you guys, but also Simon der Frode is a series of awesome tales about a priest who kept outwitting the devil.
Oh, wait, what the frick's Ricky Tipky Timbo, No Sarimbo, Peri Peri Rucci, Piperi Pimbo? What the frick is that? Why am I thinking of that now?
I found it in English, I'll read it to you. The Tale of Bukotla. There were once in a cottage an old man and his old wife, who had one son, but were by no means fond of him. In the cottage there were only these three people. The old man and his wife had one cow only, and no other beasts. This cow was called Bukotla. Once the cow calved, the old woman gave it her aid. The old dame returned to the cottage for a bit when the cow had calved. I think they mean had a baby. And all was right again. But when she returned to look after the cow, nothing could be seen of it. Now the old man and his wife went in search of the cow. They sought far and near, but returned empty-handed. This made them mighty
Angry.
wroth. And they bade their son go immediately in search of the cow, forbidding him to return unless he brought Bukotla with him. They fitted the boy out, giving him provisions and new shoes, and thus he went forth into the wide world, not knowing whither to turn. He walked for a long time and finally sat down to eat. While eating, he said, "Bellow now, my Bukotla, if thou art anywhere alive." Then he heard the cow bellow far, far away. After this, the son went on for a long time and then sat down to eat, saying, "Bellow now, my Bukotla, if thou art anywhere alive." He heard Bukotla bellow somewhere nearer than the first time. Still, the son walked on for a long time until he reached the top of some high rocks. He sat down and called again, "Bellow now, my Bukotla, if thou art anywhere alive." He heard then that the cow bellowed under his feet. Then he clambered down the rocks till he saw a huge cave, and going into it he found Bukotla chained up under a sloping rock. He undid at once the chain and took Bukotla away with him homewards. When he had gone some distance from his homeward way, he saw an immense ogress, troll, striding after him, accompanied by another, somewhat smaller troll. He saw that the giant troll was so long striding that she would overtake him at once. Therefore he said, "What shall we do now, my Bukotla?" The cow answered, "Take a hair from my tail and lay it on the earth." He did so, and the cow said to the hare, "I will and spell that you become so big a river that a flying bird alone can cross it." In the same moment the hare became a great river, and when the giant troll came to it, she stopped and said, "This shall not avail you, lad. Run home, wench," she said to the smaller ogress, "and fetch my father's big bull." The other went and returned with a bull of gigantic size, which at once drank up all the river. Then saw the son that the long-stepping troll would soon overtake him. He said to Bukotla, "What shall we do now, my Bukotla?" And the cow said, "Take a hair from my tail," she said, "and lay it on the earth." Then she said to the hare, "I proclaim that you become so great a flame that no flying bird can cross it." At once the hare turned into a flame. When the troll came to the flame, she said, "This shall not avail you, wretch. Go," she said to the lesser troll, "and fetch my father's big bull." The other went and fetched the bull, which spirited all the water it had
He peed.
spurted. Yeah, he peed all the water he had drunk from the river into the flame and put it out. The son saw that the long-stalking troll would soon overtake him. Therefore he said, "What shall we do now, my Bukatla?" "Take a hair from my tail and lay it on the earth," the cow said. And then she said to the hare, "I proclaim that you become so high a mountain that none but the flying bird can pass it." And then the hare was turned into such a high a mountain that the lad could only see straight up into the clear sky. When the troll came to the mountain, she said, "This shall avail you not, wretch that you are." Turning the lesser troll, she said, "Fetch my father's 4-iron lass." The other went back and returned with the bore iron. The troll bored a hole through the mountain, but as soon as she could see through, she was too eager to pass, and thus thrusting herself into the hole, became fixed in it, a stone, for it was too narrow for her, and there she is yet. But the son reached home with Bukatla, at which the old man and his wife were mighty glad.
That's the first version.
That's the first version of it. My dad's version of it, instead of them getting stuck in the mountain, they break through the mountain and continue, and then the kid is so exasperated or having like everything the cow tries fails, so he takes all the hairs off her tail and sprays them all around him, and in the process pop up rivers and mountains and plains and seas, and he's lost forever. That's Dad's version of the story.
I've read a few different ones because this is such a really old one.
Yeah.
But also Simon the Troll is one of my favorites because he was always a bit funny. There's one that I love where because the devil always really wanted his soul because he kept outwitting him and he'd play the devil left and right. And Sæmundur Fróði, Sæmundur is is a normal name like being called Solomon back in the day or something. But Fróði can also mean the wise or someone who knows a lot. So one time he went out on a rowboat and he calls the devil and the devil shows up and he's like, "Oh, you finally want to make a deal?" And the guy's like, yeah. Give me 3 wishes and I'll give you my soul. If you can fulfill all 3 wishes as soon as I ask. And the devil's like, "Yeah, sure, bring it." And he's like, "Okay, my first wish, find me a treasure chest filled with treasure from the bottom of the sea." The devil did that and brought him a huge treasure chest filled with gold, but it was lost. So he says, "Okay, wish number 2, go find me the key." So he scours the ocean bed until he finds the key and brings back the key. And then he's like, "What do you want for your 3rd wish?" So he's like, "Okay, let me think about this." And while he's thinking about it and while he's trying to think of something good, the devil is waiting for bed and he gets impatient, but he ends up farting. So Simon the Fróði ends up saying, "Slappa af og slefa, rektu við og þefaði, grípta glóð, málaði grænt og stingdi í flösku." Which means relax and fart. Sniff it, grab it, paint it green, and shove it in a bottle. Now, the devil could not do this, so he had to give up on getting his soul. But the guy got to keep his treasure chest, so it was pretty good.
You guys are the smartest people I have ever met. Like, you know what I mean? Met.
Okay.
You sure about that?
That was a compliment.
Well, thank you for your kind words, but I don't know if you could be sure about that.
100% positive.
Okay. Yeah, but me and Karma should go to sleep soon.
That is one of your superpowers.
Sleeping?
Oh, yeah. The best.
It is fantastic. I love dreaming. It's one of the most fun things I do. Do you guys want to hear my new country song that I made with JB?
Yes.
It was back in '69 when Buzz and his buds came to town. Kubrick wrote a few scripts and he come to put Landa down. NASA and Disney shot that early celluloid, and the man said on the TV, space is really fake these days. We'd seen the films about the white-suited astronauts, and the world came to see the Buzz Aldrin moon landing show. Then Neil deGrasse Tyson hit the road, soon became a household name. MC Loon was singing, space is really fake these days. Yeah, break out the hairspray, fill up the pool like they did back then on those old-time TV shows. We remember our roots, and physicists paved the way. They were saying back then, space is really from Sol to Polaris. Space is really fake these days, yeah. Pluto to Mercury, space is really fake these days. It was back in '69 when Buzz and his buds came to town. Kubrick wrote a few scripts and he'd come to put the Landa down. NASA and Disney shot that early celluloid, and the man said on the TV, space is really fake these days. We'd seen the films about the white-suited astronauts, and the world came to see the Buzz Aldrin moon landing show. Then Neil deGrasse Tyson hit the road, soon became a household name. MC Loon was singing, space is really fake these days. Yeah, break out the hairspray, fill up the pool like they did back then on those old-time TV shows. We remember our roots, and physicists who paved the way. They were saying back then, space is really fake these days. From Sol to Polaris, space is really fake these days. From Sol to Polaris, space is really fake these days. From Sol to Polaris, space is really fake these days.
That's that.
Sure.
We made that in a couple of minutes earlier.
Couple of minutes. And I'm thinking like how much time it would take. So, what program are you using?
Suno AI.
Is it free?
No. It used to allow you to generate some free songs, but after it started becoming really popular, they removed that feature.
Gotcha. What is it, like a monthly subscription or a one-time payment?
A monthly subscription. You could get an annual subscription, but I'm fine with monthly.
So how much does it cost a month?
I think $20 or something like that.
Not bad. Make as much music as your little heart desires.
Yeah,
Pretty cool.
I love it. It's basically gonna destroy all of the non-artists who are trying to make music, and the shitty pop people who don't really have a lot of talent. It's just gonna replace them. Whereas really thought out artists and songs, those are still gonna be fine because the AI can't replicate that.
I'm good with that.
Meanwhile, 2 hours later.
I love that Trinity that you sing to strangers as they pass by. Me and my friend used to go out with a guitar and stuff, like do that kind of stuff where we would just have fun, sing songs, play guitar.
I like singing to like children as they walk past, and they're the best responsive to music. I mean, they're the most responsive to music out of everyone. Other people do respond, but they kind of hide it because they don't want to show that they're responding to music because they kind of hide the emotions. But with children, they don't hold back. They just really get into it. They love. You can sing to them, and they're real. You know what I mean? It's only when they get older they put that show on that they don't want to get emotional. So I get into people's emotions and I sing things that kind of sing things that kind of I go quite deep because I say like, oh, there's Spider-Man. I like really go. I like take a total stranger and I kind of make them my friend. Who's singing to them.
Yeah, I work with kids, so I sing to them a lot too. It's very fun. Like I used to, for instance, always sing whenever recess was over, or I had to like alert them of stuff. And now we actually made songs for a lot of that stuff through the AI. And it's really nice because instead of being like, okay, it's time to clean up, we're gonna go to recess, and everybody goes, you just play the recess song, which literally is a fucking banger. Like I listen to it and sing it on the weekend just because it's fun. But at this point, I play it. They're like, "Oh, okay, it's time to clean up. It's time to go to recess." Almost like Pavlov's dogs, because in the beginning they're just like, "Oh my god, dude, is it actually recess?" And I'm like, "Yes, yes, it is." But the song is saying so, and I'm like, "Yeah, that's why I put the song." But after like a week, they're already just start cleaning when they hear the song. It's awesome.
I found like if you sing to people's children, they just love it because if you sing to someone's children, that's the biggest compliment you can give them as well. They love it, and if their children are happy and being entertained, that for them that's something, and they get a great satisfaction out of that. So they're willing to give you money and everything. You know what I mean? They'll throw tips at you and everything. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, like I gotta admit, my favorite thing actually is probably when certain kids, especially, who go like, "Oh my god, cut it out," where if I hear like, "Oh, this kid's supposed to go home," and they're in a room with like 30 kids playing with toys and doing some shit, I will burst into the room. Sometimes I'll even power slide in on my knees, going like, let's say his name is Joey or whatever. You'll be like, "Joey, it's time to go home," and I'll be like throwing my arms out and doing super exaggerated movements and shit, and just go as extreme and silly as you can, and they will be laughing their ass off.
Yeah, I love it when the children start dancing. Like today, I was singing actually in a public place, and children were just like dancing and clapping, and it was really cool. And they were getting into it, and the parents were having such fun as well, just seeing their children happy, entertained. So they were just having a great time, and so everyone's happy. At the end of the day, it's fun.
Yeah, it's almost like children give adults the permission to allow themselves to have fun. A lot of the time, the people who act
Yeah,
too
because
serious, they take themselves too seriously.
yeah,
I
because
had this conversation.
children
Oh,
are,
sorry, go.
yeah, the children are like okay, the children are in touch with their emotions, right? They're like real, and they can actually they're real because they're in touch with themselves, their real selves. They don't put on a false self. And the problem is when you become an adult, you live out a false self because you're trying to pretend and trying to perform for people, and you got all these expectations of other people, and you're trying to live on other people's. You're basically living for other people instead of living the real you. But children aren't like that. They're still living for their real selves. They're just being themselves, and that's genuine, and that's what makes it so cool. And the parents can learn from that. That's the thing when you're a parent, you can learn from your children and to be like that, to be genuine like that. That's that
Well,
authenticness, you know.
yeah, well, I agree that children are extremely pure when you compare them to adults. It's also they're not as guarded, and grown-ups have learned to be guarded. And if you could let them, I don't know, let loose their inner child, so to speak, they let their guard down, and that's when you really see who's behind the mask or the guard or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But children are so free in expression and so honest, it often brings it out in you as well, I think.
That's why I mean I don't want to get like all preachy on you, but that's why it says in the Bible, like Jesus said, you got to become like a child if you want to enter into heaven. Your faith, you know, and your trust in ability to.
Wow.
But you guys don't have that.
Where-
You guys just say,
Wow.
or you guys want to agree with us that the mercury
You guys
pushes the
have-
iron up?
You guys have no idea why density goes down, do you? You haven't even
You
thought
have no
about it,
idea.
have you?
You want to describe something you don't even know. Now it's called a Bourse. Whatever the hell
You
you
haven't
want.
even thought about it, have you?
He has weight,
Someone told you denser, and you went, okay, I believe that.
No,
Sounds
Scott.
good to me.
No, Scott.
Sounds good to me.
You see an effect.
other than
You
keyboards.
see an effect, and then you want to make up stuff.
It's denser. It goes down.
Yeah, can you provide
All I need to know.
whatever you're trying to say?
Don't need to think about it anymore.
Good proof, man.
I saw it on a video.
Got you guys there.
It must be true.
Totally, yeah,
Let's
you
see
got us, man. I guess we're on a globe.
We
Can you
literally
manipulate the
explained to you
cause
how-
of your things? Because I could
Don't
definitely
need to.
manipulate. Well, you don't need to.
No.
Huh? I mean, I could manipulate the cost from my thing for what we believe that is happening.
Really? How are you going to do that?
100%.
How are you going to do that?
Changing the density of things.
What's the density?
Let's say if I put water and I put an egg there.
What is density?
Again,
It's the structure of the material.
What?
How is this all? Have
You know how you
not- have
change
not
the density of
interacted with
things, of
Scott?
water?
Another brilliant. No, I just want to know what density is. Do you guys even know what density is?
The mass
guys, you guys This is my
compared to
stuff.
the
Dude, what the hell?
volume. It's the
It's the
mass
what?
compared to its volume.
It's the what divided by volume?
I didn't say divided. It's the What did you say mass then?
He was helping you out.
The
compared
density
to
of an
its
object is its
volume.
structure, Scott.
It's the mass compared to its volume?
On how it's constructed.
It's not mass compared to the volume.
What is the
It's
unit
mass
of
with a
density?
given volume, you idiot.
Oh,
It's the ratio. It's the ratio between mass and
Yes.
volume.
It's mass divided by volume. It's an easy one, right? So does air have density?
Of course it does.
Then it has mass, right?
Well, you want to name it mass, okay? What is mass?
If
Well,
you're
you
saying
just
air
said
has density, you're saying it has mass.
What is
It's the
mass?
definition
Because
of
you
density.
named this something, it doesn't mean that it is what it is. It's a. It's
Oh,
a
okay. So air
would
doesn't
it
have
be
density
there?
then.
Would it be there? Let me ask you
Does
this:
air have density or
would
not?
that
Does air have
density be
density or not?
there? Let me ask you this, bro. Is okay. Let me ask you this. I'll put it like this: is a tree the actual tree, or is it just a convention that you named it?
I'm not going down your rabbit hole.
Oh, so you
'cause you're
don't want to go
confused.
there because you
No,
know
I'm not
you
gonna
can
play your
define
game.
whatever you
You
want.
wanted to
You can
go down
define
it.
it how you want.
This is
That's
just
called
your
it's
attempt
called
to
a
avoid
fallacy
answering a
of
very
no. Listen to
simple
this. It's not.
question.
It's not.
What is
Because
density?
that's called argument of what is it called?
Now, don't be making up shit. You know what you're talking
No,
about,
I'm
man.
not.
Just try to talk like a man.
Well, you shut up and listen, bro.
Just man up.
I'm
Come
trying
on,
to
book.
tell you, as argument of dictionary, I believe it's called something like that. But it's a fallacy. Just because you named it something and decided to define it doesn't mean it's that.
You introduce density into why things go up and down.
Right,
You can't
because it's
even
dense.
define what
It
it is
doesn't
that you're saying causes it to go up and down.
Yeah, what's mass?
You
What is
tell us,
density?
right?
You
What
introduced
is
it.
mass?
Tell me what density is.
What is mass?
When you invoke density, you're invoking mass. Or do you disagree with
What
that? Like,
is
there some
mass?
other-
What is the definition of mass? Give me the definition of mass.
Well, if you can't agree what
Give
mass
me the
is, then you can't
definition
have
of mass.
density.
Why don't you want to give me the definition of mass?
We
I would
thought
say
you
it's
already
not a
conceded the definition of
space-time
mass when you brought in
matter
density
causes
into
to-
the conversation. Now you're trying to walk it back and say that, oh,
So
we have a
now
disagreement
you
on
asked me
mass.
what is density. Now you mentioned mass over volume. Now you don't want. Now you don't want to. Now you don't want to go for the definition of mass. I mean, if
What
you want to
issue
go
do you
into
have with the
definition
definition
game,
of mass?
if you want to go with the definition game, we can go all down the line.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Because you're incapable of doing it.
So
That's why
you
can't.
can do the definition game, but I can't. Yo, get out.
I wasn't playing a game. I was
Do
accepting
you have a
density.
different definition of mass? Like that's what I was
Yeah.
wondering with like the magic water. Like maybe water has like some kind of magic property that helps
the
it
amount
find
of
its own
stuff
level.
in it.
But then
Yeah.
but then
Okay,
you
so
said
what?
actually it's the same as everything else, right?
And what do we know about mass?
What?
It has a
Water the
resistance to
same as
change of
everything else, or is
acceleration.
there
It has a
magic
resistance to acceleration, right?
So that's what you believe. Is that what it is?
Yes.
I don't
that's
know.
what
Is
it's
it?
defined.
No, that's what you define it at, but it's not actual as an attribute.
Yes, I know. That's what I said. It has a property. It resists acceleration, does it not?
That's not the definition of mass.
I didn't say it
Yes,
was.
it's one of them.
No, that's an attribute of mass.
What is the correct definition?
Oh,
of
I
mass?
don't know. I mean, it's your word. Yeah, you decided to want to put mass.
Oh, goodness
We just told
gracious.
you it's the measure of the
You guys are
You're the
such
one that brought
cowards.
up mass.
All right, so for this relative density,
Trade
thing,
of the world.
I would like to consult, or this image.
So you're saying that density is the amount of resistance to acceleration? That's what it is?
No, that's mass. The ratio between that and volume.
What
is
is
the density.
right? So the amount of resistance over volume to acceleration, right? The amount of resistance to acceleration over the volume of it?
Yes, it tells you how dense an object is. So if you tell, for example, you know the density of water. So if you have a gallon of water, that tells you a volume. So if you know the density and the volume, you know exactly how hard it is to accelerate it. You know if you apply 1 Newton of force on that body of water, how much it's going to accelerate. That's what the density tells you. And it also seems to be correlated to its weight.
Yeah, I would also.
Isn't
So
it
you've done the experiment changing in latitude, or you changed the latitude, right? And measured
Yeah.
change in weight. Yeah. I don't know how that works if relative density is a thing. That where the relative density causes weight. What would
We
that-
I think
measure
the people
weight
on the
by
VC are out of
measuring the
context here.
normal force. The weight
Yeah.
actually is same.
If how is that more ridiculous than the Coriolis Horizon joke? This is not a joke.
Nah, just carry on.
No, I'm
I
being serious.
unmuted you. It just is.
Why? Why is this ridiculous? It's a genuine observation.
Let me really look at it really deep to see how much more ridiculous it is.
All right, so you saying it's ridiculous doesn't prove it's false or anything.
Like I said, I'm going to stare at it here for a little bit. You just posted it.
All right,
That was my knee jerk reaction. Go ahead.
that's good.
Okay, so could we agree mass is proportional to weight of an object? If I double the mass of an object, I get twice the weight. Is that fair? Is that a fair assessment I'm making? It's for the flat Earth side.
That's not on their script.
I mean, let's understand how those things relate to each other. The book. Do you have your idea of that's correct or not?
Hello.
Say what now?
I asked you if you would agree mass is proportional to weight. If I double the mass of an object, then that also doubles its weight.
I strictly still don't agree with your definition of or your attributes of mass.
It's okay. So let's say you have
Maybe he
two objects.
prefers the Einsteinian.
Give me a little bit of mass in how many units you want to give it to me?
Kilograms.
All right, how does that look?
Okay, so if you apply 1 Newton of force to an object that has 1 kilogram, it's going to accelerate at 1 meter per second square. If you apply 1 Newton of force to an object and it goes twice as fast, so it accelerates at 2 meters per second square, it means it has half a kilogram. But if the acceleration is half of that, so if it's 0.5 meter per second square, then it has 2 kilograms. So you can tell how many kilograms something has based on how much it accelerates when you apply a force to it. Did that sound fair to you? Like it's easier to push a bowling ball, or it's easier to push a basketball than it is to push a bowling ball, because the bowling ball has more mass. Does that make sense? The more mass you have, the harder it is to accelerate you. I'm not sure you know that, but I'm talking to you, the book.
Oh, you're talking to him? Okay, I'll shut up.
Oh, but no, yeah, feel free to respond. He might be busy now because he's no longer responding.
Okay, so we're defining mass as resistance to acceleration, right?
That's inertia. The amount of inertia is the mass. So, for example, kilogram is an amount, right? That's the mass of the object. It tells you how much inertia it has.
So, how should I say this? If you're defining mass as resistance, it's resistance doesn't really it's not like a, how should I say this? It's almost like an imaginary concept. Resistance.
It's measurable.
Inertia is not imaginary.
Yeah, resistance to acceleration is
what color is
measurable.
inertia? What color is it? If it's not imaginary, tell me what color inertia is right now.
What color are electrons?
You didn't
What
answer
color
my
is
question.
velocity?
You're dodging the question. You're dodging the
'Cause it's a
question.
stupid
You're dodging the
question.
question. You're dodging the question.
I think Zodiac is a troll.
Tell
It's
me
the
what
second time
color
it sounds
it
like a
is.
troll to me.
It's imaginary. You can't tell me what it is.
You has to be trolling. You have to be
No,
trolling.
he dodged the question.
Well,
I
you
asked
like
him a direct question. I asked you a direct question.
What
You
color
dodged
is
it.
What
water?
color is
Immediately you
love?
dodged it.
What
Immediately.
color is water? You love water so much. What color is
You
water?
dodged my question again. So you love dodging questions, don't you?
Because it's a stupid question.
You
Did
can't
really
answer
just
the
ask
question.
What
You
color is
can't
Don't
answer.
take
inertia?
the troll
Yeah, it's
seriously.
absurd,
It's
but
That's what he wants.
I will say that it
imaginary.
has no color.
It's
How about
imaginary.
that?
Yes, exactly, because it's imaginary. It doesn't.
So everything
Well,
that
there's
has
a
no color
distinction
is
between
imaginary.
imaginary and
How much?
abstract, right?
Okay. So how much does inertia weigh? How much does it weigh? Tell me right now.
How much
How much
does
does it
love
weigh?
weigh?
How many pounds does it
You
weigh?
answer
Oh,
my
right. You
question?
can't tell me because it's imaginary. Again, you
Can you
failed
tell me how
again.
much love weighs?
He going for it.
Exactly. Love is also imaginary. Holy fuck.
Love is imaginary. Shit, don't put that on
Yes.
your Tinder account.
Is
Fuck.
velocity imaginary?
Are you retarded? How much does love weigh? Tell me. How much does it weigh?
Is velocity?
Oh,
is
it's also
velocity
imaginary. Oh, okay.
Listen, I think you and I might have different ideas on what the word imaginary means,
Christ.
right?
Yeah.
Is velocity imaginary?
Velocity is not imaginary. It's a distraction.
I'm asking
Well,
Zodiac.
you could say
Or
if
maybe not.
you're defining motion, like if I see something moving, like if I see a stick move in real
it doesn't
life,
have a
that's
color.
not imaginary.
But it
That's
doesn't have a
real.
color.
Oh, wait, yeah, but it doesn't have. According to your previous criteria, that doesn't exist because it doesn't have a color.
Yeah.
It just
The
contradicted
stick is
yourself. Right?
brown. The stick is brown, and it has
But
and
the
it weighs
stick
10
isn't
pounds.
velocity. But the
I
stick
didn't ask
isn't
about the
velocity.
stick. I asked about velocity.
Well,
I said,
then yes, it is imaginary. Then yeah, yes.
Wow.
Right, so that's that. There's no problem with velocity just because it's imaginary. Then we have no
You need to
problem
name
with
a
inertia
specific
just
instance.
because.
You need to name a
Please.
specific instance
Let me-
of it. It's
if-
not
if-
that. Go ahead.
If you have no problem invoking velocity, even though it's imaginary, you shouldn't have a
Of
problem
what?
with
Velocity
inertia.
of what? Velocity of what?
Can you stop cutting me off?
Velocity
I
of
was about
what?
to I was about to finish, dude. Just wait.
Yeah, because you can't. That see,
Okay,
it
never
illustrates
mind.
my point. It illustrates the fact that you know it's imaginary because
I'm not gonna
unless
feed
you
the troll.
give an example of velocity with a specific object, it is imaginary. Just like speed. Can you show me -1? Can you show me 10 to the negative 500 trillion speed in miles per hour? No, you can't.
All right. So if it doesn't have color and I can't weigh it, it's not real. So how do
And
computers work?
you can't demonstrate it either.
How do computers work? You know, they use electrons to function, right?
Oh my god.
Can I weigh an electron? What's the color of an electron? You're literally
Let's not
using.
feed the troll.
So
you're literally using
so you think
technology.
inertia is real?
You're literally using technology that relies on stuff like this to function. Like electrons don't have colors or weight. Well, they do have weight, but like.
So how? Okay, so tell me the weight of.
Can you show me an electron?
Yeah, tell me an electron.
Wow. Okay.
Show me
we're
one. Show
we're
me
on
an
electron
right now.
denial right now. Electron denier, Earther. This is insane.
Have you seen one?
This
You
can't
failed
be
to answer
real.
that question too.
This
You
can't
failed
be
to
real.
answer
You're
that
literally
question, too.
talking to me on a device that uses electrons to function.
So you have not seen one, or you have?
Okay. There's you have to be trolling.
I'm just saying. I mean, you're the one saying they're real. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just asking questions. Have you seen one? I'm not even saying they
Electron
don't
denier.
exist. You're the only
Oh,
one
brother.
assuming anything. I'm not assuming anything.
Electron denier.
Hey guys, can I chime in here? I just jumped in. Is
No, I got one. I gotta ask: is God imaginary?
Oh.
Is God imaginary?
What color is God?
That's a good question.
How much does God weigh?
Okay, yeah. For the sake of this conversation, I'll say yes. Yes.
Well, it sounds like you guys are imagining God right now. Put it in your prayer book, Scott.
Can
So
I
how
weigh
about
him?
this, right?
Can I
Leave
weigh
me in this conversation. Leave me out of it.
Sure. I'll concede to that. Sure, I'll concede to
Too
that.
late.
Go ahead. What's your next question?
How's this, right? I just chimed in about 30 seconds ago, a minute ago. And from what I've been able to take away so far, there's a conflation between abstractions, imaginary, and abstract phenomena. That's my takeaway. Is that a fair assessment? These things seem to be getting mixed in and intertwined as like one and the other or equivalent to each other in some way, shape, or form. Is that a fair assessment of where we're at?
It might be, but can I take some steps back? Because that wasn't actually the conversation. That was the red herring that Zodiac brought. The conversation was actually what mass is, what inertia is.
It wasn't.
Then he asked stuff like, what's the color of inertia? And then that's how we got to this
I have a
useless
problem with
conversation
the
that no one wanted to
definition.
talk about.
Yeah, I have a problem with the definition of mass because when you're defining mass as the resistance to acceleration, that's not really resistance is like a concept.
Yeah, it's a
I don't know if
phenomenon, right? It's a phenomena. It's a action or a
Measurable.
thing undergoing a certain action, a certain experience.
Yeah, but
Right? It's not
is there like a? Go ahead.
It's not like a tangible thing that has physical quote unquote properties that are standalone that you can quote measure without the phenomena persisting to exist. Right? Like, for example, I have an ice cube, I put it on the table, it has a temperature of negative whatever or 0 or whatever. And then it changes phase, it melts. Now it's no longer solid, right? All these different kind of measurable physical properties. One could argue that matter is actually just a phenomena in and of itself, but that's a whole other tangent, right? But it seems to be like there seems to be conflation between that type of quote unquote phenomena, material existence, and experiential phenomena.
Like let me give you an example. If you define mass, like let's say you see a tree. If you define mass as the amount of wood in the tree, then I could be like, okay, I could be like, that makes a little bit more sense to me. You know what I mean?
That's not the definition. That's the definition of mole.
Okay, so is there a definition of mass that doesn't use has more physically tangible, like a more tangibly physically real definition? Then that's all I'm at. If there is none, then I don't know what's
If you're asking,
it is a measure.
If you're asking if it can fit inside of your coloring book and you can color it and weigh it, then no, I don't think you can color mass.
Yeah, that's why Scott dragged it to this point. Scott's the one who brought us here because he didn't like the way that Mountain Dew goes down the streams and goes into the sea. That's how he got here, believe it or not.
Mountain Dew rivers? I wasn't brought into this. What was that?
Mountain Dew. No, not Mountain Dew rivers. Dew on the grass in the mountains.
Oh, okay.
John Denver songs, not pop.
Okay.
Not soda pop, sir.
Yeah. How about instead of using resistance to acceleration, use the amount of matter one, and then go down that road, and then say what's matter,
right?
And then that's more physical.
I have a better one. Actually,
seems more physical.
I have a better one that I think you might enjoy. It's mass over the speed of light squared divided by the square root of 1 minus velocity squared minus the speed of light squared. I think you'll enjoy that one very much.
Okay, so abstract phenomena multiplied by other abstract phenomena divided by or multiplied by another abstract phenomena. One of which isn't actually accurate
give me a citation for that one. Give me a citation.
Yeah, all that is equal to shit on the toilet.
Yeah, is that how rivers?
Give me a citation for that.
Because let's not forget, right? The quote speed of light is in contention, right? Maybe not in this room.
It's absolutely not.
Actually, it is.
792,458 meters per second in vacuum.
And you realize that's an average, right, of some sort.
No, it can never go faster than that. It's not an average.
Is that one way or two way?
It's one way.
Is this
both ways? You can never go. You can never go faster than that value ever.
What are you talking about? Doesn't the it came out that what was it that supposedly the planets and the space moving expanding is going faster than the speed of light.
And let us not need not go down that rabbit hole. What do you describe the quote unquote speed of what they're calling quote unquote quantum entanglement, right? Where you have a phenomena of, I don't know, two quote unquote entangled particles, one of which is affected by said impulse or whatever.
Yeah, but
and
there's
within
but the force mediator it doesn't have a mass, so it doesn't matter. Anything that doesn't have mass can travel faster than the speed of light. It doesn't matter.
But you just said that nothing can go faster than the speed of light, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you have no mass, then it doesn't matter, right?
I don't know. How do you define mass?
How do you know how much mass they have?
How do I know how much mass a photon has? It has no mass.
Oh,
it doesn't resist being accelerated. It doesn't resist being accelerated.
Yeah, why does it not have an infinite speed then?
It kind of does. That would be like the
Yeah, I mean,
that's like
photons
the
don't
infinite speed of relativity.
So you need to tell me that there's this thing that
Photons don't
has.
experience time at all. Photons don't experience time.
Okay,
Everywhere is
so
an instant away.
before we go, I don't have a photon brain. I don't think anybody else does. So there's no real quote unquote experiencing time because there's no
Speak
consciousness
for
to
yourself.
experience it. But my point being, if you mean to say that there's this thing, like let's imagine it like a miniature BB, right? Because that's how everyone conceptualizes a photon, even though it's never been the output or input of any experiment whatsoever. An imaginary BB, right, traveling said speed, which is not infinite but close enough to infinite, which has no mass or virtually no mass, which has never been the output of any weighing experiment. It's just an inferred value from other sort of abstractions. You mean to tell me that that's not the fastest thing, or it is the fastest thing, except for there's this other thing that has no mass that goes faster than that?
Well, I mean, it's the expansion of the
I mean,
universe,
but
which I
there's
don't know what it's expanding to, but the expansion of the universe is actually 1.4 million light years.
Yeah, but
It's
there's
1
no
million years.
There's no inconsistency in something. If something doesn't have mass, it doesn't matter, right?
It's a philosophical inconsistency,
No, it's
because
not.
on one hand you have a particle, which is a thing, right? But then it's massless, but things cannot be massless, right? And then you have the saying that nothing can go faster than it, but you have this other thing that's also massless, that's going faster than it.
No, I said anything with mass can't go FTL, right?
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Okay, so
FTL is how the people are calling now.
so check this out, right? Like, what I don't understand is like, if we're going with like the Big Bang cosmology, hold on.
Oh well, we have
Going
Elijah in
with Big
here. He
Bang
doesn't understand
cosmology, then
lasers.
it's like, well, it obviously everything that we see to exist right now began at in a smaller area than things occupy now. And it's crazy to think that like the earth, the sun, the things, all these things were in one tiny area and now are in the sea of space. And all of these things from one area of time, the Big Bang, to now has increased distance between each other. Supposedly at the speed, like faster than the speed of light. But they say no, that's not actually happening because of balloons or some shit. It's like,
Yeah, it's a clusterfuck. It really is. And then right from the get go, where do we get this so called mass of a photon?
Photons don't have mass. Photons don't have mass.
So then they're not particles.
What? Particles are just points.
Points of what?
I don't know, dude. Anything you want them to be, I guess.
You don't know exactly. I mean, a particle, as far as I'm concerned, has a three-dimensional construct to it with an inside and outside and outer limitation, right? That, in most cases, you can put on a scale and get a reading out of it. And we call that weight.
Oh, jeez. We asked to have a color to see it, and
I didn't say that. When did I say color? And when did I say see it?
like 20
When
minutes
did
ago.
I say visually observe it?
You do see photons, actually.
You saw
No, we
a
don't.
photon in real life?
Do you see a photon, or
Yeah,
do you
yeah,
see
that's how I see
do you see the phenomena
Can you show me a
that
photon?
Yeah, do you see a photon, or do you see the phenomena that the quote unquote photon, quote unquote particle is hitting your eye and jiggling your eye at a certain frequency and sending that electrical signal to your brain, i.e., in your
How does solar panels
worldview,
work?
sending little electron BBs into your brain, and your brain is processing trillions and trillions of other little electron BBs floating around, and then you have the experience called the color blue.
I mean, how does solar panels work
seeing a
without
photon?
photons? How does solar panels work without photons?
I didn't say that light is not a real phenomenon. Of course, light, what we experience have
photons, not light.
Well, this is what hold on. So number one, I never said photons, quote unquote, or light. The phenomena we call illumination or light doesn't exist or doesn't have
I
real
want you
world
to use the word
impact.
photon.
Okay, so you asked me about solar panels. Well, what are solar panels working off of? They're working off of radiant energy being absorbed through the mechanisms and all the little,
solar photovoltaic cells.
Thank you very much. So
chemically
basically,
function. They chemically
Yeah.
function off of photons.
Are you asking me a question, or are you opening a door for a lecture for yourself so you can lecture?
I'm trying to lecture you because I don't want you to use the word light, because I know it's just going to end up in some sort of bizarre red
Well,
herring.
it's radio. It's radio frequency at a certain within a certain frequency band. We call light. It's radiant energy. Let's be real, right? That's the real phenomena. We just isolate a certain band of it and call it light because we can see it and that's our experience. But it's really just EMF within a certain band. So we can agree with that, right? So tell me if I'm wrong. Is it not the case that this plate we call a photovoltaic cell is just absorbing radiant energy within a certain frequency band and basically converting that into electrical impulses?
Yeah, but how does it have a frequency if it's not a particle?
Well, what is a frequency?
Frequency is just a
Do you not hear me now? Do you not hear my voice right now coming through your little speaker? Am I sending you little sound particles, and your sound particles are hitting your ear, and you're having an internal experience because little sound BBs are hitting your brain?
I mean, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then you've welcome to Clone World, buddy.
Yes.
That was absolutely absurd.
Wait. So sound is, just to be clear.
Guy just said, "How can you have a frequency without a particle?" or something to that effect. Forgive me if I'm misquoting you, but something to that effect, right? Well, what is a frequency? A frequency is an oscillation, the phenomena of some medium.
So what is oscillating?
Yeah, very, very good question, right? So one would, at least in the context of sound, you have a medium, right? In our case, the air, right?
Mm-hmm.
Air, oxygen molecules in the air, moving back and forth. Am I going to be cut off, or can I continue? Or you already know what I'm going to say because I'll stop. I'll save everybody energy.
Go ahead.
Right. So what sound is, right? It's just oscillations in the medium, the air, mixture of oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, whatever, going back and forth because, vocal cords or strings or whatever are vibrating and making these things go back and forth. And those have little tickling effects on whatever recipient medium of whatever, eardrums or microphones or whatever, and they jiggle back and forth. There's no sending little miniature bowling balls or pinballs or BBs through the air and hitting shit. That's not how it works. And light is a similar thing, but more, not necessarily the molecules themselves oscillating, but rather some would posit it's the electrical phenomena or whatever underlying all that stuff that is oscillating. Now, I'm not a physicist. Don't quote me on that, but that's kind of like the gist of it, right? You ever hear the quote unquote wave particle duality? There's no dualities like that in nature. That's just an interpretation, right? Because the modern day physicists are kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard place of light is a particle because they did some measurements or some equivocations and some mathematics and said, oh, well, we've got energy and energy equals mass, blah, blah, blah. So if it's mass, it's got a little particular phenomena to it. So we can imagine it in our heads as little BBs, right? But then we're observing wiggly effects that, whatever, that are oscillations that are quote unquote waves. So it's just both. That doesn't make any sense. It's just an interpretation to make the math work, right? There's no BBs flying around. There are oscillations in some sort of medium, electrical or otherwise, physical.
Is this just a really long monologue to say that you're a photon denier or something? Photon.
It is a long monologue. I'll give you that.
Yeah, photon.
But I won't deny what we call the experience of a photon. I deny that it's a miniaturized BB. And a lot of professionals would probably
Can you link that that light is a particle?
No. The opposite.
Oh, okay. What?
Bent over, but that was something to.
So just to be clear, the guy who said that he saw a photon, you didn't actually see a photon, right?
What do you mean? That's how I'm seeing stuff right now.
So you see a photon?
I mean, it's a fact of how I see right now.
How about let me rephrase the question. Can you see one individual photon?
No.
Okay, why not?
Okay, I was about to say something, but his old house.
Yeah, say it. Yeah.
No.
Say it. Why can't you see one individual photon?
They're pretty small, right?
How would you know?
I don't know. I just have that feeling.
Feeling? Really?
Yeah,
oh my god.
Feels before reals, right?
Hey, I'm not the one who denies that electrons are a thing. That's what
When did I
have you seen an electron?
So see, look, have you seen an electron? You're literally talking to me.
I'm asking you a direct question. I'm not even denying anything.
No, I have not seen it. I have not seen an electron.
Okay, maybe. I mean, they could be real. They could not be. It's up. I mean, you haven't seen one.
I mean, dude, you haven't seen dragons. They could be real.
Facts. I haven't seen unicorns, dragons, Santa Claus. I haven't seen a globe either. I haven't seen a globe.
I haven't seen a globe. Haven't seen God, but he could be real.
I mean,
the devil.
He also could.
The flying spaghetti monster.
I mean, all of that could be real. All of that could be fake.
I mean, concepts—they're only as fake as they are real, right?
I mean, so you can't show me an electron. So how do you know it exists?
You're literally talking to me on devices that have to. Electrical engineers, they study years to figure out ways to design systems that use math that's dependent on electrons and like magnetism.
How do you know the math is dependent on?
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
Okay, what's an electrical circuit?
It carries charge and current.
Charge, and current. Thank you. Right, and we measure that in amps
and volts
and watts and shit. Right. What is current?
Current is like the rate of charge. It's like we're to do the fluid analogy. It's the best way of understanding it.
Right. So charge is quote unquote flowing through a circuit, has its impact on whatever devices are in the circuit. A light bulb, so we see light. Right, it charges up the light. It emits light when we see it. Excuse me. It charges up the light bulb. We see light, and then the current continues into the other pole of the battery or something, right? Or the circuit breaker, or not circuit. You know what I mean? Like a battery, hook it up to a light bulb, right? Okay. So, do you mean to posit that in that phenomena there are miniaturized BBs ripping through like a rain stick through that wire, hitting the light bulb internals, and then converting those miniature BBs into other miniature BBs that are flying out and hitting my eyeballs? Is that your position?
Joule heating? Yeah. Yes, I would.
No, my question was, do you posit that there are miniature BBs flying around and then converting to other BBs and then going off and then sinking into the quote-unquote positive end of the battery and then just sitting there?
Yep, that's what we want to say there.
Okay. So can you show me one of those BBs, or can you just show me the phenomena that those quote-unquote BBs, or what other people would call just current or electrical or charge packets, if you want to call them, the phenomena, the wiggle of energy, right? Other people would posit that. Can you show me one of those little BBs?
Like individually?
Show you.
An individual electron?
Right. Yes. Or can you cite anyone who's got like under an electron microscope, zooming in onto an electron, let's say? I know it sounds a little bit counterintuitive, because it is counterintuitive.
You can
You
get
hear my
probably pretty
point,
close
right?
to.
These are,
You can get pretty
I would
close.
argue,
It kind of sounds like you're telling me to invent a gravity machine and prove
You see the effect of something, but you don't. You're assuming it's caused by an electron.
yeah. How do we not know that there's miniaturized leprechauns and unicorns ripping through that wire?
Well, I mean, it's fine. Like that could be true too, as long as we just call them electrons too. They're just really tiny leprechauns, right?
Okay, but wouldn't you ask me to like, oh, can you zoom in and show me? Wouldn't you ask me that if I posited such an absurdity?
I mean, it wouldn't really matter as long as you got all your math correct. I mean, I would be like, sure. I mean, as long as it works, I don't really need to see them.
Okay, I see your point from a functional, pragmatic standpoint. Absolutely, yeah, okay, you know. But when you get to another level of cognition and start pondering, deeper levels or deeper questions in this thing, you don't want to just fall back on that because that would be a
That
pragmatic.
doesn't really sound like cognition and advancement. That could also just be straight up schizophrenia. I'm just letting you know.
Right, but I'm not venturing down that rabbit hole. I'm just saying if you're just going to say, "Hey, my light bulb turns on, therefore there are unicorns and leprechauns dripping through the wire," that's just an appeal to pragmatism fallacy, right? So someone would then say, "Okay, well then what is actually going on?" Right? And then some people would say, "Oh, there's miniature BBs." Okay, can I see the BB? I want to see what those little things look like. They must be.
That kind of seems more like dumb monkey brain thinking. Like, the banana tastes good. Do I have to make sure the banana is real to know the banana tastes good? Is the banana in my face?
That's probably what you would call a red herring. I'm not so good with fallacy names, but that doesn't sound at all like an equivocation to what I said.
All right.
The bottom line is that you're seeing an effect, and then you're assuming the cause is electrons. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, based off another more intelligent person. Yeah.
Okay, but that intelligent person, you agree, is also seeing an effect and assumes that it's caused by electrons.
I mean, they studied it, did the math that I couldn't even understand unless I wanted to waste my time understanding it. That's why we let the professionals understand it, right? And I'm not gonna lie, like they get it wrong. But are we gonna start doubting everything they say? We could doubt anything they say, but like to just
yes,
throw.
you do. You do doubt everything.
I doubt what you say.
I'm just saying it's an assumption. That's all. Not even doubting.
I just don't. I mean, to just say can we see it seems like the dumbest way to prove it, in my opinion. Like,
I mean,
like it sounds like someone.
Do you agree that they're
me,
assuming something, though? Do you agree that they are assuming something? Yes or no? Is that? I'm not even doubting that they spent their whole lives in.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate It's like the ultimate assumption that can't just.
Okay, so you agree that they assume? Then we're good.
Yeah, then no, I agree, but I'm not gonna just have it disproven just because one person says, "Well, I don't see it."
Oh no,
It's like the most absurd thing.
It might be real. Yeah, I'm just saying that's it. If you agree that they're assuming it, that's it. That's the end of the conversation. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think.
I'm gonna need more evidence. Then, can you show me it?
Well, I think that's the whole point of the room is we're kind of asking who has shown this to be the case. Do you know? And therefore,
so like we can't.
Can you show us?
So you're also asking, like, say, if I wanted to prove gravity, I'd have to like actually engineer a machine that can let me manipulate gravity. Well, because you'd need a physical representation of gravity, right?
I asked that.
Well, you're asking for a physical representation of photons.
Right. Thank you very much. Or reference to someone who has actually deduced that that's actually what's going on.
Yeah. The main topic here is the photon. If we start going into other things, then we're just gonna.
Yeah, this was kind of ridiculous. I don't even know how we landed here.
Let's get back to flat Earth. He already agreed it's an assumption, so let's just get back to flat Earth.
Now, if we do that, I would venture to that we're going to find down a similar rabbit hole of asking proof of causality as opposed to this is the phenomena, therefore this is the cause because I think so. Even though the math works out, we're not. All the math does is describe the phenomena accurately or inaccurately, right? Doesn't have any make any mention of the cause itself. So we're back to square one, just on a different playing field.
All right. Just really quick before we keep going, is there any new people that have any flat Earth related or questions or any globe Earth related questions? Okay, never mind. Continue. Nobody. It's all over. Oh, you know what? I just thought of a good definition for mass. So instead of saying the amount of matter and then having to find out the amount of matter is moles, right? And basically instead of like tiny atoms or moles, you say like, okay, imagine I have like a brick and it's like a square, right? So I just say how many squares does the tree have? And that would be like the amount of mass. Or like how many sticks of wood does the tree have?
Why are you trying to reinvent the wheel?
Well, I'm just saying that would be because that
How
seems
much
more
wood would a
real to
woodchuck?
me than
What?
it seems more real than saying resistance. Yeah, I prefer that than resistance to acceleration. It seems more real.
Well, what's the definition of a mole?
It doesn't have a color, man. I don't know.
The amount of, I'm assuming it has to do with atoms, but I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
Have you taken high school chemistry?
I don't remember. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been too long.
Well, a mole, from what I thought I remembered, is it's a number. I thought it had something to do with a number of atoms, right? Depending on the substance or depending on the
and then you have to define atom.
Right. Well, an atom,
or the amount
at least.
Yeah.
Right. So instead of going into the abstractions, right, of mass and something like mass, for example, you can count number of atoms, right? You can physically do that. If you zoom in close enough, you'll see little circular or what appear to be spherical things, and you can physically count them. Now it's crazy to do that because there's so many, but in theory you could, but instead of doing that, right, you kind of zoom out a little bit and then make more or less approximation based off of a standard like that, right?
If you can,
so it says here, a mole is a unit of measurement, the base unit in the International Standard System of Units, for amount of substance, a quantity proportional to the number of elementary entities of a substance. So it's literally like a standard number of molecules, right? I said atoms before. I should rephrase that. Number of molecules, right? So let's say it's quadrillion. Let's pull our, whatever, right? Then we get into something fishy, right? Because then that's when we're starting to talk about molecular mass, right? Because now we're throwing in the word mass. But if you put that aside and you just look at let's say you replace that with size, let's say, so a three-dimensional physical unit, right? You can actually deduce different quote unquote molecular sizes from different substances, right? Based off of the number of these molecules. And, one, I don't know, hydrogen atom or molecule is smaller than a water molecule, right? So you can, you know what I mean? So there can be a distinction made between them, right? Because they're physically different, right?
Okay, so
anyway, rant over.
So you can count. If you can, let me put it this way: if they can define mass in such a way that you can physically count the number of atoms, that actually is consistent. Like I'm cool with that, and you can see the atoms and you can count them in real life. I actually that's fine by me, honestly. That's cool with me.
Well, I mean, for me, from what I've understood, the distinction between weight and mass is basically mass is the weight of something divided by the quote unquote gravitational constant, or multiplied or divided by to take away that extra factor in the value, right?
And weight is your mama.
Yeah. So instead of mass, we can consider weight, which is a little bit more observable, right? Because we observe the phenomena and we have the substance, so we can measure it a little bit more accurately. So for purpose of this conversation, instead of molecular mass, you could substitute with molecular weight to be a little bit more pragmatic, right? And in that sense, you would literally have something to work with.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm only concerned with the the actual defining of it, not the it. Obviously, in reality, you wouldn't count the atoms, but I'm just saying, like, just to define mass, just that alone, like, if you can just count the atoms physically, that's good enough for me. Not at a pragmatic level, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course.
It can be done. That's the point. Yeah.
Counting them, yeah, but it's not very practical. All right. So then then what you do have is, let's say, an average size, like a cube of 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter. I don't know, of room temperature water at average atmospheric pressure. Right. You weigh that, then you get a certain weight, and then you can assume however many are in there. I mean, that doesn't sound very practical. I don't know, man. I don't know. My loss here. But I do agree with you that the abstraction of what we're calling mass is definitely one step away from a practical assessment of weight, which,
Yeah.
Right.
I'd rather, yeah. The only reason I'm talking about this is because that when the definition that says resistance to acceleration, it doesn't seem like if I ask you, okay, how much mass is in this tree, and you tell me I have to think of the tree as resisting acceleration, and like I would rather just count the atoms, right? I would prefer counting the atoms to thinking of the tree as resisting acceleration. You know what I mean? Like to define what's in the tree or what the tree is made of. You know what I mean? I prefer
Sure.
that definition.
I
So
mean, a weight is it's like a composite. It's a composite.
Composite.
Composite. Yeah, thank you. A composite attribute, right? It takes both the attributes of the molecules themselves in relationship with the phenomena we call acceleration, which is outside the molecule itself, right? So it's a relationship based assessment, right? So just going down to the size or the number of individual molecules or whatever, that is definitely more quote unquote physical or standalone, sure, right? But what you do lose out on other phenomena just by restricting to that, right? Or rather, you lose out on applications of this thing by stripping away one of its, relational attributes.
Yeah, I'm just biased. That's all.
I do agree, though, that there is this phenomena we're calling acceleration, downwards, whatever. We don't know why. People posit why, but it's not concrete. All we know is the phenomena exists.
So wait,
it was almost. It's almost like it was intelligently designed. No, I'm just kidding.
Or
so you said you don't believe in electrons?
No, what I said is I deny the position that electrons are miniaturized BBs ripping through wires and ripping through the air.
Until we actually get to somehow find irrefutable, falsifiable, empirical, direct proof that you can show, like, for example, can you show me an electron? Until that day comes, it's open for debate. It's open.
I mean, it's philosophically untenable because a charge is a phenomena, and then there's the position that there's a BB that has this charge. So now you have this mixture of a abstract phenomena that has real world impact blended in with physical phenomena.
Well, I mean, there's an actual thing that does use electrons, like which are wireless chargers. Wireless chargers.
I didn't say that the phenomena of electrical, the practical applications of electrical engineering are moot. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is what I'm getting to is that the assertion that what's actually happening when you charge your phone or you somehow radiant energy is emitted through the air and wireless devices pick up on this stuff and then charge devices. I'm not denying that phenomena exists. What's in question is what is actually the phenomena all about. People would posit that there's little BBs ripping through the air, ripping through the wire. Many would say that that's philosophically untenable and it doesn't make any sense, and it's not actually shown to really be the case. That's all.
Well, I mean, it is because this device straight up uses what you're saying.
Can you show
again? What I'm not saying is that these things don't work. What I am saying is the basis for the functionality is not miniature BBs ripping through the sky.
Then what did? Okay, then I'm confused. Why did their technology that they based this theory on work?
Because
did they just get lucky?
An electron is a concept. Is a concept. It's an abstraction, right? From my understanding, it was basically derived from the notion of the smallest unit of energy packet transmission of some sort, right? Imagine like a little ripple, like a little wave, a little wiggle, right? If you take your hand and you wave it up and down and then you stop, right? And you picture that kind of thing ripping through the air in like a little mini one cycle of a sinusoidal wave, right? Imagine that, right? Well, that you can draw it, and then it's just pencil on a paper or on a screen or something like that, right?
Yes.
But motion up and down, something is motioning or moving, I should say. What is that thing that's moving? Right? Right? It's a phenomena. It's something that's moving. Or rather, things. It's not. I'm losing my words here. It's late, but you get my point, right? One position, it's a little BB going down a pipe, and another position is rather the medium itself that's carrying this energy is rippling itself.
Okay, what do you mean by that? One is going down a pipe and one
so
is
imagine
rippling.
this, right? Okay, let me give you an example, right? If I'm standing in the middle or swimming in the middle of a pond, right? And you're standing on the outside of the pond, right on the shore, or I'm just let's say, and I'm just in the middle of the pond, not moving, whatever. It's a calm day, and I take my arm and I wave my arm up and down a little bit, and there's waves that happen, right? If those waves are strong enough, little ripples are strong enough, they go in all directions, right, more or less. If one of them is so strong that it floats all the way or ripples all the way to the side of the pond and flaps up against your feet. Would you say that that was a wave particle or a water particle that hit your feet? Well, sure, the water hit your feet, yeah, and they're made of particles, quote unquote. But the motion of the wave itself, would you conceptualize that as a BB, let's say?
You mean a BB? Like the photon or the electron?
Yeah, I'm drawing that analogy, right? Because that's in effect what's being done, but at a minuscule level when it comes to electronics and wireless energy and light and shit like that.
Yeah, that's how it moves the electricity through the photon. Yeah, the free moving photons, the electricity moves through it.
Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you're in the middle of a pond and you wave your arm, does anybody else hear this? If you're in the middle of a pond and you wave your arm and there's a wave, that happens and flies out in all 360 degrees around you, and that wave hits the side of the shore, would you call that an arm particle or something?
No, you wouldn't.
That's absurd, right? But in concept, if you have one little sinusoidal wave motion or whatever that hits your leg, you can conceptualize that as one particle, let's say. And that's basically what's done, right? So if you keep flapping your arms, right, and there's just a consistent flow of waves hitting your feet on the edge of the shore, right, you're being bombarded with hand particles current, let's say.
Hold on. Are your hands moving around creating the waves?
It sounds absurd, right? Sorry?
Oh, wait, what are you... I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
You're saying your arms are waving around, your arms are moving and the waves are hitting your feet. So do your arms moving have anything to do with the waves hitting your feet, or are they independently moving, or is it like a cause and effect?
The analogy I'm drawing, I don't know if you were asking me or him, actually. Hold on. Were you asking me? Me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. So
you were the one that was talking, right?
Yeah, sorry, I thought you were asking him to try and clarify, trying to ask him a question to help him clarify something in his mind. Never mind. Yeah, so
your analogy, your dream. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. So the analogy is simply, if you're in the middle of the pond and you cause the waves to ripple out in all 360 degrees around you by waving your arms, yes, you are causing the wave.
Okay, but wait, hold on. Are your arms above the water or in the water?
Half and half for whatever.
I mean, I don't,
Sure.
They're either above the water or they're in the water. I mean.
Okay. Well, let's say my shoulders are sticking out of the water. My arms go up, they're out of the water, they flap down, they're in the water. It's a non sequitur. The point is, water ripples out in all directions, and there's energy in that phenomena, right? You can tell because it moves things around. My question was:
you're describing the phenomenon. You're describing. So, what is the phenomenon? Your hands moving, and the water moves, or the water's just moving? Because
the phenomena in question is the water moving. I was just drawing that analogy, right, to give some sort of concrete, idea for a cause. The cause being, okay, we're moving the water. The water is now rippling, right?
So the water is rippling as an effect of an extra of somebody else, which would be like a human being,
energy.
Right, or I don't know,
which would be the wireless charger.
All right, so just to get back to the photon electron thing, the effect is not disputed, but the cause is assumed, right?
The effect, the phenomena of our phones being charged up and having charge, and whatever, we're using our phones. There's light emitting. There's energy stored in there, right? We know that. The effect of if you touch a light socket with your hands, you're going to get zapped. We know that. We understand the phenomena. The question is, what's actually happening? Are little BBs ripping through rain sticks, or is there something else going on? That's what's in question.
No, my question was the wireless charging. How does that work? because
That
wireless charging uses photons to charge.
Okay, fine.
It uses
So
electrons. Sorry, not photon. Electron.
right. So some sort of static, wireless induction or conduction or something. Of
No,
some
it
sort.
uses an EMF field.
Okay, so it's like a Wi-Fi, but of a certain frequency, and the receiver knows how to convert that certain frequency back into electrical current that stores in the battery or something. Right?
Yes, using electrons.
Okay, so let's go down that
That
analogy.
would be the wire.
What is EMF?
An electromagnetic field.
Electromagnetic field, right? So in there's two key words, right? Electric or whatever, and magnetic, right? And a field.
The magnetic contains the electrons and then the electricity to transfer.
Okay, so
the electricity via the photons.
So the question would be: can someone show me a magnet particle or electric particle?
But you're seeing it right there, man. Like
I'm observing the phenomena. The question.
Observing the idea.
We have devices that pick up on the energetic phenomena of this overall phenomena, right?
That uses electrons.
But again, the electrons are the abstraction that we use to conceptualize one unit of something, right? The question is, it's a little bit more philosophical than it is, practical.
Hold on,
right?
is that what the ghost hunters use?
I like what that one guy said. We could call them little like goblins or leprechauns. It'd still be.
That was me. That was me.
See, it would still work the same. It doesn't matter.
This is the point that I'm. This is what I'm trying to.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to draw to. Right. These
Yeah, but it doesn't make them any less fake.
No one's denying that the phenomena is real, right? I'm looking at my phone now. There's a bright screen and I see little pictures on it because there's energy blasting off of it at different frequencies that
pixels.
Get different pixels emitting different frequencies and gives me the illusion of things going on this thing. But in reality, I know it's virtual. It's just illusory, right? The question is, or what's in contention is, are there little miniature billiard balls ripping through the air, hitting my eyes? Or is there just something rippling in the air, or the air itself rippling, or the electricity in the air rippling?
Or something else
back and
causing
forth?
it. Yeah.
I mean, do you like understand
I feel like
why
I'm
I
going
keep
in
bringing up
circles here.
but do you understand why I bring up like the gravitational machine? Because that sounds like what you're trying to tell me to do is like make a machine that can show gravity in order for gravity to exist.
There are others. Yeah, I hear your point. There
You
are
don't
others.
see it, so it
there-
can't be real.
No.
There are others
not
in
what
this.
we're saying.
There are others in this room that would probably speak better to the gravity thing. But yeah, the way I've understood it is, if you're going to show or demonstrate causality, you have to be able to manipulate, a certain variable in an experiment to show that this is what's actually causing something.
Facts.
Right?
Yeah, but you're basically asking me to be God in my sandbox.
What? No,
Not just God, but at least advanced enough to manipulate every like physical aspect of the universe. That's kind of.
I didn't ask that.
What?
Well, you are you not?
I
You're
did.
telling me
Bro,
you're asking.
no.
Okay, all right. Let me finish. Like, how is
Anyone
it
else
not?
on? Anyone else in here? Gravity argument.
You want me to explain? No, well, you're telling me to prove every little thing with an experiment, right? So I have to
That's
invent
called
a
science,
gravity
buddy.
manipulating. That's why I keep bringing up. I have to invent a gravity manipulating machine in order to prove that gravity exists to you.
That's.
I can give you the math. I can give you everything, but I'd have to invent the machine and then have you step in it. Or
Okay, so we moved on
I don't
from
know, crush a
photons
can.
and electrons, and now we're proving gravity.
To prove the phenomena of things going up and down based off of their various components and attributes, we can all observe the phenomena and we can work with that. But to actually get down to the nitty-gritty of what's actually causing it, you might have to do something like that. I'm not asking you to play God. I'm not asking anyone to do anything. People have come to conclusions about what causes what without quote unquote being God. So there's no need
You
for that.
understand
But
what it would take to make gravity, right?
In this situation, it seems a little bit far fetched of a pursuit. So one might have to go through pretty steep, rabbit holes to come up with something to prove it. Yeah, but in the interim, we can
just
work
don't
with the
claim it.
phenomena. And in the interim,
don't claim it.
exactly. And in the interim, don't claim causality until such time that thing is done. We can work with the phenomena in the interim, but it sounds like people are playing God when they say they know what's going on already.
Okay, but it seems like these people who create these things know like how things are working, right? Like the person who invented the wireless charging used the idea of photons and an EMF field to trap electrons to trap those electrons in a magnetic field, and then
Again,
run current through those.
I agree. Yeah. I agree with you that the phenomena can be conceptualized into quantized units that we call photons and electrons and stuff, and worked with these. But again, these are just mathematical abstractions that have physical, and they work. Yeah, but philosophically speaking, it's untenable.
Okay,
philosophically, we could call the electrons God. Is what you're saying.
Wait. Let's
make
it clear.
I'm
make
confused.
it clear. Can you? Okay, I'll make it very simple.
Go ahead.
Can you show us one individual electron or photon? Yes or no?
No, I can also show you gravity.
Okay, so you can't do that. Now, to be fair, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? But it means you have to either assume something or you have to infer something, right? I
mean, I don't know. I chalk this up. I mean, sorry, just I don't have to see a meteorite to know if a rock falls through our atmosphere, it's gonna disintegrate. You know?
Okay, so can you show me the photon, or you can't? But you can't show me that, right? So you have to assume. You have to assume the cause of the effect, which would be the
which has been proven many times.
But you never actually. Not only did you not witness the cause, you're just assuming the cause, right?
Because of the effect, right? Because you're basically saying cause is not effect, right? Just because the effect happened, or effect is
okay.
Not
let me make it simple. Do you agree that they have to assume that the cause of what they are working with?
Dude, I understand. I understand. Yeah, it's obvious to assume that because of all this theoretical stuff. Yeah, because through all the theoretical stuff, they put it into practice, and boom, we got wireless charging out of it, and EMF fields. So
okay, so they assume photons and electrons.
They did it. Yeah, they assumed that, and then I would consider it proven once they actually used it like a viable technology using their theories, because everything is just a theory until you use it in play, right? I mean, the particles and the light waves were all theory until we actually put it into play, right? And then we made
if it's proven,
using
it's not
light
an
waves.
assumption, though. If it's proven, then you don't have to assume anything.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain.
But you have to assume.
I mean, you can't see radio waves with the naked eye, can you? But
No.
you can prove radio waves exist, right? Through using radio technology. Bluetooth, you can't see it with the naked eye, but I can connect a device via Bluetooth with
so when it comes to electrons and photons, you agree that you can't show me one individually, but you see the effect and it works. But
yeah,
you
it's just
what's causing the effect, and you assume that the cause is the photon or electron, right?
Yeah, because the science adds up.
Okay, then we're done. We don't have to. We can move on.
Because I feel like at this point, are we denying the science? Do we not think splitting an atom will cause an atomic devastation?
But you would but you admit that it is an assumption, right?
Well, I can't even say that. People have actually done it. Like we've had nukes. I
Okay.
can't even say. Well, I can say they assumed if they split an atom, it would blow up. They literally did it, and it happened.
That you saw the effect, which was the explosion, right?
Yes. So I mean, they
the
did
cause,
it.
okay, the cause.
May I ask one more question?
I'm
Yeah,
still
go ahead.
confused how this doesn't prove it's real. Like they used the math, and they split the atom, and it caused what they thought would happen.
Ozzy, no one again, probably for the fifth time now. No one in this conversation that I was able to pick up on is denying the phenomena we call EMF.
The science, right?
No,
The
macro works.
Hang on.
Effect.
Yeah, so no one here, as far as I've understood, is denying the practicality of taking all these phenomena that we observe, put them to use, and describe them in fanciful things that just add up and work, and then we use them accordingly. No one's denying that. The what's in contention is what is the actual substrate of of this reality that is allowing for this phenomena to exist in the first place. That's the underlying question, right? And that's why I drew the analogy about me being in a pond or someone being in a pond and waving their arm, because the phenomena is the wave of the water moving. The effect is it hits up against your feet and you feel a little push or you get cold or whatever, right? And the cause is me waving my arm, right? Now what's actually happening is water is just moving up and down and in a certain trajectory or whatever, right? It's a good analogy because it's something at a macroscopic scale that we can observe, right? And it has been positive that that's actually what's happening at an underlying level. So many people have said, oh, okay, well, that's kind of analogous to what's going on. But other people would say instead of that, it being more like that, they're saying it's like little BBs flying around. I go back to that because that's the sort of intellectual battle going on, right? So is it a BB or is it just an electrical ripple in some sort of medium? That's all, right?
So
and if
are you asking if it's a one or a, sorry, go on.
I was just saying that's the underlying thing. So if someone can cite one or the other, then proof positive that it's one or the other through citation or inference or something like that, then I think that argument is over. But so far, that's still up in the air, it seems, and has been for a long time.
Are you asking if things are carried through electric particles or these BBs, which would be protons, right? That's what you're talking about, or photons? Sorry.
The concept of an electron, right? I remember in high school science or whatever, they drew little circles on the screen or on the board, and they put little pluses and minuses and said, this is what's going through the electric circuit. They drew little circles, in like radial fashion and said, this is how you see, this is what's coming out of the TV. Little BBs, right? The question is that actually what's happening? I do see stuff, I do feel stuff if I observe electrical devices working. All that's being asked here are there really little BBs flying around or zipping around?
Wait, are you saying the electrons went into the TV or you?
No, I'm drawing two analogies, right? An electronic circuit would be charge, right? And we call them charged particles, so electrons.
No,
and then
electron is an. Wait, what? Say it again.
I'll say again. In two different contexts, we observe two different phenomena, both of which are described as miniature BBs being participants in this phenomena. One context is an electrical circuit, a light bulb with a battery. The other one is I watch TV or look at my phone or something like that and see a screen. In one context, the electrical circuit, it's posited that there's little BBs ripping around and would cause the light bulb to go on. The other context, it's posited that there's little BBs flying off the television screen or the cell phone screen hitting my eyeballs. The question is, are really BBs participant in these phenomena?
I'd say yes.
Okay. Do you have a citation for that? Who discovered the electron? Or who discovered the photon? And how was it done? I would venture to say that it was probably derived with mathematics somehow, and not observed in a lab saying, "Oh, I found that little miniature thing. I saw the ball fly through the air, or I saw the ball fly through the wire."
Yeah, you probably positively and then negatively charged something and then saw the difference in this way.
These are units of measurement. They're abstractions, and we conceptualize them visually for children, and for design purposes or whatever. Children in high school, or the diagrams in professional levels or whatever, as little miniature balls, if even they do that at professional level, instead of just the math. But that's what's underlying it all, is this conception of little miniature BB. The cult of bumping particles, as some would call it. It is really a cult. It's a materialist sort of worldview cult. Some people would say.
Another interesting way to frame this question is like, can you use your senses to detect the existence of something, or do you have to imagine or use a tool or technology, and then you can't really then how are you going to use your senses to verify what the technology is showing you, right? So then I don't know. That's really what it comes down to, because otherwise, if you can't use your senses to detect its existence, then you either have to use technology, and then the question becomes, okay, now I have to use my senses to verify what the technology is showing me. And yeah, that's basically, yeah. But anyways, but yeah, any other questions on photons and electrons or gravity before we get back to talking about why the Earth is flat? And does anyone have flat Earth or globe Earth related question?
All I want to say is, even if I can't see it, I will agree with it. I don't have to see things to actually believe they exist. Like I mean,
how about you senses? How about like feeling it? Like maybe like not seeing it but hearing it.
No, I don't have to. I mean, that's all most of it is, right? Just vibrations in the air manipulated.
Yeah, like I can move my. I can't see the air, but you can like kind of feel wind.
The atom charges, and then that goes into my ear, and the charges of my ear change, which vibrates my ear and all that.
Like if I move my hand in the air, I feel wind, but I feel something that I assume is the air, right?
Well, I mean, yeah. Whatever.
Yeah. It's the same thing with photons, electrons. They,
Well, yeah, it'd be like you putting, like oxygen, running your hand through, like, I don't know, a colder, what's called air, like gas. You would feel it in your hand. Like, I don't know if cold is negatively or more positively charged, but it would be because of that, like the difference. And that's the effect, which I can't prove because we can't see that. We don't have like the ability.
No, the effect is you can feel something when you move your hand really fast. You can feel something like the wind or whatever. When you're how about like
energy, dude.
Like if you're in a car and you put your hand out the window and you're going 60 miles an hour, you can feel something.
Yeah.
And
that's the difference in like you moving and stuff.
And that's the effect, right? That's the effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the cause, I assume, is the wind or air, right? So in the case of electrons and photons, actually, should we keep talking? Anyways, I don't want to.
Yeah.
Let's go back. Yeah, let's get back to flat Earth.
If I may interject, as a last thing to maybe put that to bed. Here's a quote from The Godfather, one of the Godfathers of what modern day kind of conceptualizes as wireless technology, Nikola Tesla. He says it's stated here that Tesla himself didn't believe the existence of, quote, the electron as pictured by today's pop science, though through practical reasoning and experimentation he believed that if it could exist at all, it does only so in a vacuum. Okay, so the idea of it being what we call it today is what is in question. He quotes, "To account for its apparently small mass, science conceives the electron as a hollow sphere, a sort of bubble. Now, a bubble can exist in such a medium as a gas or liquid because its internal pressure is not altered by deformation. But if, as supposed, the internal pressure of an electron is due to the repulsion of electric masses, the slightest conceivable deformation must result in the destruction of the bubble. Just to mention another improbability, the force tending to tear an electron apart is in pounds per square inch, represented by a staggering blah, 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 blah." Okay, crazy number. "Something greater than the tension that tungsten wire can withstand, and yet it does not burst, even when it is hurled against the obstacles with the speed of hundreds of thousands of times greater than that of a bullet." Okay, this was not the quote I was kind of thinking in my head I didn't read it in advance, but there's plenty of them out there of these very astute thinkers and engineers of bygone ages who came up with all this shit that we're using today and created the foundations for all the other stuff that was built, that was used to build our stuff. Many of these guys themselves kind of alluded to the idea of an electron or the idea of a photon being a little bubble or a BB is absurd. And they came up with all this shit. So, sure, it works in practical for practical purposes, conceiving of it as such and quantifying it as such. But in reality, it's arguably something very, very different. Anyway, I yield.
All right. Anyone have flat Earth questions? Flat Earth questions, anyone? Or globe Earth questions? All right. I guess flat Earth wins. Sorry, what?
I always have questions, but you've heard from me before.
Okay, before we go to Matthew, does anyone have any new person, any new people? All right, Matthew, you're up.
Yeah, yesterday was a full moon. It's curious that the full moon stays the same angular size all night long. I'm wondering if anybody on either side had a good explanation for that.
What causes the angular size of the moon? Is that your question?
No, just either side, globe or flat. Why is it that the moon stays the same angular size from moonrise all the way through midnight, all the way through moonset on a full moon like we had last night or 2 nights ago?
Okay, got it. Anyone want to take a stab at Matthew's question?
If not, I don't mind. I just bringing up a question just for the sake of conversation. We could do something else.
Yeah. See, I want to give everyone else an opportunity, because if I start answering this, it's not going to be fun. It's not gonna be fun. Like, it's not gonna be interesting or anything, because all I'm gonna say is, well, it's a light in the sky, and then we're gonna go down the road of, okay, so we have the angular size. What else do we know? Do we know, okay, before I answer, does anyone want to take a stab at this? Help. Help him out. Okay. All right. So first, let's see the evidence. So you have the measurements for the moon remaining the same angular size from rise to appearing in your field of view to disappearing from your field of view, right?
Yeah, full moon specifically, because the full moon is the one that's up all night long. A half moon is up part of the time during the day, but just for simplicity's sake, I was saying the full moon.
Okay. And you measured it the whole time?
I've taken pictures at various times throughout a full moon night, and it appears the same
What
size.
about when it doesn't?
I don't think that's in. I don't think that's in contention. I don't think anybody says that the full moon is a different size. At any
Did you count the pixels in the photos?
Yes.
Okay. Can you show me all the data? Like, show me the.
Let's see the measurements of
Take
that.
take each photo and then show me. Can you just post the post the measurements of the angle, or I'm sorry, the angular size. Post the measurements of the.
Surely you wouldn't be just eyeballing it. Just going off like, well, it didn't look like it changed.
Well, no, he said yes.
Give me,
just post it.
give me 30 seconds. It'll take.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
And these will be your measurements, right, Matthew? Not somebody else's. Sorry. Measurements.
I just want to see. Yeah, I'm not even disputing that he might be right.
From last night, like you said, last night.
He'll post it. Let's just wait. He's
gonna post it because he did that. He did that last night.
He's already backpedaled from the last night because he goes, "Well, in the past."
Because I swore I heard him say last night.
Yeah, he's already backpedaled from. He's full-fledged backpedaling.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, so I said that the full moon. My claim was that the full moon stays the same angular size all night long, and I said like last night because last night was an example of a full moon. The evidence I'm posting is from July of 2021 when it was a full moon back then too.
Okay, and
I see. How much should it change? How much should it change, Matthew?
I'm not asking you should or shouldn't. I'm just talking about we can all see how much it does, and it doesn't. It's about the same.
But
size
if you're saying this is a proof, then shouldn't you know how much it should change to compare it to?
No, so I started off by saying, hey, I've noticed that it doesn't change angular size.
Except when it changes size, yeah?
So I was asking a simple question. I said, I noticed that it doesn't change angular size.
Except when it changes size. What about when it changes size? So it doesn't change size except when it changes size.
I'm going to try a third time to get the whole sentence out, but if
you don't need to because it's a lie because you know yourself that it does change size.
Well, I posted evidence in the chat and anybody can look at
it. Once it doesn't change size and then other times it does change size. So what are we looking at?
No, the full moon does not change size.
I see the link that you posted. I'm looking at the images, and in each of the yellow circles, I can see why you're saying this. Do you have the numbers for the pixels in each image?
Those images you can download and count the pixels yourself. What I will tell you is that the yellow circles are the same size, and so that yellow circle is superimposed over each picture. And maybe instead of saying that it doesn't change size, maybe I will say something, claim a little bit less. The size appears to change less than 5%.
Ah, see.
Oh, so it does change size.
Why are you?
No, I'm just backing off and making a less rigorous claim that the angular size of the full moon appears to change less than 5%.
Why?
So it changes size.
Why are you backing down now? Why?
Weird.
Why did you change your why? Just stick to your guns. Stick to your guns.
No, so that you don't have to count specific pixels to take into account error bars. 0% is less than 5%.
Oh, so when you count the pixels, it changes. Yeah?
Why did you even back?
I think he's short circuiting. He was supposed to let time elapse in between those pages.
I don't know why you didn't stick to your gun. Just say it doesn't change size. Why didn't you just say it doesn't change angular size? Just stick to that. Why did you have to be like, oh, actually no, because 5%? No, just stick to your guns. Stand on business. Be it.
No, I'm
I'm
making an easier claim, like a less rigorous.
It's called you're backpedaling your way right on out.
Yeah, I'm backpedaling to something easier to defend.
I didn't even get to the.
Doing yourself an escape plan.
I don't know why he's already running. I didn't even like try to go against anything he said. I was just, and then you immediately were like, "No, actually, it's 5%." It's like, oh my god!
I didn't say it was 5%.
No, but your claim was initially that it doesn't change angular size, and then I didn't even try to like challenge you. I just like said, okay, let me count the pixels, and then like 5 seconds or 10 seconds later, then you said, well, within, there's a margin of error, 5% or whatever, like, bro, I don't know why you didn't stick to your guns. That was weird, bro. I don't know why.
Well, because I wanted to make an easier claim. I wanted to stick to something easier to defend. That's why.
Okay.
Said the full moon doesn't change angular size.
So
every full moon I see will be the same angles. It will be the same angles.
But here's my claim: that if you watch
within 5% though, T-Dub, it won't change size, but it'll change size within 5%. So
right.
So I'm amending my claim. My claim is that the full moon, if you watch the full moon, the angular size of the full moon does not change more than 5% throughout the whole night.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Sure, why not? Why not?
So
sure.
How much should it change?
Why not?
How much should it change?
Oh, I'm just asking why it doesn't change. That was just a simple question.
But it does change. You just said it does change.
I'm asking.
So why is it changing then?
Okay, let me.
Is it changing?
Here's my question: why doesn't the full moon change angular size more than 5% throughout the night?
Why is it changing more than 5%?
I'm saying it doesn't change more than 5%, and then my
okay, why is it changing less than 5%?
Yeah, that's
and how much should it be changing?
Well, I wasn't asking how much it should. I was just saying, hey, why is it not changing?
It's kind of gone a bit weird because your first claim was it doesn't change size, and now it does change size, and now you're changing your question to why does it change size within 5%?
I don't know why.
It's fucking weird, man.
Why does your claim keep changing within 5%?
Why can't you? I'm surprised. I'm actually kind of surprised you didn't stick to your gun. That's kind of weird.
I just made. I realized that my claim was too strict. I made it slightly easier so we could talk about it. But in that change, that's now the controversy.
Well, we're talking about it.
Slightly easier thing.
Yeah, but you're like, okay, whatever.
I mean, it's like if I said, why is Mount Everest 25,009 feet and 7 inches? And then later I said, well, okay, fine. Let me just say, why is it more than 25,000 feet?
And we'd ask, why does Matthew's claim appear to change angular size every time?
Refracted.
Oh, man.
Why did Matthew's claim stay the same all night except for where he changed it?
Yeah.
Come on, Matthew. Anyway. You're better than that.
And this was at the top of his agenda for the evening. I can't wait to hear what number 2 is.
I mean, I suppose we could keep talking about the form of my question and ignore the substance, if you like.
What causes it to change?
Yeah, it was just asking globers or flat earthers, why is it that the angular size of the moon doesn't change much? If
So
you want
why
to put a number on it, why
it's
doesn't it change more than 5%?
It's an apparent angular size, right?
Yeah. All angular sizes are apparent sizes. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it really is about why does the not actual angular.
Why does it? Yeah. Why are you asking why it's not actual size doesn't change within 5%?
Well, for example, if I watch an airplane go overhead, it gets bigger and bigger and then smaller and smaller as it passes overhead. So, when an airplane moves across the sky, it changes angular size. So Why doesn't that happen with the moon?
Well, you need to know what the moon is, and you also ideally you would need to know what the. Not only that, you need to know what's in between you and.
Yeah, we know a lot about an airplane. Don't know much about the moon.
It looks to me like a physical object, so I'm okay assuming it's physical.
Don't go to
Why
looks
would
like.
you
You know, I'll hold your feet to the fire with looks like.
Yeah, just like a plane going overhead looks like a plane.
Just
So
like
Earth
the Earth
looks
looks
flat.
like.
So
Just
the
like
Earth
the
looks
Earth
flat.
looks like. So
So
you
it's over.
accept that the moon looks like something, but you don't accept what the Earth looks like. That's strange.
No, I think the Earth looks flat.
I can show you a picture of Tupac that looks just like a physical object.
All right, that's a W. Earth looks flat. All right, you're on. You're almost there, Matt. Almost, man. You're right there. You're almost there. Okay, so the answer to your question is we need to know what number one, what is the moon? In order to give you a thorough, comprehensive answer, ideally, we would need to know first what the moon is. Second, what's between you and the moon. Third, what's causing the appearance of the moon, if assuming that it's not causing its own appearance, but that's another assumption. But there's like a million different assumptions basically. So yeah.
Okay. No, I'll accept that. So just to recap, I think your answer is when I say why doesn't it change size much, the answer is, well, we don't have an answer because we're not sure what the moon is and what's between us and the moon. And so there isn't really any answer, right?
There's no way to validate.
Okay.
There's no way
Yeah, that's fair enough. All right, I'll accept that answer.
Yeah. Another answer is like, well, it's a light in the sky. We don't. That's the same answer basically. Just a light in the sky. That's all. It would be kind of cool to land on it though. One of these days.
But and just FYI, the heliocentric globe model does have a definitive answer for why that happens, assuming that the moon is a physical object.
That's fascinating. I'm just going to say refraction.
Yep, that's another possible answer, I would say.
Yeah, the sun, especially like not to completely divert the topic, but the sun, when you watch a sunset, there's like a million different it does all kinds of things visually when it, like, sometimes you see it like do this little wavy thing when it goes on the horizon or whatever when you watch a sunset. Other times it's like completely the same as if it's in the sky above your head. And sometimes it looks like a weird like there's like weird shapes too. Sometimes it looks like it shrinks, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, those weird things usually happen right at the horizon, but in general, the sun stays again about the same size throughout the whole day. Maybe except for right after sunset and right after sunrise and right before sunset. But most of the day, it's exactly the same size, angular size.
You mean about wait? Initially you said about the same size. Now you're saying exactly the same size.
Yeah, same thing. I mean, I don't want to defend exactly the same size. If it's 1 micron bigger, smaller, okay, fine.
Oh man. But yeah, does anyone else want to take a stab at that one before we move on to something else? Why the moon does what it does?
Because it was designed to do that.
I'll accept that answer too. I think that's exactly right.
All right.
To make claims about it beyond really what you can, just observe, would be lunacy.
Yep.
Ha! I like what you did there.
Yeah, I get it.
Boom.
Lunacy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that brings up another question. So if, let's say, it is designed that way, how do you have a design without a designer? That's the question.
You cannot. I think that design is clear evidence of a designer.
Based. Matthew, how come sometimes you're like really based, but then other times, whatever, I guess you're only human, right?
I mean, I think I'm always based.
Yeah,
Well-
because sometimes you said the Earth looks flat. That was based, and then the other.
He's not. He's not red pilled. He's just chill pilled.
Well, yeah, Matthew has said multiple times that he agrees to having a belief system in the globe, right?
Right, but I don't think that belief is contradictory to knowledge and to truth.
Yeah, which makes no sense, but that's a different discussion. Let's not get into that.
Right, good idea.
Is there anyone that has flat Earth questions or globe Earth questions before we keep talking about the lights in the sky for the billionth time?
Why would they lie?
Oh boy, here we go. All right, I'm gonna answer this. So, I believe they lied because the globe is an idea that would be more plausible if the Big Bang was a previous event. So, in other words, if you have a rock floating in space that is moving, the question becomes how or why is it moving? What caused it to move? And why is it in space? And so then the question becomes, okay, the reason why it's moving and it's floating in space is because prior to the rock floating in space, there was a explosion called the Big Bang or whatever. But then the question becomes, why'd they lie about the Big Bang? And then and see, this is where it gets interesting, right? So now I actually had this conversation earlier, and one of the reasons I was told was they had to they were throwing shade. Okay, so there was multiple reasons. One was throwing shade. The second one was being the arbiter of knowledge. And the third one was control. But I don't know. It's kind of hard because it gets into, how should I say this? Or actually, sorry. One of the reasons was if they did not need to hide a creator, they wanted everyone to believe in God -1. That's the answer I got yesterday. But other than that, I don't know. So the answer is I don't know.
Yeah, why would the authorities lie about the nature of reality? Can't figure it out.
Yeah, the beginning especially.
We've never seen that before in history, right? Why?
Wait, what authorities?
The people who create everything behind the educational system and whatnot.
But everybody
when she
is
told you
round.
Santa Claus was real.
Yeah.
You know, the Big Bang cosmology, most of education, politics. Why? Why would they lie? Why?
Yeah, why would they? How many teachers you know?
I don't know.
I know lots of teachers.
But
They're all
why
good
did
people.
control the
Why did the Greeks lie to the public about
No
the
idea.
knowledge of solar eclipses?
I have no
Why?
idea what the Greeks did. I just know what my people do. You know, current people,
Yeah,
contemporary.
it's just confusing why authorities would lie about the nature of reality.
What is
I don't
my
understand.
people? What is that?
Us, all of us living right now in the year 2024.
people.
That's my
Your
people. Yeah, they're all my people.
The people he licks the boots of.
You're all my people.
Oh, I forgot to include.
You sound a bit angry today, Scott. What's going on?
Nothing.
Nah,
Wait,
Scott's
there was
okay.
one more.
I'll tell you later.
There was one more answer. There was one more answer that I got yesterday, and that was they actually didn't lie. They just assumed it was they believed it was true. That was the other answer I got. So,
I mean,
that's how my wife responds.
Yeah.
When every last bit of evidence we see says it's round, I go with it.
But the Big Bang.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay.
I've heard of it and I read about it, but I never studied it. So
I wonder. Yeah, but the thing is, if it is kind of an interesting question. Like, if someone intentionally thought of the Big Bang or proposed the Big Bang, but they knew it was a lie, that seems like I've never actually. That would be interesting.
Well, if you come up with an idea, a cosmological idea that is not real, and you can make a lot of people believe it's real, what does that give you?
Nothing.
Power over somebody's worldview.
Mind control, I guess.
Right.
What does it give you, though?
It gives you a lot of things.
I
Like?
guess it could be like a beta test for mind control.
If your worldview is based on what I say, and you don't even know me, that gives me a lot of power over you.
How?
Makes you the Wizard of Oz.
I'm not.
You
If you
probably
can't
trust
understand
everything I
that,
do.
I'm not going to elaborate.
So you don't know either. Okay.
It's about frame, right?
That's what people always say when they actually know what they're talking about.
No, but just the
Like,
way you
if
said why, I just know that you don't want to understand.
Yeah, that's what
If the
people
same
say.
kind
when
of
they don't
authorities
understand
told you
themselves.
that don't go outside, the air will kill you, like when it's going to take about 3 years, you'd listen.
Yeah, Scott, we can't help you if you don't understand it.
Yeah, exactly, Scott.
Well played,
You get it
Heretic.
back.
Well played.
It's Scott. It's not our fault. You don't want to understand it.
Yeah.
I guess.
But well, we can't talk about that 3
Was a
years
good
thing.
play.
So
Turned right back around on him.
No, say it. I don't know. Or,
Well, it's kind of
otherwise we're
like
gonna continue talking about the Big Bang.
someone's going for bingo.
Yeah, if you have like a group of children who are like, I don't know, 5 years old, and let's say like 20 children or something, and you tell them a bunch of lies and fantasies and distortions of reality, do you not see how that gives you a certain level of, let's say, control over how they perceive the world?
Yeah, that's why I don't like Christianity.
Yeah, religion is one thing, but that's just that's the basic of why they lie. I
And
mean,
Islam. Yeah.
So
They tend to do that to children. They lie to them about the nature of reality and where they're going to go if they're not.
right, yeah,
Well,
religion is one example. So we can get into all kinds of speculation, but that I would say is the groundwork, right?
Yeah. So they
Maybe. Difference is, we can all see all the evidence that there's a globe.
Okay, well, whether you agree or disagree with what I just said, does that make sense in any way at all?
Well, the specifics always matter. Always.
Is that a yes or no?
It's a no.
So it doesn't make sense. Okay. Okay, fair enough.
No, you can't talk about reality in one sense and a completely made up fantasy and say they're the same thing.
It's not a made-up fantasy.
What, Christianity? Pretty sure it is.
I never talked about Christianity. I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood.
The question is, why'd they lie about the Big Bang? So then the answer we got, there's like a million different answers, but yeah.
How can you say you don't like Christianity but you like NASA?
I don't care about NASA.
Tell him, Crit. Tell him where the Big Bang came from. George Lemaitre. Yeah, it's from a Catholic priest, Scott. He invented the Big Bang. Well, that's where it came from. Men of the cloth, such as yourself. Why are you so opposed to it when it's what you truly believe? That's weird.
I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to any church, they'll talk about how great the Apollo program was. We're Christian soldiers.
I have to take your word for it because I haven't been in a church in over 40 years, so maybe over 50 years. I'm not sure when last time I've been in a church was.
Read your Bible, sir.
Places.
Yeah, you might burst into flames if you walk in one of those.
Yeah, I was gonna say something like that. Someone will flick him with holy water and he'll just start melting.
Yeah. Some people actually believe
There's
that.
Endless smoke coming off of his body. Nah, that's fine, man. I'm all right.
He's like the vampire's got to stay out of sunlight.
I don't want to derail into religion and why would they lie, but it seems like you do acknowledge that religious authorities do have the ability to distort people's perception of the world, right, Scott?
Yeah, but not absolutely.
For example.
People leave it all the time, right? I left it.
Right. Okay. So it does seem. Yeah. It does seem like you at least agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it does take much to see that they're wrong. And I won't call them liars because they believe what they're saying. They believe in their God.
Right. It would just be disinformation.
No, it's just incorrect. They're incorrect.
Are you confusing people who believe in God with churches?
No, they're not completely overlapping, but there is a large overlap. But no, not everybody.
Yeah, but why are they incorrect? Because you say so? According to you? That's weird.
Yeah. Who else do I have to go with?
Evidence.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with. My understanding of evidence.
No. What evidence you got that they're incorrect?
Oh, your book makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, so just by you saying "nuh-uh" because your book makes no sense, that automatically makes it not true.
Would you like to go into the details of why your book makes no sense whatsoever?
I could, but I don't want to talk to that about because we'll be here forever, Scott. And at the end of the day,
what else you got to do?
Well, I don't know. Everyone's gonna get bored. Plus, I'm at work. So.
All right.
Yeah, sorry, I missed
an argument from incredulity.
I had to restart.
Before we get into the
we can go back to the flat Earth. Talk about sunsets. Boats going to the horizon for the 18,000th time.
Is Raiden there?
Raiden? Oh, you like Raiden? You like Raiden? He's a tough cookie. He's a tough cookie. Oh, he's got some really killer arguments for the globe, man.
Yeah, it's all dehumanizing hatred of minority opinions. That flat Earth is just too small to be of value. But then he also claims atheism.
We don't hate you, Crit.
Based.
We are not your enemies.
Raiden, isn't that Mortal Kombat guy that shoots out beavers from electric beavers from his fingers?
Raiden.
Chops people's heads off with his hat.
Wait a minute. We're not your enemies. That's what our enemies would say.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there something you're not telling us?
Who's like that electric power character there? With lightning bolts and shit? I thought that was Raiden.
Yes. Yeah.
Raiden, did you lose your fucking balls or something, mate? I mean,
he was Mr. Reality.
Chat skanking. Yeah. Been chat skanking, but now I'm able to talk, Oh, well. Guess no then. Guess we're stuck with Scott.
All right, Scott.
He's like the Japanese Thor.
If there's no other Globers, yeah, we can get into to biblical, I guess, if you want. Although I haven't actually read it, so you might have to talk to someone else.
Wait, isn't Scott going to tell us how there wouldn't be a horizon?
Said boats go horizon.
I've done that already, and it had no effect.
So there wouldn't.
As I talked about with Miggy the other day, right? It's like I'm pretty sure there's nothing I can possibly tell you guys to convince you that there's a globe, and there's nothing you can possibly tell me to convince it's flat.
Wow, that sounds like dogma.
That's why I asked you the other day, what are you doing in here then?
He's already said that many times.
Yeah.
He is here to psychoanalyze flat earthers and understand how they perceive the world.
I've been right up front from the day I showed up here.
Yeah.
I've never pretended that I could convince you of anything.
I don't even have a problem with that. I would like to read your thesis on flat earthers, actually.
Yeah, can you give us a little insert or something like that?
I'm going to start. I have a sabbatical. I got 5 weeks off of work coming up really soon. And I think I'm going to use the time to do that work. But right now I'm too busy at work to do anything.
Are you a college professor?
No, I work at Adobe.
Why would you say sabbatical?
Because they give us sabbatical. For 5 years, we get 4 weeks extra off, and after 10 years, you get 5 weeks extra off. So you're going to go
do work in the field or something as a professor?
They call it a sabbatical. I don't know why they call it. It's just extra vacation time.
Long service leave, yeah?
How's that?
Long service leave? Would you call it that?
Yeah.
You work for Adobe?
Yeah.
Is that part of Oracle?
No.
Like Photoshop Adobe.
Yeah, Photoshop, Premiere, Lightroom, all those kinds of things.
You got a Photoshop guy in here?
No, I don't work on that part of it.
Do you know who Robert Simmons is? I'm just kidding. That was a joke, by the way.
Do you know who Robert Simmons is?
That was a joke, by the way. That was a joke.
I want to know if he does, though.
Is he the guy who you guys say painted the blue marble?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I've heard you mention it before.
Painted is the key word here, Scott.
Yeah, just added in some clouds here, and I just kept on pressing copy and paste, and Control C, and just adding a little bit in.
What did he add to though?
Add in this thing called a specular highlight. It's really interesting, and what we do is we take a data reading of where there's more algae blooms, and we color the sea a little bit different over here, a little bit different over here, based on the temperatures of the water. Now, this isn't what the Earth actually looks like, but it's just what I think it should look like.
Yeah. What we expect what we'd expect anyone to see if they went up,
Yeah.
What about all the other ones?
I agree.
What other ones?
There's lots of them.
Where?
Could you post one?
Well, we have a running one from the ISS, but I know you guys have seen it and you don't care about it. So
that's not the whole thing.
No, because it's showing a curve that shouldn't be there, so we don't trust it.
I know.
From that height, you shouldn't see that curve. If you the size of those land masses, you would agree, the size of those land masses, if you drew a complete circle from that arc that you can see, that would make the Earth really small, wouldn't it? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, because it wouldn't necessarily be the actual complete radius of the Earth from their altitude.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, but the land mass is well, like when it goes over Italy. Yeah, Italy looks like it's 1/4 of the size of the ball.
Yeah,
we know that's not the case, don't we?
No, I know.
So that's why we don't trust that image. So for you to bring that up and say, yeah, we've got pictures from the ISS, you know that that's a false image, and yet you brought it up as proof that there's curvature to the Earth. That's
not
weird.
A false image. It's a video.
I would have gone with him.
So video is not an image.
It's thousands of images. Yes. All in sequence.
Yeah, with a false with a curve that shouldn't be there. You agree to that?
No, it's the curve that they would expect to see from that altitude.
You just agreed that it wouldn't be.
No, it's not the curve of the entire Earth. It's not the radius of the Earth.
Scott, why don't you go with the Himawari? Huh?
I don't know. Don't know much about the Himawari. Don't know much about the ISS either, though.
The curve that you see from the ISS is the right curve.
Yeah, it doesn't take too hard a math to figure out what they should be seeing as a radius.
Wow.
No, all you got to do is take the horizontal, the distance to the horizon thing from that altitude, and that should give you the distance, and that should be the radius of the circle that you see.
Have you ever done that?
No.
So how do you know it could be what it is?
I'm a pretty good visualizer.
So Italy is 1/4 of the world.
From that altitude, yeah.
What?
I mean, yeah. If you believe in the globe, you got to be a pretty good visualizer, yeah.
It helps when you're trying to understand something very large. It's very large. No, but you can't see it unless you get very far away, right?
So it helps if you can visualize it.
Yeah, for my altitude,
not only does it help,
it's 100% of the world.
Yeah, it's essential.
Usually when I want to get a bit better look at something, I get closer, not further away.
Wait, so he's saying the size of the size of the observation of Italy is as expected? Is that the argument?
Yeah. With that same curve that they show you from the ISS, yeah.
No, at that altitude.
No, because what they're showing you is a curve. Now, if you complete that arc of that circle, then Italy would be 1/4 of the size of that side of Earth.
No, it's the same circle.
If you complete the circle, don't try and spread the words around. What I'm saying is, if you complete the circle from the arc that they give you, when it goes over Italy, Italy would be 1/4 of that side of the Earth that's shown.
It's not going to be a quarter of the Earth.
Holy shit.
It's not a quarter of the Earth, no.
Of course it's not.
We don't expect
That's
it
what it would be.
One side of it.
No, it wouldn't.
Like an eighth, really.
But you said you haven't done it.
Because I don't need to. I'm a very good visualizer.
Well, obviously not. I thought you were better.
Okay, I'll tell you what. For the sake of what? Being a good participant, I will go do the math when I get back from my workout tonight, and I will figure out how high the ISS is, and we will do a distance to horizon from that, which is that radical 2 times height or something like that, and we'll see how far that should be, and we'll figure out the curve, and I'll get back to you.
Workout? What do you mean workout? You need to work out how the Earth is in a globe. That's what you need to work out.
No, I don't spend my time doing that. I've come to that conclusion a long, long time ago.
What do you do, ballet?
Nah, he goes in front of a group of people and just have them raise their hands. My brothers, I'm here to tell you the good news about the globe. Raise your hand if you believe.
People look at me like I'm crazy if I did that.
Well, I mean, that's what you're doing in here. I mean,
they say we all know the globe exists. Duh.
Scott, you got some of these lemmings coming in here thinking that you're the smartest thing since sliced bread, bro.
Well, I hope not.
It's like, well, they're piling behind you, so you got an audience.
Maybe he runs a support group for ex-flat earthers.
See, they used to do that for Matthew, but Matthew's like, dude, I'm not here for you. I'm here for me. And they're like, well, Matthew's a smart guy. Why can't he talk for us? He's like, dude, you can talk for yourself. He's not going to talk for you fucking freaking clowns that are in here.
See, this is what I find interesting. You guys think this is symmetrical, that we are kind of the opposite of you guys, and we're just not.
No,
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by opposite?
Maybe just you.
That we go around talking about the shape of the Earth as much as you do.
No, see, that's the problem. You guys don't do that. That's why it's detrimental. Because you guys are coming in here half-cocked, with your little crazy cartoonish ideas and orthographic views and like diagrams and all kinds of stuff, and you're just like, dude, this is the way it looks. Like reality looks nothing like your 2D diagram that you got, and it definitely isn't math magic that you propose, Scott, because you think that because you're knowledgeable in math, that's all you need to know.
I posted something for you, Scott. You said that everybody would be like, "Oh, we know." Check out that little. And when I say little, it was only 42,000 people, and 56% thought the flat Earth debate won. So.
Wait, we're for real?
Yeah, you know.
And who watched that debate?
People,
regular people. Hey,
no selection bias in that sample.
Have you told Scott the problem in cosmology, or does he not know about that? Because it sounds like he hasn't heard of it.
Oh, you mean the one where they gathered the data from a telescope in space to show how there was problems with understanding deep space?
Can you verify that?
Get him, Larry.
Well, the people who gathered the data and shared it with you, that astronomer who you're so fond of quoting, he thinks so.
He thinks you can verify it.
He thinks that data came from a telescope orbiting in space.
That's a non sequitur.
In L2, right? Didn't that data come from the James Webb?
James Webb Space Telescope?
James Webb is in space, yes.
Is that your argument? So because it came from space, that means that the cosmological constant is somehow not there?
No, it means space is there. We don't need to understand everything about space to know that space is there, and we can put satellites in an L2.
Can you verify the James Webb telescope is in space?
What's that?
Can you verify the James Webb telescope is in space? You ever seen it?
No, I haven't flown out there recently.
Okay, so it's just like a belief that you have.
It's a pretty well substantiated belief, I would say.
Oh, you're confident, huh?
I'm very confident, yeah.
Okay, well, confident begs the question, if you're confident you don't know, that means there's doubt.
No, I have no doubt. It's there.
Oh, so you got like 100% faith.
I know, yeah, it's there.
You know it's there?
Yes, I do know it's there. So much I would bet everything I have on it.
Could you point to the general direction where it is?
I'd bet 1,000 to 1 odds every last penny I have. 1,000 to 1. What would that make me?
I'll take some of that.
So $400,000. Okay.
Can you just point to the general direction?
I would definitely take that bet any day of the year.
Would you point to the general direction where it is?
No, I don't know where it is.
You just said you knew, though.
Yeah.
I know it's out there.
Where? Out where?
It's a Lagrange 2 point, whatever that is.
Could you point in the general direction?
No, I already told you that. Want to ask me again? I'll say no again.
Well, you said it's at this Lagrange point. Where is that? Can you?
I don't know.
Point to it?
They tell me there's something called Lagrange point, which is this place orbiting in halfway between the sun and, I guess it's in the same orbital pattern as the Earth around the sun. But I'll take the word for it.
Bring them in this Discord. We'll talk to them.
Oh, they're not going to waste their time with you guys. They're not interested, like I am.
Joe, hey, Scott, I heard Joe was telling you that too.
Bring them in here.
Heard Joe was what?
Joe was telling you the same thing the other night.
Yeah, don't do dumb jokes, dude.
I don't know what Joe is.
He's gonna say
Joe Mama.
Oh,
muted.
Don't do dumb jokes, dude.
You got him, Vince. You got him.
Oh, fuck, Vince. What are you doing here?
What if someone told them the Earth is flat? Are you sure they wouldn't be interested? Are you sure?
Sabine Holzfeller, she said that she made a video about how, like, her and other scientific communicators that she knows are fascinated by flat earthers and enjoy talking to them.
Get that bitch in here.
Yep.
It's funny. Rupert Cow says, finally, FE has got some exposure. Weren't we trending number one? Wasn't Flat Earth number one trending on Google at one point? And they actually had to change the way that the trending worked. And the government had to wage war on Flat Earthers. Tell the social media companies to do something about it. Yeah. If we got the government's attention, I'm pretty sure we're not alone in here.
Do they really need it that bad? Like,
wasn't that years ago?
Yeah, he's like, finally, FE's got some exposure. Seriously?
Yeah, don't you think FE should have some more exposure?
I think it's been getting exposure.
I recognise that voice. That's that guy that gets really angry.
Rupert Cal? No.
Oh, I've got an angry in here, Hank.
Is that Rupert?
Yeah, he don't talk much.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm like, that's amazing. Like, where you think it, like someone's voice, where you think it sounds like, and then when they actually talk, you're like, damn, that's creepy. That's like exactly how, like when I read your text, it's kind of like,
that's creepy? That's your response?
No, not you being creepy. It's creepy how, like, my brain just kind of filled in what you would sound like.
All right.
Maybe you heard him before, and
when I have the opportunity,
subconsciously you kind of put it in there, but you didn't realise you've heard him before.
Yeah, like in a good way. Like sometimes when you read people's messages, you can like put like some sort of panic, like crybaby voice or something like that.
I have a voice for everyone.
Yeah, I like it. I think you sound very, I don't know, distinguished and, like exactly how I thought
I'm
you
not distinguished. I'm literally
a
a farmer from Australia.
I thought you sound like you're from New Zealand, though.
From New Zealand? No, I'm Australian.
Oh, you must be from South Australia, then.
Yeah, South Australia. Riverland.
There you go.
Fuck yeah, South Australia.
You're really a cow farmer?
Yes, I own beef.
Oh wow, cool.
Aussie. Do you know that milk lays flat and level when stationary?
What's Australia like? I've never been there.
Terrible. Wouldn't recommend.
It's very diverse, mate. I could say it's very cold, and then someone above me will say it's very warm, and then someone else will say it doesn't rain, and then I'll say it rains all the time.
What would your interpretation of cold be?
We have a flat Earth question from
Flat Earth question.
Yeah, Certified. Do you want to give your flat Earth questions?
No, I'm good.
Yes.
Please
ask. Please. Say it.
No, there's no dumb question. There's only dumb people. No, I'm just kidding. The only dumb question is the one you don't ask.
Yeah, ask your flat Earth question right now.
I asked it the other day, but the person just kind of dodged a little bit.
One more time. Try again.
I'll ask.
Try again.
All right. So I used to work with radar a lot as part of my job, and a phenomenon in radar is that if you have two aircraft flying from the same point, the aircraft at a higher altitude will appear on your radar before the aircraft at a lower altitude, even if they're the same distance. The explanation for this, or what I was taught, is that the aircraft at the top appears first because the aircraft lower is hidden by the Earth's curve. And so the one above it will appear on radar first. Without me saying the Earth is definitely a globe, which is what the other person thought I was getting at, what would be your explanation for why that happens?
Okay, so what you do here is you make a triangle. Your horizon, the one below, and the one above. Okay? Those are two other points. So you make a right triangle to each one. Now that distance, that base there, to the taller one is a much larger space compared to the one at the bottom.
Radar's based off of line of sight, though, not based off of how far away the thing is.
also got to be big enough in wavelength to pick it up.
Say again.
It's got to be like the wavelength has to be, the object has to be big enough to pick it up. If it's too small, like a fly, a fly is too small, it won't hit a fly.
Yeah, but we're talking about aircraft here.
So the question is why? The question is why does the radar not pick up?
No, okay. So the question is, so my explanation for why the aircraft above appears first is because the aircraft lower is hidden by the curvature of the Earth. I'm just curious as to, like, I'm not interested in like arguing necessarily. I'm just interested in what your explanation would be for why the aircraft up higher appears first.
Appears.
In other words, he's only talking about how it can't work, but he doesn't want to talk about how it is either a globe or not. That's what he's saying, guys.
No, I just want to hear what your explanation is.
So what are you saying doesn't get picked up? What?
No, okay, so
when you say appear, what do you mean?
Just send the fucking
appear on the radar.
Okay.
So do they?
You're on the
radar.
radar.
Saying the plane gets picked up first before the ship if they were at the same distance.
So the little dot.
Yeah, sure. We can go with plane and the ship. Yeah.
Okay. So if it was blocked by something, and you're saying radar's line of sight, wouldn't it not pick up the ship at all?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What I mean?
Just say that one again.
You didn't hear me, or?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if you're saying it's blocked by the curvature of the Earth, why would it pick up the ship at all?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So, to like, it won't pick up the ship until it gets closer. But like,
at what distance does it pick up the ship?
Doesn't really, not super relevant. I don't know the exact distance.
We need to know. We need to know particulars because it's based on the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
If you're claiming that it's being blocked by the curvature of the Earth, you need to give us a distance so we can work out what should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth and what shouldn't.
I don't have exact numbers for it. I'll just send a photo real quick. So what that shows is that's a radar tower. So the grey zone,
like 100 Ks. Like where
I don't have distances for you, mate. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
So if you had an aircraft, so two things can be at the same distance on that, just that bloody diagram, which is a very rough diagram. Just
we need a distance. We need a distance, man.
Look at the blue triangle. The blue triangle compared to the orange triangle. That's exactly what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, that blue triangle is your detectable area. The smaller one is your non-detectable area.
Yeah.
Okay, now just flatten the surface out. Exactly the same result.
I don't think you're understanding my question. I'm kind of struggling to explain it.
That's a ridiculously high radar tower too, by the way.
It's not meant to be to scale.
Yeah.
It's hard to answer. Like I know you're looking for us to answer it, but it's hard to answer it without any values.
Yeah, that's right. Don't worry. I'm like sick as fuck, and I'm trying to explain it, but don't worry about it.
No, we understand you. Yeah, but it's like someone coming up with a hypothetical and then saying if it's Earth curve, and then you go, okay, well, we need to know the distance because if it is blocking because of Earth curve, then we can say, okay, well, it starts getting detected at this distance. Oh, okay, the ship is this height, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? But if it's getting detected at like 100 kilometers, there's 1 kilometer of Earth curvature. So it would still be behind the curvature anyway.
Yep. Yeah, that's all right.
You know what I mean?
I don't have distances for you, so we can leave it there.
Yeah.
And when you're
just so you don't say that we're dodging the question, you know what I mean?
No, just the bloke I spoke to the other day dodged it a little bit, but
okay, yeah, no worries, man.
When you're looking at the radar and you're trying to figure out what is being picked up, you're asking about looking at on the radar screen, is it just a little dot like of the airplane, or do you see like what does it look like?
On radar, you just see a dot based on its distance.
Okay. So the question is, why don't I see the dot, or why, or why do I see the dot first, or something?
What's the maximum distance for that radar that you're talking about?
It depends where you're getting the radar source from. So, like, sometimes it'll be a transmitted thing from an aircraft. So you could have an aircraft flying at 10,000 feet, and you'll see a radar depiction from that. So it'll have a lot further range than if you were going off like a radar tower.
What would be the range if you were
so here's
if it was
here's
flying
the part.
at 10,000 feet?
Let me explain like where certified. Let me break this down a little bit for people.
Why did you just interrupt? Why?
I'm just gonna ask a question. Like just so like
we didn't
the
finish.
I'm adding to it. I'm not derailing. I'm adding.
Yeah, go ahead, mate. Finish. So at 10,000 feet, like, what would be the distance detected
Probably
to the
somewhere between 80 and 160 nautical miles. It's also dependent on kind of terrain as well, but
Well, I think that's more than. I think that's below the Earth curvature anyway. So 160 nautical miles is how many miles? How many statute miles?
fuck knows.
About 200.
I'll Google it for you real quick. Fuck, that did not get nautical miles for me. Yeah, 180.
180. So let me just do something.
So let me.
Am I still there? Or?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. I'm just looking something up.
I was going to ask. So hypothetically, if the Earth were flat, then you're expecting that the dot on the radar, when you're looking at the radar, you're expecting the dot you'd see it sooner?
No, I would expect two aircraft at the same at different altitudes to appear at the exact same time on the radar.
Oh, so you'd see two dots appear at the exact same time on the.
Yeah, is what I would expect, but like I don't know if there's. Oh yeah, okay. I'm sick as fuck. But, yeah.
So
gotcha.
At 200 miles, there is 26,669 feet. So that plane is still behind the Earth curve anyway. So how are you picking that up if your claim is it picks up the plane before the boat gets above the horizon? Because that plane is still behind the horizon at that distance.
Say again.
So at that height.
Yeah.
Yeah, that distance to that plane at that height that you're saying is still.
I don't know. I don't know how accurate that height is. I think that's the maximum that F-18 radars can go out to. So you would probably expect to see something appear at probably a higher altitude, more like 20,000 feet. I just gave you a ballpark. I'm not.
Well, then that's still 7,000 feet below the Earth's curve.
Say again.
It's still 7,000 below the Earth curve, even if it was at that height.
20,000.
Yep.
Yeah. Again,
so it's like do
you have an Earth curve calculator?
like because you originally claimed I'm not trying to argue with you, man.
Yeah.
You originally claimed it sees the plane before you see the boat until the boat comes over the horizon. Like that's what you were saying. But in this situation, the plane is still below the horizon. So I think if you could find some numbers somewhere that might help the conversation? And then we could go from there, because at the moment we're kind of just pissing in the wind, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I'm not. I won't look for numbers at the moment because I'm like sick as fuck. I'm just happy to
Yeah,
listen.
no
But
worries,
I can look for some and get some for you at a later time.
Come back anytime, man. No worries.
So,
Who was that guy who was yelling out before?
someone else can have the floor.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait. Has
Nicholas.
he heard of the Earth curve calculator? Do you know what that is?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, are you familiar? Or if you just go to Google, type in Earth curve calculator, just type that in.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, just go to Google, type in Earth curve calculator.
There's heaps of them.
And then
Yeah, Roger.
All right. So here's the point I was trying to make, right? Like the part about this that's a little bit like counterintuitive in the flat Earth model is that if there's
What
some
model?
if there's a plane that's at a higher altitude, right? If the
What
Earth is
model?
actually flat, if the Earth is flat, right? There's going to be a larger distance between the one that's at a higher altitude versus the
What are you
one that's
talking
like
about, man?
closer to the ground. Like I'm talking about the
What are you
planes
talking about?
versus. I'm talking about the thing that Certified was just talking about. Because
Yeah,
like my
you're
point
talking
is
about.
building out from that. It's about radars
Yep.
and
Go
like
ahead.
planes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if there's a plane that's at a higher altitude, right? Like if you're in the flat Earth model, right? That the Earth is flat, right?
Yep.
It would actually be farther away, right? Because it's going to be going. It's not in a straight line. It'll be at a steeper angle.
Yeah,
So it'll
by
be
what
further away
percent?
from the radar,
By
right?
what percent?
And it would. Like it depends on how
Let's
much
say there's
higher the altitude
a
is.
plane at 20,000 feet and you're 100 miles away. What percentage difference would that be to
You
the
want me to do
thing
the
that's
Pythagoras theorem right
100
now?
miles away? Yeah, go for it, man.
I don't know.
It's
Like
your claim. Go ahead.
that's not that's important. Like what's important is the principle. So what I'm saying is like this is what's
Okay, so
counterintuitive about
before
this.
you move ahead, why don't you do that, and then we can get the numbers,
You don't need
and
the
we
numbers.
can talk about. You don't need the numbers, but the numbers are in your claim.
No, I never made any claim about numbers. What I'm saying is that this is just mathematically
You're saying
true.
it's further away.
Like you could this is like
by
it's
what
based off a
percent?
mathematical proof.
By
that
what percent?
like this is like basic like Euclidean like geometry.
Yes, we'll do it then and see what percent difference it is.
So here's the thing, right? Like it doesn't need to be. It's just that if there's a
Okay, forget about it and move ahead then. Go charge on. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. So it just means that if there's going to be a plane at a higher altitude, right, it's going to be farther away from the radar, which is what makes this counterintuitive, and that's what leads to the idea that the reason that you pick up the higher altitude plane first is because of the curvature of the Earth, because then the radar picks it up. In the flat Earth model, it'll be the opposite.
What? Okay, so now let's work out. Let's work out the percentage.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't think you guys picked it up. But anyway, like Certified, do you want to do it? I don't know.
Can you show this flat Earth model you invoked?
Yeah, if you think that the Earth is flat, right? Like then you just take a basic triangle, right? And then you have a triangle.
No, I mean show the model that you're talking about.
All right, you have the same distance, right? You have the same distance. So like one of the planes is going to be smaller, right? The one
By
that's
what
going to be.
percent?
How would I say? The length is going to be the same, right? For the triangle, the height's going to be different. One of them's going to be shorter, the lower altitude one. One of them's going to be higher, right? And the higher one, the hypotenuse is going to be longer in the higher one, so it'll be farther away.
20,000 feet, 100-mile distance. What's the difference in distance between the one on the ground and the one in the air?
What was it? Say it again. Like 20,000 feet,
20,000 feet, and 100-mile distance.
Okay, like what do you want? Do you want like the distance between the two?
Yeah, the
do you want to do the Pythagorean theorem on it?
One's obviously at 100 miles, yeah?
What's
the other one at?
You said 20,000 feet. So why don't you just say like 4 miles? Why don't you just make it 4 miles?
Well, you can convert it. I work in kilometers, man, so...
Okay, then do it in kilometers. That'll be even better.
Well, do it in kilometers then. 100 kilometers.
All right, so we got 100. Okay. Plus 16. All right, so we got
And that would
10,000,
be 14,000 meters, would it? Sorry,
All right,
no,
so
less. 9,000 meters, something like that. 8,000.
So we got 10,000, 16. Let's do.
Yeah, just go 10, make it easier.
No, it wouldn't work if it's because then it'll just be the same number.
What?
It'll be the number of one of the sides, like squared. So it wouldn't give the same number. Here, all right. So you would have it'll be the distance will be like 100.08. Okay.
The difference is the 0.08. So the difference is
Yeah.
80 meters over 100 miles, over 100 kilometers.
Yeah.
So 80. You're saying that 80 meters over 100 kilometers is making a difference?
No. So yeah, like if you're saying like that with one of the radars, right? This one's picking the other one up first, right? The taller one is being picked up first before the
80 meters,
lower
dude.
ones.
80 meters.
80 meters. 80 meters is 80 meters. Like what you would say is that they'll be both picked up at the same time.
He's
right?
saying the boat won't come in to radar blip until it can see it line
He's
of
not
sight.
talking about boats. He's talking about planes.
He said a boat and a plane. You obviously weren't listening.
Okay. Yeah. So if you're saying
Boat
a boat,
is on
right?
the sea.
Okay.
The plane is in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay. So yeah, exactly. That's what he's saying. But the thing is that with that difference, right? If it's on a flat Earth,
I'm not saying
right?
that because he said 160 miles. You can pick up the plane, but the boat you can't pick up until it comes into the horizon. But if you're on sea level, that horizon would be no more than from a boat, no more than 10 miles. So you wouldn't pick up a boat until it was at 10 miles. But he's not saying that.
If the Earth is flat, right? Like you would think that it's going to be like close to equal. If there's going to be one of them that's going to show up like a little bit quicker, if your equipment is like sensitive enough to pick it up a little bit faster, it would be the one that's lower to the ground, that's closer to your level of where you're at. You know, in terms of altitude, that would be the one that like should get you closer. If the Earth is like flat.
What difference in time should you expect to see them on the radar at 80 meters difference?
Yeah, so like it would be like its radar works like pretty fast, right? So like the way that he's describing
so
it,
pretty much the same time you'd see them, yeah.
Sure. But like the thing is that like that's not what
So
happens.
what
That's
do
what he's talking about.
you-
All I'm doing is just breaking down what his point is and why that's counterintuitive. I don't know if you guys are getting it. Like I don't think you
I
guys.
don't think you're getting it, man.
Do you think you understand how like radars work? Do you think are you that smart? Are you like?
I
Do you
don't
have a physics
understand how
degree?
radars work. No, I don't.
Okay, good. Then like, why are you guys pretending?
Do you have a physics degree? Do you understand how radars work?
I don't know how radars work, but the people that do
Why are
say
you
that the
asking
Earth
me
is
the
round.
same question and then saying,
Yeah.
"Oh, okay"? You don't understand how radars work.
Let me ask you a
then
question.
you proceed to keep explaining how radars work.
All right. Do you know anyone who knows how radars work? Right? Anyone who's like has a PhD in
That
the
guy
physics?
who was just in before, he
Yeah,
knows
hold
how
on.
radars work.
Yeah, like, do you know that someone that like who's has a degree in physics, right? Has a PhD
Do
in
you
it?
have a degree in physics?
Hold up. You're not letting me finish. Do you know anyone who has a PhD in physics who's a flat earther?
I don't personally know.
Yeah. Do you know anyone like in the last like I don't know 10 years who has a PhD in physics? That believes the Earth is flat?
Dr. What's his name? Let me find it for you.
That's actually an interesting question.
Yeah,
for me. I
Dr.
want to
John
know.
D. Yeah.
Who's that? PhD in physics?
Yep.
Dr. John D. Like okay, how do you like? Is it just a D? D-E-E?
No, I'm not really sure. He's FE Core. He has a doctorate in lasers or optics or something.
Okay, sure, but like what's his like name? Like I'll Google him right now.
Who cares anyway? Aren't we talking about radars?
Well, yeah, it's a pretty important
Yeah,
thing.
that would actually be important because he's in that field.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah,
Flat
like
Earth,
studies light.
PhD in physics. Let me just type that in. Okay. Anyway,
just Google it.
I just Googled it. I can't. Don't see anyone.
Yeah, so it must not exist then.
Yeah,
maybe it doesn't. What do you think the percentages of like physicists that are like have a PhD?
Who cares, man?
I mean,
do you know any? Do you know any physicists that go against the university that they're studying at?
Or Christianity? How many physics do that?
Yeah, you could be a Christian and be a physicist.
No, an atheist. Because they're like you
there's
got
tons of atheists that are like
physicists. and Me Too wiped them out. Me Too did a great cleansing of all these atheist professors, like Lawrence Krauss, for example. Imagine you send your daughter to college to study with this great physics professor.
Have no, like, I'm not finding it. You guys aren't putting it in the chat, so I'm going to assume it doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's okay. You can assume anything you want. And that's the best part, is that you can use that logic also for curve and rotation. Just Google that stuff too.
Yeah. So there's actually like pretty good evidence that like the Earth is like you know.
All right, present some.
Yeah.
No, like it's already there. Like you guys just dismiss it. Like do you guys like
present
think
it then? If you know it's there,
okay. Like are the
Go
pictures
ahead.
doctored from NASA? Is like NASA lying to everyone and just like every single governmental governmental agency? Like we've literally been to space. We have like photographs of like how the Earth looks
here
like.
he goes. Oh, he's on a Spurg. Spurg.
Yeah, photos from space. Why would they lie?
Post one of the pictures of the Earth?
I think he's gone.
Yeah, like I know, like you guys don't think it's like you don't think it's flat, right?
Just
or
post
you don't
some
think
then.
it's round.
How do you
like you guys
talking about pictures? Wait,
yeah,
you're talking about pictures. So let's talk about the pictures before you go on to 100 different subjects.
No,
let's do the pictures. So post some pictures.
Look, like we could get into like tons of things. Like like it's pretty.
All right. We're gonna talk about. You brought up pictures, so now we're gonna talk about the pictures. So post some pictures. All right, he's gone. What's wrong with these people?
He's very upset that you think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I know. I hear it in his voice.
Wait, so you asked him for pictures and then he left?
Yep.
Yeah.
What the?
I mean, you could just believe the pictures and then shut the server down, but what would that do? You know what I mean?
No, why would you believe them? That's the part.
Why not test it?
He didn't even post any pictures. He was like, fuck that.
His whole shtick was that flat earthers are sub-educated. They're below normal education. That the globe has all the PhDs, and you just need to trust them because they're really smart. And I'm like, well, okay, well, follow that then. What other stuff do they say that you're supposed to trust?
Yep.
Is it just this one topic? So if someone has a PhD in physics and they tell you that you don't use the Earth as curved or rotating in physics, like to start, that's called astrophysics, not physics. Regular physics assumes a flat stationary Earth. No, don't try. No, ignore that part. You'll
focus on play a drinking game with him saying the word light.
Yeah.
I mean, if you truly believe that the photos are proof, then he would just post it.
Yeah, and then also post a photo of like Batman and like the Joker, Godzilla, Snowman, Frosty the Snowman.
Well, see, that would have been an interesting conversation because then we could get into like, how do you test the photo for authenticity, right?
Here, this is pretty
good conversation.
It's pretty interesting. I was just doing this whole little radar thing. It generates a wave, and where the wave is broken and whatnot. So I was looking up here. This is how accurate are radars. So apparently, your speeding ticket issued by a radar can be off as much as 10 to 20%. If the police car is moving, it jumps up to 30%. So when I clocked you at 45, going into 30, you're like, are you sure about that?
So
his whole worldview is based on radar, which he doesn't understand because flat earthers don't have a PhD in physics.
I kind of do want to learn more about radar. I wonder what because I've never actually thought about, like imagine you detected something that was like really far away, at sea level, that would be an interesting debate, I guess. But then they would I think they hit the globe. Okay, I don't know what the Globers would say, but I have a feeling that they might say that the radar would just curve with the Earth. I think that's what they would say. If something was far away. But I mean, so the question becomes: does radar travel in straight lines or is it curved lines? That's really what it comes down to. And how do you measure the straightness of the radar? I'll be right back.
Hello. What's happening in here?
Nothing.
Nothing.
You got a question?
About what?
Flat
Huh?
Yeah, what why do you guys believe the earth is flat?
But
I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's not a belief. Belief is not required.
This shit's real, bro.
Oh, I see.
Exactly. I see. What do you see? Oh God. Chilling.
The earth is what it is, and it doesn't matter if you believe it otherwise.
Do you believe in God?
I would say creator. But I wouldn't, go to the moon and put a Bible on the moon, or write a book about finding space Jesus, or claim that I personally spoke to God and God told me that America was going to win the space race. I wouldn't, say one nation under God.
What do you think about the movie coming out about filming a moon landing in case they fail to go to the moon?
How did the reflector array get on the moon? If it was
So you didn't hear about that one, huh?
moon landing was fake.
It's actually a
Yeah,
movie coming
I
out.
saw the ad. I don't know what to say about that movie. Like, let's wait until it comes out, and then we can. See what
Well,
it
I
says,
mean,
right?
the whole thing is people claim it's fake. We don't actually have telemetry data, so reflectors on the moon can't validate that because they've been bouncing lasers off of it supposedly from before then.
It'll be interesting to see that once it finally is fully exposed and the government's like, yeah, that shit was faked. It was fake because of this fear of communism, this irrationality that just plagued the federal government in the 1960s and 70s. They did it, and then we felt embarrassed about releasing information afterwards because, what type of government is full of complete schizophrenic crackhead freaks so afraid of communism that they would do something as stupid as fake a moon mission? And then after that, people are they going to be like, huh, they faked it? Are they going to be like, okay, well, now the earth is flat? Or are they still going to be like, yeah, whatever. So what? Irrelevant. Doesn't matter. Earth's still a globe. Like, how much information does it take? Like, how many times do they have to be busted telling lies before you finally figure out, man, they lied for virtually no reason whatsoever? And they continue to lie.
Well, I don't believe that the Earth is round is a government lie, right? Like everybody says it, not just the governments.
Like who?
Everybody. I said everybody.
Yeah. So if everybody,
who? I'm saying that the Earth is a globe. Am I a liar?
Yeah, but you just got a belief system, so no one really cares about that. You could just as easily subjectively change any belief on you pivot on a dime. whatever subjective whatever basically subjective input you have, you could just subjectively change that subjectively to something else.
Well, I could say the same thing about you and your belief, right?
No, because the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used flat and stationary. It doesn't matter what I say.
Okay, well, no, because I can observe that the Earth is round.
No, you don't. That's bullshit.
Where can you see that?
From space.
Never been there.
Oh, you've seen that?
I've seen photographs of it, right?
No, but you didn't. He said measured and observed, right? So you haven't observed or measured. So you're not telling the truth.
How would they lie right there?
I know you guys have a very interesting philosophical idea of like direct evidence, right?
No, it's pretty simple. You just have to see it in reality.
Seeing is believing.
There's videos.
No, but what about
are
reality,
videos on YouTube reality?
Well, if it's on Earth, then yeah. So where have you seen it?
I saw it in a Netflix documentary about the flat Earth.
What about in reality?
I have no reason to believe that the video is fake, right?
That's not an answer.
There were literal flat earthers there when the video was recorded. So why would it be fake?
Have you seen it in reality? The globe?
What do you mean by reality?
Like the natural world, physical natural world.
See, when it comes down to you guys, like you guys say that you can't trust your eyes. And I don't know.
No, you said that.
Do I have any reason to think that you're
what does Elijah mean by in reality? Right? Like when you look at your computer.
I just said the natural physical world. Can you not hear me? I just gave you.
You want me to see it with my own eye?
Yes.
In like 3 space, okay.
Yeah, like when you go outside, you see the sky is blue, right? That's reality.
Well, I think that's schizo. I think we can trust each other, right?
That's schizo?
But you're right. I could be a brain in a jar.
I mean, we're all over the place here. I asked you a simple question, which was a continuation.
Yeah, I know you have very wacky ideas about philosophy, and I'm just like not into it, right? I'd rather hear your quantifiable evidence for why the Earth is flat.
So it's a wacky philosophical idea to ask of an observation. Interesting.
It's a wacky philosophical idea to not trust any observation.
You seem to have a wacky philosophical idea.
Unless it like confirms to your bias, I guess. I don't know.
So observations are observer dependent or not observer dependent?
I would say that observations can be quantified, and then we will agree on those quantifications.
Can you make my observation for me?
I can already smell the sophistry.
No, I don't think I can make an observation for you.
Yeah, see, you fucked up there.
But I think that if we both look at a ruler, right, that's measuring something, I think we'll agree.
What is this wacky philosophical interpretation you're talking about?
That you can't trust your own eyes. Or that you can't trust anybody else's eyes, I guess is what you would say. You would say you can only trust your own eyes, right?
Not necessarily. You can trust anything you want.
Well, yes, but you wouldn't be internally consistent with your own rational way, epistemology, right?
He wants to include his picture book from his narrative fairy tale into the mix, right?
My point
he wants that to be part of reality, right?
You need to calm down. I've heard other people say right.
I'm calm, homeboy. Right?
I mean, we can just believe the.
So when I show you a photograph from space, why don't you believe it?
Because
you didn't show that.
Why do you believe
you
it?
haven't shown that. Yeah, that's a good point. But
I mean, we'll skip to that. We've seen them before, right?
We? Who the fuck's we? No, we.
Yeah, but
We are the
mouse here,
board.
Bucket.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
why
are the
is it
board.
that you believe them? That's the bigger question.
Yeah, why'd you fall for that shit?
Right?
There's a 1134. There's a
because
meme
of
with a photo of
everybody,
the Earth.
right?
Could you post a photo of the Earth?
There's a photo of the Earth. You guys don't believe it. Well, why?
Well, because
if it's fake,
not as gullible as you.
If the photo does not match observed reality, is it a good idea to believe it?
You're making that assumption that doesn't match observed reality.
Yeah, it's kind of a loaded question. But do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with your.
Okay, so show us the Earth curving outside of your photograph. If it's curving from your space pictures, right? It should be curving on the ground, right? Or is that too much of a stretch?
Didn't Scott post a video with water not curving? The water level, right?
Yes, the water
welcome to flat Earth.
Yes, that's correct. Did you misspeak or?
They're short-circuiting tonight. Something's up.
There's a video where somebody uses the water level to demonstrate curvature.
Oh, okay. You said the Earth was not curving, so that's why I was confused. That's a Freudian slip. Do you know what that is?
I think Freudian slips have to be sexual in nature.
No. Anyway, that's a derail. Whatever. What video are you talking about?
The one that Scott posted.
Oh, when he's panning the horizon around him, or what do you mean?
No, there's a video of people with water levels, and they go about a mile. And then they shoot a laser between the water levels, and then they don't line up.
Do you know what it's called, or no?
Oh, I guess it's not in the history anymore. I don't have a bookmark, sorry.
Well, FE Core also did similar tests over longer distances, actually. I think 30 miles, for example, where the laser did read across the lake. I think it was foot above the surface. They did multiple tests.
Let's see it.
Well, yeah, we can post it, or I can post. Let me see if I have it here. Well, actually, Elijah's video is probably better because it's shorter. What is it called? D-Marble? That's probably a better one, actually. Could you?
Do you think it's possible that everybody's lying about Jesus?
Well, that's a completely different question, but what do you mean by that? I mean, that's a derail, no?
Yeah, let's talk about something else. We're talking about epistemology.
Let's talk about something else.
So, are you highlighting? All you're doing is highlighting the religiosity of the water ball. Not a good look.
No, you guys are talking about epistemology and how people can lie, so that's why you want to see everything with your own eyes.
You can believe whatever you want to believe. You've got a picture book. You bought it hook, line, and sinker.
It's equally rational to believe in Jesus as it is to believe in the flat Earth. or the round earther.
Yeah, you missed the whole believe thing with the flat Earth. Keep whistling past that.
Well, it seems like you're kind of assuming that every flat earther is
Copeland.
a Christian.
He's trying to push buttons, but he's only pushing his own. He's
don't get
coping.
it personal, right? Like, I do understand that it's not the same argument. Right?
You're the one that's taking it personal that we don't believe your picture book. Why don't you guys believe it? Why do you believe it? Because all you have is a video.
If everybody's lying about photographs from space, who's to say that everybody's lying?
Now
about
you're
Jesus?
appealing to your own. Now you're appealing to your own personal incredulity.
That everybody could be lying.
Most of them aren't even lying, dude. They're just wrapped up in the mythos like you are. People don't. People. They don't have an ability for whatever reason to critically think about this subject. They don't have enough knowledge about cameras or lenses and cameras. They just
lying. They're just wrapped up.
Well, it's all CGI. I mean, dude,
it's all faith.
The marvels can be made in photo labs prior to CGI. You sound like you just fell off the turnip truck.
Just a side note, I posted a laser test experiment that D-Marble did over a lake, proving that the
I just get
water
an
does
answer to my
not
question.
level.
He doesn't want that now.
Lying about the shape of the Earth. Is it not also possible that everybody's lying about the existence of Jesus?
Of course.
Thank you.
Does it make you feel better? My God, these people, their atheism is just running rampant in their brain.
It seems like you have a presupposition that most flat earthers are Christian or something. I guess that's what you're assuming.
No, I was just asking you guys to introspect on your own epistemology. That's all.
Okay, now have a good old cackle about your water ball that you've been duped by. Let's hear it. Get it out.
He asked for the laser tests over water, but didn't actually care about it. Weird.
Yeah, then he ran. He only likes the damage control narratives. What's spoon fed from the Netflix? It's crazy. He's gone. Maybe his phone died, but
Flat Earth is dumb. I said it. Don't argue me. Let's talk about gravity. What's up, my fellow?
Oh, hello. What's going on?
Nothing much. You pro? Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts on flat Earth?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Well, considering it's been proven fucking 100 times over by every country ever.
Doesn't seem much of an argument. These
Hello. Who this? Moment of silence for the globe. Moment of silence for the globe.
There's been too many of those. Why don't we just have a moment of silence for the Globers?
Yeah. Let's say a prayer for them.
Yes.
O Eratosthenes, hallowed be thy name. Thy shadows be done.
Stop it. That's heresy.
Thy shadows be done. Assume curvature as it is on the lights in the sky. Globe men.
Don't mock freaking the Bible. What's his name, Flatsy? Is it Jen? Is it Jen? Is that his name?
Yeah,
Gen CBR?
Yeah, Gen CBR1 is trying to get in here, but he can't.
Oh, wow.
He says he hasn't been able to get in here for 2 years, and
Help him get in here.
he's been around forever. I mean,
What is he struggling with?
He's
I don't know. He says he clicked on it and he can't get in. I don't know. It doesn't sound like he's blocked, but just in case he is blocked or he got muted permanently or some crap, somebody take that off if it is. If for some reason it is, that's all. We're not sure though. He's all the way over in Japan. Maybe the satellite isn't over top of the satellite.
Yeah, the satellite's getting blocked by the flat Earth.
And he's teaching kids about flat Earth because he's a teacher. Okay, so let's not.
He's such a good guy.
Like he's a real one.
Flatsy, what do you think of people teaching kids flat Earth? Do you think it's a good thing, a bad thing, or just a family choice?
I love it because you're teaching kids how to think and not what to think.
No,
yeah,
it's the
they're
opposite.
gonna
You're
run
teaching
into
them
the
what to
globe
think.
anyway. They're gonna run into globers anyway.
We homeschooled our two kids.
Dogs are gods.
Cat and I.
To be taught the globe Earth only.
I want them to be taught what has evidence behind it, not like what has opinion behind it.
Do you want them to be taught the globe Earth only?
No, I want them to be taught the flat Earth because then they can juxtapose the two and figure out which one's true.
Okay, so being taught the globe Earth and the flat Earth equally.
No, not equally, of course not.
They need to be equally.
But why do they need to be equally? If I have like 50 pieces of evidence and 50 observations and like people that have gone to space and all the science and all the engineers and all that.
Why are there flat earthers in 2024? Dogs are gods.
I mean, there's no good answer that I can give you for that, Flatsy, that won't upset everyone in the VC.
Just for a second, if there's flat earthers in 2024, that means that the globe has not been produced with evidence at all.
No, it doesn't.
For it. So if there are flat earthers in this day and age, that means that the globe Earth has never had evidence. So we need to have both paradigms available to anyone so they can decide for themselves.
So, Flatsy, just the idea that there being flat earthers in 2024 means that the globe hasn't been proven is not true. The globe can be proven.
Yes, it is.
Can still be
there
people that will ignore or reject that proof. Is that not? Hold up a second. Just listen to what I'm trying to say. Okay.
Yeah, you're not listening because there wouldn't be.
I am. I can repeat back what you said. So just listen to me for a second, okay?
I'm telling you. Oh, you're going to talk over. You always talk over everyone. There would not be flat earthers today if the globe Earth was proven for a definite, for sure. There would not.
I disagree with that idea. Okay, Flatsy? There are people that will believe things that are the exact opposite to what happened. How many people have you met that say they were hit by their mother or something, and they go to their mother and they say, "Hey, Mum, did you hit me?" And their mum would say something like, "No, I've never hit you once in my life." And they go, "Okay, well, I remember it distinctly, and so do my siblings, and so does my father. And actually, there's a police report, and I have like the hospital report of me having to go to hospital for being hit." but you think it didn't happen, and they genuinely believe something that is
That's not
untrue.
yes, and
That
that
could have.
is really messed up. You could apply that to globe earthers right now. Oh, do you believe in globe earth? Because my teacher and my mother and all of my friends taught me that the earth is a globe. So why are you telling me that it's not?
Right. So the reason to believe, or at least to trust those people in your day-to-day life, is because there are industries in the world that revolve around the Earth being a globe, like transportation industries, or like flight, all of that. Even just traversing from the equator south, you need to know the Earth is a globe to do that. Otherwise, you'll think that moving south from two different positions on the equator will mean moving away from each other, when in reality it means moving closer together. So to believe those people, it's because there's evidence laid forward. It all fits a coherent model, and there's things in reality that you need to think the Earth is a globe in order to do. But the flat Earth, there's nothing.
When you're
Based on
traveling, you don't
flat
even
maps. It's
notice.
all based on flat maps. All the frickin' travel's based on flat maps. All the maps are flat maps anyway, so what are you talking about?
So, Bear, if I am at the equator and I have someone 200 kilometers away, also on the equator, and both of us go directly south, are we going to get closer together or further apart?
I've never traveled below the equator, so I can't tell you, but I don't think, no, I wouldn't trust,
You wouldn't trust me, I'm Australian.
I can't tell you. Nah,
Would you
I'm not
trust
gonna,
me? I've done it personally.
would I trust what, GPS? I don't know, maybe.
No.
I mean,
No.
I
I have
trusted a
driven
plane.
due south, so
I trusted a plane. A plane's going to get to a frickin' destination. Yeah, because they've flown there over and over. That doesn't mean the Earth's a globe. That's nonsense.
So, Bear, I've driven through multiple parts of Australia, from the east coast to west coast, and right down, straight down the middle. And you can see the sun's path as you drive to show that you're going. Hold up a sec. Hold up. You can see the sun's path as you drive. You are heading due south, and as you head due south, the land mass gets closer together. Like you get closer towards other points that were further away if they're going due south. You can test that you're actually getting closer instead of getting further apart just by driving, and I've done it. So why would you believe your opinion of a place you've never been to instead of the facts that I've dealt with, like the reality of my existence? Or like the flight path times in Australia. Why wouldn't you believe that?
How would it be? So it would be different. Sorry, go
I've
ahead.
flown tons of times. I've flown tons of times, east to west, west to east. You know, I've never
was the
felt like
plane
I'm
turning
flying
the
against
entire
any
time?
moving airs. I've never felt them dipping the nose down. I've never felt them flying against any, huge 1,000-mile-per-hour sprinting atmos. I've never felt any of that. I've never seen anything but flat everywhere.
Does any glober say that you should feel any of those things? Or can you give me a logical argument for why you should feel any of those things?
Well, I mean, you should be dipping the nose down. You'd fly off into space, right?
That's your opinion.
You would.
I'd like you to explain how much we'd
My
have to
opinion.
dip the nose per distance.
Hold on.
Please.
No, that's an actual fact. If you live on a ball.
Hold on. Are you just giving excuses of why we don't see curvature and why we don't feel spin?
No, the opposite. I'm saying that we can measure it at least.
Oh, we can
and we can
feel
measure the curvature.
Oh,
and we can
okay,
hold up a sec. Hold up a sec. I'm not done with what I'm saying.
Give me that.
Flatsy.
I don't want your explanation.
Flatsy.
I want that.
Flatsy.
This is hilarious.
I'm not done with what I was trying to say. Okay?
No, but
so I'm saying that you can actually see objective things in reality that show you the Earth is curved and that we're spinning, and you just have opinions. That's all you've got. So go ahead. It's your turn to talk.
No, I'm saying shut up for a second and actually demonstrate what you're saying. Gosh.
Yeah, great. So if you look out at the sunset, the sun will cross your eye line before it goes below the horizon. That proves the Earth is a globe. How am I wrong?
No, I need
The sun, the light in the sky.
Yeah, this is logical proof, deductive, inductive evidence. Everyone can test this. You can model it out. It's all based off geometry. Do you agree geometry
Use a
exists?
boat. Use a boat, not the sun. Use a boat, man.
Distance.
Anything.
Drop over distance will do. That's all we need. Some curvature. Not
Demonstrate.
freaking stuff in the sky.
Do
No,
you
it-
Use a
agree
boat.
geometry works?
No inductive anything.
Yeah, but
Let's
if you're using a light in the sky, it's better to use a boat. I'd rather you argue about a boat going over or going
I
under.
don't need to. This is proof that the Earth is a globe. No one has ever defeated this proof. If you guys want to try, you can right now. But if
You
you're
can't
off,
even access the sun.
Yeah, exactly. You're using inductive.
yeah, go and defeat it. Tell me how I'm wrong then.
Yeah,
Because
but
you don't know what the sun is.
God,
How does that change my observation?
And you also don't know what medium it's in.
Go back to the first one. How does it change my observation? How does it
you
prove
don't
the
know.
Earth is not a globe?
Can't make any assumptions.
What? Because you're assuming that what you're seeing is because the sun is what you think it is.
Nope, not at all. I'm just assuming that there is a pattern to the motion of things, and that pattern to the motion of the things can be drawn out through geometry, which we've proven a million times. So
You leave out.
And also, you don't know where the sun is.
Hold on, guys. You leave out the.
You know the angles to the sun.
You leave out the.
You need straight lines.
Hold on. You leave out
The
the.
angles to the sun.
Oh my gosh, you don't care.
Go ahead, Flatsy.
He leaves out the option that it is for a flat Earth at all. He doesn't care if it could be over any type of display of the Earth. He leaves all of flat Earth completely out of his cognitive mind.
No, that's a lie, Flatsy. Why are you lying about me now?
Not a lie. You haven't introduced the idea of it at all.
Right. So the reason it's a globe is because on a flat Earth, the sun could not pass your eye line. It would have to, according to the laws of perspective and geometry, disappear off into the distance by converging into your eye line. Because it passes past your eye line before it sets, that means either we are rotating in reference to the heliocentric angle rotating, or the sun is rotating around a globe.
Because it's so
okay, great. Explain how, Flatsy, please.
Hold on, I will. It's so far above your head, and it still appears to lower in the sky as it recedes. As you feel less.
How is it being far above your head? Why does that matter?
That's the zenith. So we're talking about the zenith as it leaves away from you. You're seeing that it is receding and lowering in your vision and reduce in heat.
It goes past your eye line. Perspective says it would converge.
And reduction in heat. So you know it's going away from you, and you know that it is receding in your eye line, like perspective.
So, Flatsy, if I'm standing on a hill, if I get a theodolite, or even if I just vaguely measure what 90 degrees from my vertical is, the sun should disappear into that point. Hold up a sec and listen. Hold up a sec and listen. It should converge into that eye line instead of crossing it before it disappears. But it always crosses before it disappears. That cannot happen if perspective is causing the sun to set.
That doesn't make any sense. Because it would cross your eye line and it would still be receding and still give its light like it does at sunset. When it's far past the horizon, you still see the light of it.
That's a great claim, but it does not work according to the laws of perspective or the laws of geometry. Perspective says it will converge into your eye line, but it passes your eye line.
No, you're not taking into account the diffraction of light and the fact that it would still show its light past the horizon, where you shouldn't be able to see any of that if it goes below your horizon.
I don't understand. Can you explain how diffraction of light would cause it to pass your eye line instead of converging into your eye line?
Yeah, I can, because we're talking about the way that light will what's the word? Oh man, I forgot the word. Hold on, just a second.
Attenuate? Maybe
What?
not.
What is the word?
Attenuation. I thought that's what I was going to say that too.
The attenuation of light is the yeah, that's it. Thank you guys.
I don't
Yeah,
know. I'm guessing. I don't know if that's the word.
that is it. So the attenuation of light through the air, we're still seeing the sun light even after we don't see the sun.
Yeah, so how does that mean that it will go past my eye line instead of it just disappearing
You're
into my
still
eye line,
the sunlight
as the law of perspective states?
well after it's past the horizon. So you're not able to explain that on
Yeah,
a
but
globe.
how does that deal with my argument, Flatsy?
Oh my gosh, you're not able to explain it on a globe.
Okay, I can explain it. Sometimes you can still see some diffused air
sometimes
once the sun has gone over the horizon. Like I can literally see it right now. The sun is behind some trees, but I can still see a little bit of light in the air, bounces off the particles in the air, and it also diffracts and spreads out. So great, I've explained that. So why doesn't it converge in our eye line? Why does it pass our eye line flat?
I'm not talking
Thank
about
you
that.
for saying it diffracts and spreads out, because that just flattens Eratosthenes' straight line parallel bullshit. You've just proven a flat Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
No,
Matrix.
it's through a medium. So if you do it directly overhead, the diffraction isn't really there.
You're roboting.
And we can measure that diffraction as well.
You're roboting. Gods.
All right, hopefully this is better. So I don't understand why you're going to seeing some sunlight after it goes past the horizon to deal with my argument of it not converging into the eye line.
Yeah,
as it moves.
we're talking about the sunset still including past where the sun is gone from the horizon. We still
That's what you've deflected to, yes.
Yeah, no. This is a part of it. Thank you. It's not
No, it
deflect.
isn't. My argument doesn't include the actual sunset, the properties of sunset. It just deals with the sun moving past your eye line instead of converging.
No, it deals with the sun moving further out, but you can still see the sunlight.
Yes, I have disproven it moving further out because it goes past your convergence point instead of converging into that point. So I have disproven that theory.
The sun is celestial. It acts still like perspective would need to act, but it also doesn't because it's celestial. What do you
So why does celestial make it no longer governed by the laws of perspective?
Yeah, because the celestial objects act way differently than anything terrestrial, but they still follow the line of perspective.
They don't, though, because they don't converge into your eye line. If you're higher up, they go past your eye line before they disappear.
Hold on. They diverge and converge. They do both. That is not.
They do not converge into your eye line, Flatsy. They do not. They pass your eye line if you're on a hill.
And diverge. They do both.
They do not, Flatsy. Every person on Earth sees it every sunset. You just have to go up slightly elevated above the horizon, and the sun goes from above your head to you're now looking down at it at the horizon. How can you look up at the sun and then down at the sun if it's just converging straight ahead?
Hold on. You're saying that the stars don't converge and diverge?
Give me some evidence of it, because right now, the sun, the thing that I'm talking about, my argument, Flatsy, the thing you're running away from because you can't deal with the fact that I have proof of the globe Earth, it does not converge in your eye line.
You're
you look up
confusing
and then you
yourself.
look down.
Nope, I'm telling you.
Lights in the sky don't prove freaking if the Earth is curved. That's so much freaking shit.
Yeah, your opinions do it, right? You don't have any actual arguments. Nothing logical. Nothing using geometry.
Yeah,
or
like you don't have freaking any measure of curvature. Like you have no proof of curvature, just lights in the sky.
We can get that at some point if you want, but right now, this is my proof for the globe Earth. This is what convinced me.
You're just
because
looking at the
something
sun.
that
That doesn't prove
can
the Earth
see.
is a sphere.
That's a great claim. Prove it.
No, I'm saying you're just looking at the sun.
Yes, and why isn't that a
How
way to prove
does
the Earth is flat?
no? But that I
What?
wouldn't even use the sun. Even if the Earth was a globe, I wouldn't use the sun to prove it.
Yeah,
You know
so
what I mean?
the problem here is that you're making the argument that you cannot or you should not use this to prove that the Earth is a global flat, and I'm making the argument
But
that
why?
you can, and I give you arguments for you can. But your position shouldn't be that you can't do it. Your position should be neutral. You don't know if you can do it or can't do it.
Why would you use the ceiling to determine the shape of your floor?
Because I'm a human being, what I have access to measure large distances or to measure the shape of something massive isn't going to be a ruler.
But the
because there's a
sun
lot
is
of
even
problems with that.
more
It's going
inaccessible.
to be what I can see happen around me and the logic contained in that.
So it's just subjective. So
It's even more
subjectivity is not true.
inaccessible. The sun is even more inaccessible than the floor.
Objective because everyone knows the laws of perspective, knows geometry, and I can show people the view that I have that only fits geometry of the globe Earth and violates perspective.
But you don't have a location of
You
the
claimed
sun.
you were elevated.
Who has ever directly
Yes,
measured?
you got up on a hill.
Whatever.
So when you're elevated, you've got a wider angle of resolution, so you can see more ground, and your horizon is equal to minus the distance you're elevated because it's flat. So the horizon in the distance is now looking like as if it's lower because you're elevated.
And what does that have to do with anything? The sun should still disappear into my eye line, into the convergence point. That's the law of perspective. It doesn't.
No, it does
you look
not,
up
because
and then
you're
you
now
look down before it
elevated.
sets.
You're now
Yeah,
elevated.
but give me a reason why the elevation matters. Don't just say you're elevated, therefore magically it's no longer a problem.
Then
Put two and two together. You've used inductive reasoning for everything else.
Yeah, everything I'm using inductively has things like we've shown the laws of perspective a million times. We've mathematically described it. We've done experiments. We've proven that it exists. Cow is close, really big. Cow is far away, really small. I'm not using like my magic subjective feelings on this. I'm using the collective knowledge of proven mathematical things.
So show us this.
Oh, you want a video of a sunset? Yeah, I can give you one of those.
No,
Do
we
you
want you
do
to.
you genuinely believe an object cannot disappear from the bottom on a flat surface?
Yeah, we need you to show us the mathematical equation and whatnot that you aren't just using the drop over distance calculation and disregarding the perspective.
Yeah, this is what's really funny about this discussion. Every single time you guys go to the actual setting of the sun and not the fact that you look up and then you look down before it sets. I'm talking about between the time that it's above your head and the time just before it sets. Why does it go from above to below your eye line? Why do you look up and then look down?
Well, I would back up Matrix on his point, that the fact that we've increased our height, we've now increased our angle because we're not on the ground. So therefore,
Are
due
we
to
still below the
perspective,
sun?
as it moves away, it's going to appear to go lower than our eye line as it goes, as it appears to go past the horizon. Yeah, exactly as Matrix explained it is how I would understand it.
No, that's not the law of perspective. The law of perspective states that nothing will cross your eye line and converge into your eye line. The sun is above your head physically. It has to be like higher than you are on a flat Earth, or in reality when it's noon, but it never goes below that height on a flat Earth. So why doesn't it converge? Why does it go past?
So if we're on the surface level, if we're say on the beach at the ocean, and we're looking at the sun go off into the distance, it does appear to become lower until it eventually converges and compresses into that horizon. Okay, so when we add height,
Yes, I understand that. That's why I'm
elevation,
talking about being elevated.
we've now increased that angle. The ground is a lot lower, so of course the sun, as it moves away, is going to appear to go below our eye line because we've increased the angle that we can now view that object. Okay, well, if you say that's wrong,
Same way, if you get high enough, you can see the sun slowly just disappear. Everybody's seen it.
AJ, that's a ridiculous statement because perspective is just a constant reduction in angle as something gets further away from you, as well as angular size, which you guys always deflect from. But the angle reduces, but can never go below like 0.00000 recurring until you hit a positive number. It can never go below that. The law of perspective states that if something is above your head, above your elevation, moving away from it, it can only ever converge. And same if it's below your elevation and moving away from it, it can only ever converge. It can never cross your eye line according to the law of perspective.
Well, it appears lower than our eye line when we're at ground level, and it converges and compresses into the horizon. So I, again, believe that Matrix's explanation is correct, yeah?
AJ, if you're at the horizon, how does it go below your eye line if your eye line is the fucking horizon?
The sun appears to get lower and lower off into the distance. It is still not directly at your eye line, yeah?
It can never go below your eye line. It either has to be converting at your eye line or it has to be above your eye line. It can never change that. Law of perspective, and no law. You guys all agree.
Have you got something that you can? Have you got a citation to reference this?
It exists
about it never going below your eye line.
Yes, I do actually. It's a wiki for fucking law of perspective.
And in the wiki, it says it can never go below.
No, but it draws out how perspective works. So perspective works by constantly reducing the angle between your eye line and the object that is elevated above it as it moves away in the distance. Like you can draw this out. You can draw a sun and then draw a sun 2 centimeters further away, 2 centimeters further away on a straight
I'll make an offer
on
to
a
you,
straight
Dobbs.
Earth
How's this?
with someone standing 6 foot observer, and that angle will always reduce to the eye line, but it'll never go below 0.
Okay. You haven't got a citation that says that exactly, like you've just confirmed, but I'm going to extend out something to you. You live very close to me. Would you like to do something in person? I'm quite happy in winter. We can take the highest lifted point in Australia, which is a very, very good view above all the mountains. And we can sit there till the lifts close and watch the sun come down and bring some equipment, and we can witness it and discuss it for ourselves. If you'd like to do it in reality, I'll extend that offer to you.
Yeah, sure. If you're anywhere near Victoria, what's the highest point in Kosciuszko?
Yeah, I live in Mount Kosciuszko. The highest lifted point's Thredbo.
Awesome. I'd be happy to, but I don't understand why you guys are arguing that the thing that you guys have been saying for saying forever, which is convergence due to perspective, somehow doesn't exist now when you go up a little bit higher.
Even if the sun were going below something, I still how does that show that the Earth is a sphere?
Glad you asked. It means that relative to me, the sun is changing its elevation. So if you were to have a elevation distance to me, it means the sun is either dipping down towards the Earth as it sets on a flat Earth, which can't happen because everyone sees the sun like at a constant elevation that distance away. So where it's setting for me, it's rising for someone else, and like enough hours away from me, it's midday for someone else, meaning it's always above our head. It's not physically dipping down, meaning that we must be on a globe where it's equidistant away from us. That is the only possible answer that anyone has given that fits geometry and perspective. And Flatsy,
wait.
I could be wrong about this, but you guys have to give me a possible answer that isn't magic.
Wait. You said the sun's elevation in your answer
Relative
just now?
elevation.
Okay.
Relative elevation. Yeah.
Okay, but do you have a? Okay, so it's not an actual elevation. It's just like apparent.
It has to be equidistant. It has to be an apparent change in elevation. So it is above my head, but since I'm rotating away from it, it's no longer above my head. It actually is now pointing below my feet.
Okay, apparent
That's what I
elevation. So not an actual elevation, but it's just apparent elevation.
Yeah, exactly. If it was an actual elevation, it would fit on a globe, on a flat Earth. You could say it's an actual elevation change. But that just, people 6 hours away would see the sun coming towards them, which we don't. We see it above our heads, not dropping in elevation.
Oh no, I just wanted to make sure you're not claiming a specific elevation above the Earth, rather, or away from the Earth. Because obviously there's no way to prove
Because you
that.
don't trust the people that have measured it or at least calculated it or any of the bits of evidence, because everything could just be fake if it's
What do you mean at
directly in front of you when you're
least?
touching it.
Okay, are you gonna so when you say measured or calculated, which pick? Are you claiming both are true, or are you just claiming one is true?
Both are true. So people have calculated the distance to the sun, and then we've measured it using like radar, and we've sent probes out there.
Okay, sorry, not you. They measured the distance of the sun using radar?
Yes.
Okay, can you post that? I want to see that. Unless you're busy, I guess you can't really post it, but I actually do want to read that. That is pretty cool. Wait, so radar can shoot a signal 93 million miles away?
Yeah, if there's nothing to stop it, nothing to interfere with it, so dead space.
That's amazing. That's okay. Okay, I'll try to see if I can. I mean, are you busy right now? You can't post it right now?
Nothing goes 93 million miles. That's my opinion. Yeah, that's my fucking opinion. Nothing goes nothing goes a million miles. Fucking idiots.
Yeah, I understand that you guys, all you have is this idea that nothing can be true if you just reject everything, that there's nothing to stop it going that distance. Can you give me something that would stop it going that distance?
Stop it. Trust the science. Trust the pseudoscience.
Yeah, come on, man. Give me something that would stop it. Don't just like giggle fuck your way around
The
this.
amount of energy that needs to be put into it in the first place.
93 million miles, boys. Let's
Why does it need energy to go through empty space? Why does it need energy to go through empty space?
Well, we're assuming.
Why does it need energy
There's
to
my
go through empty space?
citation. I say stuff is going to stop it.
Listen, Dogs Are Gods has
Stuff. What stuff?
Stop talking. He has a sign.
Are you just going to talk about me, Clancy? I predict you're just going to talk about me instead of actually dealing with what I post and talk about.
Not even equating anything that you will observe as something one way or another. You only see it one way. That is scientism.
Yep, you're just talking about me instead of the evidence and the argument I gave.
Displaying your bias right now for everyone to see.
I'm not. I gave an argument that every single person on Earth can check for themselves. So I'm not just giving my opinion, Flatsy. I'm giving facts and arguments. You have nothing but bitching about me. That's all you have. You're just complaining about me as a person instead of my argument.
Okay, so you won't stop talking.
It's basically an ad hominem. That's all it is. It's a genetic fallacy.
It's an.
That's what you're going into.
Did I even start arguing with you, or am I giving an observation?
Yes, you said everything I believe is just my bias and scientism instead of actually dealing with the argument I gave, which is that the sun does not converge into your eye line, which means it can't be perspective that causes it to set, which means that it can't be a flat earth with the sun above your head because everyone sees the sun above their head.
Listen, you're not giving any wiggle room for any
And
other option.
Hang on, Flatsy. We did actually
I
answer
am,
this, and we
but the
asked
only other
for a
option is
we did
magic.
actually ask for a citation, yeah, and you said that you didn't have one that could provide what we were asking for.
I gave 3 in the fucking chat, AJ. I gave 3.
Wow. When I heard you speaking, I heard you say that you did not have it. So
No, I didn't say that. I said I didn't have it right now, but I can find it for you. I've given 2 citations for convergence due to perspective and a citation for the radar to the sun. What else do you fucking want, mate? Is this all you have, AJ? Like you disagree with the law of perspective?
Listen, dogs, I don't disagree with the law of perspective. I've been quite polite here speaking to you, yeah? And I haven't had a chance to look at the chat because when you said you didn't have it, I continued cooking dinner for my family. Now, if you have a fucking issue with that and want to speak to me and swear at me, I'll just fucking boot you from the room. Don't be a dickhead.
Well, I'm going to be a bit of a dick to you right now, AJ, because all you've done is ask for a citation of...
No, you're not going to be a dick. I'm going to mute you. You're an idiot.
I am reading it though, so thanks anyway. I appreciate it. I did see the link. I'm reading it.
It doesn't give you anything for his paradigm of a globe Earth.
Correct. He claimed he had a citation. However, the citation did not state that you could not have something go below your eye line, which is what we were asking for. He also stated that it was a wiki link that he was going to post. So I had other things to do, and there's no need for him to come back in behaving that way when I'm asking a question.
Yeah.
He gave some sort of perspective drawing that would be an optical illusion. First of all, that was the first.
That is the cool, bro.
Cool. I'm not gonna lie. I like those optical illusions.
You know what's cooler is sending a radar signal 93 million miles. That shit's fucking sick, bro.
Then he wants to equate the fact that when railroad
93 million miles. Let's go.
He wants to equate that when railroads converge in the distance with perspective, that would explain the divergent rays of the sun. And then we want to go to his third. What's his third? Let me find it.
That's actually the coolest radar I've ever heard of. Shooting. Imagine you have a device that can, 93 million miles away. Let's go. That is actually the most amazing shit I've ever heard.
I'm missing it. Where's Dr. God's third? Okay, it's a link, but it doesn't have anything. I have to go into it. Hold on.
Honestly, it's impressive.
Well, I'll unmute him so you can talk to him about his link. Yeah.
Radar echo from the sun. Man's first direct contact with the sun opens new approaches for the study of solar events. God, here we go. Radar.
Yeah. Just, I mean, is there any? Wait. Is there any other Globers? Anyone have any questions about flat Earth?
Man's first direct.
Do you guys disagree with convergence? Is that something you've rejected now?
What you sent? Shut up. Can I read what you sent? Radar echoes from the sun.
Well, that's not my argument. My argument is convergence. That's what proves the Earth is a globe. The rest is just fluff.
Man's first direct contact with the sun.
The rest is just fluff. Sorry, Flatsy.
Yeah.
I
all of this, what's happening right now, what's happened the entire time, is you guys deflecting from my central argument.
I'm going to read
don't know what it is.
All red herrings.
Hey, I got a pretty good argument for you guys. Guess what? The Earth is not flat. It's actually round.
Wait.
I mean, AJ asking for citations, Flatsy you
Hang on,
reading out
hang on,
this
hang on.
citation. All of it's fluff. None of it deals with my argument.
Right,
Listen.
that's the point I'm trying to raise. So you've
Mayor.
chucked an elephant into the room. That would be your reference,
Mayor.
and most of it is just fluff. This is why a citation is a quotation taken from your reference. You stupid idiot. So we
Yeah.
don't have to read
Nigger.
through
Am
the
I a
fluff.
stupid idiot?
And the quotation that we were waiting for was that the sun could not dip below your eye line due to
Nigger.
perspective. And the reason why I didn't read it is because you said that you had a citation, but it
Nigger.
didn't mention that. So just to bring Jedi up to speed, the claim is that when you're on a hill or an elevated position and you see the sun setting, as the sun sets, it appears lower than your eye line as it gets to the horizon, therefore globe. Now, the question was answered that when we're up higher, we increase our angle, that when we're on the ground, we see the sun compressing into the horizon. So naturally, we would assume, or we would observe, the sun appearing to go lower than our eye line if we were at a high or elevated location as it sets.
I'll read
So
his.
this was the citation we were
Right.
waiting
So,
for.
I'll read his.
so AJ, don't run away from this, please. Does the law of perspective state that all that happens is the angle for the thing as it moves away decreases but never goes past zero? Is that true or false?
Shut up, dogs. I'll read your
Why?
source.
You're not doing anything, Flatsy. You're just complaining about me and reading a citation
No.
that isn't central to my argument.
I'm gonna read your source that
You're just
sent.
deflecting and running away from it because you're biased, Flatsy. That's all that's happening.
I'm gonna read.
You posted the
source and I'm
fucking thing.
deflecting.
Yeah, because someone asked me about something else, not about my argument. This isn't my central argument. It is a different thing. I think the sun is X amount away because of this citation, but that doesn't deal with my central argument of it crossing your eye line before it sets rather than converging. If it converged, it could be a flat earth, but it doesn't converge. It crosses your eye line before it sets.
Let's read your source then.
Why? Do you disagree with perspective stating that things will converge in your eye line as they go away?
You don't want me to read your source?
I want you to actually deal with my argument instead of deflecting and trying to give yourself time.
Deflecting? When you
Yeah, that's all you're doing right now. Yeah. You're trying not to be a good faith interlocutor because you're biased, which is exactly what you said I was doing at the very start.
source that you sent.
No, she's
last-
trying to read out the citation that you provided to
Why?
support your claim.
It's not a
Why? You guys don't disagree with perspective doing this. It is geometry.
Why?
It's
Because
basic.
you have placed a citation to support your argument, and now you don't want anyone to read it.
It's not a
Because it's a deflection. It's not dealing with my argument. Flatsy's going to try to find something in there that is, I don't know, not 100%
It's not
concrete
dealing with
without
the
actually
argument.
dealing with the fact you guys agreed with perspective for decades talking about this fucking, the sun disappears at the horizon due to perspective. But now you're running away from it.
No, we're not. Why?
Why
would
are you running away from the truth, AJ?
Why would you provide a
Why are you running
citation
from
to
the
support
truth?
your
Why are you running
claim?
from the truth? You don't. You're not reading the citation.
No one is running from the truth, dogs.
not a
We asked
citation.
for a citation. You provided one. Now you're telling us that we're trying to run away by reading the citation that you posted that apparently supports your claim. You're also now telling us it doesn't support your claim. I'm going to leave him muted, guys. I'm busy. You can deal with him, but I'm just busy. You can unmute him whenever you want.
It's
Dogs
not
of
a
Gods doesn't know what a citation is.
It's not a citation, it's a source, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
read it. And he doesn't want me to. Why?
Well, he told you that most of it was fluff anyway.
Okay,
Which is
so
the thing about providing a reference or a source is when we ask for a citation, that'll be a paragraph or a sentence or two that backs up what you're fucking slaying, so we don't have to read, as you said, dogs, the fluff. You still haven't figured out what citation is yet, have you, you dumb fucking idiot?
he hasn't. Can I read his source? I'll read it. Do
You
you
can read
guys
it if you want to, mate.
Okay, I can't get full access because I guess you have to, but I will read what I can.
Is this the
Rain-
radar sun thing, or is
Yeah.
it the other thing about the sunset?
It's the radar echoes from the sun.
All right.
Ma-
So this is about getting the distance. I'm sorry, using radar to measure the distance of the sun. So it is kind of different topic, but yeah, let's go for it. Yeah, read it.
Okay. Man's first direct contact with the sun opens new approaches for the study of solar events. Radar echoes from the sun. Man's first direct contact with sun opens new approach. Okay, it's just restating it. Okay. On a number of mornings in September 1958, April 1959, and September 1959, attempts were made at Stanford University to obtain radar echoes from the sun. The data obtained on 3 days in April have been intensively analyzed with the aid of a digital electronic computer. It appears that solar echoes were obtained on each of these days. This experiment, is it an experiment, was possible only because of the availability of the facilities built up at Stanford for several different research programs. In 1952, Kerr discussed the scientific information that might be gained from radar studies of the sun and planets if sufficiently sensitive radar systems could be built. Others have also discussed the importance of radar studies of the solar system and the magnitude of the required installations. But continuing advances in large antennas, high powered transmitters, low noise receivers, and data processing techniques will soon make it possible to conduct important radar investigations out to distances which include essentially all of the solar system. The dramatic beginning of radar probing beyond the moon was announced last year when scientists at the Lincoln Laboratory of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology described the first radar detection of Venus. The equipment and techniques for radar detection of the sun differ in several ways from those required for detection of the nearer planets, and as Kerr has pointed out, a relatively low radar frequency is needed to avoid extensive absorption in the solar corona above the reflecting points. He estimates that the optimum frequency is near 30 megacycles per second. Much higher frequencies can be used to detect planets, so higher antenna gain can be obtained for a given antenna size. The new low noise receiving devices, which are so important for radar sensitivity at the higher frequencies, are of no value at the lower frequencies where cosmic and solar noise limit the detectability of weak signals. In addition, the characteristics of solar noise differ from the better understood features of random receiver and cosmic noise, so care must be exercised in determining whether a solar echo has been obtained. These special features were expected to make radar detection of the sun very difficult, even though, because of the sun's size and despite its distance, a solar echo would be 100 times more intense than an echo from Venus. For the April not okay, equipment and test procedure. This is a different okay. For April 1959 Sun Echo test, a transmitter Collins FRT 22 having about 40 kilowatts average output power was operated at about 25.6 megacycles per second. The transmitter was pulsed on and off alternately throughout a time interval of 15 minutes. Each on and each off period lasting 30 seconds. The antenna system used for both transmission and reception consisted of 4 rhombic antennas in a broadside array covering a rectangular area of 800 by 725 feet. The antenna gain is estimated to be 25 decibels relative to that of an omnidirectional antenna. The principal antenna beam is directed approximately east at an elevation of 10 degrees. The sun is the antenna beam, or the sun is in the antenna beam only for about 30 minutes soon after sunrise on a few days near each equinoctial period. You know what I mean. The travel time of a radar pulse to the sun, approximately 93 million miles away, and back to the Earth is about 1,000 seconds. At the end of the transmitting period of 900 seconds, okay, the antenna was connected directly to the receiving system, and the transmitter and pulsing circuits were turned off. The receiver and its preamplifier are of conventional design. An intermediate frequency bandwidth of 2,000 cycles per second was used, and this band was translated with the receiver beat frequency oscillator so that its lower end was at 0 frequency. The receiver was tuned to the transmitted frequency since the computed Doppler shift was less than 25 cycles per second. The output was recorded on magnetic tape for later detection and analysis. Trials were scheduled for each morning from 5 to 13, April inclusive. Because of various difficulties, for example, equipment failures, timing ambiguity, and radio interference, recordings suitable for intensive analysis were obtained only on 7, 10, and 12 April. The 12th of April. So 7th, the 10th, and 12th of April. The test procedure for September 1958 differed in several respects from that described above. The recorded data have not yet been analyzed in detail. In September 1959, changes were made in the coding of the transmitted waves and in the antenna. The antenna modification was made for the need of the program for which the antenna was first constructed and was designed for short pulse work only. A risk was taken in operating the modified antenna with. I don't have anything after that.
Okay, so it took 1,000 seconds for the radar pulse to travel 93 million miles and back.
16 minutes.
You know what? You
So
could have
that's
actually
100.
stopped at the very first paragraph where it says they believed that they might have received something back.
Wait, it said they believe they
Go
received
back
something?
to the first paragraph, Flatsy. I think it was in the very first paragraph.
And that's where he stops right there. Oh, they believed. Okay, then they didn't. It's not fact. No evidence.
Oh, no, they believed. They had a belief that maybe they got a signal back from the black body object.
That's
that
not what it was
absorbs
talking
light.
about. Yeah, right. Okay.
Read the first paragraph, Flatsy.
Wow. I'm surprised
You're an idiot.
why did they do that? That is kind of
You're
weird.
an idiot.
I'll read the
Thank
first
you,
paragraph.
Vince.
On a number of mornings in September 1958, April 1959, and September 1959, Attempts were made at Stanford University to obtain radar echoes from the sun. The data obtained on 3 days in April have been intensively analyzed with the aid of a digital electronic computer. It appears that that solar echoes were obtained on each of these days.
That's it. That's all we need, yeah?
Yeah. This
They had an
experiment
attempt. Hang on. They had to attempt to do this. And when they attempted to do it, it appeared they got something back. Therefore, it must be true. Oh, yes. So I wouldn't even go any further into it than that.
Oh, it appeared like it doesn't mean it actually happened.
Yeah.
Okay. So it seemed like it. It seemed like they got something.
Well, they made attempts, and it seemed like they got something. Yes, it appeared they may have got something from their attempt. Therefore, according to the Globe and whoever was just calling me an idiot, it makes it concrete truth.
That's hilarious.
And also, this experiment was possible only because of the availability of facilities built up at Stanford for several different research programs. So it wasn't even an observed natural phenomenon.
You know what else I realized? Not only does the radar allegedly supposed to travel 93 million miles, it's also supposed to come back. So actually it's 186 million miles. So the radar pulse is supposed to travel 186 million miles
and reflect off or bounce off a black-bodied object
and hit the Holy shit, man! That's the most impressive shit I've ever heard in my life,
You would
bro.
need the sun to be a high-temperature black body.
Bro,
How are they?
that is the most impressive
How are they going?
no scope ever.
How are they going to justify using the sun as a high-temperature black body
186 million
a
miles.
vacuum? Listen, through a vacuum. That
Well,
is
that's
not.
the other thing. They don't know what's between the sun and them. They just
I'm
assume.
saying that they use the sun as a high-temperature black body, and they say that it's through a vacuum. That's not possible.
Yeah, through the Van Allen belt, through what I mean, I don't even know why they. I don't know. 183 million miles. Okay. I'll believe it when I see. I'll believe. Okay. You know what would be cool?
Just so I can point it out.
I want to see
Dogs
the
has
radar.
taken off now, but the reason why Dogs carried on the way he did is we were having quite a nice discussion, yeah, and I was being very polite.
I
actually invited him here where we could go and make this observation together, and he seemed very taken back. And then the next thing I got was a big mouthful of abuse, being called a fuckwit, so that he can get out of actually doing the test himself in person together, yeah.
I just
in
read his
consideration. Sorry, Flatsy. In consideration of where you live, AJ, I'd have taken that offer up and fucking gladly gone and done it.
Oh, the offer's open to anyone, but I'm saying that he was taken very aback when I offered that, and then the next thing I got was a heap of abuse to get out of it. I feel that was the point of the abuse, because I definitely wasn't being rude to him at all.
Oh, he wanted to escape, you mean?
I just read his source. He sent the source.
Yeah, he wanted to escape the offer, yeah, to do it in person with me.
Makes sense.
From the highest elevated place in Australia.
Interesting, yeah. I still oh man, it's always lights in the sky, man. I don't know why can't I honestly I prefer the boat because it's more like, but I don't even want to get into that right now, but yeah. It's just the lights in the sky. Like you can't really access the sun. It's just you just see a light.
Yeah, but
Well, he's He's making the assumption he knows what it is, where it is, whether it's a reflection, whether we're looking at the actual sun. According to them, they're not even looking at the sun; they're looking at a refracted version of it. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there's issues all the way through.
And what's
And just
between him and the sun also is unknown.
Let's
That's a
not that they consider the sun like a black body. So it would have to be a high temperature black body. It would have to be a physical object, and it could not be something um, that they claim to be a ball of gas. That would not
What
be.
does that mean? A black body? What is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, it would be a high temperature black body, something that you can
What's a
only
black body? What does that
So,
mean?
trying
a
to
simple
tell if you would live
Obama.
breathe.
I was going to say a simple explanation is that a black
What?
body does not bounce light; it absorbs light. So when they say they've shot lasers and things
It
to the sun and
absorbs,
that,
it
it
emits
absorbs that light.
as much as it emits, though. It absorbs
Yeah,
something as much as it emits. Emits like the what you would say the sun emits the
Light?
thermal
Yeah.
radiation.
Sunlight?
Yeah, okay, but I'm saying that you would say that the sun emits thermal radiation and the photon radiation. Yeah.
Should be
Okay.
called a yellow or white body. Or
Well,
orange body.
Yeah, it's definitely not black.
it white. It would burn white, but you can only see it as yellow because you can't look directly at it.
Yeah,
I can't.
I'm gonna call it a yellow body from
I have
now on.
superpowers.
SpongeBob body from now on. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, well, a
Base.
body would only burn white.
I'm gonna call it a flat body because the Earth is
Would burn white.
based.
But through the layers of air that we see it, we could look at it sort of and see it the way that we do. But we can replicate that with a high temperature black body here on Earth. And we can't even replicate it at all. Let's just say that it would be a perfect black body if it was one.
I wonder if
Why are
I
you so
asked
obsessed
him.
with perfect black bodies, lady?
Oh boy.
Black body. I'll miss Lulu. She would be in here and she would be making her name perfect black body.
Uh oh.
I miss her.
If I got a question for you, do you guys think if I met him in person and I asked him, okay, so do you believe that the radar pulse traveled 186 million miles? Do you believe that he would say yes? Like in person to my face?
yeah, he'd say yes. He just wouldn't. He just wouldn't speak. He just wouldn't speak to you with
Holy
the
shit.
attitude that he has. That's all. He only does that because he's on the internet. Yeah.
Holy shit, man.
He wouldn't do that in real life. That's for sure. Man, he would be.
I would.
186 million miles.
He would be punched a lot if he was telling others to verify claims
That
they did.
shit's freaking. That is the most. Honestly, that is impressive. Like, no cap.
What is he talking about when he's driving in Australia? He goes below the equator, like he goes further apart as he drives south. Like I don't know what the hell.
Oh yeah, he said. Will you move further apart or closer together? I don't remember his full argument.
On the
but yeah.
ground, on the ground, like he's measuring how far he's going to be apart, and I'm just like, why don't you just freaking measure drop over distance? It'd be way more a better argument. I don't know. Just the
As soon
whole.
as he said light rays were divergent, game over. Eratosthenes based the curvature off parallel rays. Without that, the whole structure, the whole system, the whole show falls on its ass. It's
It just
flat.
blows my mind that he's like, well, the world's mapped out because flights happen, because people can get to where they're going. It's a globe. I'm just like, that makes no sense. It just kills me.
Yeah. 186 million mile radar. That is the most impressive radar I've ever heard of. That's like some.
It's still very appalling to me that anyone would come to us and say that you could see something so far away when we actually tell you that things shrink in angular size with distance. So we're not
Yeah.
really telling you that the earth is flat. You could see everything. The earth is flat. That means the earth is completely different than what you observe. No, it's the exact same earth that we all observe. What are you even talking about? That means that, what's his name? Raiden, he has no idea how to steel man our position at all.
Why would like? That's why I laughed when I said I don't think you could see anything a million miles away. I don't care. I don't care if it's nothing in between. I don't care if it is a damn vacuum. I don't care. I really don't like. Just my opinion. I don't think you could see something 10,000 miles away. I just don't. You know, you
just wanna
can't
know
see
when-
something. I don't know. It just. You know, I've heard like what the inverse square law with light. I've heard that explained,
Ooh.
and you hear just certain things. There's no way in hell you're going to see something. I don't think you're going to see something 5,000 miles away. I don't care what the frick it is.
No, not at all. You're not even going to see something. It was such a good shot that they got at 255 miles away with infrared. That was a crazy good shot that they got. So we're not saying that you can just see everything on the flat
That always blows my mind. They're just like, why can't you see France? Like people are just thinking, like, why can't you see France? Like, what the frick are you talking about? Like, I don't know. I just think about the moon, like them thinking it's 250,000 miles away. There's like no effing way. Whatever the hell it is, what we're seeing.
I want the best proof
It's not
possible.
It's not.
Prove
It's not
someone who
more.
doesn't
It's
believe.
not more than. I don't think it's more than 10 miles, 5, 30. 15, 20 miles, whatever. You know, it's not that far. There's no way you could see the detail with some. I just don't think. You know, that's just me thinking out loud.
Even with what I posted, it proves a flat earth, by the way, because the surface of the earth is flat. It's not curving. We see 255 miles with infrared. These people were competitive. They captured long distances, and they placed in the, what is that, world record book?
Guinness World Record book.
Record, yeah. That's what this is. 255 miles. I got the Earth calculator, the curve calculator right
Right.
here. Horizon curve calculator, whatever.
Okay. How much is it supposed to drop from that distance of 255 miles?
It's okay. It's right beneath it, so you can.
It says
see.
drop 52,000 or 521,000 inches or 43,000 feet or 8 miles supposed to be dropped, but you're able to see it from 520 feet away.
You're
255. I mean miles.
255 miles away.
So all those images with whatever's there, all those mountains are 255 miles away, basically.
Yes.
And those are supposed to be
with infrared, by the way.
yeah, but you can see them from however that distance is from there. So it's supposed to be 8.2 miles below where the surface he's at right there, and 8.2 miles from where he's at doesn't look like that, does it? 8.2 miles is pretty fucking far, straight vertical, right?
Yes.
Straight down. So obviously, this formula for curvature is not good. Or
that's not
if
ours.
it is considered good, then it's just a complete hoax. You know, it's not real.
Well,
But
here's the thing. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you this: the radius and diameter and circumference of the Earth will determine the entire cosmology, because they use the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth and assume that Venus is the same size as Earth. Venus being a wandering star in the sky, by the way. You can't observe it as the same size as Earth. You would just have to just say, "Oh, it is."
see,
And
to me though, like if you
it,
just go and talk to someone. Oh, sorry, I'll let you finish.
hold on, I'm not done. This is how they acquired the distance of the sun. So you've got one astronomical unit being 93 million miles away. So we have these numerical numbers and values that are given just because the Earth is a set size. And we need it to be that set size for the entire cosmos, because the entire cosmology is based off of the Earth being a globe at the set size that they give us. If it's not that, then the entire cosmology is bunk and wrong.
So I want to know. So this dude posts shit shrinks, like 6-inch object or whatever the fucking. So compared to this, from 250 miles away, how like if it does shrink, it didn't shrink 8 miles, you know, down like
That was me that
this.
posted that. That was me.
Oh no, not that one. The one above it says old dude. The shit shrinks.
Oh yeah, well, I was the one that posted shit shrinks first.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was just
Yeah,
wondering. So, like, first thing you say to someone, "Hey, look, the Earth is." I wouldn't say the Earth is flat. I would say the Earth curvature that they say it is not correct, because if I look at the calculator and see 255 miles, there should be a 8,000 or 8-mile drop.
but it has to be for
And
the.
let's do some gay science facts.
But you're
From
talking.
what I see, is there is no curvature from the distance I'm looking at.
Okay, well, follow my line of logic, please. So if it's not the set size that we're given, that means that Venus can't be the same size, because we don't even have a size. There's never any size of the Earth measured, by the way.
Why does a 68-year-old woman even give a shit about the
Wait
shape
a
of the
minute.
Earth?
It's also a trick, isn't it? It's also kind of like a trick with the curve calculator. Doesn't take into account that things shrink in size with the distance.
What the fuck is a
So
curve
that's where I think that's why Nathan calls it the truth of nothing, perspective denying.
Perspective hijacking.
I said all right because
Perspective hijacking.
they draw the ortho view from the side of your head, not the way you're really seeing it. And then they don't account for things shrinking in the distance is what I'm.
But
Which a lot of people don't really understand that
But what if
part.
it shrinks? Is it supposed to, so what does that determine that it's
No,
not?
it does.
That it is?
It does.
Oh,
It
okay.
does. It doesn't shrink in real life.
Yeah, I know
But
it
it
shrinks
does appear to get smaller. Like a
But that
mountain
doesn't drop
20 miles
8
away is
8 miles.
It looks smaller.
Size.
But 8 miles is probably how tall is 8 miles? Probably a lot taller than those mountains, right?
No, I'm not saying it isn't supposed to be so much hidden. No, that's geometry. That's so much hidden. I'm talking about the way they.
But if you have these mountains, right, and you see how tall
There's
they
a
are,
little
they're
bit of
obviously
magic
not.
involved. There's a
If
little
you-
bit of trickery, not just them lying
Right, even
and things
look,
aren't
look, there.
hiding.
If I walked up to these mountains, I wouldn't measure them to be 8 miles tall, right? I'd measure them to be less than 8 miles tall. So no matter what, how much it shrinks, even if it shrunk that far, it's not shrinking 8 miles.
Well, no, I'm not saying that.
Right, I know. I'm just saying that to like use that as an argument.
There's
you know?
there's other trickery going on with the calculator. You know, not just Not just
It's
the
just
fact
using
that
the curve of the radio.
what
the
we're
Earth.
looking at isn't matching, and it's obviously not being hidden. I understand that. That's but I'm talking about another thing that I'm not really good at explaining it, so I'm going to be quiet.
So like,
But
yeah, the
I think
calculator isn't
Flatsy
right at
kind of
all.
gets what I'm talking about.
See, I don't know how. Look, we don't know the entire size of the Earth, right? We don't. So we can't say it's completely flat, but we can say that the calculator is wrong because we proved it to be wrong. So we can't say anything else but that. For that proof.
Actually,
If it was just only this proof.
you can say it's most you know, mountains, hills, all that stuff, but it's basically flat because of sea level.
Well, think about
The
it like
sea level in Japan is the same freaking sea level as it is in the damn Atlantic Ocean. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, it's, navigation wouldn't work if it
yeah,
wasn't
compared to
all the
our
same damn
knowledge
thing.
of our own world, of how big it is comparably to what we
Listen,
think the curvage is, then it should be all flat. Somehow we could get to everywhere in a circle without stopping.
that's true. But we're talking about elevation angles that we're deriving our latitude lines from. These are from flat Earth measurements, by the way. You're having to see or utilize the Earth and measure it
Yeah,
as
which is the basically coming from the horizon, which is basically, I don't know. You might as well just say sea level too, because that's
0
basically it's level with the horizon. So
yeah. So
right,
you're
kind of.
you're utilizing the sea level as flat all the way to Polaris. If the sea and all the water is flat, the Earth will conform to that. Also, even with elevation. So you're talking about a topographical plane.
All right, the water's always flat in the cup or in the ocean.
That's how we navigate it. We navigate it as flat and 0 degrees with circles of equal altitude all the way to our ground position of a star that is far away from us. So
Look, the thing about stars is different from where we're at because they're a circle too, right?
no,
So, well, what do you mean? No, they're not a circle. Obviously, we could see it from our own eyes. It's a circle, at least.
no, they're a right angle triangle.
What? How? I don't see a triangle in the sky. I see lots of circles. I've never seen a triangle in the sky.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying that the right angle is the ground position of the star that is far away from you. You use circle of equal altitude all the way to that star that you're measuring your elevation angle to.
Well, so
Circle
what if I measure it from the center of the Earth to the surface of that star, or to the edge of this Earth to the edge of that star? Or are you
That's not
saying
what
we don't get the edge of the star?
you don't do that in celestial navigation. You don't do that.
Okay, what do you do? Where do you start from and end from to measure
You
it?
from your position and you measure your height of eye correction to an elevated star in the sky because the stars in the sky have some sort of anomaly where they are fixed. This is
Right.
an anomaly. Okay, it's called the celestial sphere. They use it over a stationary plane. And they still use it to this day, and I can prove it to you by Berkeley University. Anyways, you're utilizing the stars as being a fixed position over the earth. So you need to be able to calculate where you are to the star and its ground position. That's just triangulation. You're using an elevation
Okay.
angle. You're using an elevation angle to figure out the opposite of the triangle. So you know how you can figure out the hypotenuse of a triangle?
Right, I
You're
understand the
figuring out
triangulation.
the
How you're trying to
yeah, but you're not
get this.
figuring out the hypotenuse. You're figuring out the opposite of the triangle. And it's a right angle triangle. So you're figuring out the ground position of a star at that distance away. You have a certain distance that you're with circles of equal elevation that you're going to calculate how you'll navigate a flat plane. So you're not only measuring the earth flat, you're utilizing the earth as flat. You need it to be flat to be able to navigate with ground positions of stars.
Okay. But the stars are still what? How do they look like? Are they the ones that are spheres, and then we're flat surface looking at the stars, and we don't move, and they
We
actually
we aren't.
we don't move, right? We don't move, and the stars don't move, right? Or what?
No, we're not giving you any kind of. You do need the time, and you need to be able to observe time with the
Wait,
stars.
I want to know which moves. Do we move or the stars move?
Stars move.
Okay, and we don't move, but the stars move, right? Everything
No.
around us moves, but us.
Utilize the earth as flat and stationary.
Right, that's what I just said. Right, we don't move, but the stars move.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, and then the constellation line up and shit.
But there's an anomaly with the sky. The sky seems to, especially the night sky, it seems to be like pinholes pricked with some sort of source of light beyond it that shines through. And we see the fixed positions of those stars.
Okay, so biblically speaking, the sun and the moon are inside the firmament.
Hold on. Berkeley gives a better description. I'm going to cite it so that you don't think that I'm just pulling this out of my butthole.
No, I'm just saying that. So the stars are outside the firmament, right? Or did God place them in the firmament with the star, the sun, and the moon? But where did God place the stars? Okay, so he said okay, so one and the stars also. Hold up. He made two lights, right? Genesis 1:16, and the stars. But he made them in the firmament. I know, but he called it heaven. The firmament, which is heaven. The waters above, the expanse. He says, yeah, God made the expanse that separated the waters above and water under the expanse from the waters that were above the expanse. And he called the expanse heaven. So I'm just trying to figure out if he placed all the stars too. Because then that would be different. So I know he put he says, let there be lights in the expanse of the heavens to separate day and night. So I know those two. So we could go to the moon. Like we could definitely go to the moon. So the moon landings are real. I believe that. You know, we could definitely touch the sun if we had some technology for that. Because it's inside the expanse. But I don't know about the stars. And it says the greater light and rules. It says and the stars. And it says, and God set them in the expanse of heaven to give light on earth. So yeah, so we could go to every star that's in the heaven. Or the expanse that God put them in. So every star, the moon and the sun we could get to. So space isn't fake. It's just really large.
Fake. It is fake because you need...
How can it be? Heaven is basically space, what we're talking about. Because God placed, biblically speaking, right here from Genesis 1:14, it says, God said, let there be lights in the expanse of heaven. He put two great lights and the stars. And they put them in the expanse of heavens.
The firmament.
Right, and the firmament, then past all the stars we see is water. And then wherever below is also water. So we're able to go to every star possible.
The firmament does not mean that you know what is inside of the firmament.
Yeah, we do. The sun and the moon.
But also the stars.
Right. And
okay, so you're
so are we.
The heavens are being something that holds these things. You don't know what they are. You don't know where they are. You don't know how far away they are. You don't have any validation for any claims that you can make about these things.
We've been to the moon. We know how far the moon is.
Oh, no, we've not been to the moon.
Yes, we have. It's in the firmament. It's in the expanse of the heavens. Just like the sun.
No, we've not been to the moon. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
we have. We have proof that we've been to the moon.
Give that proof, please.
Well, we literally, like, what do you mean? You could just Google moon landings.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
have.
that.
I've picked apart every single bit of it. So you have no proof of the moon landing.
Yeah,
Sorry.
dude. You don't have proof that it's not real.
Where is the where's the telemetry that they had of the moon landing? Where's that? Is it gone?
Telemetry. What does telemetry even mean? Why don't you just look at the video that they landed on there and broadcast it to the world? You know, one step. You know, remember one step for man.
Okay, so you don't
one
know what
giant leap for mankind.
Listen, buddy, you don't know what the telemetry data is.
Because I don't even know what telemetry means, and you haven't told me.
You don't even know what it means, and
Of course, I just said that. Just tell me what it means.
I'm literally trying to, but you're talking over. The telemetry data would be giving us their coordinates to and from the moon. They don't have that.
That doesn't mean we didn't go there just because they don't have the telemetry coordinates.
They spontaneously lost all that telemetry data, and we just need to believe that they went there anyways.
Well, we have a rocket going there and footage of landing there, and
the rocket
also
going.
like a whole NASA government agency, like with American citizens running it.
Hold on. You said we've got footage of them landing there. Who took the footage if they hadn't landed there yet?
They did land. What do you mean? If they haven't landed there, can't be footage.
No, what I'm saying is, if they haven't landed, so let's say they're flying to the moon, they're on their way there. Is there a cameraman waiting there?
I'll tell you why. The camera crew was there already before they landed.
Telemetry data of them going to the moon first. You need to supply their actual evidence of it, and they don't even have it, and you are supporting it. Like you're fighting for it like you're some sort of soldier for NASA. And
because NASA's NASA. We've provided billions of dollars to space research.
You don't have anything to back up your claim because
dude, look, space landing footage.
Unfortunately, you've been ripped off with your millions of dollars, dude.
The telemetry data was lost.
We're space dominated. That's the thing in the United States.
And buddy, they even claim and admit that it's lost. So you're trying to defend something that you don't have evidence for.
See, what I don't see is a camera already there before they land. Can you show me that evidence?
So how did they get the footage?
Huh?
Why would
How did they get the footage from the moon of the landing?
Yeah, first moon landing near Armstrong. I don't see them already recording. I see them landing with the ship footage, and then they land there, and then watching at the camera.
How did they do that? Think about it. Someone must have been out there filming in order to film them landing.
It was a reenactment of it anyways. Dude, you don't have the telemetry data of them actually doing it. Why are you here being a soldier?
Look, I'm watching the footage right now. And how many people who's recording, right? There's someone recording. There has to be someone recording, right?
You're even being paid to do this, and you're defending the government for not lying to us. Are you kidding me right now? Stop. Please.
And I don't see anybody but I see someone recording or whatever is recording after they landed. So someone got out and started recording this dude.
Dude, there's so many issues with the moon landing, including lack of stars in photos when they claim to have seen stars from space. There's the flag that's moving in a zero gravity atmosphere or whatever you want to call it. There's issues with their foot. There's issues with everything to do with the moon landing, yeah? So to claim that the moon is close and they have landed on it. You got some evidence to support it?
Yeah, there's a shit ton. You just don't have any that
Oh,
disproves it. Besides, there's issues with what? What are the issues? That there's no stars
That's
in the video.
Stop.
That's ridiculous. Everything with this guy is a fucking burden reversal. He makes the claim.
You're saying we can't go to the moon, but it's in the firmament, like the biblical says.
Shut up.
No, tell me to shut up when you say that, and then I
I'm gonna
defend my.
make you fucking shut up, bitch.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am. It's that easy because this is my place. So anyhow, you're the one making the claim over and over and over again. Positive claim of moon landing. You say, I have tons of evidence. And instead of providing any of it, you go straight to, where's your evidence it didn't happen? So let's get some positive evidence for your positive claim on the table. Please, go ahead.
I already have evidence by saying there's a moon landing.
Yeah, okay, what is it? Just saying there's a moon landing isn't evidence. That's the claim. So back the claim with the evidence. They're separate things. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Google YouTube moon landing footage, and then you could see it for yourself. But obviously, you don't do that.
That's
I
it?
can
Just Google?
I can Google.
Besides saying that shit, look.
I can Google loon.
Okay, you know what? Actually, okay, hold up. Let me actually put it in the chat. So then you can put up your evidence against the moon landing footage. Everything you got.
Put it up against the moon landing hoax footage. I need actual data. So give me the telemetry data of them going to the moon, dude.
There you go. 3 hours of restored.
No, I want telemetry data. Thank you.
Look, here's what my argument is instead of what your argument is. Because you're saying that this is all fake, so you have to defend your argument against mine. This is the whole moonwalk original NASA video, 3 hours long, from start to finish.
Dude,
Does it include all the radio from Earth to the moon?
We can Google the moon landing hoax and
11
get
Ash.
completely
Ash.
opposite of
You know what, man? At the end of the day, I'm going to cut this here because this is just ridiculous. Yeah.
I sent the moon landing, and then you won't provide anything against it.
Dude, now I'm going to mute you. Yeah. You've given us a video that could have been filmed absolutely anywhere. Yeah. They've already admitted themselves that this is a reenactment that they filmed and not actual footage. I mean, this is not any type of evidence. So either put forward the telemetry data and some real evidence, as Flatsy was asking for, or move on, because you do not have a point here, and we're not going to sit here and argue back and forth about all the problems with this video.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. As soon as the guy makes a
provide
claim,
any evidence.
and
I'm
then he
waiting for it.
deflects-
Look in the chat.
Shut up. So as soon as the guy makes a claim and he deflects from providing the evidence to, you provide the evidence against my claim, he's already folded. It's already over. Just tell him right there it's finished. Should have just provided what you had to back up your shit. Instead, you wanted me to go against it. Yeah, that's a cope right there.
Exactly.
Yep, correct.
Prove me
Okay,
wrong.
there's a video that you
Put it in the
posted.
chat.
Yeah, okay, there's a video you posted. How did you validate the authenticity of it? Go ahead.
Yeah, we would
You're
need
still doing the prove me wrong thing, dude. Prove yourself correct. That's how this works. You don't just lay an offlandish claim. on the
Bigfoot
table
exists. Prove
and
me
go,
wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, go ahead. Prove yourself correct.
So, can I step up to bat here? I've never been here before.
Well, I mean, should we give this idiot one more chance to back his own claim before you?
See, I say this is
before you take over for him. It's up to you because he's been going long enough. You tell me. Yeah, okay. Let's.
No,
give
I'm
this
not
idiot
going to
one
step
more
on
chance.
anyone's toes.
And then we'll go to you. One more chance, Q plus. Go ahead.
that doesn't give me a fair argument. If it's like you're saying you did this, you know.
Okay, yeah, he's not up to it. Yeah, you can go ahead, Aristotle.
All right. So, I think the Earth is round, because I can see ships going over the horizon, and they get smaller as they do, as any view from a globe would do. I'm sorry, I used the word round. I meant globular.
We've never heard that
Globular.
before. Oh no, we've never heard that before.
Well, I don't know everything about what you've heard. I just made an argument. That's all.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong. Just keep going.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know how you're out on the ocean. I'm sure you've been out on the ocean once or twice before. when a ship sails off. First, you know, the ship proper starts to disappear, and then you still have the mast hanging. And if you go far enough, you know, you can just see the top of the mast, and then it's all gone.
When
It's
I
all
go
gone.
out
Just
to sea and I go deep sea fishing and I look out at the ocean, it's flat in every direction I look. What say you?
well, I already gave an explanation for that. How do you think my explanation of a ship crossing the horizon and then its hull going missing and then its mast going missing, how do you feel that is
I got you.
unviable when you remove the ship of the equation, or when you remove the objects?
Okay, listen. So when I go deep sea fishing and I go out there and I look in every direction, the horizon is flat. It's not curving anywhere. Any direction that I choose that I look, the entire horizon is flat. And I caught
Wait, what
sheephead.
kind of fish did you catch when you went deep fishing?
Sheephead.
What kind of fish did you catch? Dang, girl. Nice.
I posted a GIF for you.
I'm not done. I'm not
Did
done.
you see it in chat?
Sheephead is what I caught. Anyways, we're talking about when I go out into the ocean.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Let's address the point instead of saying that.
I'm going ahead. I'm telling you. So there's no land anywhere. In every direction I look, the horizon is flat, and it is a horizontal line, which is what horizontal lines are derived from. Is the horizon. So
Right. So if I were to take a tiny little ball in my hand, and put like a toothpick in that ball and start turning the ball, I could see the same exact effect as if the Earth was spherical
Wrong.
on
You're
a small
pre-assuming
scale.
that it's a ball in the first place. In the
Yeah,
chat, my friend, at 13 minutes past the hour, there's a YouTube video
Mhm.
posted called The Empty Horizon. It's
I'm
11
not
minutes of your life that you will not get back, but it'll explain to you optical effects at sea. So
I'm not
please watch
making
it.
okay, but I'm not
Okay.
on Aristotle. I'm not making any assumptions. I'm going out into the deep sea and I'm fishing and I don't see any curvature anywhere. Every direction I look, I see a horizontal line. That's the surface of the earth. That's the conjunction where the sky appears to meet the surface. But
All
where
right.
it
Well, let me try a different argument then. Let me
no,
try a different argument then.
just listen. Where the sky appears to meet the surface of the earth, which is closest to me, it is a straight line. And horizontal lines are derived from that horizon. And those do not intersect or deviate at all. They are horizontal parallel to that. So I can cite that for you if you want me to. And I can see that in my
No,
own
there's no need.
observation. So
That's fine.
you have to prove to me that that is curving because it's not in reality. Thank you.
Okay, well, I have a different argument then. How about the shadow that the sun casts upon the moon, and that shadow being circular? As told by an eclipse in all the different phases of the moon, where the shadow of the moon shows a circular outline.
And what has that got to
I
do
would
with
say
the ground you're
that
standing on?
yeah, I would say that has nothing to do with the ground. The sky has no similarities to the ground being water and earth and grass and trees. I don't see that in the sky, do I? Why would I think that things in the sky are the same as the earth?
Interesting. So when you put an object into the sky, does it stop being that object and conform to being a sky object?
All I see in the sky are circular objects, not spherical, circular.
Yeah, so, well, I guess what you were saying is that the objects on the ground have nothing to do with the objects in the sky. If I were to take an object like a tree and attach it to a catapult and fling it into a sky, does that tree now become a sky object, or is it
Well,
still a ground object?
that if the Earth had some sort of properties,
It still wouldn't
and
prove flat or
listen,
globular.
I would say that
Yeah, it might not, but I'm trying to understand this mode of
yeah, but
thinking.
if Earth has certain properties that you think that it has, maybe it's not true, maybe it is, I don't know. But say the tectonic plates or whatever, you don't see that on the moon. You don't see that on other objects in the sky. You don't see that anywhere else. So you're attributing these attributes to just the Earth. And supposedly the moon is a part of the Earth. It's not distributing those kind of attributes to itself. It's supposed to be the same kind of material of the Earth, but just separated. It's not doing that. So we would, and we only see one side of the moon, by the way. That would tie into our
How do you
under.
know that if the moon is totally unlike the things on the ground?
Yeah, exactly. It is unlike everything
Well,
on
you
the.
made a positive claim that we see the other side we only see one side of the moon. How do you know that? How do you know that the moon has any sides unless you are making assumptions about sky objects being different than Earth objects? That's my
Oh, well,
question.
yeah,
That's a
okay.
crazy reversal.
Yeah, well, we don't see any other side of the moon. We only see one. So
How do you know the moon has sides?
we don't see any sides, so we don't assume that it has any other sides.
How do you know it has sides? I'm wondering, from your logic, how do you know that?
We don't assume it does.
Then why are you stating as if the moon has sides? I'm confused.
Because I guess I was only
It's you
appealing.
that's doing that. You're the one that's assuming it's a ball.
Yeah, you're
It might be right for me to do so. It's not right for her to do so.
yeah, we're not appealing to your claim. We're just pointing it out that we don't see it.
Okay. Let me repeat this. You said that we only see one side of the moon. I'm asking, how do you know that the moon has sides when you have said Earth objects are not the same or share similarities with sky objects?
Yeah, I don't know that the moon has any other sides because I only see one side. So I will concede, yes. I don't actually think that the Earth or the moon has any other sides.
How are you even using the word side if the moon only has one side? What doesn't
Yeah.
that presume another side?
No, it doesn't have any other sides.
Stop trolling. You know what she means.
I don't know what she means. I'm trying to figure it out.
Dude, can we just
You're
advance
just a
the
debate artist.
conversation,
Pull your head in.
please? Can we just
All right.
advance
Okay.
beyond this point?
I'm trying to like.
Obviously, she's saying that she only sees one side of it, in that she doesn't know that there is another side of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
There was.
What about reflections? Do reflections count?
Yeah, absolutely.
If I were to use a reflection to prove that the
Hold on. I got you. So specular reflections on the ocean would allude to no curvature of the earth. Yeah, okay. We can use reflection absolutely all day.
Okay. If I were to say use a reflection of an object on the moon to tell a real distance, and that the
In the moon, yes. Maybe
so
there's
say
there's some sort of relation to that. Maybe. Yeah.
okay. So say if I used a laser to reflect to the surface of the moon and back to the surface of the earth, and I was able to tell the exact distance and time that the laser traveled, would that prove that the moon is in a specific location or no?
You're just not able
While the Earth is spinning, how could you get a freaking flash of light back while the Earth is spinning?
Yeah, exactly. You're not able to do that.
So that doesn't prove anything to you?
It wouldn't, because it's not possible.
So reflections aren't something that
The
prove
moon,
something to you.
Pose in your paradigm, the moon is in an apparent position, not an actual position.
Okay. So if I point a laser at a mountain, I can tell how far away that mountain is. But as soon as I point it at the moon, it's not valid anymore?
Oh,
Yeah,
you can
because
use
mountains
that-
are flying through the sky.
Hold on. You can use an elevation angle to tell how high a mountain is.
No. Say I'm just standing here, average Joe, pointing my laser at the mountain, and my laser says that this mountain is exactly, let's say, 12.6 miles away.
Elevation angle is what you're talking about. Yes. Yes.
No, I'm not talking about elevation angle. I'm
Yes,
talking
that's
about
what
reflecting a laser off of the mountain to bring it back to me, and the
This-
timing of that laser and how fast it moves, telling how far away it is on the ground. Is that valid?
elevation angle.
Not talking about elevation angle. I'm
That's
talking about distance.
talking about, you're saying I'm not talking about that's what it is.
I promise you, I'm not talking about an elevation angle.
Yeah, it is an elevation angle, buddy.
I promise you, that's not what I'm talking about.
So
I'm talking about distance.
Hey, sorry, stop. So you're saying the observer to the peak of a mountain.
I didn't say the peak of a mountain.
Oh, okay. So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about measuring the distance with a laser between a mountain and you, or maybe a tree. Let's say a tree. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Like a laser rangefinder?
Yeah, rangefinder. That's all I'm talking about.
So that's used over a flat Earth.
No, we don't have to presume flat Earth anywhere around here, or round Earth, nothing like that. I'm not getting into any of that territory whatsoever.
You need to utilize a flat Earth for those things, because guess what?
Well, good. Let's presume it's a flat Earth, okay?
Sea
Let's start
level-
off with that.